Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, The Immortal. Arisu, you are the strongest person on this planet. The voice of Otsutsuki Kaguya was clear and cold, yet it carried a trace of sincerity. If we let Otsutsuki Isshiki grow however he wants, your world will eventually be destroyed. And I absolutely refuse to become a sacrifice for that monster. I only want to live a peaceful life with my lover. She lifted her eyes to look at Arisu, a firm light flashing in them. Why don't we join forces and set up a trap for Isshiki, and feed him to the 10 tails? When the god tree bears the chakra fruit, it will belong to you. Kaguya slowly extended an olive branch, her gaze locked tightly onto the young men in front of her. Arisu's eyes turned serious. He quietly looked at her without saying a word, as if weighing the pros and cons of joining hands to fight Isshiki. He stayed silent for a long time. Seeing that Arisu still did not respond, Kaguya's expression gradually dimmed. She slowly turned around. In a few days, I will be offered as a sacrifice to the 10 tails. If you make up your mind, come find me in the land of ancestors. As her words fell, her figure moved slightly and disappeared silently at the cave's entrance. Inside the cave, Arisu sat alone on the cold stone seat, falling into long and deep thought. He was not originally from this world. He was a transmigrator. When he first arrived, he thought he had fallen into ancient Japan, until 2 streaks of light cut across the sky and the terrifying figure of the 10 tails came into view. Only then did Arisu realize that this was not ancient Japan at all, but the ancient era of the Naruto world. From that moment on, Arisu went crazy chasing power. He only wanted to become stronger. He only wanted eternal life. Heaven does not let down those who work hard. He actually found Mount Myaboku. The sage arts inheritance of Mount Myaboku allowed him to step onto the path of training, and his talent was far beyond ordinary people. Not only did he successfully master senjutsu, he also trained sage mode to the extreme. His normal state was sage mode. No need to switch. No time limit. Sage power stayed in his body at all times. Good things came in pairs. In the same year he achieved permanent sage mode, the system descended. The system gave 2 choices. Choice 1, invincible for 100 years. Reward, Rinnegan with Tomo, chakra fruit, Otsutsuki body. Price, after 100 years of invincibility, sudden death immediately. No way to extend life. Choice 2, the immortal. Reward, eternal life, endless lifespan. Price, strength permanently stuck at Super Kaguya level. Unable to break through the 6 paths threshold for life. Infinitely close, yet always a tiny bit short, unless encountering a heaven-defying opportunity. Facing these 2 choices, Arisu did not hesitate at all. He had always believed that eternal years were the true art. Being invincible for 100 years would surely feel great, but going crazy for 100 years could never compare to slowly savoring 1,000 years of time. He had just arrived in the Naruto world. Naruto, Sasuke, Kakashi, Madara, Hashirama, he had not met a single one of these legendary figures yet. Adding his obsession with immortality, he chose the immortal without hesitation. Super Kaguya level strength was already enough for him. At worst, he could hide in the deep mountains, outlive Kaguya, outlive the Sage of 6 Paths, outlive Indra and Asura. Before Madara and Hashirama were born, there was a long blank period. With his Super Kaguya level strength at that time, he would be able to run wild across the world, almost unmatched. Moreover, Super Kaguya level power was enough in most situations for him not to suffer. His original plan was to wait until Kaguya was sealed, the Sage of 6 Paths passed away, and Indra and Asura returned to dust. Only then would he come out of the mountains. It was extremely safe. But even the best plan has a flaw. He occasionally stepped in to save nearby villagers and just happened to run into the Emperor of the Land of Ancestors traveling with Kaguya. The Emperor of the Land of Ancestors was only an ordinary man and could not see anything unusual. But Kaguya was different. She had the Byakugan and wide knowledge. With one glance, she noticed the extraordinary aura around Arisu. At that time, Arisu wanted to immediately summon a toad and hide in the Peace Hotel to escape, but it was already too late. That led to the scene where Kaguya came to find him. Should I help her or not? Arisu rubbed his chin, frowning slightly. To be honest, Ishiki's methods were ruthless and troublesome. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Whether it was Daikokuten's space control or Sukuna Hikona's size-changing ability, both were almost cheating. They nearly countered all ninjutsu. In close combat, Isshiki could even hang Naruto and Sasuke up and beat them in their normal states. If he rushed to help, he might be taken down easily by a few black rods and a few punches from Isshiki. The risk was extremely high. But thinking again, he could not suppress the heat rising in his heart. The god tree fruit. Kaguya became the peak of the ninja world after eating that fruit, gaining almost endless chakra and an undying body. If I eat this fruit, can I break through the system's limits and step into the six paths level? The system had said that unless he encountered a huge opportunity, his strength would forever be stuck at Super Kage level. Then could this chakra god tree fruit be that heaven-defying opportunity? If he got it, it would be a one step to the sky. Arisu narrowed his eyes and called out the system panel. Name, Arisu. Physique, eternal immortality. Lifespan, infinity. Abilities, permanent sage mode, toad-style sage arts, monkey king clan staff techniques. With my current strength, fighting Isshiki alone means 9 deaths and 1 life. Arisu muttered to himself. But with Kaguya helping. In the original story, Kaguya successfully ambushed Isshiki. That means the chance of success is not low. Once we succeed and get the chakra fruit, it will be a qualitative leap. Going all in is a kind of wisdom. Besides, he still had a way out. At worst, if he could not win, he would hide in the Peace Hotel and escape back to Mount Myaboku. All right. I'm in. A sharp light flashed in Arisu's eyes as he made his decision. Take a gamble and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Once he decided, he acted immediately and began preparing magic tools. And the source of those tools was naturally borrowing them from his old friends at Mount Myaboku. After so many years wandering in the ninja world, he had already formed deep friendships with the toads of Mount Myaboku. Reverse summoning jutsu. No hand seals were needed. Arisu silently chanted in his heart, and the ninjutsu activated instantly. Mount Myaboku was still almost the same as in the original story. Mount Myaboku is truly a treasure land. In the original story, even when the infinite Tsukumi appeared in the ninja world, Mount Myaboku was not affected. Arisu skillfully arrived at the Great Toad Hall of Mount Myaboku. Oh! Arisu, you're here. Chapter 2, My Animal Friends. Mount Myaboku. Arisu is here. Have those 2 aliens outside made any moves lately? A toad with white eyebrows hopped up in front of Arisu. White-brow toad. The actual ruler of Mount Myaboku right now. At this time, the great toad sage from the original story had not been born yet. White-brow toad was also Arisu's summoning beast. Yes. As far as I know, those 2 aliens seem to have internal conflict. I want to take this chance and see if I can get rid of both of them. Arisu spoke in a low voice. White-brow toad was one of his own, so there was no need to hide anything. Is that so? But Arisu, those 2 aliens are extremely powerful, and that monster in their hands has terrifying strength. It will probably be very hard to eliminate them. White-brow toad's expression also turned serious when he heard this. Ever since those 2 aliens descended, the toads, with their strong sensing ability, had already felt that the visitors were not friendly. One of them, the alien called Kaguya, came to me and wants to join hands with me to eliminate the other alien called Isshiki. Although it's troublesome to explain, White-brow toad, you just need to trust me. Arisu sat on a chair in the Great Toad Hall and spoke slowly. Arisu knew it would be too troublesome to explain, so he simply did not go into details. He could not exactly say that he was a transmigrator and knew the plot. Arisu, I trust you. You are the first human that Mount Myaboku has truly trusted. You have long been one of us. White-brow toad spoke gently. White-brow toad, I came to borrow a few things from you. I wonder if you can lend them to me. Arisu got straight to the point. White-brow toad immediately said, no need to be polite. You have long been one of Mount Myaboku. Coming here is like coming home. Take whatever you want. Take it. You can take anything. That's a bit embarrassing. Arisu smiled. Arisu was currently the only human in Mount Myaboku and also the first human to sign a contract with it. So Arisu could be considered half a member of Mount Myaboku. I am from Mount Myaboku, and you are talking to me about Mount Myaboku rules. Alright, I want a few toad talismans. Also, find a few toads that can use sound-based genjutsu. And is there any treasure in Mount Myaboku that can hide one's figure? Arisu asked. The toad talismans and sound toads are easy. White-brow toad took several toad sage talismans out of his mouth and handed them to Arisu. These things are very precious. The whole Mount Myaboku can only make a few dozen in a year. Right now, I, White-brow toad, am the only one who can make them. Sage talismans. Thank you. Arisu took the toad sage talismans and smiled. He remembered this thing very clearly. In the original story, the Sage of Six Paths directly pierced his younger brother, and then used a toad sage talisman to save the dying Himura. It was basically like an undying totem. And after Otsutsuki Himura woke up, he even directly teamed up with the Sage of Six Paths to beat Kaguya. That showed how strong the sage power inside this thing was. After taking the Toad Sage talismans, Arisu quickly put them into his clothes. As for what you said, a treasure or sage art that can hide one's aura, I really am not sure. Whitebrow Toad thought for a moment and then said, let me check the scrolls. After speaking, Whitebrow Toad immediately jumped onto a huge bookshelf. He pulled out a scroll even bigger than Arisu. Then he began to read it carefully. After a long time, Whitebrow Toad let out a cry of surprise. Wow! There really is one. The ancients truly did not lie to me. The wisdom of our toad ancestors is truly deep and broad. Whitebrow Toad excitedly came to Arisu. Arisu was also surprised. He had just asked casually, but there really was something. But thinking about it, that made sense. Mount Myaboku had been passed down for who knew how many years. And it was Earth's native power. How could it not have some side methods? According to the ancient records, by using flax grown in Mount Myaboku, then combining it with toad oil and sage arts, you can make a piece of clothing that can block aura. It can let the user blend into the surroundings and not be noticed. But note that this kind of clothing does not make you completely invisible. It only hides your aura, similar to a chameleon in the human world. If the other party has special eye power, or if you walk right in front of them, you can still be seen. Whitebrow Toad warned seriously. Arisu thought for a moment. Isshiki probably would not keep his Byakugan open all the time, right? Alright, that's fine. See how long it will take to make it for me. Arisu nodded. Something was better than nothing. I will try to make it for you right now and do my best to finish this piece of clothing. Whitebrow Toad said. Then I'll trouble you. I'll come back to pick it up later. Arisu nodded slightly. After speaking, he used the summoning jutsu to leave Mount Myaboku. The next time he appeared, Arisu arrived at a water cave. At the same time, he was carrying several jars of good wine brought from the human world. The habitat of the Monkey King clan. In the future, Hiruzen Sarutobi's monkey summon would sign a contract here. A strong white-furred ape instantly appeared. Isn't this Arisu? Aren't you getting along great with those toads at Mount Myaboku? Why did you come to my shabby place? The White Ape King spoke in a mocking tone. Ha ha ha. Arisu laughed awkwardly. There was a reason why the White Ape King treated him like this. Originally, he could have chosen either Mount Myaboku's inheritance or the Monkey King inheritance. But at that time, he chose the famous Mount Myaboku among the three great sage lands. That made the White Ape King always speak to him in a sarcastic way. White Ape King, long time no see. Where have you been making money lately? Arisu forced a smile and stepped forward, handing the good wine he brought from the human world to the White Ape King. When the White Ape King saw the wine, his eyes lit up and he immediately took it. Then he folded his arms and snorted coldly, humph. Even if I told you, you wouldn't come. You always like running to those toads. Let the past go with the wind. I'm here now to ask you to help me with something. Arisu stepped forward, patting the White Ape King's shoulder with a smile. Because Ishiki's ability greatly countered ninjutsu attacks, if he wanted to attack Isshiki effectively, he could only rely on taijutsu. And the Monkey King clan leaned more toward taijutsu attacks. So Arisu came to find the Monkey King clan. The two of them sat on stone seats and started talking. Good wine. After 2 or 3 cups, the White Ape King looked at Arisu. Oh. You remember me now. Now you think of me. The White Ape King raised his eyebrows and looked at Arisu. Arisu, yes. White Ape King, too late. Even so, the White Ape King had always been loyal and still chose to help Arisu. Say it. Who are we killing? The White Ape King took another drink and spoke boldly. Arisu smiled slightly and said in a sly tone, what if I say I'm going to deal with those 2 aliens outside? Do you dare to go with me? Ha ha ha. Dare? Why wouldn't I dare? As long as it's alive, I'll even slay a god for you. The White Ape King laughed loudly, his face flushed. Arisu raised his eyebrows. Those aliens are not ordinary. You know that too. Ha ha. Speaking of that, I even fought with that male alien before. The White Ape King said proudly while drinking. What? You fought with that Otsutsuki Isshiki? Arisu was shocked and hurriedly looked at the White Ape King. Seeing Arisu's shocked expression, the White Ape King felt even more proud. Not only that, I fought that guy for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, I really couldn't hold on, so I ran back to the summoning world. That guy. I think he's just average. He still needs more practice. After saying that, the White Ape King drank another cup of wine. Chapter 3, wait, are we really doing this? Arisu was shocked inside. He did not expect this plain-looking white ape king to have actually fought with the top of the power ceiling, Otsutsuki Isshiki. Is it possible? Impossible. Actually, it is possible. The white ape king's taijutsu is indeed strong, and his physical body is tough. In the future, even the monkey king could directly take a hit from the Kusanagi sword. And this current white ape king has sage arts boosting him. If he is not afraid of the black rods. In theory, he really could clash with Isshiki. Although Arisu knew this battle record had some exaggeration, he had never seen the white ape king get his defense broken. At least when he himself once blasted the white ape king with sage arts, there was no record of the white ape king's defense breaking. Even if he could not beat Isshiki, holding him back should not be a problem. White ape king and Isshiki would be about 50-50. Kaguya and Isshiki would probably be 30-70. Then he and Isshiki should be 20-80. White ape king and Isshiki are 50-50. Me Isshiki. White ape king equals Isshiki. Me plus white ape king plus Kaguya, Isshiki. Ding. A light bulb seemed to turn on in Arisu's head. Rounded up, doesn't that mean the three of us can just crush Isshiki together? Damn, bro, you should have told me earlier you were that awesome. If you had that kind of skill, you should have shown it sooner. Arisu stepped forward and personally filled a cup of wine for the white ape king. The white ape king drank big mouthfuls of wine, then could not handle it and lay on the stone table, mumbling, Arisu, don't worry. You came to the right one. I've been wanting to have a real showdown with that Otsutsuki Isshiki. I, the white ape king, will definitely make that alien leave in total defeat. Those cosmic bumpkins dare to mess around in our world. They probably don't know that brave white ape king is guarding Earth. After saying that, the white ape king began snoring loudly and fell asleep. It's steady. It's steady. Everything is steady. With this, we can basically win for sure. Arisu was delighted. Luckily, he had these animal friends. Otherwise, relying only on himself would really be hard. Now with the white ape king as a big helper. Plus Kaguya. Doesn't that mean taking down Otsutsuki Isshiki is guaranteed? Otsutsuki Isshiki, right? Just wait to fall. After leaving the Monkey King summoning world, Arisu received a message from White Brow Toad. He was told that the concealment robe was finished. That very night, Arisu wore the concealment robe and went to find Otsutsuki Kaguya. The reason he did this was to test how effective the concealment robe really was. If even Kaguya could detect him, then there would be no need to talk about fooling Isshiki. Land of Ancestors, Imperial Residence. Otsutsuki Kaguya sat properly in her chamber, looking at herself in the mirror with an uneasy mind. Soon, she would be sent by Isshiki to be fed to the Ten Tails. This was her fate. In every Otsutsuki pair, one is destined to be sacrificed. But ever since she came to this planet, she fell in love with humans, and she was unwilling. She was unwilling to be sacrificed. Why was it not Isshiki who was sacrificed? Why her? This strong unwillingness made anger rise in Kaguya's heart. That was why she went to find Arisu, to see if this planet's native expert could help her. Sigh, it looks like he does not dare to come. Otsutsuki Kaguya let out a soft sigh. Thinking about it, that made sense. That man called Arisu usually kept a low profile and cherished his life too much. How could he possibly come to help her? Besides, that person might not even know what a chakra fruit is. Just as Kaguya was sighing, Arisu had already appeared quietly in a corner of the room at some unknown time. He wore a white robe and calmly looked at Kaguya. Kaguya did not notice at all. Arisu nodded slightly in his heart. It really worked. Even Kaguya did not notice. Then Isshiki would probably be about the same. Although the black eye is powerful, in the original story it never showed that it had better insight than the Byakugan. Otherwise, Isshiki would not have needed to activate the Byakugan during battle. At this moment, Arisu slowly stepped out. Kaguya, I'm here. Arisu spoke calmly. Hearing this, Otsutsuki Kaguya, who was looking at the mirror, showed a shocked expression and suddenly turned around. Her eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Because she, Otsutsuki Kaguya, had not sensed at all when Arisu appeared. The only one who could suddenly appear beside her like this was Otsutsuki Isshiki. Yet this native expert of the planet could do it. How long have you been here? Otsutsuki Kaguya stood up vigilantly and spoke in a low voice. There's no need to talk about that. I came to discuss that matter with you. I agree to join hands with you. After it's done, I want the chakra fruit. Arisu said in a deep voice, waving his hand to signal Kaguya to lower her guard. When she heard that Arisu actually agreed, Otsutsuki Kaguya's face clearly showed joy. No problem. Kaguya agreed without hesitation. Arisu frowned slightly and looked at Kaguya's cold and beautiful face with deep eyes. He did not understand why Kaguya was willing to give up the fruit. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, she should know better than him how powerful the fruit was. Why? From what you said before, that fruit is a good thing. Why are you willing to give it to me? Arisu asked calmly. Otsutsuki Kaguya showed a gentle smile. Because I don't want power. I want to be with my lover. Hearing this answer, Arisu understood. Right now, Kaguya was deeply in love with the emperor of the land of ancestors. So that was it. Since that's the case, let's discuss the plan. Arisu went straight to the point. Soon, the two worked out a plan and just waited for the upcoming sacrifice. A few days later. In a vast bamboo forest, inside a huge pit, a Tentails was crying out hungrily, its bloody mouth wide open, waiting to be fed. Next is sacrificing Kaguya. Otsutsuki Isshiki looked at the Tentails calmly. Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly walked over. Not far away, Arisu, wearing a white robe and blending into nature, followed closely behind. At the same time, Arisu was very alert. If Isshiki suddenly made a move, Arisu would immediately hide in the Peace Hotel and use the summoning jutsu to return to Mount Myaboku. Wait, bro, you're really coming for real. The White Ape King, transformed into a golden staff, spoke to Arisu with a stiff expression. What else? Should I fake it? Arisu looked at the White Ape King in confusion. The White Ape King swallowed, his expression stiff, thinking to himself, it's over. This got too big. Wait, don't tell me what you said last night about fighting Isshiki for 3 days and 3 nights was fake. Arisu suddenly thought of something and looked at the White Ape King with a strained expression. I. The White Ape King stuttered. Sigh. At this point I won't hide it from you. I can't beat Isshiki. The White Ape King said with an innocent face. What the hell? Why didn't you say that earlier? Why did you say you fought that guy for 3 days and 3 nights? Arisu was shocked. Damn, I'm already at the enemy's doorstep and you're telling me you gave me a toy gun. I did fight Isshiki for 3 days and 3 nights, but I was the one being pressed to the ground and beaten for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end I really couldn't hold on, so I ran back to the summoning world. The White Ape King spoke with a stiff face. Wow. I thought fighting Isshiki for 3 days and 3 nights was so impressive. Turns out you were the one getting beaten. Chapter 4, this Otsutsuki is really incredibly strong. I think I shouldn't stay here. How about I go back to the summoning world first? How about you find someone else? The White Ape King spoke awkwardly, while somewhat fearfully glancing at Otsutsuki Isshiki in the distance. In the middle of the night, where am I supposed to find someone else? Arisu was speechless. He should have known this guy got wasted last night. It's also his own fault. He had a filter for the ancient era of ninjas, thinking the older something was, the more awesome it must be. He trusted the wisdom of the ancestors a bit too much. It's even more his fault that he didn't bring 2 peanuts for the White Ape King last night. If there had been even a few peanuts, the White Ape King wouldn't have gotten that drunk. Arisu tightly grabbed the White Ape King with one hand. No, the arrow is already on the string, we have to shoot it. Tell me, can Isshiki actually break your defense or not? Arisu spoke in a deep voice. The White Ape King scratched his head. He can't break my defense. I have an indestructible body. Arisu thought calmly and immediately gave the White Ape King a roll. Low attack, high defense. Alright, White Ape King, whether you want to or not, you're going up this time. Hold steady. We're not fighting a long battle. We just need to assist Kaguya in a sneak attack. As long as one strike lands, we're good. If it fails, I'll run. Arisu said in a deep voice. The White Ape King gritted his teeth, then said, fine. I'll charge. Let's go all out. At this moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly walked toward the Tentails. Otsutsuki Isshiki had a blank expression and showed no guard at all. Mainly because he didn't believe Kaguya would dare have the thought of a sneak attack. On top of that, Isshiki had always looked down on the natives of this planet. In his eyes, on this planet, he, Isshiki, was invincible. Begin. Arisu muttered to himself. Right after that, countless toads began chanting in the forest. Gwa 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 gwa. The entire bamboo forest instantly echoed with the toads chanting. What's going on? Otsutsuki Ishiki's expression suddenly changed as he covered his ears. Now. Holding the golden stick, Arisu suddenly made his move. The toads chanting could only temporarily interfere with Isshiki. It wouldn't actually harm him. It could only serve as interference. But since it was a sneak attack, that bit of interference was enough. Sage power burst out in full. Arisu almost appeared in front of Isshiki as if he had teleported. Aiming at Ishiki's face, he fiercely swung his staff. Bang. Isshiki was completely caught off guard. He took the hit head-on and instantly felt dizzy. Arisu's face hardened. Aiming at Ishiki's face, bang bang, he swung 2 more strikes. Buffed. 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 Enough. Otsutsuki Ishiki's face turned furious as he directly raised his hand to block. The golden stick felt like it had struck steel and could not move even an inch further. A bit of blood flowed from Otsutsuki Ishiki's nose. He looked at Arisu with cold eyes. So it's a native from Earth. Since when did natives dare to mess with an Otsutsuki? After seeing clearly who it was, Otsutsuki Ishiki became enraged. Arisu inwardly thought things were bad. Damn. The ape tricked me. After 3 hits, he still didn't knock Isshiki flying toward the 10 tails. Looking for death. Isshiki suddenly grabbed forward, fast as lightning. If it were a Kaguya-level fighter, they wouldn't even be able to react to this strike. But Arisu, who had mastered Sage Mode, possessed a special ability. That was killing intent sensing. Whoosh. Arisu crouched down and barely dodged it. Otsutsuki Ishiki was slightly surprised, then suddenly reached out with his other hand and clawed downward. Arisu moved again, instantly flashing behind Isshiki. Otsutsuki Ishiki was shocked. This native's reaction speed is pretty good, not inferior to Momoshiki or Kinshiki from the neighboring duo. Native brat, your body is pretty fragile. Otsutsuki Ishiki said coldly. The moment Arisu flashed behind Isshiki, he fiercely swung the golden stick. But my stick is pretty hard. Boom. Bang. With a loud explosion, this strike directly smashed into the back of Otsutsuki Ishiki's head. Bastard. Otsutsuki Ishiki staggered from the hit. His face twisted viciously, and he immediately countered with a backward whip kick. Arisu's pupils shrank sharply. Before he could react, the kick hit his abdomen directly. This strike directly pierced through Arisu. The overwhelming force punched straight through his abdomen. His entire bone frame was shattered. Puffed. Arisu spat out a mouthful of blood. Holding the golden stick, he was sent flying backward. The moment he landed, the White Ape King immediately released the golden stick form, stretched out his hands, and caught Arisu to prevent him from taking secondary damage from the fall. Arisu. Arisu. The White Ape King looked at Arisu's injuries in horror. After this strike, it would be hard to survive. Otsutsuki Ishiki couldn't even be bothered to look at them. After taking his full power kick, death was certain. The urgent matter, in Ishiki's view, was to deal with those annoying toads. Isshiki clapped his hands together. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, countless black rods appeared in midair. Not far away, Otsutsuki Kaguya was stunned. It's not that she didn't want to act. It was that she didn't have time to act. The 2 of them were too fast. Their moves were almost finished within 2 seconds. If Kaguya didn't activate her Byakugan, she could only see 2 afterimages. In just a flash, the 2 had already exchanged blows. She didn't expect that this native could last 2 moves against Isshiki and even catch him off guard once. His reaction speed was even stronger than hers. Because Otsutsuki Kaguya had used a toad talisman beforehand to block the chanting, she wasn't affected by the toad's chanting. Great chance. Otsutsuki Kaguya suddenly activated her Byakugan. Taking advantage of the gap while Isshiki was controlling the black rods, she suddenly made her move. Isshiki. Go to hell. Otsutsuki Kaguya burst forward, both palms striking out together. She slammed Otsutsuki Ishiki toward the 10 tails. Kaguya. You. Otsutsuki Ishiki was both shocked and furious. He never expected Kaguya to dare betray him. On the other side. Arisu, Arisu, are you okay? The White Ape King looked at Arisu's miserable state, his eyes turning red. Pain filled his heart, and he couldn't help but feel regret and unwillingness. If only he truly had the ability to fight Isshiki for 3 days and 3 nights. Arisu wouldn't have been injured so badly. Cough cough, do I look okay to you? Arisu looked down at himself. He was almost kicked in half at the waist. His entire stomach area was gone, and his bones were broken. Arisu cursed in his heart. Good grief. This guy is unbelievably strong. That kick went straight through me. I almost saw my life flash before my eyes. But it's normal. Isshiki might be able to kick apart a complete Susanoo. He only managed to endure it because of the sage body he had trained for many years. If it were anyone else, they would have been kicked into a mist of blood already. To prevent the illusion sound toads from being killed, Arisu immediately cancelled the summoning jutsu. Arisu, I'll take you away right now, we're not fighting anymore, let's go back to the summoning world to heal. The White Ape King said with a choked voice, tears falling from his eyes. Arisu gave a bitter smile. For the sake of the chakra fruit, he had to gamble. Don't cry. Help me take out the Toad Sage talisman from my chest and stick it on my face. Arisu said gently. Okay. The White Ape King wiped his tears, quickly took out the Toad Sage talisman from Arisu's chest, and immediately stuck it onto Arisu's face. The next second, divine light burst out. Arisu's body began to recover with unbelievable power. In just 1 second, he returned to his original state. Not even a scar was left behind. Chapter 5, Why did Enma want to kill the third Hokage? Bringing someone back to life with skillful hands. That old guy from Mount Mayaboku really has some ability. The White Ape King looked at this shocking scene in amazement. His heart was shaken. Then he raised his hand and helped Arisu up. How is it? Feeling better. Arisu felt the flow of sage chakra inside his body, then suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the White Ape King. Yeah. I'm fired up. Arisu clenched his fists. At this moment, Isshiki's voice came from afar. Kaguya, you lowly being, you actually betrayed me. I'll feed you to the Ten-Tails right now. Just as expected, Otsutsuki Isshiki easily subdued Kaguya. He grabbed her by the neck and slowly walked toward the Ten-Tails, which was waiting with its mouth open. And Ishiki's attention wasn't on Arisu at all. White Ape King, get ready to move. Arisu immediately looked at the White Ape King. All right, Ikuzo. The White Ape King instantly understood and directly transformed. Demon Weapon. White Ape King. Transform. Along with a flash of light, the White Ape King instantly turned into the golden stick and landed in Arisu's hand. Right after that, Arisu used all his sage power. He threw the golden stick. Whoosh. 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 With fierce momentum, the golden stick flew toward Otsutsuki Isshiki. At this time, Otsutsuki Isshiki had just walked to the Ten-Tails' mouth and was about to throw Kaguya in. Both his hands were gripping Kaguya, leaving him no time to free a hand. Seeing the golden stick flying at high speed, he thought it was just a weapon. Heh, petty tricks. Sukuna Hikona. Otsutsuki Isshiki didn't even bother to block. He directly activated Sukuna Hikona, planning to shrink the weapon and toss it into Dekokuten. But as he watched the golden stick get closer, Ishiki's face suddenly changed. Wait. Why can't it shrink? Isn't this stick a weapon? Why can't it shrink? Isshiki was shocked and didn't even have time to react. The golden stick instantly turned back into the White Ape King. What? Otsutsuki Isshiki opened his mouth wide in shock. Heh. I turned into it myself, try shrinking your thunder. That kick you gave Arisu just now, I'm returning it to you. The White Ape King directly launched a flying kick. His size 49 big foot went straight into Otsutsuki Ishiki's mouth. Then the White Ape King slapped Kaguya away to save her and kicked Otsutsuki Ishiki straight into the Ten-Tails' mouth. No. Otsutsuki Ishiki roared unwillingly, his eyes full of rage. But the Ten-Tails didn't care what it was. Whether it was a fresh Otsutsuki or a smelly Otsutsuki, once it entered its mouth, it was all chakra. White Ape King. What a kick. The most shocking kick in the ninja world. Arisu laughed when he saw this scene. The value of this kick was no less than 8 Gate Sky kicking 6 paths Madara. 8 Gate Sky might not have kicked out the ending of Shippuden. But the White Ape King's kick directly kicked out the ending of Boruto. Now, Otsutsuki Ishiki's life or death was unknown. Ha, good, unknown life or death means he's dead. Otsutsuki Ishiki was dead beyond dead. Otsutsuki Kaguya showed joy on her face and leaped forward to thank Arisu. Thank you both for your help. Kaguya is endlessly grateful. Arisu felt happy too. After all, he was about to obtain the chakra fruit. From now on, he was about to soar. Chomp chomp, woo woo. The Ten-Tails showed a satisfied expression, then began to change. After receiving the sacrifice, it started transforming at an almost crazy speed. Rumble. Rumble. Along with the shaking sound, the divine tree appeared. Right after that, the chakra fruit formed. Normally, a chakra fruit forms once every 1,000 years, unless an Otsutsuki is sacrificed, which speeds it up. Ishiki's sacrifice just pushed the process forward. Isshiki was much purer than Kaguya. A genuine Otsutsuki. At this moment, white light flickered. The dazzling glow of the chakra fruit instantly lit up the entire bamboo forest. Excited light flashed in Arisu's eyes. That's it. When the divine tree bore the fruit, its figure appeared within the brilliant light. The chakra fruit. Arisu-kun, please, this is what you deserve. Otsutsuki Kaguya said with a gentle smile, gesturing for Arisu to take it. Arisu also smiled brightly at Kaguya. Kaguya, I bless you. You can go chase your own happiness now. I wish you two a long and happy marriage, and may you have children soon. Remember to invite me to the wedding. I will definitely attend in person. Arisu smiled as he gave Kaguya his blessing. He truly wished Otsutsuki Kaguya well. He had always felt that in the original story, this woman was quite tragic. Her companions didn't treat her as human. Her husband betrayed her. Her sons betrayed her. Then she was sealed away for 1,000 years. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Arisu's smile. A ripple rose in her heart. The corner of her mouth lifted, but sadness flashed in her eyes. Thank you, Arisu. You're different from those people. Otsutsuki Kaguya said softly. All right. Arisu didn't hold back anymore and instantly dashed toward the fruit. Soon, the chakra fruit landed in Arisu's hand. The chakra fruit, it's done. I finally made it. At this moment, Arisu was overjoyed. He had successfully broken the limit of Super Kage level. From now on, he could live forever, and also have 6 paths level strength. All the good things really fell into his hands. All the effort, all the risks, had brought the most satisfying result. Congratulations, even though I don't know what you're so happy about. Seeing Arisu so happy, the White Ape King felt happy too. But just as the White Ape King's eyes glanced toward Kaguya, his pupils suddenly shrank. Not good. Hehehe, although I'm very happy, why has my killing intent sensing been ringing the whole time? Arisu scratched his head. His killing intent sensing had never been wrong. Could it be the divine tree in front of him? But the urgent matter was to eat the chakra fruit. As long as he ate it, everything could be solved. At that time, Arisu himself could shout, I am at the peak of 6 paths, who dares kill me? Who can kill me? Arisu. Look behind you. The White Ape King suddenly shouted anxiously. Slash. At that moment, a sharp gray spike pierced through Arisu's chest from behind, sticking out a large section from the front of his chest. Arisu's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he struggled to look back. He saw Otsutsuki Kaguya still standing coldly not far away. And behind him, the White Ape King was lying on the ground, looking exhausted, holding the all-killing ash bone, staring at him with difficulty. What the hell? So bold. You stabbed me in the back and still dare tell me to look behind. That was roughly the situation back then, but speaking of that, why did Jiraiya want to kill the 3rd Hokage? White Ape King. You. Arisu was shocked for a moment. He couldn't understand why the White Ape King would stab him in the back. But right after that, something wasn't right. There's a problem. How could the White Ape King use the all-killing ash bone? Arisu struggled to look at the all-killing ash bone in his chest, then at the White Ape King, then at Kaguya. In an instant, he understood. So that's how it was. That spike was shot by Kaguya. The White Ape King was just trying to block the all-killing ash bone. Looking at the all-killing ash bone in his chest, Arisu muttered, awesome. White Ape King, catching the all-killing ash bone with your bare hands, what's the difference between that and catching a steel rod with your bare hands? You guy, when I'm in trouble, you really step up. Chapter 6, Never Dying. At this moment, the bamboo forest was quiet like death. Time seemed to freeze in this instant. Arisu stood where he was, the all-killing ash bone piercing through his chest. In front of him was the flashing chakra fruit. The top-level item of the Naruto world. The chakra fruit was right in front of him, yet Arisu's attention was on Kaguya behind him. In the end, it was the White Ape King who roared first. You woman! Why? Why did you hurt Arisu? Without Arisu, you would have been fed to that monster by that man long ago. The White Ape King stared at Otsutsuki Kaguya with anger and roared furiously. Otsutsuki Kaguya's face was complicated, but in the next moment it was replaced by frost. Why? Arisu slowly turned his head with difficulty, looking at Otsutsuki Kaguya with confused eyes. He couldn't understand. He couldn't understand why Kaguya would stab him in the back. Wasn't chasing happiness her goal? Or was her goal from beginning to end the chakra fruit? I'm sorry, Arisu. I broke my promise. You can't take the chakra fruit. Otsutsuki Kaguya spoke calmly, her eyes like ice, her voice like cold frost. Facing this situation, Arisu calmly asked, tell me, why? Because my lover betrayed me, that human actually wanted to trade me to an enemy country. So only when the power is in my own hands can I feel at ease. Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression suddenly became emotional and crazy. Clearly, the men she loved betrayed her, and it completely changed her personality. Arisu instantly understood in his heart. It was the same situation as in the TV plot. At this moment, Arisu had already cursed the Emperor of the Land of Ancestors in his heart. Why did he have to stab Kaguya in the back at this exact time? If only you had done it a little later, I would have succeeded. But it had to be now. Hehehe. Arisu laughed. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He first chuckled, then lightly laughed, then burst into loud laughter. Otsutsuki Kaguya and the White Ape King were both stunned, staring at Arisu in shock. Arisu, what's wrong with you? The White Ape King asked worriedly. Otsutsuki Kaguya was uncertain. On one hand, she was worried Arisu still had some hidden move. On the other hand, she wondered if Arisu had really gone crazy. The prettier a woman is, the better she lies. I even just wished you happiness. I even pitied you before. Arisu gave two bitter laughs, then said with amazement, turns out, you're not NPCs. You're all living, breathing people. In this world, there are truly countless heroes. Otsutsuki Kaguya's expression stayed cold as she looked at Arisu. After being hit by her all-killing ash bone, there was no way he could still live. Arisu. Hurry and use the sage talisman the toads gave you. The White Ape King shouted anxiously. No need, White Ape King. You should go first. Arisu smiled helplessly. His body had already begun to decay. He was about to turn into ashes. Before the White Ape King could react, Arisu cancelled the summoning and directly sent him back to the summoning world. He knew the White Ape King couldn't defeat Kaguya. Staying here would only get him killed. Arisu fell to the ground, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Even if I die, I'm taking a bite. Arisu used all his strength, suddenly opened his mouth wide, and bit straight into the chakra fruit. In an instant, a piece of the chakra fruit was bitten off by Arisu. Otsutsuki Kaguya was shocked and instantly flashed over to snatch the remaining chakra fruit. Arisu chewed the fruit, slightly helpless. All right, I didn't taste anything because my body had already turned to ashes. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at Arisu who had turned into ashes. A trace of reluctance flashed in her heart. She remembered the smiling face when Arisu wished her happiness at the end, and she felt guilty. She could feel that Arisu truly wished her well. I'm sorry, Arisu. I'll make my children remember you and build a temple for you. I won't forget you. Otsutsuki Kaguya promised softly. Originally, she had planned to leave Arisu alive. But she worried about too many unknown risks and possible betrayal in the future, so she chose to erase him. Right after that, Otsutsuki Kaguya's face turned cold. Power, I want power. Otsutsuki Kaguya swallowed the remaining chakra fruit in one bite. Then, along with a dazzling white light, the rabbit goddess, Otsutsuki Kaguya, the ancestor of chakra, appeared. At the same time, a Tomo Rinnegan opened on Otsutsuki Kaguya's forehead. She flew into the sky. She opened Yamatsu Hirasaka. Infinite Tsukuyomi lit up the world. Snow covered the land, heavy snow falling everywhere. In a pure white snowfield, a hand slowly stretched out from the snow. Right after that, a completely naked man crawled out of the snow. Where the hell did this send me? Arisu crawled out of the snow naked, then looked around. Few immortality really is real. Arisu looked at his completely unharmed body and muttered to himself. Before, he had always wondered whether his immortality meant living forever without aging, or truly never dying no matter how he died. The system had no intelligence, so he couldn't ask it even if he wanted to. And he didn't dare kill himself to test it. Now that Kaguya had attacked him, it confirmed his guess. His ability wasn't just long life. It also had a never-die mechanism. He had just revived. Summoning Jutsu. Arisu muttered, and a Mount Myaboku training outfit was summoned and put on. The urgent matter is to see what's going on. Arisu leaped into the air. His sage power was still there. With one glance, Arisu saw that there were almost no people left in this world. Infinite Tsukuyomi, Kaguya has already activated it. Arisu sighed slightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Otsutsuki Kaguya, yesterday's grudge is stuck in my back. But right now I need to endure. Kaguya is powerful. I can't act recklessly. Arisu felt that Otsutsuki Kaguya was very strong now. If he went to fight her now, it would be no different from seeking death. He needed to return to Mount Myaboku first and see what was going on there. Summoning Jutsu. Back at Mount Myaboku, what came into view was a grand tombstone. Arisu frowned slightly and immediately stepped forward. Arisu's tomb. How did my name get carved on a tombstone? Arisu directly rushed into the toad hall and saw the white-brow toad knocking on a wooden fish drum. Arisu. You're still alive. The white-brow toad suddenly showed joy and happily came in front of Arisu. But right after that, the white-brow toad showed a look of vigilance. The White Ape King had clearly told him that Arisu was dead. So was this Arisu in front of him disguised? White-brow toad, I'm back. Seeing this, Arisu quickly released his unique sage aura. After sensing it, the white-brow toad instantly showed excitement and said, Arisu. I thought you had already been killed by that woman outside. How did you come back? Didn't that illusion affect you? Chapter 7, wow, it really is you. Ah, I used my trump card to escape, and then used the Toad Sage talisman to come back from a near-death state. As for why I wasn't affected, it's probably because of my sage body. Mount Myaboku wasn't affected at all either, right? Arisu sat down in a chair, picked up a cup of tea, and drank it in one gulp. Hearing this, the white-brow toad let out a long sigh. Sigh. The outside world is in trouble. That woman released a large-scale illusion, causing everyone on this planet to be controlled. Only our sage land and the summoning world weren't affected. The white-brow toad said with a worried look. Arisu nodded, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. This matter is my fault. That technique outside is called infinite Tsukimi. I didn't expect that woman to stab me in the back. I bear the main responsibility. He truly hadn't expected Kaguya to betray him. He could only say he was still too young. If he had been more experienced, his first thought might have been how to eliminate Kaguya. Then what should we do? The white-brow toad asked. Arisu said seriously, hold steady. The enemy comes with bad intentions and great power. We need to avoid their sharp edge first and endure for a while. Well said. I, white-brow toad, completely agree. The white-brow toad clasped his hands together and said, I haven't read many human books, but I remember when little friend Arisu first came to Mount Myaboku, you kept repeating that sentence, endurance means thinking it through and holding on. Hearing this, Arisu laughed. Grandpa Whitebrow, your memory is really good. He used to say that a lot when he first arrived at Mount Myaboku. Because training sage arts there was really tough. Eating bugs from Mount Myaboku and waking up every morning to the sound of toads croaking, he could only push himself to learn with an attitude of endurance. Ah, those days of studying and working hard at Mount Myaboku were truly intense years. By the way, Grandpa Whitebrow, I lost that concealment robe. Can you make another one? Arisu felt a bit heartbroken. After he revived, all his clothes were gone. The Toad Sage talisman and the concealment robe were all gone too. Those were all his treasures. Luckily, I prepared an extra one. The white-brow toad handed the concealment robe to Arisu and said, go see the White Ape King. He came to Mount Myaboku to inform me of your death. Since you're not dead, he'll definitely be very happy. Arisu nodded and couldn't help but praise the White Ape King's loyalty in his heart. The all-killing Ashbone was the strongest single-target killing attack in the Naruto world. Even his sage body disappeared within seconds after being hit by it. Even Isshiki would tremble when seeing that thing. The White Ape King caught it with his bare hands without hesitation. Could it be that this guy really has an indestructible body? Has he really turned his flesh into a saint? Arisu laughed, took out several jars of wine from the summoning scroll, and headed toward the ape demon summoning world. At this time, inside the ape demon cave, the cave was filled with the unique clear and moist spiritual energy of the summoning world. Dark green vines hung weakly from the cave walls. A few dry ape hairs were scattered beside the stone tables and stools. And in the center of the cave stood a bluish-gray stone tomb. The surface of the tomb had no complicated decorations. Only 4 big characters were carved in ancient script of the summoning world, Arisu's tomb. The strokes were strong but faintly carried a rushed sorrow. Good night, Arisu. Woo-woo. Arisu, ah, what a pity, if only I had stepped forward to block it for you at that time. The White Ape King stood with his back to the cave entrance, his tall body slightly hunched. His usually fluffy silver-white fur was now messy and stuck to his back. His crying echoed back and forth in the empty cave. One of his furry big hands pressed against the tombstone, his fingers rubbing over the carved words. The other hand held a piece of cloth stained with dirt, occasionally wiping his face. Sigh, good people don't live long. The White Ape King's voice was hoarse, thick with a nasal tone. Damn it, that woman Kaguya, I will definitely kill her. Kaguya, how dare you stab him in the back? At this moment, a soft sound of footsteps came from the cave entrance, carrying a faint scent of grass and trees along with a familiar sage aura, breaking the silence of the cave. White Ape King. A gentle voice sounded, carrying a bit of hoarseness from just experiencing life and death, yet still with that reassuring tone. Ah. The White Ape King suddenly froze. His sobbing stopped instantly. All the fur on his body stood up as he abruptly turned around. At the cave entrance, a young man stood there wearing a brand new concealment robe. His black hair slightly lifted, lips red and teeth white, his face stunningly handsome, still carrying a trace of pale color that hadn't fully faded. In his hand were several jars of wine with sealed clay tops, and he was smiling at it. Who? The White Ape King's amber eyes instantly turned sharp like blades. His aura surged violently. Who are you? How dare you impersonate Arisu? He stared at the young man, his eyes full of vigilance and disbelief. I saw him die under that woman with my own eyes. Even his sage body couldn't withstand it. Not to mention there's a large-scale illusion outside. Other than the sage lands and the summoning world, no one was spared. Are you Kaguya's person, or some blind illusion caster who dares to come and mess with me? As he spoke, his big hand had already clenched into a fist. Power surged around him, clearly ready to attack at any movement. After all, Arisu's death was the deepest pain in his heart. Someone appearing here with that same face was clearly touching his reverse scale. Calm down, bro. Arisu sighed helplessly. He didn't step forward, just gently placed the wine jars at his feet and let his unique aura slowly spread. It was the fusion of Mount Myaboku sage arts, the origin of his sage body, and the clear spiritual energy he had absorbed from living long among the beings of the summoning world. It was an aura that belonged only to him, impossible for anyone to imitate. This aura. It really is Arisu. The White Ape King's pupils suddenly shrank. The vigilance on his face was gradually replaced by shock. He subconsciously stepped forward, his nose flaring rapidly as he greedily breathed in that familiar aura. This aura, it's Arisu's. The smell is right. It's exactly this smell. Really? The White Ape King's voice trembled. His sharp eyes gradually softened, replaced by unbelievable joy. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wow, Arisu. It really is you. Ha ha ha, oh my. Alright, I didn't die. The illusion outside is called Infinite Tsukuyami. It doesn't work on me. Arisu sat on a stone stool and took a sip of the mountain spring water from the ape demon cave. The White Ape King quickly sat down and said, the outside world is really in bad shape. That woman became extremely powerful after eating that fruit. Sigh. That fruit wasn't an ordinary thing. It was supposed to be eaten by me. I just didn't expect it. Arisu sighed slightly. After listening to Arisu's explanation, the White Ape King suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Sigh. What a pity. If only you had eaten it immediately at that time. The White Ape King said regretfully. However, Arisu showed a strange smile. Who said I didn't eat it? Chapter 8, bro, this sage art is really powerful. Arisu died, but before dying he took a bite of the chakra fruit. Although it was only one bite, the energy was huge. After being reborn, Arisu felt that his body had indeed been nourished by the chakra fruit. His chakra became extremely vast, and at the same time his physical body was several times stronger than before. Current body setup, Sage body plus Otsutsuki body. A/N, Arisu's sage body is not the sage body from the original story, but was trained at Mount Myaboku and naturally formed after long practice. The characteristic of Arisu's sage body is that he can always stay in sage mode. Rather than saying he maintains it, it is more accurate to say sage mode is his normal state. Just like the toads of Mount Myaboku can use sage arts without entering sage mode. He can casually use sage arts at any time, and when refining chakra it directly becomes senjutsu chakra, without needing hand seals. Now, Arisu has taken another bite of the chakra fruit. His body has improved again. But unfortunately, he did not break through to the 6 paths. Because it was only one bite. If he had eaten the whole thing, he really could have broken through to the 6 paths, A light bulb seemed to pop up above the White Ape King's head. I can feel your body is indeed different now. Does that mean you can try learning the sage art of my ape demon clan? The White Ape King looked delighted. Arisu's eyes lit up. It actually does seem possible. Before, he had also thought about learning more sage arts, but his body could not handle it. Sage mode is all about balance. Learning too much would break the balance and could easily cause problems. Now that his body is different, does that mean he can learn it? Sigh, it's embarrassing to say. In my ape demon clan, besides me, no one has learned our clan's sage art. If I die, our clan's sage art will be lost. The White Ape King sighed and showed a look of disappointment. Arisu raised his eyebrow when he heard that. No wonder in the original story the ape demon in later generations did not have sage arts. Logically speaking, in the original story the third Hokage's summoning beast was so strong. And the ape demon, who was called the strongest summoning beast by Orochimaru, why didn't he have sage arts? So it turns out the sage art was already lost after the White Ape King. Alright, to keep your ape demon clan sage art from being lost, I'll give it a try. Arisu said righteously. Putting on a look like, if I don't go to hell, who will? The White Ape King immediately brought Arisu to a stone tablet. Arisu looked at the sage art on the stone tablet thoughtfully, then nodded and looked at the White Ape King. Show me once first. Bro, this sage art is fierce. If you practice it wrong, you might explode and die. The White Ape King warned. Arisu waved his hand. I'm not afraid. Anyway, he can be reborn, so he really is not afraid of things that have a risk of death. Just go for it with this lousy life. At worst, if he dies, he respawns at the starting point and starts over. Seeing this, the White Ape King immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to enter Sage mode. About 3 hours later, the White Ape King's aura shook. Special Sage markings appeared on his face. Sage mode. Done. The White Ape King clenched his fists and said, Arisu, my Sage mode mainly boosts the physical body. After activating it, the body gets greatly enhanced. After saying that, the White Ape King threw a fierce punch toward Arisu's tombstone ahead. Bang. Boom. A sonic boom burst out. With one punch, a shockwave like daytime tiger swept forward. Boom. Arisu's tombstone in the distance was instantly smashed into pieces. Not even scraps were left. It was completely flattened. A huge crater from the blast remained on the ground. Awesome. That one punch made my old grave smoke. Arisu could not help praising. He understood now. The Ape Demon Clan's Sage mode can be seen as a different version of the 8 gates, but without the negative side effects of the 8 gates. Alright, next, I'll learn. Arisu copied the movements and immediately began practicing the Ape Demon Clan's Sage art. He thought about the method he used back then to learn Mount Myaboku's Sage art and started blending it with the Ape Demon Sage art. Before long, Arisu felt he had entered the basics. In just half an hour, Arisu already felt skilled. Ah. The White Ape King was shocked. Why your learning speed is even faster than me entering Sage mode. The White Ape King looked at Arisu like he had seen a ghost. He had just been about to say, don't be discouraged if you fail the first time, practice a few more times, and even plan to encourage Arisu. But Arisu's learning speed was faster than his own speed of entering Sage mode. The White Ape King felt like crying. Arisu stayed silent. He was also surprised by his own talent. Could it be that because he already had experience before, his body naturally adapted? Could it be that he is born with a holy body for cultivating Sage arts? Time passed quickly. For this whole week, Arisu stayed inside the Ape Demon Cave. And Arisu made a bold change, which was to completely merge the Ape Demon Sage art and Mount Myaboku Sage art. He originally just wanted to try it, but did not expect to really succeed. He successfully fused the two, greatly increasing his strength. Arisu took a deep breath. He did not form hand seals, nor did he make any complicated starting pose. He simply raised his hand casually. His fist aimed at a giant ancient tree in the forest ahead that would require more than a dozen people to hug around it. Sage art, multiple frog Kyumite. The moment the soft shout fell, his fist had already struck out. There was no earth-shaking sign beforehand, only the buzzing sound from high-speed compressed chakra. A solid amber-like energy bullet burst out from his fist. Carrying a sharp hull that tore through the air, it shot toward the ancient tree. Bang. The moment the energy bullet collided with the tree trunk, there was no dragging impact process. The tree's body directly turned into powder at the point of contact. Nice, the power is strong, but why is it called Frog Kyumite? The White Ape King looked slightly confused. Arisu just smiled lightly. Suddenly, in the core area where the energy bullet exploded, the sage power of Mount Myaboku surged out. It turned into invisible shockwaves, sweeping out in a 100-meter radius centered on the destroyed ancient tree. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions shook the forest outside the Ape Demon Cave. What was originally just the destruction of a single giant tree turned into a large-scale energy disaster in the blink of an eye. Dozens of equally towering ancient trees, as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, had their trunks broken and branches flying everywhere. The thick wood was as fragile as paper in front of the fused power of the two sage arts. In just a few breaths, the once lush forest area was blasted into an empty circular zone. The ground was covered with broken trunks and flying wood chips, and the mountain-like energy aftershock in the air lingered for a long time without dispersing. My God. I get it now. You actually fused Mount Myaboku and the Ape Demon Clan's sage arts. The White Ape King stood there dumbfounded. The admiration on his face from before was now replaced by extreme shock. He stared at the wrecked forest, then looked at Arisu's fist hanging casually at his side. His throat moved and his voice trembled. This power has already surpassed the pure Ape Demon Sage art. Right. Arisu withdrew his fist and felt the chakra inside his body still surging smoothly without any blockage. A confident smile rose at the corner of his mouth. The fusion of the two sage arts was even more perfect than he had expected. Mount Myaboku's sage art energy control gave the attack precise area expansion. And the physical boost from the Ape Demon Sage art raised the explosive power to a new level. The two complemented each other, creating the destructive effect of this punch. Arisu turned his head to look at the White Ape King and explained with a smile, although I used the name from Mount Myaboku, inside it has already fused the power of the Ape Demon Sage art. It can be considered a brand new sage technique. As soon as his words fell, the energy aftershock in the distance that had not fully dispersed caused another faint rumble. A few small branches that luckily were not destroyed slowly drifted down, making the flattened forest area look even more shocking. The White Ape King looked at Arisu's back, and in his heart there was only endless emotion. This kind of talent is truly terrifying. Chapter 9, Entering the Ryuchi Cave. The first time was such a success. Arisu was also happy in his heart, and his ambition grew even stronger. He thought of a plan. Even though he cannot reach the 6 paths. But the system also said that his strength will get infinitely close to the 6 paths. He can fuse various sage arts, and then make his methods so many that he can contend with 6 paths level figures. As the saying goes, having more skills never hurts. As long as he learns all the sage arts and fully masters them, becoming a grandmaster of sage arts. Becoming a super patchwork monster. With so many tricks that he could scare peak 6 paths level fighters to tears. At that time, even 6 paths level figures would not be able to do anything to him, right? More importantly, Arisu's lifespan is extremely long, and it will still take thousands of years before the main storyline begins. Arisu has plenty of time to train sage arts. In these thousands of years, he can study sage arts. After thousands of years of accumulation, his sage arts will surely reach a terrifying level. It felt like a whole new world had opened up in Arisu's heart. Even though the chakra fruit failed and that path cannot be taken, then he will switch to the path of sage arts. White Ape King, I still have things to do, I'll take my leave first. Arisu immediately said goodbye. The White Ape King scratched his head. All right. Arisu silently muttered a word. He directly used summoning and left the ape demon cave. Coming to the outside world, Arisu looked into the distance at the giant tree that reached the sky like Mount Bujo, and felt many emotions in his heart. I wonder if the Sage of 6 Paths has been born yet. Arisu thought about it. He really wanted to go confirm it, but Kaguya, who ate the fruit, who knows how strong her sensing ability has become. If he gets discovered, it would alert the enemy. After thinking for a while, Arisu summoned a toad and put the concealment robe on that toad. Then he controlled the toad and had it hop toward Kaguya's residence. Inside an ancient mansion, Otsutsuki Kaguya was giving birth. The toad quietly approached the mansion. With the cover of the concealment robe, it was not detected. Looks like it still works. The toad opened its mouth wide, and a hand slowly stretched out from inside. Arisu did not dare to get any closer. He could only vaguely see Kaguya inside the house giving birth. But even so, Arisu could not take the chance to sneak attack. Not to mention whether he even had any effective means against Kaguya. Even if the sneak attack succeeded, whether he could defeat Kaguya was another matter. Soon, the cries of 2 babies were heard. Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura were born. Otsutsuki Kaguya looked at the 2 crying babies, and a trace of gentleness appeared on her face. This land will be ruled by me and my children. Arisu heard Kaguya talking to herself and slightly raised his eyebrow. He had actually witnessed the birth of Hagoromo and Hamura. Looking at the 2 babies with small horns on their heads. Arisu's eyes grew deep, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe Hagoromo and Hamura can be used. I only need to drive a wedge between mother and sons, and Otsutsuki Kaguya will be sealed. Arisu remained silent, then quietly left. He is someone who always repays grudges. The betrayal felt like a thorn in his back. Back at Mount Mayaboku, Arisu found the white-brow toad. And asked the white-brow toad for the detailed location of Ryuchi Cave. The white-brow toad thought for a moment, then told Arisu the coordinates of Ryuchi Cave. The 3 great sage lands have contact with each other, so they naturally know each other's locations. Arisu chose to go to Ryuchi Cave first. Thanks to having watched Boruto. He was very familiar with the 3 major trials of Ryuchi Cave. In Boruto, these trials were not that difficult. So Arisu decided to prioritize clearing Ryuchi Cave first. Thick fog like milk spread over jagged rocks. A stone mansion appeared faintly within the white haze, its upturned eaves blurred by the mist. Pa. 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 Arisu walked alone through the mist, his steps steady, slowly heading toward the mansion gate hidden in the fog. When he was less than 10 feet from the gate. Chi. 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 A sharp sound tearing through the air suddenly cut across the thick fog. A white snake shot out from the mist, its sharp fangs flashing cold light, lunging straight at Arisu's neck. Arisu's sage perception was sharp. He had already sensed the movement. With a slight shift of his body, he lightly avoided the fatal bite. The white snake missed its strike. A trace of surprise flashed in its vertical pupils. Then it flicked its long tail and shot forward again. Its mouth wide open, it bit toward Arisu's face. Pa. This time, Arisu did not dodge. Instead, he reached out and his 5 fingers clamped down like iron pliers, precisely grabbing the snake at its vital spot, making its neck stiff and unable to open its mouth again. Arisu lowered his head and looked at the little snake in his palm with a smile. "Little white snake, don't mess around. These childish tricks don't work on me. I'm here to see your master. Take me there." The white snake struggled violently in his palm. A white light flashed around its body, and it turned into a girl about 12 years old, with twin buns on her head and a hint of snake-like spirit in her eyes. Reference: she stared with round eyes, full of surprise. "You human, you're amazing. None of the people who came before could dodge my sneak attack, and the aura on you feels very familiar." He he he. Arisu smiled faintly. Those visitors before were probably just ordinary people, so of course they could not block the white snake's sneak attack. And as a Kaguya-level powerhouse, this level of attack was nothing worth mentioning. He could even react to Otsutsuki Isshiki's attacks. Not to mention a little white snake's. The girl frowned slightly and stepped back half a step warily. "You want to see my ancestor?" "What for?" Before Arisu could speak, the gate of Ryuchi Cave behind him opened with a schwa sound. Rumble. The heavy stone door scraped against the ground, making a dull noise. Behind it was dark and deep. "White snake, bring him in." A low and hollow voice came from inside the door, seeming far and near at the same time, carrying the authority of long years. "Yes, ancestor." Hearing this, the white snake immediately put away her caution, respectfully responded, and turned to lead Arisu inside the gate. Passing through a deep corridor, the view suddenly opened up. Inside a huge stone hall, candlelight flickered. A giant black python coiled on a stone seat on a high platform. Its scales reflected a cold light under the dim lighting. Its head slightly lowered, overlooking the visitor. "Ancestor." The white snake stepped forward and bowed with clasped hands. Arisu also slightly bowed in greeting, before he could speak. The black snake sage on the stone seat spoke first, its voice hoarse. "No need for formalities. That old toad Whitebrow already contacted me in advance, saying you want to train the sage art of Ryuchi Cave, right?" It half narrowed its vertical pupils, its gaze like something tangible falling on Arisu, filled with scrutiny and probing. Arisu smiled slightly. As expected, having connections makes things easier. "Exactly." Arisu nodded, his tone calm. "Since Grandpa Whitebrow has already informed you, I wonder if Sage is willing to permit it." The black snake sage slowly nodded, its mouth opening and closing steadily. "If someone is willing to inherit Ryuchi Cave sage art, I naturally have no reason to refuse." Then its tone grew more serious. "But you must know that the sage arts of Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave conflict in nature. You have already trained Mount Myaboku's sage art. If you forcibly train the secret technique of Ryuchi Cave, a slight mistake could cause deviation and madness, or even body and soul destruction. At that time, those toads of Mount Myaboku may not let it go." Arisu remained calm inside. If it were before, he might have been cautious, but now he possesses the ability to revive. This kind of risk is naturally nothing to fear. Sage need not worry. Arisu slightly released his aura. 2 completely different sage art fluctuations intertwined around him. If you sense carefully, you will know that I do not only have Mount Myaboku's sage art. Oh. The black snake sage's pupils shrank. A flash of shock passed through its vertical eyes. After a long time it slowly spoke, "There is also the aura of the ape demon clan. Precisely because of that, I am confident I can be compatible with Ryuchi Cave sage art." Arisu's tone was firm. "I ask Sage to teach me the secret technique." The black snake sage was silent for a moment. Its gaze lingered on Arisu for a long time. Finally, it slowly nodded and turned to the white snake beside it. "White snake, take him to participate in the trials. If he can pass, then directly teach him the sage art." The white snake was full of surprise, but did not dare to question at all. She immediately responded, "Yes, ancestor." The following 3 trials. There were no accidents. In the end, Arisu successfully passed all the tests and formally formed a contract with Ryuchi Cave. Chapter 10, Bro, are you speedrunning the 3 great sage lands here? Arisu, this sage art is really sinister. The white snake sage reminded Arisu with a worried look. At this time, the white snake sage and Arisu had also become familiar with each other. Arisu also learned that the little white snake was actually the future white snake sage. The current little white snake was still in the form of a young girl, not yet the old granny she would become later. It was hard to imagine that the bright girl in front of him would be that old granny in the future. "White snake, I have never been afraid of training sage arts." Another one. Arisu sat cross-legged on the ground and spoke calmly. Seeing that Arisu had made up his mind, the little white snake could only nod. "Brother Arisu, don't worry. I will assist you from the side." If there is a problem, I will immediately interrupt. Then thank you. Arisu nodded slightly. Hearing that, the white snake opened her small mouth and suddenly bit toward Arisu's neck, injecting natural energy to guide him. After that, Arisu officially began training the sage art. In just another short 3 hours, the aura of Ryuchi Cave sage art appeared on Arisu's body. You actually have already mastered it. The white snake sage's pupils shrank. Her heart was shocked. She had never seen a human able to train Ryuchi Cave sage art. Now not only did she see one for the first time, but he mastered it so quickly. This power is nothing special. Arisu thought to himself, the corner of his mouth lifting as he felt the sage markings appear on his face. He did not grow scales or turn snake-like like Kabuto did. According to the setting, the more physical features that appear, the worse the level of sage art. For example, Jiraiya. He did not achieve a complete sage mode, which was why he had such serious toad transformation. Naruto, Hashirama, and Yakushi Kabuto did pretty well. They basically only had sage markings. However, Arisu did even better than them. Not only did he learn Mount Myaboku's sage art, he also learned Ryuchi Caves. This child's talent is terrifying. What kind of monster did that white brow guy take in? The black snake sage, who was remotely observing Arisu's training through a water mirror, could not help but sigh in amazement. Just as the black snake sage was concentrating on monitoring Arisu through the water mirror, Arisu slowly opened his eyes and looked at it from a distance. This child can actually sense that I'm watching him. The black snake sage was startled and once again updated its understanding of Arisu's sensing ability. So strong. Maybe this person really can go deal with that alien woman outside. The black snake sage thought quietly. About a month later. As expected, Arisu mastered and became proficient in Ryuchi Cave sage art. The only regret was Arisu had not yet had time to fuse Ryuchi Cave sage art with Mount Myaboku's and the Ape Demon sage art. Once Ryuchi Cave sage art was activated, Mount Myaboku's sage art could not be used. Once Mount Myaboku's sage art was reactivated, Ryuchi Cave sage art could not be used. This was a problem. The two were like two tigers that cannot share one mountain. Fortunately, Arisu's control was strong, otherwise the two sage arts would have already clashed. You're leaving so soon. Won't you stay a bit longer? Brother Arisu. If you leave, no one will keep me company. The white snake sage held onto Arisu's arm and said pitifully. No, white snake, if fate allows, we will meet again. Arisu smiled slightly and gently pulled his arm away. Seeing the white snake sage looking at him affectionately, Arisu thought to himself, could this little white snake have fallen for me? During this month, the white snake sage often came to talk with him. Maybe because Ryuchi Cave was full of snakes, she developed different feelings toward him. Sigh, all right. If you are willing to come back, you must come see me. A deep look of disappointment flashed in the depths of the white snake sage's eyes. Arisu smiled slightly and then slowly walked toward the main hall of Ryuchi Cave. The future white snake sage liking him. That was a bit too outrageous. Although it is said that women are like fine wine, the older they get, the richer they are, but with a snake. Sigh, forget it. If in the future the white snake sage gets too old, Arisu would not mind stepping in to manage Ryuchi Cave. After all, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Arisu, your talent is unprecedented, and probably will never be seen again. The black snake sage looked at Arisu with admiration, then changed the topic. Do you need to add icing on the cake and choose a snake from Ryuchi Cave to form a summoning contract? Since Sage has said so, then I won't be polite. Arisu naturally knew that the black snake sage wanted to bind him together with Ryuchi Cave. He had already learned the sage art, so there was no need to refuse. Brother Arisu. Pick me, pick me. Before Arisu could speak, the white snake sage eagerly raised her hand. Looking at the girl in front of him who wanted to form a contract with him. You. Arisu felt slightly helpless. But at present, among the named figures in Ryuchi Cave, there was only the girl in front of him, the white snake sage. Manda, Aoda, Manda too, or the three snake princesses had not yet been born. Is that all right? Arisu cast an inquiring look at the black snake sage. After all, he was about to form a contract with the future master of Ryuchi Cave, so he still needed to ask the opinion of the current chairman. The black snake sage focused for a moment in brief thought, then nodded. Yes. That's great. Arisu, if you have something in the future you can summon me. Of course, even if there's nothing, you can still summon me and chat with me. I'm very bored alone in Ryuchi Cave. The white snake sage looked at Arisu playfully as she spoke. Arisu felt complicated inside. He actually formed a contract with the future ancestor of Ryuchi Cave. There is one more thing I ask. Could Sage tell me the location of Shikatsu Forest? Arisu asked. Hearing this, the Black Snake Sage was slightly stunned. Why are you asking about that? I want to learn the sage art of Shikatsu Forest. Arisu did not hide it and said it directly. What? Brother Arisu, you still want to go learn Shikatsu Forest's sage art? The White Snake Sage widened her eyes and looked at Arisu in surprise. The Black Snake Sage trembled slightly and could not help looking at Arisu with a strange expression. You have already learned Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave, plus the Ape Demon Clan. Just these alone are enough to make you invincible in the world. There is no need to learn Shikatsu Forest. Arisu shook his head. The strong enemy outside is too powerful. It's better to be more prepared. Seeing this, the Black Snake Sage did not say much more and nodded. With such talent, it would indeed be a pity not to learn it. After speaking, it threw a scroll to Arisu. This is the location of Shikatsu Forest. Shikatsu Forest is different from Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave. To be precise, there is only one existence there, and that is the Slug Sage. Chapter 11, Sign a contract with me. Inside the forest, thick fog rose everywhere. Swish. 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 Arisu moved through the forest countless times, his senses scanning the surroundings. Mount Myaboku was always bright as day. Ryuchi Cave was dark with no light at all. As for Shikatsu Forest, thick fog was rising everywhere, like being stuck in some kind of backrooms level. Strange, my sensing clearly shows it's nearby, so why isn't it here? Arisu felt slightly confused. The original work explained it very clearly. The Katsuyu that Tsunade and Sakura summoned was only a small part of the Slug Sage's body. In other words, the Slug Sage had to be extremely huge. It should be something you could see at a glance. But Arisu searched for a long time and still did not see even a shadow. Yet his sensing clearly told him it should be nearby. Arisu thought for a moment. Strange, sage sensing can't be wrong, unless... As he spoke, Arisu seemed to understand something and looked at the ground beneath his feet with amazement. Sage, you've been here the whole time. Arisu suddenly understood and spoke out. The moment his words fell, the entire ground of Shikatsu Forest began to shake. The once solid land and trees all turned into slugs. So that is it. The entire Shikatsu Forest is on the Slug Sage's body. Arisu rose into the air, shock flashing through his eyes. So that's how it is. It really is unbelievably huge. It turned out that the moment Arisu stepped into Shikatsu Forest, he had already found the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage was the land beneath his feet. Hee, you discovered it very quickly. You are the first human to step into my Shikatsu Forest. Whitebrow and Black Snake have already told me about you. Since you want to learn, then I will teach you. The Slug Sage spoke gently. The next second, a scroll appeared in front of Arisu. At the same time, a small slug landed on Arisu's shoulder. The small slug spoke softly, Lord Arisu, from now on I will assist you in learning sage arts. Arisu was slightly stunned. This Slug Sage is way too easy to talk to, isn't she? Just like in the original story, her voice was very pleasant. Many thanks, Sage. Arisu still said the same thing. Arisu, I will not be polite. He immediately began learning. Almost another month passed. Patterns similar to those of Hashirama Senju appeared on Arisu's face. A/N, the original work did not say that Hashirama Senju's sage art came from Shikatsu Forest, but in this story, we set that Hashirama Senju's sage art comes from Shikatsu Forest. As expected, it's similar to Hashirama Senju. Arisu smiled faintly and used sage art to condense a water mirror, looking at himself in it. On his face were almost the same markings as Hashirama Senju. But Shikatsu Forest sage art has the same reaction as Ryuchi Cave. Arisu sensed it. That was, sage arts could not be used at the same time. Just like with Ryuchi Cave. If he wanted to use sage art, he could only choose one. For example, if he wanted to use Ryuchi Cave sage art, he would need to shut off the other sage arts. This is a problem. I need to find a way to merge these sage arts. Arisu stroked his chin and thought. It was hard to imagine how powerful it would become if the three great sage arts plus the monkey sage art were fused together. Take it slow. In just a few months, I've learned so many sage arts. If I go too fast, I still need time to digest it. After that, Arisu signed a contract with Shikatsu Forest. Then he said goodbye to the Slug Sage. When he returned to Mount Myaboku, Arisu saw a crying frog. Woo-woo, Lord Whitebrow Great Sage, please take in this frog. He has no home, his parents are both gone. A scar-faced toad knelt in front of Whitebrow Toad and cried out. What happened? Arisu stepped forward at this moment and saw the scene. Arisu is back, it's nothing, just a toad orphan. Very common. Whitebrow Toad sighed deeply and spoke. Arisu raised his eyebrow slightly and looked at the pitiful little toad. He then crouched down and asked, "Little toad, what's your name?" The scar-faced toad quickly nudged the little toad. "Speak quickly." "This is Sage Arisu." The little toad looked at Arisu and hurriedly said, "Hello, Sage Arisu. My name is Gamamaru." "Gamamaru? Oh, Arisu first nodded, then a trace of surprise flashed through him. Gamamaru. That name felt very familiar. Wait, wasn't the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku in the future also called Gamamaru? Thinking of this, Arisu looked at the toad named Gamamaru with slight surprise. He still needed to confirm. "Gamamaru, let me ask you, do you dream at night?" Arisu asked calmly. Surprise flashed in Gamamaru's eyes, and he nodded quickly. Sage Arisu is truly unfathomable. "I do dream. And the dreams I have all come true." Hearing this, Arisu smiled slightly. "What have you dreamed about?" "I dreamed that I would become the leader of Mount Myaboku in the future." Gamamaru answered honestly. As soon as these words came out, the scar-faced toad beside him instantly darkened his expression and scolded, "Gamamaru, in front of two sages, don't act mysterious and pretend to be divine." "I was wrong. I'm sorry, two sages." Gamamaru realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly lowered his head to apologize. Arisu smiled faintly and looked at Whitebrow Toad. "Grandpa Whitebrow, what do you think?" "Just childish talk. How could we take it seriously? But a toad dreaming is indeed rare." Whitebrow smiled and waved his hand. Arisu clasped his hands behind his back and looked Gamamaru up and down, then spoke, "Gamamaru, you have no father or mother. In that case, are you willing to sign a contract with me?" The moment these words were spoken, Gamamaru was stunned. Not only Gamamaru, even Whitebrow Toad and the scar-faced toad beside him doubted their own ears. You must know, at this time Arisu was the number 2 figure of Mount Myaboku. Aside from Whitebrow Toad, he was the boss of the entire Mount Myaboku. Moreover, Arisu had only signed a contract with one toad. That was the leader of Mount Myaboku, Whitebrow Toad. Those who signed contracts with Arisu were all big figures. White Snake Sage, White Ape King, Whitebrow Toad were all top-level beings. And what about Gamamaru? An orphan toad who only knew how to daydream all day, basically like a roadside nobody standing there like a lackey. Are you saying the dignified number 2 of Mount Myaboku, the simultaneous contractor of the 3 great sage lands, would sign a contract with you, an ordinary little toad who only knows how to daydream? Sage Arisu, this isn't appropriate, is it? The scar-faced toad also felt this was a joke and spoke nervously. Gamamaru did not dare to speak at this moment, but hope shone in his eyes. He firmly believed that his dreams would come true. It was just that no toad believed him. Could it be that Sage Arisu saw his talent and felt he had ability? Of course. Come, Gamamaru. Arisu smiled slightly and took out the scroll. And just like that, in a daze, Gamamaru signed the contract. From now on, move next to me and live with me. Arisu looked at Gamamaru and said. Why aren't you thanking the sage? The scar-faced toad quickly reminded him. Only then did Gamamaru snap out of it. He quickly cupped his hands in salute. After Gamamaru left, Whitebrow Toad looked at Arisu with a smile. Arisu, why did you sign a contract with this toad? Arisu smiled slightly. I just found him interesting. Whitebrow Toad still smiled. It seems, Arisu, you also saw what makes this toad different. Arisu raised an eyebrow, then his face darkened. Grandpa Whitebrow, don't tell me you noticed Gamamaru long ago. Whitebrow Toad only smiled without speaking. Chapter 12, Arisu's Story. Time passed quickly, and training immortality does not count the years. If you want to master unmatched martial arts, you must endure pain that ordinary people cannot endure. Good morning, Master. Early in the morning, Gamamaru sat on a big rock singing. As soon as he saw Arisu come out of the house, he hurriedly hopped forward to greet him. Gamamaru, what are you chanting so early in the morning? Arisu looked at Gamamaru yelling loudly so early and his face darkened. Why are you yelling so early in the morning? Gamamaru had moved over about 3 or 4 years ago. During these 3 or 4 years, one person and one frog lived together, and Gamamaru had taken Arisu as his teacher. At the beginning, Gamamaru was very careful and honest. Later, after they got familiar, Gamamaru started bragging. Hee, Master, isn't this the song you like to sing? When you practiced and bathed before, you often sang it. Gamamaru came to Arisu's side and kept asking non-stop. All right, stop asking. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Gamamaru, let's go. Arisu put on his red and black training clothes, took Gamamaru to the top of a mountain, and began a new day of training. Arisu's training was to merge Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, and monkey sage art altogether. Make them into one sage art that gathers the strengths of many schools. This process needed to slowly blend together. It was definitely slow, but Arisu did not mind. He had more than enough time. Time is like a blade cutting down geniuses. I practice sage arts, wanting to compete with time itself. So fast. Arisu wore his red and black robe, standing on the mountain peak. These past few years, he had been merging sage arts. Even though the progress was slow, it was acceptable. Master. Why do you practice so hard every day? Gamamaru lay on Arisu's shoulder, looking at the morning sun of Mount Myaboku. Arisu smiled faintly. Because outside there is a powerful crazy woman. Oh. Stronger than you and great sage white eyebrow. Gamamaru asked in shock. Arisu nodded slightly. That woman ate something that made herself extremely strong. And that woman already has an immortal body. Alone, I cannot defeat her. However, I can still make use of her 2 sons. Arisu thought slightly. Speaking of Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. All these years, he had never gone to see them. Arisu, who was always cautious, had not stepped much into the human world. Except occasionally going to catch some meat, vegetables, and fruits. Because Arisu could not eat Mount Myaboku's immortal delicacies. Calculating their age, those 2 should be 3 or 4 years old. With my current ability to hide my aura, I no longer need to wear that concealment robe. Arisu silently recited a thought. His whole body instantly became transparent, impossible to sense, as if he had disappeared. This was something he developed by borrowing from the abilities of the 3 snake princesses of later generations. A terrifying invisibility ability that makes others unable to sense chakra. At least that's what Baidu says. Master. Master. Where did you go? Gamamaru looked at the empty surroundings and shouted. Then Arisu appeared, grabbed Gamamaru. Come, I'll take you to see that woman's sons. Arisu directly left Mount Myaboku with Gamamaru. Otsutsuki Kaguya quietly gazed at the sky. She was worried that the Otsutsuki clan would discover her betrayal. Within a few decades they would not find out, but after hundreds of years, they definitely would. Before that, she had to prepare a white Zetsu army to respond. I wonder how far my sons will grow in hundreds of years. Will they be able to resist those people? Otsutsuki Kaguya's gaze was distant as she looked toward the lake far away. Hagoromo and Hamura were playing there. Because this world was covered by infinite Tsukuyomi, there was no need to worry about danger. Kaguya planned to release some humans later. After all, having no people at all was also a big problem. She wanted to be the god of the world, not the god of wasteland. Just as Kaguya gazed at the starry sky, by the side of a lake. Haha, Hamura, come catch me. Hagoromo, don't run. Mother told us not to go far. 2 3-year-old children were playing on the grass. These 2 children had pale faces, with tender little horns growing on their heads. They were Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura. Gamamaru, see that? Those are that woman's children. Arisu appeared under a tree with Gamamaru, quietly watching Hagoromo and Hamura. Master, I have an idea. This is a good chance. We can take these 2 away and then threaten that woman. Gamamaru suggested ambitiously. You'd better not have ideas. Arisu felt helpless. No wonder in the original story Gamamaru was handled by the Sage of 6 Paths. He was still not sharp enough. A/N, in the original story, Gamamaru saw the future, then found a way to approach the Sage of 6 Paths, trying to drive a wedge and oppose Otsutsuki Kaguya. In the end, the Sage of 6 Paths saw through his thoughts directly. But the Sage of 6 Paths himself did not like his mother's rule, so he went along with it and learned sage arts to fight against his mother. Otsutsuki Kaguya slowly appeared in front of Hagoromo and Hamura. Hagoromo, Hamura, it's time to go home. Otsutsuki Kaguya said gently. Mother. Hagoromo and Hamura were like 2 clingy little beasts, tightly hugging their mother's necks, rubbing their little heads against her shoulders. Mom, last night you said Mr. Arisu can summon talking toads, and monkeys that can turn into a golden staff. Is that true? Hagoromo held onto Kaguya's arm, his round eyes full of longing, the small horns on his head gently swaying with his movements. Hamura also nodded, his little hand gripping Kaguya's sleeve, his voice soft. And that talisman that can bring people back to life, is Mr. Arisu very powerful? Kaguya's steps paused slightly. Her fingertips gently brushed through the soft hair of the 2 children. The tenderness in her eyes was like moonlight soaked in water, yet deep inside there flashed a trace of indescribable regret. Yes, Mr. Arisu is the most powerful and bravest person in this world. He once fought terrible monsters to protect this land, helped many people in trouble, and helped Mother as well. He is Mother's great benefactor. Otsutsuki Kaguya said softly. She did not speak of the betrayal in the bamboo forest, did not speak of the chakra fruit that was fought over, and did not speak of the resolve when she stabbed out the all-killing Esh bones, nor the sleepless nights afterward. She only shaped Arisu in the story into an all-powerful hero, a legend hidden in time, as if doing so could slightly make up for the heavy guilt in her heart. Holding the two children, her figure gradually went far away. Teacher, teacher. She really knows your name. And even called you a big hero. Under the swaying tree shadows, Gamamaru suddenly jumped down from Arisu's shoulder, gesturing with his forelimbs. Look, look, those two little kids almost treat you as an idol. Arisu stood still. The corner of his black and red robe was lifted slightly by the evening wind. He looked toward the direction where Kaguya and her sons had left, his gaze deep. Of course he knew why Kaguya would tell his story. The guilt hidden inside her gentle smile was like a thin needle, lightly pricking his heart. Not pain, but a kind of indescribable irony. Once they fought with weapons in the bamboo forest, fighting life and death, and now he had become the hero in her bedtime story. Hero. She really knows how to make up stories. Arisu murmured softly, his voice almost drowned by the wind. A faint curve rose at the corner of his mouth, unclear whether it was mockery or something else. Gamamaru tilted his head, looking at him in confusion. Teacher, aren't you happy? She made you sound so amazing. Arisu slowly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head to look at the hopping Gamamaru. The depth in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by a trace of clear coldness. Arisu raised his hand and rubbed the top of Gamamaru's head. Happy? No, I just think, this game of chess might be easier to play than I imagined. He thought of the admiration in Hagoromo and Hamura's eyes toward Arisu, and of the deliberate gentleness and guilt in Kaguya's storytelling. That guilt was Kaguya's weakness, and the two children's worship of hero Arisu was the wedge he could use. Driving a wedge between mother and sons never requires blades and blood. Sometimes, a beautified legend, a name hidden in time, is enough to plant cracks deep in people's hearts. When the dark truth is revealed. Under the beautiful story, the truth is a feast of betrayal where it is you die or I die. Kaguya stabbed Otsutsuki Isshiki in the back, the emperor of the land of ancestors stabbed Kaguya in the back, Kaguya stabbed Arisu in the back. Let's go, Gamamaru. Arisu turned around, his figure gradually blending with the surrounding trees. The secret technique of hiding his aura worked smoothly, as if he had never appeared. Gamamaru quickly followed, hopping behind him, still muttering, Teacher, what are we going to do next? Should we secretly listen to what kind of story she tells? Arisu did not turn back. His steps did not stop. His voice drifted along the evening wind, calm and confident. No need. We just have to wait. Wait for those two children to grow up. Wait for their admiration for Arisu to turn into doubt toward their mother's lies. At that time, it will be our moment to act. The evening wind swept across the lake, creating layers of ripples, breaking the distant mansion lights into pieces on the water. Arisu's figure disappeared into the depths of the forest, leaving only Gamamaru's footsteps and scattered questions, gradually swallowed by the night. And inside the mansion not far away, Kaguya sat by the bed, gently patting the backs of the two children, beginning to tell that beautified story about hero Arisu once again. Chapter 13, Fish Soup in the Snow. More than 10 years of time, in the long river of the ninja world, is only a brief flash, yet it is enough to let children grow into tall young men. The two children who once leaned in Kaguya's arms listening to stories now had tall figures, the childish horns on their foreheads losing their youthfulness, adding a bit of the Otsutsuki clan's unique cold dignity. This bamboo forest was still the same as back then. It was just that time had carved deeper marks into the woods. The thick green bamboo had grown even taller, branches and leaves crossing to block out the sky, keeping most of the winter cold outside. At the center of the bamboo forest a towering temple stood quietly. Green tiles and red walls, flying eaves with raised corners, copper bells hanging under the roof chimed lightly in the breeze, the crisp sound cutting through the forest's silence. On the plaque of the temple were written the three ancient characters, Arisu Temple, the brushstroke strong and powerful, faintly carrying Kaguya's handwriting. Dozens of ordinary monks wearing gray robes held brooms, devoutly sweeping fallen leaves and snow in the courtyard. Their movements were slow and gentle, afraid to disturb the solemn atmosphere. Incense smoke curled up from the main hall, mixing with the fresh scent of bamboo, spreading through the entire space. The incense burner outside the hall was filled with incense sticks of different lengths, ashes piled up, showing that people had worshipped here for many years. This place was built by Kaguya for Arisu, and the location was exactly the bamboo forest where the betrayal and sacrifice once happened. Every year on this day, she would bring Hagoromo and Hamura here, not for anything else, only for the guilt in her heart that she could not let go of. In these more than 10 years, she had selectively released the infinite Tsukimi illusion, and some humans regained their freedom. They multiplied and lived on this land, while the god tree still stood at the top of the world. From time to time, sacrifices would be sent beneath the god tree to become nourishment for the white Zetsu. Kaguya needed this army to resist the possible accountability of the Otsutsuki clan in the future. Over time, there came to be three kinds of faith in the world: faith in Kaguya, the god of creation, faith in the god tree that kept accepting sacrifices, and faith in the legendary Arisu. Ordinary people did not know Arisu's past. They only knew he was a hero personally acknowledged by Kaguya, so they came one after another to worship and pray for protection. Hagoromo, Hamura, offer the incense. Kaguya's voice was still cold, but compared to back then it carried more weight of the years. She stood at the entrance of the main hall, looking at the portrait hanging in the center, her gaze complicated and hard to read. Yes, mother. Hagoromo and Hamura respectfully took the incense from the monks, lit it, bowed deeply to the portrait, then inserted the incense into the burner. The portrait inside the hall was lifelike. The young men in the painting wore simple robes, standing tall and straight, black hair lightly flowing, red lips and white teeth, with a bit of arrogance and calmness between his brows. It was exactly how Arisu looked back then. Hagoromo looked at the portrait, and the doubt in his heart grew stronger. In these more than 10 years, Mother had told countless stories about Arisu, yet she never mentioned his ending, as if this hero had disappeared out of thin air at some moment. How could such a powerful person leave no trace at all? Mother also never says where he went in the end, whether he is dead or alive. Maybe it was too long ago. Hamura looked at the distant mountains and said softly, "We don't even know how long Mother has lived. Arisu's story might have happened a very, very long time ago, so long that even history did not record it." This explanation seemed reasonable. Hagoromo's doubts eased a little. The two stopped talking and walked side by side toward the lake they often visited as children. The winter wind carried heavy snow, falling everywhere, and the world was covered in white. The lake's surface had frozen into a thin layer of ice, reflecting the faint light of the white snow. The plants along the shore were buried under thick snow. Only bare branches pointed toward the sky, like a simple ink painting in white. The snow covered their ankles. Each step left deep footprints. Stepping on the snow made a crunch-crunch sound, especially clear in the silent world. "Brother, look, someone is fishing there." Hamura suddenly stopped, his eyes lighting up, pointing toward the lakeside. "Oh. Really?" Hagoromo followed his finger. In the endless white snow, a simple thatched hut suddenly appeared by the lake, its roof covered with thick snow, like a white fluffy ball. By the shore in front of the hut, a man held a fishing rod, quietly sitting on a stone fishing. He wore a thin black and red long robe. The hem of his clothes was gently blown by the cold wind, yet he showed no sign of being cold. His black hair fell loosely over his shoulders, looking even paler against the snow. Strange, no one used to live here. When did this thatched hut appear? Hagoromo felt puzzled. This lakeside was their secret base as children. After more than 10 years away, it had changed like this. "Let's go take a look." Hamura's curiosity rose, and he walked toward the shore first. Hagoromo followed closely behind. The closer they got, the clearer the man's appearance became. He sat sideways, his side profile smooth, deep eyes and brows, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. He calmly held the fishing rod, as if the wind and snow around him had nothing to do with him. Hagoromo and Hamura looked at each other. Both saw a strange sense of familiarity in the other's eyes, yet they could not remember where they had seen him. "Sir, fishing in the snow, it really has a mood to it." Hagoromo stepped forward, cupped his hands and smiled, his tone carrying some admiration. Nowadays, most ordinary people run around for a living, either farming or staying at home. Who would have nothing to do and fish in the wind and snow in the middle of winter? Splash. At that moment, the fishing rod suddenly sank. The man flicked his wrist lightly, a flash of silver scales appeared, and a fat fresh fish was hooked up. "Such luck. You caught such a big fish." Admiration flashed in Hamura's eyes. A fish this size was rare in a winter lake. The man slowly turned around and looked at them. The smile on his face was gentle, yet his eyes seemed to see through time. "You two came at just the right moment. Would you like to have a bowl of fish soup together?" Hagoromo and Hamura looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They both nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, sir." The inside of the thatched hut was simple, with only one wooden table and a few wooden chairs. Some dry firewood was piled in the corner. The stove burned brightly, warm and cozy, forming a sharp contrast with the icy world outside. The men skillfully cleaned the fresh fish, put it into a clay pot, added clear water, ginger slices, and some unknown ingredients, then set it on the stove to simmer slowly. Before long, the rich smell of fish soup spread out. The delicious scent made people's mouths water. The clay pot was brought to the table. The moment the lid was lifted, white steam rose. The soup was milky white. The fresh smell of fish mixed with the sweet scent of wild fruit, making people drool. "Wow, it smells so good." Hagoromo and Hamura picked up wooden spoons and scooped a spoonful of fish soup into their mouths. The rich and fresh taste burst on their tongues. There was no fishy smell at all, only the tenderness of the fish and the thickness of the soup. Warmth flowed down their throats, driving away the cold. The cooking is amazing. This fish soup tastes even better than mother's. Hagoromo could not help but praise. Yes, drinking a bowl of fresh fish soup in the middle of winter is really nice. Hamura nodded again and again, drinking big mouthfuls of the soup, his face full of satisfaction. Arisu sat at the side, smiling faintly. His cooking skills were trained. All these years at Mount Myaboku, facing those immortal delicacies, made from insects and fungi, he truly could not swallow them, so he had to cook for himself, studying cooking. Over these thousands of years, he had already developed excellent skills. After eating and drinking their fill, the stove fire gradually weakened. Arisu slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Hagoromo and Hamura quickly stood and cupped their hands. Hagoromo asked, "Thank you for your hospitality, sir. May we know your honorable name? So we may repay you in the future." Arisu turned around, his gaze resting on their faces for a moment. "No name, no surname. I am just someone forgotten by time." He then paused, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "There will always be a chance to repay. We will meet again." Chapter 14, begin. As his words fell, his figure slowly became transparent, as if blending into the air, and gradually disappeared. "Wait. You." Hagoromo and Hamura's pupils suddenly shrank, shock spreading across their faces. The ability to vanish into thin air like that was definitely not something an ordinary person could have. "Big brother, look around." Hamura suddenly activated his Byakugan and spoke in shock. The two of them quickly turned their heads to look around, only to find that the thatched hut from just now had disappeared without a trace. The stove fire, the clay pot, the wooden table, all of it was gone. All that remained was the endless white snow and the frozen lake, as if everything that had just happened had only been a very real illusion. The cold wind carried snowflakes as it swept across their faces, bringing a biting chill. Hagoromo and Hamura stood where they were, looking at each other, confusion and shock mixed together in their hearts. However, Hagoromo seemed to think of something, and his expression suddenly changed. "Hamura, think about what that man looked like just now. Didn't he look exactly like Arisu in the portrait at the temple?" Hagoromo said in shock. Hearing this, Hamura was also startled. Now that his brother mentioned it, he really did look a bit similar. Could it be? No. That's impossible. Leaving the icy, snowy land by the lake, Arisu's figure appeared at Mount Myaboku in the very next moment. Over these past dozen years, Arisu had been studying sage arts. At the same time, he also created some techniques that would only appear in later generations, such as Rasengan, Raikiri, Kirin, and all kinds of nature-release techniques. Of course, these were just created for fun. Arisu never planned to use them to truly fight Kaguya. Arisu's main power would always be sage arts. He created and learned many sage art methods. At the same time, in order to deal with the Ten Tails, he also used the sage arts of Shikatsu Forest to develop a sage technique similar to the Myojin Gate. However, Arisu's strength seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, and no matter what he did, he could not improve any further. He could only use other methods to make himself stronger. More than 10 years of time, to an immortal like him, was nothing more than the blink of an eye. It truly was just a moment. More than that, it was the effect of time on Arisu. Arisu felt that he had really become more and more steady, and his temperament had grown better and better. Mount Myaboku, Peak of Longevity. The peak was surrounded by clouds and mist, as if connected to the sky. This was the name Arisu had given to his residence. As soon as he stepped into the cave dwelling, a chubby figure came hopping over to greet him. It was Gamamaru, who had already grown into a half-grown toad. "Teacher, how are things outside?" Gamamaru asked respectfully. Arisu slowly walked to the stone table in the center of the cave and sat down. With a light tap of his fingertip on the table, a faint stream of sage chakra flowed into the crystal ball of Mount Myaboku. On the stone table appeared the illusory images of Hagoromo and Hamura, the very scene from their encounter by the lake. Still the same as before. Those two children have grown up, and their minds have gradually matured. The time has come. Arisu spoke calmly, his tone steady and without waves. Then he raised his eyes to look at Gamamaru, his gaze sharpening slightly. "In a few days, follow my method and act. Find a way to get close to the two of them and talk about the divine tree, but remember, you must not directly tell them the truth. You only need to leave clues and guide them to investigate on their own. Only what people see with their own eyes and hear with their own ears will they truly believe, and only then will the will to resist arise." Hearing this, Gamamaru felt deep admiration. As expected of teacher, his thinking was so careful. "Don't worry, teacher." Gamamaru immediately straightened up and patted his chest in assurance. He had long been dissatisfied with Kaguya's rule. If the divine tree drained the land dry, Mount Myoboku would also be affected. But just as his words fell, Gamamaru lowered his head again. His chubby body curled slightly, looking as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. Gamamaru, do you still have something to say? Arisu was extremely sharp. With one glance, he saw through his thoughts and asked calmly. Gamamaru hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still knelt down with a thud, lowering his head deeply, his voice carrying a bit of heaviness. Teacher, I had a dream. In my dream, Kaguya and her two sons were fighting beneath the divine tree. The battle turned the world upside down, and it felt as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Oh. Arisu raised his eyebrow slightly. He naturally knew of Gamamaru's prophetic dream ability. That was one of the reasons he had insisted on signing a contract with the seemingly ordinary little toad in the first place. In the original story, it was Gamamaru's prophetic dream that pushed the Sage of Six Paths to fight against Kaguya. Now it seemed that even with him, this variable, interfering, the inertia of history was still quietly moving forward. In that dream, was there any sign of me? Arisu asked with interest. It would be a lie to say he was not curious. Although he was a transmigrator and knew the general plot, he also wanted to know what kind of waves he, this butterfly, would stir up in the future, and what role he would play in that destined battle. No, teacher. I went over the scenes in the dream again and again. From beginning to end, I did not see you at all. It was as if you had never taken part in that battle. Gamamaru raised his head, his eyes full of confusion, and shook his head. I see. Arisu's fingertip paused slightly, a trace of surprise flashing through his eyes before returning to calm. His own future could not be predicted. That was interesting. He was not originally from this world. And he carried an immortal body granted by the system. Perhaps it was this uniqueness that allowed him to step outside the path of fate and become an unpredictable variable. That's fine, that's fine. A faint smile curved at Arisu's lips, his gaze deep. The feeling of having one's fate spied upon was not very pleasant. An unknown future was far more worth exploring. A few days later, a small village suddenly fell into panic. The river the village depended on for survival had somehow stopped flowing. The riverbed dried up, revealing cracked earth. The villagers struggled to get water and were about to face a water shortage crisis. The news quickly reached Hagoromo and Hamura. Over the years, they often traveled under their mother's orders, inspecting various places and helping ordinary people solve their difficulties. In the hearts of the people, they had already built up extremely high prestige. The two rushed over at full speed and soon arrived at the upper reaches of the river. From afar, they saw a giant boulder as large as a small mountain lying across the middle of the river, completely blocking the flow of water. A giant rock blocking the river. Hamura frowned and activated his Byakugan, carefully examining the situation of the boulder. It doesn't look like it fell naturally. Hagoromo also sensed something unusual. He said nothing more, simply raising his hand as a condensed mass of lightning release chakra gathered in his palm. With a loud boom, lightning flashed, and the giant boulder was instantly shattered into pieces, fragments flying everywhere. At that moment, a chubby figure jumped out from the nearby forest and landed in front of the two of them. It was Gamamaru. You two must be Hagoromo and Hamura, right? Let me introduce myself. My name is Gamamaru. Gamamaru spoke, his voice carrying a deliberately deep and steady tone, completely different from the obedient way he acted in front of Arisu. Hagoromo and Hamura were both shocked, disbelief showing on their faces. Hamura instinctively activated his Byakugan to examine Gamamaru's background, but he only sensed a pure and special chakra, without any malice. After all, Hamura did not understand sage arts. You can talk. Hagoromo asked in surprise. Gamamaru did not answer. He simply waved his front limbs and said mysteriously, you two, follow me. There's something I want to show you. After saying that, he turned and hopped toward the depths of the forest. Hagoromo and Hamura exchanged a glance. Although their hearts were full of doubts, their instincts told them that this mysterious toad was definitely not simple. The two did not hesitate and immediately followed Gamamaru's steps into the depths of the forest. Gamamaru moved extremely fast, weaving flexibly through the woods. Hagoromo and Hamura followed closely behind. Before long, they arrived at the top of a towering mountain peak. Standing at the peak, their view suddenly became wide and open. In the distance, that divine tree that seemed to hold up the sky and earth came clearly into view. Its trunk was thick, its branches lush, and it emitted a vast aura of chakra, as if it were supporting the entire world. Chapter 15, Hagoromo and Hamura. Do you know what that place is? Gamamaru stopped walking, raised his front limb, pointed toward the divine tree in the distance, and asked calmly. Hagoromo and Hamura looked at each other. Of course we know. That is the divine tree. It is the sacred object protected by Mother, and also the source that nourishes this land. Hagoromo spoke first. This was what Mother had taught them since childhood. The divine tree was a sacred existence that could not be violated. The source that nourishes this land. Gamamaru let out a sneer, his tone clearly mocking. Have you ever seen the real divine tree? Has your mother ever allowed you to get close to it? That, she hasn't. Hagoromo and Hamura's expressions changed slightly. It was true. Since they were young, Mother had warned them that the divine tree was forbidden ground. No one was allowed to approach it. Even the two of them could only watch from afar. Nourishes. Look for yourselves. What does it look like around the divine tree? Gamamaru pointed toward the area surrounding the divine tree. Hagoromo and Hamura followed the direction of his finger, and their faces instantly turned serious. Around the divine tree, it was not the lively scene they had imagined. Instead, it was a barren wasteland. Not a single blade of grass grew there. The land was cracked and dry. The air was filled with a lifeless feeling. It stood in sharp contrast to the vast chakra radiating from the divine tree itself, completely out of place. The truth is, this divine tree is not nourishing the earth at all. It is constantly absorbing the earth's energy and life force. Gamamaru's voice became serious. Hagoromo frowned tightly, his eyes full of confusion and doubt. He looked at the barren scene around the divine tree and thought about what Mother had done over the years, about the offerings regularly sent to the divine tree. Hamura also fell silent. Whether it's true or not, you can find out yourselves. Gamamaru did not continue. He only left behind those words. With a flash, his body turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared, leaving only Hagoromo and Hamura standing on the peak, staring at the divine tree in the distance with complicated expressions. The cold wind blew across the peak, stirring up dust on the ground. The two remained silent for a long time. The doubts in Hagoromo's heart grew deeper and deeper. He wanted to go beneath the divine tree and find out the truth for himself. But when he thought of Mother's strict warnings and her overwhelming power, he hesitated. Mother's authority had been carved into their hearts since childhood, making them afraid to easily disobey her. Big brother, should we go take a look? Hamura's voice carried a bit of hesitation. He also wanted to know the truth, but he feared Mother's punishment just the same. Hagoromo took a deep breath and finally shook his head, struggle showing in his eyes. No. Since Mother does not allow us to go near it, she must have her reasons. Maybe, what was said is not the full truth. We can't doubt Mother just because of the words of a strange toad. Hearing this, Hamura nodded as well and pushed down the curiosity in his heart. Although the doubts in their hearts had not disappeared, in the face of their mother's authority, they ultimately chose to step back. But once the seed of doubt was planted, it would slowly take root and sprout under the nourishment of time, and eventually grow into a towering tree. A few more days passed, and the day of the regular sacrifice arrived. A neat, orderly line slowly moved toward the direction of the divine tree. The ordinary people in the line were all expressionless, as if they had already accepted this destined fate. Hagoromo and Hamura stood on a slope not far away, quietly watching everything. The atmosphere felt heavy. Over the past few days, Gamamaru's words had been like a thorn, deeply stuck in their hearts. The barren scene around the divine tree kept appearing in their minds, completely clashing with Mother's words that the divine tree nourishes the earth. Their gazes drifted toward the sacrificial line, and from time to time they glanced at the divine tree that seemed to hold up the sky and earth. The doubt in their hearts grew wildly like vines. Yet it was still tightly bound by their fear and respect for their mother. 1,000 words were stuck in their throats, and in the end, they did not dare step forward to ask why. Big brother, look. Hamura's voice suddenly carried hesitation, his eyes locked tightly on the sacrificial line, his expression changing slightly. Hagoromo's heart suddenly sank. He followed Hamura's gaze, and in the next second his pupils shrank as he cried out in shock, "Hey Ori, what?" In the middle of the sacrificial line, a slender figure stood out sharply. It was a woman dressed in simple plain clothes, with gentle features and her hair simply tied up. It was Haori, the human girl Hagoromo had hidden in his heart for years, the one he had always secretly loved. Haori was also a delicate and pretty girl. How could she be in the sacrificial line? Hagoromo's mind went blank. The shock and panic in his heart instantly washed away all hesitation and fear. Haori. Haori. Hearing this, Haori stopped walking and slowly turned around. When she saw Hagoromo running toward her, with Hamura following closely behind, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly returned to calm. Hagoromo. Hamura. Why are you here? Haori asked calmly. Why are you in the sacrificial line? Who chose you? Come out. You can't go through with this sacrifice. Hagoromo rushed in front of her, his eyes full of anxiety and unwillingness. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Haori out of the line, but she gently avoided him. Hagoromo. Haori looked at his anxious expression, a faint, bitter smile curving on her lips. Her voice was gentle yet extremely firm. I received the notice. This is my fate. I am meant to be sacrificed to the divine tree. Haori and the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura. Her tone was calm in a frightening way, as if she were talking about something unrelated to herself, as if the death about to come was nothing more than an ordinary farewell. Fate. What fate? This is not fate at all. This is a rule set by Mother, but this rule is wrong. Hagoromo became more and more emotional, his clenched fists trembling slightly. You are her son. You don't understand. Haori only shook her head gently. She did not know the truth about the divine tree, nor had she ever thought about resisting the rules set by Kaguya. In her eyes, Kaguya was the god of creation, the ruler of this land. The rules of a god were the destiny that ordinary people had to obey. This is the rule set by Lady Kaguya. We were born this way. We cannot resist it. She looked at Hagoromo, and a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. I'm very happy to have met you, Hagoromo. As her words fell, she raised her hand and removed the Magatama necklace from around her neck. The necklace was made by her own hands, polished from jade found in the mountains. It was simple but delicate, and it was her most precious belonging. She stood on her toes and gently placed the necklace around Hagoromo's neck. Don't forget me, Hagoromo. Haori's voice was soft, like a light breeze. After saying that, she no longer looked at Hagoromo. She turned around and returned to the sacrificial line, her steps firm as she walked toward the divine tree, never looking back again. That slender figure gradually moved farther away in his sight, eventually blending into the long line until it could no longer be distinguished. Haori. Hagoromo stood frozen in place. The Magatama necklace around his neck felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, pressing on him so hard he could barely breathe. He looked at Haori's departing back, felt the cold jade against his skin, and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Hagoromo slowly clenched his fists. His knuckles turned white from the force, his nails digging deeply into his palms until blood seeped out, yet he did not feel it at all. Party popper shout out to Salo for joining Pia Trian. Gotta do it harder now. Thank you very much, hugging face. P@Trian.com/Xenosx. Partying face joining Pia Trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining, smiling face with hearts. Chapter 16, you grew up listening to my master's stories. Teacher. Just as you expected, the girl that Hagoromo likes was sacrificed. I'm afraid Hagoromo won't be able to hold himself back any longer. Gamamaru reported what he had seen to Arisu. I know. Arisu showed a look that said it was exactly as expected. Sure enough, a woman really is a man's weakness. Hagoromo, who had originally been afraid of being punished by his mother, directly rebelled when he saw the girl he liked being sacrificed. Very good. Next, we just wait for them to come find me on their own. Gamamaru, go outside and meet them. Arisu put his hands behind his back and spoke calmly. Yes, teacher. Gamamaru immediately cupped his hands, unable to help admiring his teacher's ability to foresee things. He truly had the bearing of a sage. Late at night. Haori, wait for me to come save you. The figures of Hagoromo and Hamura sped through the night. Hagoromo clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. There was only one thought in his heart, save Haori, no matter the cost. At the foot of the god tree, the huge roots twisted and tangled, forming deep holes one after another, like entrances leading to hell. Wait, big brother. Hamura stopped first, took a deep breath, and in an instant blue veins spread across the whites of his eyes. The Byakugan was fully activated. Light blue chakra flowed around his eyes, piercing through layers of darkness and roots, looking deep underground. The next second, Hamura's face suddenly changed, his pupils shrinking from extreme shock. Those are all people. They're corpses. Then Hamura rushed madly toward one of the deep holes. Hagoromo's heart shook violently as he followed right behind him into the hole. After entering, Hagoromo clearly saw the scene before him. Underground was actually a huge hollow space. Countless roots stretched down from the base of the god tree like greedy tentacles, wrapping around densely packed objects. They were cocoon-shaped things wrapped in green leaves, neatly stacked inside the hollow space, stretching out of sight. You could vaguely see human shapes wrapped inside. Big brother, hurry and open these. Hamura shouted anxiously. Okay. Anger and urgency mixed in Hagoromo's eyes. Without any hesitation, he directly released a wind-style attack. Invisible wind blades howled out, slashing toward those cocoons like sharp knives. Pook. Hagoromo's gaze was locked tightly on every cocoon that was cut open. His heart pounded wildly in his chest, both expecting and fearing what he would see. When one of the cocoons was split open by the wind blade, a familiar figure rolled out. The plain cloth clothes had long been soaked in sticky fluid, torn and ruined. Her gentle face had no color, her eyes tightly closed, no breath at all. It was Haori. Haori. Hagoromo shouted hoarsely and rushed forward without caring about anything else, pulling Haori's cold body into his arms. His trembling hand reached toward her nose. What his fingertips felt was only stillness. Haori. Wake up. Wake up. I came to save you. You can't die. Hagoromo's voice was broken and hoarse, filled with despair as he shook Haori's body hard, trying to wake her. But the girl in his arms still had her eyes closed. There was a faint smile at the corner of her lips, almost like relief. No matter how Hagoromo called her name or shook her, she gave no response. Big brother. Haori, she's already dead. Hamura crouched at the side and spoke with difficulty. No. Impossible. Hagoromo held Haori's cold body tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into his own bones and blood. The warmth in his arms faded more and more. Haori's body slowly became stiff. Those familiar brows and eyes, that gentle smile, from now on would only exist in memory. Huge grief washed over Hagoromo like a tide, breaking through all his reason and defenses. He felt something in his heart completely shatter, followed by extreme pain and towering anger. He remembered the way Haori calmly accepted her fate. He remembered her gentleness when she put on the Magatama necklace. He remembered his mother's deception. He remembered the greed of the god tree. He remembered the barrenness of this land. Otsutsuki Hagoromo pressed his lips tightly together and said nothing. The warmth that used to be in his eyes completely faded, leaving only cold chill and intense anger. That god tree standing high above, the sacred object his mother said could not be violated, in his eyes at this moment was nothing more than a monster that devoured lives. Those so-called rules were nothing but cold chains set by his mother to satisfy her own selfish desires. Gamamaru's words rang in his ears again. The barren scene around the god tree appeared in his mind. Haori's gentle yet hopeless smile would not leave his eyes. All the doubt and awe he once had completely collapsed at this moment. Awe. A heart-tearing roar burst out of Hagoromo's mouth. Extreme emotion struck his body, and a power he had never felt before surged up from his eyes. His eyes suddenly turned red. Black Magatama spun rapidly in his pupils, gathering together, finally forming three fierce Magatama floating in the red pupils, the Sharingan. The three Tomo Sharingan gave off a strange red light, lighting up Hagoromo's grief-stricken face and also illuminating the countless cold corpses in the hollow space. At this moment, there was no more warmth in his eyes, only endless sorrow, anger, and the flames of revenge. Big brother. Your eyes. Hamura looked at the Sharingan in his brother's eyes, too shocked to speak. He had never seen such eyes, and had never felt such a terrifying presence from his brother. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, a pale white light appeared on the horizon. The two stepped through the morning dew and hurried all the way, finally arriving at the mountain peak where they had met Gamamaru that day. The terrible scene under the god tree, Haori's cold body, the unfamiliar power brought by the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes, and their mother's long-time deception. They were like countless threads wrapped around their hearts, making them desperate to find the truth. Gamamaru. Where are you? I need you. Hagoromo shouted into the empty valley, his voice hoarse from a sleepless night. As soon as his voice fell, a puff of smoke suddenly burst out in front of them, and Gamamaru's chubby figure jumped out from it. Gamamaru still had that pretending to be deep look and said lightly, "Stop shouting. I've been waiting here for you for a long time." Hagoromo frowned, full of doubt. "Why did you know I would definitely come?" "Humph, because that's what my master said. My master is powerful and can predict things. He already expected that you would come to find me." Gamamaru puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. "Who is your master?" Hagoromo pressed on, his curiosity completely stirred up. Gamamaru gave a mysterious smile and said meaningfully, "Come on, I'll take you to meet him. Speaking of which, you should already know him, and even have met him." It paused, looked at their stunned expressions, and added, "After all, when you were little, you grew up listening to my master's stories." Grew up listening to his stories. Hagoromo and Hamura were stunned at first. Then their faces suddenly changed, and the same name flashed through their minds at the same time, Arisu. The heroic legends their mother told all year round, the temple portrait they worshipped every year, and the men fishing in the snow that day who mysteriously disappeared, all the clues instantly connected together. Could the one who was fishing that day be the Arisu mother talked about? Hagoromo's pupils shrank as he muttered in shock. Could it really be? Hamura's whole body trembled, his eyes full of disbelief. The men they saw that day looked almost exactly like the young men in the temple portrait, just with a bit more calmness and indifference that came from years passing. The figure shaped as a hero by their mother, the person she felt guilty toward and built a temple to worship, actually truly existed, and had even crossed paths with them. Hee hee. Gamamaru looked at their shocked faces and could not help laughing. It waved its front limbs. Follow me. The two suppressed the storm in their hearts and followed closely behind Gamamaru. Chapter 17, The One Who Knows Everything. At a water source, the two of them and the frog went in. The deeper they went, the more different the atmosphere around them became. The air was filled with a pure and vast energy. It was completely different from the chakra of the ninja world, gentle yet full of power, carrying a feeling of nature itself. The energy here is so special. Hamura could not help but speak. His Byakugan opened on instinct, yet he found that the energy of this land was mixed yet pure, something that could not be measured with normal chakra sensing. Hagoromo also nodded. His Sharingan turned slightly, and he could see countless tiny points of light floating in the air. They were the visible form of this special energy. This is the sage chakra unique to Mount Myaboku, the oldest and purest energy. Gamamaru smiled slightly, with a bit of pride. Passing through layers of clouds and mist, a grand hall appeared before their eyes. The hall was built from huge rocks, carved with ancient toad script, giving off a faint golden glow. The roof was wrapped in vines, blending with the surrounding mountains and forest, as if it had formed naturally. This was the Toad Hall of Mount Myaboku, the residence of the sage of Mount Myaboku. Of course, White Brows had stepped back behind the scenes. The real boss of Mount Myaboku was actually Arisu. Gamamaru stepped into the hall first. Master, I've brought them. Gamamaru respectfully called out toward the inside of the hall. Hagoromo and Hamura followed closely behind. The moment they stepped into the hall, they were drawn to the scene inside. The hall was spacious and solemn. On the high platform in the center sat a figure. The man wore a long robe in black and red. His dark hair fell loosely over his shoulders. His face was still handsome. It was the mysterious man who had been fishing in the snow that day. Arisu slowly raised his eyes. His gaze fell on the two of them, carrying a bit of gentleness and also a depth that seemed to see through everything. His voice was exactly the same as that day. He spoke warmly, "You've come." The familiar voice and familiar face instantly broke down the last of their mental defenses. Hagoromo's pupils shook violently. He took half a step back without thinking, his heart filled with disbelief and shock. The hero from childhood stories, the idol they worshipped every year, was actually standing right in front of them. "It's you." Hagoromo's voice carried restraint and a slight tremble. He cupped his hands instinctively, his tone full of respect. Hamura stood beside him, too shocked to speak. He just stared blankly at Arisu on the high platform, his mind completely empty. They had never imagined that the heroic legends that followed their childhood, the beautiful stories their mother told, actually had a real person behind them, and that person was sitting right before them now. The impact of a legend stepping into reality made it hard for them to process. Everything felt unreal. "I told you, we would meet again." Arisu looked at their shocked expressions. A faint smile appeared on his lips, his tone still gentle. These words were like thunder, waking them from their shock. They took a deep breath and tried to calm themselves. Hagoromo cupped his hands again and asked respectfully, "Sage, how should we address you?" "Just call me Sage." Arisu spoke lightly, his tone calm and steady. "Sage." Hagoromo raised his head, his eyes full of urgency and pleading. "Since you knew we would come, you must also know why we came. You are the one who knows all the truth. Please tell us, what exactly has Mother been hiding? What is the truth about the God Tree?" A series of questions poured out, carrying the doubts and pain that had built up in his heart for so long. Hamura also looked at Arisu, his eyes full of expectation. He too longed to know the full truth. "Do not rush." Seeing this, Arisu slowly raised his hand. A clear crystal ball appeared in his palm. The crystal ball gave off a soft glow. As Arisu poured chakra into it, clear images gradually appeared inside. "See for yourselves." Arisu's voice carried a distant sense of age. The images inside the crystal ball began to move. First, two people wearing strange clothes descended upon the ninja world. They were Kaguya and Isshiki. Then the scene shifted. Kaguya, with worry on her face, told Arisu about her fate of being sacrificed to the God Tree. Her eyes were full of unwillingness and pleading. She promised Arisu that as long as he helped her break free from Ishiki's control and obtain the fruit of the God Tree, she would share the power with him and protect this land together. The young Arisu, with a gentle smile on his face, agreed to her request. The scene changed again. In front of the 10 Tails, Arisu fought fiercely with Isshiki. In the end, he helped Kaguya and together they sacrificed Isshiki. However, just when everything seemed complete, the moment Arisu turned around, a trace of resolve flashed through Kaguya's eyes. A sharp bone shot from her hand and pierced straight through Arisa's chest. Hagoromo and Hamura's pupils shrank when they saw this. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. They had never imagined that their mother would do something so treacherous. The scene continued. Kaguya swallowed the fruit of the god tree and gained immense power. After that, the infinite Tsukuyomi. Back then, your mother was an outsider. She and her companion Isshiki came to this planet. According to their clan's rules, she was supposed to be the one sacrificed to the god tree. She was unwilling to die like that, so she came to me and promised me the fruit of the god tree, asking for my help. I thought she was a woman who longed for freedom and had a kind heart, so I agreed. But I did not expect that she would stab me in the back for the sake of power. Arisa's voice slowly sounded, telling the truth shown in the images. Arisa paused, his gaze landing on the two of them, his tone calm. I should have died in that betrayal. Luckily, I survived through the sage arts of Mount Mayaboku. As for your mother constantly sacrificing ordinary people, it was not to nourish the land, but to create a white Zetsu army. She is afraid that her clansmen will find this place and take revenge for her betrayal and seizure of power. Those who are sacrificed will eventually turn into white Zetsu with no consciousness, knowing only obedience, becoming her chess pieces to resist her clan. Arisa deliberately hid the truth that he was immortal because of a system, attributing everything to sage arts. This fit his identity as a sage and avoided unnecessary trouble. The light of the crystal ball slowly faded, and the hall fell into complete silence. Hagoromo and Hamura stood there, their faces pale, their bodies cold. Their mother's betrayal, the truth of the sacrifices, the secret of white Zetsu, everything. So the beautiful stories mother told were actually just to cover up her stabbing you in the back. The truth is so dark. Hagoromo clenched his fists tightly. The Magatama necklace at his neck turned cold again. He remembered Haori's gentle smile. He remembered the cold bodies beneath the god tree. He remembered the deception over the years. The red light of the three Tomo Sharingan in his eyes flared up, and anger and grief surged again. Mother. Hamura's Byakugan stared at the place where the crystal ball had disappeared, his face full of disappointment and pain. The mother he had always respected turned out to be someone who would sacrifice countless lives for her own desires. But Hamura also felt sympathy for his mother, because she too had been betrayed. On the high platform, Arisu quietly watched the two of them without speaking. Arisu was observing their expressions. Sure enough, Hagoromo, who would later become the Sage of Six Paths, had the harsher heart. And Hamura, the ancestor of the Otsutsuki on the moon, had a more delicate heart. He could understand that their mother had once believed in love. If it came to filial piety, Hamura would definitely be stronger. If it came to great love for the world, Hagoromo, the future Sage of Six Paths, would be superior. However, based on the current path, Hagoromo was more favored by Arisu. However, my being stabbed in the back by your mother is a small matter. The urgent task now is to save the world and make your mother stop all this. Arisu said lightly, placing his actions on the moral high ground. Chapter 18, Hagoromo takes a master. Although he spoke of saving the world. In Arisu's heart, he just wanted revenge for Kaguya stabbing him in the back then. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's source of wealth is like killing their parents. Kaguya directly cut off the opportunity that originally belonged to him. On top of that, Arisu had been deceived and even took the risk to help her fight Isshiki. In the end, he was tricked. Although Arisu had a good temper, this was going too far. If Arisu just laughed it off and chose not to take revenge, that would be truly stupid. Sigh, my training is still not enough. If a few hundred more years pass, I might not even get angry anymore. When Arisu noticed his unstable mood, he sighed slightly in his heart. If a few hundred more years passed, these things might not hurt that much. So sometimes Arisu really could not understand why in other novels, some old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years still got angry at the slightest thing. How old was he himself? Yet he was already becoming calm and steady. All illnesses in the world come from anger. Only by keeping a good mood can you live long. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. The silence in the hall was broken by Hagoromo's heavy breathing. The knuckles of his clenched fists turned white, and the three Tomo Sharingan trembled violently in his eyes. Hagoromo looked at Arisu with a slight tremble in his gaze, but there was more determination in it. Sage, what should we do? Mother. Kaguya, she is already beyond saving. Arisu slowly stood up. His black and red robe brushed across the ground of the empty hall, making a soft sound. The path of resistance is 9 deaths and 1 life. Kaguya possesses the power of the god tree's fruit. She is immortal. With just your current Sharingan and Byakugan, you cannot even break through her defense. Arisu walked to stand before the two of them. His gaze swept across their eyes, his tone steady as a mountain. I wish to take you as my master, Sage. Please grant me your teachings. After saying this, Otsutsuki Hagoromo directly knelt down on one knee. Big brother. Hamura's cry suddenly rang out. He instinctively looked at Arisu on the high platform, then turned back to stare at Hagoromo's back, his voice carrying a faint tremble. Do you know what this means? We are going to oppose Mother. Hamura clenched his palms tightly, his knuckles turning white. From Arisu's words, he learned that Mother Kaguya had been controlled by Isshiki and almost turned into a sacrifice, and the grievances of being hurt by that scumbag man. Because of that, Hamura always held a trace of pity for her. But the image in the crystal ball of Mother stabbing Arisu in the back, the piles of corpses under the god tree, and Haori's cold face were like sharp knives, stabbing through his bottom line again and again. She may have had her reasons, but stabbing the sage in the back and harming the innocent, can that also be forgiven? Otsutsuki Hagoromo said in a deep voice. Yes. Hamura murmured, his tone full of painful struggle. His eyes drifted between Hagoromo and the empty air, as if searching for an answer that could convince himself. Hamura. At this point, what are you still hesitating about? Hagoromo suddenly raised his head. The red light of the 3-tomo Sharingan flared up. Think about Haori. Hagoromo suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the Magatama necklace at his neck, which had long turned cold. Haori had tied it on him with her own hands while she was alive. Now it had become the sharpest reminder. Have you forgotten how Haori died? She was just an ordinary human who never harmed anyone, yet she was turned into a sacrifice by Mother and became that cold cocoon. Mother's rule is built on the bones of countless people. Do you think those who were sacrificed had no families? No one they cared about? If this continues, the entire ninja world will become a living hell. All life will become her chess pieces to resist her clan. What is there left to miss about such a mother? Hagoromo suddenly stood up and turned to face Hamura directly. His voice was deafening. But she is our mother. We should at least talk to her first. Maybe she can turn back. Hamura was still making his final struggle. In his mind flashed the occasional gentleness his mother had shown. Arisu on the platform watched the two brothers silently the whole time. He was also quietly positioning the two of them in his heart. No wonder Hamura would later choose to go to the moon to accompany his mother. Although Hamura chose to stand with his brother against her, he still loved his mother in his heart. Arisu's gaze fell on Hamura. Now it was time for him to speak. Blood ties are the hardest bonds in the world to let go of. Kaguya was betrayed and suffered hardship. Perhaps that is why she walked down an extreme path. But that can never be an excuse for harming the innocent or breaking her promises. Arisu paused. His eyes swept over Hagoromo's hand gripping the necklace, then returned to Hamura's face. You want to talk to her because of the bond between mother and son. That heart is precious. But you must understand, once some paths are taken wrong and some sins are committed, there is no turning back. Her heart is already filled with fear and selfish desire. Negotiation will only make more people pay the price. Arisu spoke slowly, his gaze deep. Hagoromo, hearing this, knelt on one knee again, lowering his head even further. What the sage says is right. I have made up my mind. No matter the cost, I will stop Mother. I beg the sage to accept me as your disciple and teach me the power to fight against her. Arisu looked at Hagoromo. To be honest, at the beginning he did not intend to take the future sage of 6 paths as his disciple. He only wanted to use his hand to take revenge on Kaguya. But since the sage of 6 paths came to him on his own, then he would not hold back. Hamura stood in place, his expression shifting. Arisu looked at Hagoromo's determined face, then at Hamura's conflicted one, and slowly nodded. He raised his hand and waved it. A gentle sage chakra turned into a band of light and softly landed on Hagoromo. I can accept you as my disciple and teach you the sage arts of Mount Myaboku, as well as ninjutsu that can contend with Kaguya. But Hamura, I will not force you. You can choose to follow me and learn, or you can choose to go see Kaguya. I only remind you, when you find her, the one you face may no longer be the occasionally gentle mother in your memory, but a dictator completely swallowed by power and fear. Arisu sighed slightly as he spoke. Hagoromo's eyes burst with wild joy. He knocked his head to the ground. His forehead struck the cold rock heavily, making a clear sound. As for Hamura, he still stood there, looking at his kneeling brother with a complicated gaze. Then he looked at Arisu on the high platform, calm and indifferent. The scale in his heart between family and justice slowly began to tilt. Soon, Otsutsuki Hamura made a compromised decision. Sage, I will first go back and talk to Mother. If she remains stubborn, I will return. Otsutsuki Hamura bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Arisu nodded and reminded him, be careful. Chapter 19, The Final Battle. Gamamaru, send Hamura away. Arisu gave a slight nod. Okay. Gamamaru responded and jumped forward, swinging his chubby front limbs as he led Hamura out of the Toad Hall. They passed through the clouds and dense forest of Mount Myaboku, until they jumped into a pool and reappeared outside. Hamura, you've missed a great opportunity. My master is incredibly powerful. If you don't learn now, you'll regret it later. Gamamaru complained. I know. I'll think about it. At this moment, Otsutsuki Hamura had no mood to pursue power. He wanted more to talk to his mother, to make her stop those actions. Hamura walked back alone, his heart heavy. On one side were the words of persuasion he had yet to say, on the other was Arisu's reminder that she has already been swallowed by fear. As his thoughts churned, his steps unconsciously quickened. When he arrived at Kaguya's residence, the entire courtyard was frighteningly silent. The maids and servants who usually came and went all held their breath and did not even dare to raise their heads. The air was filled with a heavy pressure like a storm about to break. The moment Hamura stepped into the courtyard gate, his heart trembled. Hamura quickly walked into the main hall. At a glance, he saw Kaguya sitting upright on the jade chair in the main seat. Her silver-white hair fell over her shoulders. The chakra around her was restrained but ready, freezing the air in the hall stiff. Kaguya's face was dark as ink, without the slightest warmth in her eyes. Her fingers tightly gripped the armrest of the jade chair. It was clear she had been waiting in this state for a long time. M.O. Mother. Hamura's voice carried a faint tremble. As soon as he called out, he was interrupted by Kaguya's cold questioning. Hamura, where did Hagoromo go? Did you go to see the god tree? There was no emotion in Kaguya's voice. It was calm to the point of being strange, yet the pressure hidden in her words made Hamura's breathing stop. He immediately realized that Mother had already noticed. Beneath that seemingly calm surface was anger about to erupt. Hamura gritted his teeth, suppressing the panic in his heart. He stepped forward, wanting to explain. Mother, I already know everything. The truth about the god tree, those sacrificed people. I want to tell you, it's not too late to turn back. Before he could finish, a thunderous shout cut him off. Shut up. Kaguya slammed her hand down and stood up. The chakra around her suddenly exploded, and a fierce wave of energy instantly swept through the entire hall. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. The iconic Byakugan shone with a sharp light. Her eye power was like invisible shackles, carrying irresistible pressure, pressing straight toward Hamura. Hamura felt a powerful force suddenly invade his body. His body froze instantly. He did not even have the strength to lift a hand. Chakra surged wildly through his meridians but was firmly suppressed, leaving him no way to resist. His Byakugan opened instinctively, trying to push back, but in front of Kaguya's eye power it was like a firefly before the bright moon, completely suppressed. It's useless. Don't think of using your Byakugan to counter me. My Byakugan is far above yours. Otsutsuki Kaguya shouted in a low, angry voice. Her face was still quite beautiful. Hamura's body was stiff and out of control where he stood. He could not even move his tongue. His eyes were filled with disbelief and pain. Kaguya did not even give him a chance to explain and directly used her eye technique to forcefully control him. Arisu personally taught Hagoromo the sage arts of Mount Myaboku. Hagoromo was also extremely talented. He quickly learned and mastered the sage arts. Arisu was slightly surprised, but still satisfied. Although he was not as fast as himself, Otsutsuki Hagoromo's upper limit was much higher than his. Hagoromo's upper limit was 6 paths level. He himself was capped. However, the advantage was that he was immortal, while Hagoromo would eventually grow old and die. After living so long, many things in Arisu's heart had changed. But the one thing that never changed was the belief that living is victory. No matter how strong a person is, once dead, they are dead. Only the living have the right to decide what happens next. And Arisu was exactly that kind of person. For several days in a row, Hagoromo trained on the peak of Mount Myaboku. In the end, he mastered sage arts and learned how to use them properly. At this time, Arisu calculated the timing and knew that Hamura should have been controlled by Kaguya by now. It's time to prepare to deal with Kaguya. Arisu thought deeply to himself. Hagoromo. Arisu called out. Hagoromo immediately jumped down from the mountain peak when he heard him. Master, you called me. Hagoromo asked respectfully. Over these past few days, Arisu had not only taught him sage arts, but also taught him much philosophy, which made Hagoromo feel greatly enlightened. On top of that, Hagoromo had a filter toward Arisu. After all, when he was little, Mother often told him heroic stories about Arisu to lull him to sleep, and he often went to Arisu's temple to offer incense. Now that he had met the real person, he naturally had an idol filter. The time is about right. You should go back. Also, I estimate that Hamura may have already been taken down by your mother. You must be careful. Arisu said slowly. What? Hamura has already. What should we do, master? Otsutsuki Hagoromo was shaken. His face showed anxiety, and worry rose in his heart. Arisu waved his hand and said in a deep voice, an adult must remain calm. Your mother will not do anything to Hamura. At most, she will control him. I have a treasure here. Take it. This is the Toad Immortal Talisman. It has the power to bring the dead back to life. Arisu took out a Toad Immortal Talisman from his robe and handed it to Hagoromo. Hagoromo's spirit was greatly stirred. He knew about this from the stories. Mother had said that Arisu possessed two great treasures. One was a white monkey that could turn into a golden staff, and the other was the Toad Immortal Talisman that could bring people back to life. Thank you, master. Hagoromo carefully placed the Toad Immortal Talisman into his robe as if it were a priceless treasure. Gamamaru at the side spoke with a smile. Hagoromo, you're really lucky. This thing is very powerful. In Mount Myaboku right now, I'm afraid only the great Toad Sage Whitebrows and my master have it. Let me put it this way. If there were a god of death in this world, and the god of death said you must die at midnight, after using the Toad Immortal Talisman you could come back to life and slap the god of death in the face. Gamamaru joked. Arisu did not speak, but it was indeed like that. Although he was not sure whether it would work against the all-killing ash bones, it was effective against ordinary fatal injuries. In the original story, Hagoromo punched straight through Hamura's heart, and in the end the Toad Talisman forcibly saved him. Master, then I'm leaving. Hagoromo bowed. After speaking, he left through a nearby pool and headed to the outside world. Teacher, what should we do next? Gamamaru asked. It was curious. In such a battle, would teacher not personally join? Do not rush. Next, go notify the ordinary people on the ground and have them evacuate quickly. After all, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Arisu put his hands behind his back and said calmly. Teacher is merciful. Gamamaru said seriously. Chapter 20, Hagoromo's Rinnegan. Gwa. Where the sound wave reached, common people were all startled by this sudden loud noise, and they looked up toward where the sound came from. Before they could react, dozens of toads of different sizes had already jumped out from rivers, ponds, and forests. Some squatted on rooftops, some landed on treetops, and some even jumped straight onto the high platform in the middle of the marketplace, shouting together, Sage Arisu descends to the mortal world to save everyone. Attention! Attention! Something big is coming. Sage Arisu descends to the mortal world to save everyone. I am Gamamaru, disciple under Sage Arisu. Sage Arisu asked me to pass on this message, please move away quickly, otherwise a disaster will fall upon you. In the outside world, Gamamaru led a group of talking toads shouting everywhere across the world. When had those ordinary humans ever seen something like this? Talking toads, and even speaking in the name of Sage Arisu. It's actually written words. Now we have to believe it. We can't not believe Sage Arisu's words. Then let's go quickly. As soon as these ordinary humans heard it was Sage Arisu, and saw the talking toads, they all began to move away. Watching this scene, Gamamaru grinned in satisfaction. He waved his front limb at the little toads behind him. Go. Change places and keep shouting. Not a single corner can be missed. Gwa. Understood. Dozens of toads immediately spread out. Some jumped into town streets and alleys, some ran toward remote villages, and some even stepped on the surface of the water to rush toward settlements across the river. Voices strengthened by Senjutsu chakra passed through walls, crossed mountains, and spanned rivers, spreading Sage Arisu's order to every corner of the ninja world. Sage Arisu orders. Move quickly to the western mountains. A great disaster is coming, protected by the sage, gather in the canyon. Where the sound waves reached, no one hesitated anymore. Every household raced against time to pack their belongings. Even those isolated tribes deep in the mountains, after hearing the sage's order, followed the migrating crowd toward the western mountain canyon. Gamamaru squatted on a dirt slope, looking at the endless migration team below, and proudly stroked his chin. Humph, my master's name is just that useful. He turned to the little toad behind him. Let's go, check the east again. Don't miss a single person. After all, my master said, when gods fight, mortals must not suffer, Gwa. Sage Arisu truly planned far ahead. He had already arranged for the people to evacuate. Hagoromo looked at the empty village and nodded quietly in his heart. In this way, this battle that was destined to shake the heavens could unfold without any worries, and there would be no need to fear harming innocent lives. Hagoromo walked heavily, and before he realized it, he had arrived at the red gates of the mansion. His fingertips brushed over the cold patterns on the doorframe as he sighed softly. In the end, it has still come to this step. Taking a deep breath, Hagoromo raised his hand and touched the magatama at his chest that Haori had given him. The coolness of the jade spread through his palm, and the determination in his heart grew even stronger. Bang. He pushed the door open. The silence and pressure inside the main hall rushed toward him. Otsutsuki Kaguya was already sitting in the main seat, surrounded by an ancient, unchanging coldness. Her white robe fell like a waterfall, clearly having waited for a long time. Mother, I'm back. Otsutsuki Hagoromo suppressed the emotion surging in his heart. His tone was calm and without waves, only a trace of complexity hidden deep in his eyes. Kaguya stared at him expressionlessly. Those indifferent eyes seemed able to see through people's hearts. For a long time she did not speak, as if considering how to deal with this rebellious son. Silence spread through the hall, the air heavy. Until she finally spoke, her voice cold as ice. Hagoromo, the power on you carries the aura of those toads. Did they teach you? She sharply sensed the aura around Hagoromo that was similar to Arisu's and immediately guessed a few things. She had simply never imagined that this power would come from Arisu. After all, that fellow had already died under her all-killing ash bones, his flesh and blood dissolved. There was absolutely no way he could come back to life. Mother, where my power comes from is not important. I only want to ask you, can you stop what you are doing? Hagoromo said in a low voice, a hint of pleading in his tone. A cold curve rose at the corner of Kaguya's mouth, carrying a bit of disdain and pity. You don't understand. I am your son. Hagoromo could not help raising his voice, filled with urgency and pain. I don't want to watch you fall like this. Kaguya's eyes did not change. She clearly knew that no more words could shake her son's determination. Her fingertip lifted slightly. Whoosh. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Hamura, restrained and controlled. His eyes were empty and lifeless, like a puppet that had lost its mind. The moment he appeared, he crazily launched a fierce attack toward Hagoromo. Pa. 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 The crisp sounds of fists and kicks colliding were as dense as drum beats. In the blink of an eye, the two brothers had already fought at close range for dozens of exchanges. Palm winds were sharp, leg shadows intertwined. Every collision stirred waves of air, and the tables and chairs in the hall were instantly shattered by the shock. Hamura. You've been controlled by her. Hagoromo's pupils shrank suddenly, his heart sinking hard. Master was indeed right. While blocking Hamura's all-out attacks, he tried to wake his brother's mind, but Hamura's attacks grew fiercer, every move aimed at vital points. The battle instantly spiraled out of control. The two fought from the hall all the way outside the mansion. Air waves swept up dust into the sky, and the once tidy courtyard became a mess in an instant. After being controlled, Hamura's power surged greatly. Every move was deadly. Hagoromo had to dodge attacks while being unwilling to strike heavily, gradually falling into a disadvantage. Seeing that if this continued there would only be defeat and death, Hagoromo's heart hardened, and a painful resolve flashed in his eyes. Forgive me, Hamura. Before the words finished, lightning flared wildly in Hagoromo's palm. Chakra condensed into a solid lightning fist, carrying a sharp roar that tore through the air, and he punched straight through Hamura's heart. A single punch pierced the heart. Pooh. Blood splattered out, staining Hagoromo's sleeve red. Great sorrow surged like a tide, instantly blurring his vision. His heart felt as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly, hurting so much he could barely breathe. At this extreme grief and despair, with a loud buzzing sound, the three-tomo Sharingan in Hagoromo's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. The pattern spun and reorganized rapidly, instantly transforming into the Rinnegan. Containing power that could shake heaven and earth, the chakra around his body also surged, forming a visible aura. The Rinnegan. Kaguya's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the suddenly evolved eye technique, thinking something was wrong. The power of these eyes far exceeded her expectations. She had to act immediately, otherwise problems would arise later. The chakra around her began to surge, a terrifying pressure spreading out. Kaguya made her move. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 21, You're Not Dead. Kaguya's gaze fell on the bloodshot eyes beneath Hagoromo's lashes, her tone carrying a trace of deliberate pity. Do you see it now? This is what happens when you resist me. You killed Hamura with your own hands. Now you stand alone. If you are willing to turn back, I might be able to find a way to bring him back to life. It was you who forced me. Hagoromo roared. You treat human lives like worthless weeds. You used control techniques on Hamura and caused his death. The one who killed him is you. Hagoromo shouted angrily, the presence of his Rinnegan surging. Kaguya's brows tightened at once, anger burning in her eyes. She truly could not understand why her own son would stand against his closest family for those short-lived ants. You were born above all living beings. Why cling to these ordinary mortals? You can live for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, long enough to watch generations rise and fall. 500 years from now, the people you care about will already be dust. What will you have left? Before her words even finished, Kaguya's figure shot toward Hagoromo like an arrow released from a bow. Chakra gathered at her fingertips and turned into a sharp blade of air, carrying the force to tear apart heaven and earth. Since that was the case, she would take Hagoromo's chakra back. Just as the air blade was about to touch him. Smack! A crisp sound echoed all around. A well-defined hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Kaguya's wrist. The grip was like iron pliers. She could not move forward even a little. He still has me. Arisu's voice was calm and steady as he looked at Kaguya's shocked face. Kaguya's pupils shrank sharply, and the chakra around her instantly became chaotic. She suddenly looked up. When she saw clearly who it was, her face turned pale as paper, and she cried out in shock, "It's you. You're not dead." Otsutsuki Kaguya exclaimed in disbelief. The man stood tall and straight. His black and red long robe fluttered wildly in the fierce wind. His dark hair lifted lightly with the airflow. His face was still as handsome as before, red lips and white teeth, unmatched in beauty. Yet between his brows there was now a trace of time's carving, and deep in his eyes lay endless calm. It was Arisu, whom she had believed had long turned to ashes. Master. When Hagoromo saw who it was, the despair that had built up in his heart was instantly replaced by wild joy, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Arisu's gaze briefly swept over the Rinnegan in Hagoromo's eyes. The patterns within it carried power strong enough to shake heaven and earth. Then he said lightly, "Use the sage talisman to save Hamura. Next, I'll fight some magic with your mother." Before his words even fell, Arisu suddenly exerted force with his wrist. Kaguya felt a fierce sage chakra surge out along his arm. "Why didn't you die? How could you not be dead?" Otsutsuki Kaguya muttered in shock, staring at the Arisu before her in disbelief. All-killing ash bones and infinite Tsukuyomi. How could Arisu possibly have escaped those two techniques? Heh, Kaguya. Are you surprised to see me? Now it's my turn to fight you. Arisu let out a cold laugh. Before she could react, he had already moved to her side. His right fist, wrapped in sage chakra, shot toward her face with a sharp tearing sound through the air. Whoosh! Kaguya hurriedly leaned back, at the same time striking her left palm toward Arisu's ribs. The palm wind was as sharp as a blade. Boom! Golden green and pale white chakra collided violently, exploding with a deafening roar. In an instant, Arisu and Kaguya had already exchanged hundreds of moves in the blink of an eye. Palm winds, fist shadows, and the light of techniques wove together into a net. The speed was so fast that ordinary people could not see clearly at all. They could only feel the world-destroying pressure that made it hard to breathe. Bang! 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 Pa! 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 In just a moment, the two had already turned into afterimages at their original spot. The crisp sounds of their close combat rang out densely like drumbeats. Arisu's moves combined the flexibility of Mount Myaboku's sage arts with the fierce strength of the monkey demon clan. Every punch and every kick carried unstoppable sage power. Where his palm wind swept past, dust rose into the sky and stone slabs shattered into powder. Although Kaguya carried the power of the god tree, and her close combat skills had reached the peak, and after eating the fruit her body was unmatched, under Arisu's fierce sage assault she was forced back again and again. In less than 100 moves, her sleeves had already been shaken to pieces. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She was completely suppressed by Arisu. Your power is more than twice as strong as it was back then. Kaguya was both shocked and furious. After dodging a sweeping kick from Arisu, her body flew backward as she stared at him. Arisu said nothing. With a flash, he chased after her. Sage chakra gathered at his fingertips and turned into fine blades of light, slashing toward her vital points. His movements were extremely fast. The corners of his black and red robe cut through the air, leaving afterimages. Hundreds of exchanges were completed in the span of a breath. Each clash of their bodies exploded with thunderous sound. From the ground they fought into midair. Arisu threw a punch that slammed into Kaguya's blocking palm. Sage art, multiple frog combination fist. Arisu exerted force. Under the explosion of sage power, Kaguya was struck heavily and sent flying, crashing through several towering ancient trees. The ground was smashed into a deep pit several meters wide. Before the dust even settled, Arisu had already teleported in front of her. Sage art, Kirin. Arisu suddenly raised his hand. Violent lightning chakra gathered in his palm. Dark clouds instantly formed around him. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. He swung his arm fiercely. A giant lightning Kirin burst out from the dark clouds with a roar. Silver-white lightning carried destructive power as it opened its huge mouth and bit down hard toward Kaguya. Boom. The moment the lightning Kirin hit the ground, the earth shook violently. Countless cracks spread out like a spider web. The surrounding buildings were instantly flattened. Dust and lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying zone of destruction. The aftershock spread like a tidal wave, shaking even the distant mountains until they seemed ready to collapse. However, Kaguya still flew out from the smoke. For her, even though sage arts could cause serious damage, she had eaten the fruit in the end, and her body was extremely strong. Taking a sage Kirin head-on was not a problem. Using the rebound force, she retreated several meters. Looking at Arisu pressing closer step by step, her eyes were filled with confusion. Since you're still alive, why haven't you shown yourself all these years? Do you know that I? What nonsense are you talking about? Arisu said coldly. He truly could not understand Kaguya's logic. Back then she had broken her promise and used all killing ash bones to pierce his chest. And now she was asking why he had not appeared. If he had really gone to her as she wished, he would probably have been met with another fatal strike. If I had really come, you wouldn't have been happy either. His thoughts flashed quickly, but his hands did not stop. His foot stepped on empty air. Sage chakra condensed into solid steps beneath him as he once again closed in. His palm wind carried a world-destroying force. More words are useless. So noisy. Take my killing move. Sage art, raging wind palm. Boom. The two collided again high in the sky. A terrifying air wave spread out from the center of their clash. The mansion below was instantly turned into powder. The ground split open with crisscrossing ravines, bottomless. Dust shot into the sky, covering the sun. On the ground, Hagoromo held Hamura's cold body and looked up at the two figures in the sky moving at extreme speed. His eyes were full of shock. Master's strength has actually become this powerful. He can fight Mother head-on and even suppress her. But now that I have the Rinnegan, I should also have the strength to fight Mother. Otsutsuki Hagoromo clenched his fist. He felt that he was very strong now. A/N, I need to cut in here. In the original story, Kaguya became pregnant and gave birth to the brothers Hagoromo and Hamura after receiving the blessings of the people. In the original, the Hagoromo and Hamura brothers could not use Susanoo, nor did they know ninjutsu. The two of them fought using truth-seeking balls and yin-yang release. Including the later original plot about Indra and Asura. The one who created ninjutsu was Indra, and the only one who could use ninjutsu was also Indra. Asura did not know any would release or the suspected Rasengan-like technique. He fought using truth-seeking balls, yin-yang release, and something similar to the Nine Tails chakra mode. I say this because this book's plot refers to the TV anime. As for the manga plot, let's not talk about it. He quickly took out the Toad Sage talisman from his robe. The talisman felt warm in his hand and gave off a faint golden glow. Without hesitation, Hagoromo pressed it onto Hamura's forehead. Buzz. Brilliant golden light burst out instantly, covering Hamura's body. The golden light flowed into his body through his 7 openings. His originally cold body gradually regained warmth. The wound that had pierced through his chest healed at a speed visible to the eye. Color returned to his pale face. After a moment, the golden light faded. Hamura suddenly opened his eyes. His Byakugan activated at once. He coughed violently, his chest rising and falling unevenly. He was already completely restored. Chapter 22, the final battle with Kaguya. Cough cough. I was careless, brother. Hamura held his chest, a bitter smile on his face. He had thought that even if he could not defeat Mother, he would at least be able to retreat safely. He did not expect to be suddenly controlled like that and killed at first sight. If his brother had not awakened the Rinnegan in time, and if not for Sage Arisu's talisman protecting him, he would probably have already returned to dust. It's fine. It's not your fault. Hagoromo patted his shoulder. The grief in his eyes had already turned into determination. The purple light of the Rinnegan grew deeper and deeper. Thanks to Mother's strike, otherwise I would not have been able to grasp the power of the Rinnegan so quickly. As his words fell, an ancient yin-yang release staff appeared out of thin air behind him. Chakra flowed along the staff, and round truth-seeking balls floated around it, giving off a vast presence of destruction and creation existing together. The six-path staff makes its first appearance. Brother. This is... Otsutsuki Hamura looked at the truth-seeking balls in amazement. The two brothers stood side by side. The Byakugan and the Rinnegan reflected each other. Their chakra resonated and intertwined, forming an unbreakable aura. I have always been confused about how Hamura got his truth-seeking balls. The anime never gave an explanation. He just suddenly had them for no reason. At the same time, the fierce battle high in the sky had already reached its peak. Kaguya, who had recovered from her initial shock, completely put away all her contempt. Her chakra surged to the extreme. Her silver-white hair moved without wind, and the Tomo Rinnegan on her forehead slowly opened. Pa. 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 Although Arisu had relied on skill and the fusion of sage arts to suppress Kaguya for a time, he knew clearly in his heart that he was ultimately restricted by the system's power and could not reach the Six Paths level. The suppression in front of him was only temporary. Kaguya's chakra was like a vast ocean, endless and continuous. If this dragged on, the one who would lose would definitely be him. At the moment when Arisu felt his strength beginning to fall short, two figures rushed into the sky with a world-destroying presence. Teacher. We're here to help you. Hagoromo and Hamura arrived side by side. The truth-seeking balls behind them burst out with bright light at the same time. The power of yin-yang release turned into two sharp attacks aimed straight at Kaguya's back. Just in time. Seeing this, a flash of understanding passed through Arisu's eyes. His figure instantly retreated, withdrawing from the battlefield and landing on the peak of a distant mountain. In the original story, the two brothers already possessed the power to seal Kaguya. Now, with the added boost of the Rinnegan and Byakugan, plus the sage foundation he had laid for them, it was enough to deal with the current situation. He could take this chance to preserve his strength and did not need to risk everything in this fated battle. Kaguya sensed the deadly presence coming from behind. Her expression changed sharply as she quickly turned to block. With a loud bang, the chakra of the three figures collided violently. The air wave swept across the sky like a hurricane, even tearing the clouds apart. You think that with this little bit of power you can fight against me? Kaguya shouted angrily. The Tomo Rinnegan on her forehead shone brightly as she looked toward the towering god tree in the distance. The next second, the god tree began to shake violently. Its trunk twisted and shrank crazily. Its branches and leaves fell off. Its roots broke through the ground. Its huge body gradually turned into a giant monster as large as a mountain, the 10 tails. Roar. Aya. Roar. It let out a deafening roar and charged wildly toward the battlefield. Wherever it passed, the earth collapsed and mountains split apart. Not good. Hagoromo's face changed drastically. A serious look flashed in his Rinnegan. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained inside the 10 tails. It was energy enough to destroy the entire world. He immediately prepared to activate his chakra and opened Susanoo to resist. No need for more words. At this moment, Arisu moved again. Stepping on Sage Chakra, he instantly leapt above the 10 tails and shouted in a deep voice, Sage Art, Myojin Gate. No hand seals were needed. The technique was released directly. As his words fell, dozens of pitch-black Myojin gates carved with sage runes appeared out of thin air. Like giant stones falling from the sky, they smashed down toward the 10 tails with thunderous force. This was a technique Arisu created by referencing the future Senju Hashirama's Myojin Gate and combining it with Shikatsu Forest Sage Arts. Although slightly weaker in suppression, it was already infinitely close to the original's power. Bang. 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 A series of heavy sounds echoed across heaven and earth. Dozens of Myojin gates, like heavy shackles, nailed down the 10 tails' limbs, torso, and head, pinning the violent beast firmly in place so it could not move. Roar. The 10 tails let out a deafening roar. Its tail lashed wildly at the ground, trying to break free from the Myojin gates. The earth shook violently under its struggle. Cracks kept spreading outward. Arisu's eyes narrowed as he shouted, summoning Jutsu. The next second. The already very old white-brow great toad sage. The youthful-looking white snake sage. And the pure white ape king. The three of them. Everyone, please lend me a hand. Arisu cupped his hands toward the three of them. The white ape king looked at the 10 tails nailed to the ground, amazement filling his eyes. What a terrifying monster. This power is truly frightening. The white snake sage nodded lightly, her tone playful and relaxed. Don't worry, brother Arisu. Leave it to us. The white-brow great toad sage leaned on his cane and swept his serious gaze over the 10 tails. He said in a deep voice, everyone, this battle concerns the future of the ninja world and the survival of all living beings. We must give it our all. As soon as his words fell, the white-brow great toad sage took the lead in attacking. At the same time, the white snake sage immediately launched Ryuchi Cave sealing technique. White Ape King. Arisu turned his head toward him, a hint of signal in his eyes. Got it. The White Ape King understood at once and let out a roar toward the sky. White Ape King. Transform. The next second, his body changed rapidly. His muscles swelled. His white fur faded away. He turned into a giant white staff carved with sage patterns and smashed fiercely toward the 10 tails head. Boom. The staff carried world-destroying force as it struck heavily onto the 10 tails head, smashing the violent beast deep into the ground and forming a huge pit. When the dust cleared, the 10 tails struggle gradually weakened. Under the sealing techniques of the 3 great sages and the heavy strike of the staff, the 10 tails was finally completely suppressed. It lay motionless in the deep pit, only faint breathing left. Arisu slowly landed on top of the 10 tails' head. His arms folded in front of his chest, his black and red robe sounding in the fierce wind, he looked down at the fully suppressed beast beneath his feet. Behave yourself, beast. In the distance, Hagoromo looked at this scene. Uncontrollable joy flickered in his Rinnegan as he sincerely praised, Master truly has boundless abilities. With you suppressing the 10 tails, dealing with Mother will be much easier. High in the sky, Kaguya looked at the suppressed 10 tails, then at Arisu standing on top of the beast's head. Her face looked extremely ugly. Complex emotions surged in her eyes. Anger, unwillingness, shock, and even a trace of confusion that she herself had not noticed. The men she had personally betrayed, who should have long been dead, was not only alive now, but had gained such powerful strength. He had even joined hands with her own sons and stood against her. Chapter 23, The Ama no Hoko and the Six-Path Sword. The battle between Kaguya and Hagoromo and Hamura lasted for a long time. In the end, the two joined forces and used Six Paths Chibaku Tensei. They successfully sealed Otsutsuki Kaguya. In her despair, Otsutsuki Kaguya looked toward Arisu. Arisu looked at her coldly. Reflect on your sins properly. At the final moment, Otsutsuki Kaguya used her last bit of hope and shot out Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu fell to the ground, looking at Mother with sorrow in his eyes. However, just as Black Zetsu's gaze shifted elsewhere, it met Arisu's eyes. In an instant, Black Zetsu thought something was wrong and said to himself, it's over. On a barren mountain peak, there were 3 people and 1 toad. Arisu, Hagoromo, Hamura, Gamamaru. Master, these are treasures I made from the god tree. Please accept them. As for Mother stabbing you in the back then, I apologize to you on her behalf. After the battle, Hagoromo handed several treasures to Arisu. They were, the flame fan, the amber purifying bottle, the 7-star sword, the golden rope, the red gourd, and the banana fan. 6 treasures, which are the 6 paths ninja tools of later generations. You 2 brothers were able to give up small love for the sake of the world and choose great love. I am very pleased. Arisu nodded slightly as he faced the 6 paths treasures. If I do not take them, I would be wasting them. I will not be polite. Master, this is a weapon I forged to thank you for helping us. I hope you will accept it. Hagoromo respectfully handed a pure black sword to Arisu. Oh. Arisu raised an eyebrow and immediately saw that this was no ordinary item. I created 2 weapons. One is the Ama no Hoko, and the other is this sword. I discovered that Master does not have Yin-Yang release. With this sword, you can directly use Yin-Yang release. Otsutsuki Hagoromo said with a smile. Indeed, a good weapon. Arisu held it in his hand and instantly felt connected to the sword. He immediately understood that as long as one's belief was firm, this sword would be indestructible and able to cut through anything. The same setting as Obito's Ama no Hoko. As long as the belief is firm. That is also why people online used to say that if Obito's will was strong, he would be very powerful. Just as Arisu wanted to try summoning truth-seeking balls, he found that no matter what he did, he could not use them. Arisu frowned. What's going on? Hagoromo at the side was also slightly confused. He clearly remembered that as long as one held this sword, they could directly use Yin-Yang release and use the ability of truth-seeking balls. After trying a few times, Arisu smiled slightly. He already understood the reason in his heart. Forget it. Does this sword have a name? Arisu asked gently. Hagoromo shook his head. No. Please give it a name, Master. Arisu looked at the completely black long sword and said calmly, how about calling it the 6-path sword? Good name. Hagoromo praised. Hamura at the side also nodded. Arisu smiled faintly. There was a meaning behind the name he chose. 6-path sword, 6-path sword. It meant that he wanted to break through to the 6 paths level, so he named it 6-path sword. Master, there is one more thing. I would like to entrust something to you. Hagoromo then took out 9 glowing Magatama. They were the 9-tailed beasts. I divided the thing's chakra into 9 parts. I want to ask Master to find them a shelter, let them understand humans, trust humans, and help humans. Hagoromo said. Hamura widened his eyes as he looked at the 9 sleeping-tailed beasts inside the Magatama and could not help but praise, looking at them like this, these little guys are quite cute. Arisu looked at the 9-tailed beasts and felt slightly moved. He had once again witnessed the development of the story. The 9-tailed beasts. Creatures that run through the entire Naruto worldview. All right, I'll take them. Arisu put the Magatama into his robe. Kaguya had already been sealed, and he had nothing much to do. Maybe he would just study sage arts and find homes for these tailed beasts. So Hagoromo, what are you planning to do next? Arisu looked at Hagoromo and asked. Hagoromo looked at the world around them, now full of ruins because of the battle. A trace of pity rose in his heart. I want to bring salvation. I want to spread my ideas. I want everyone to understand each other. Hagoromo spoke slowly. Arisu nodded when he saw this. Just like in the original story. Then he looked at Hamura. Hamura, what about you? Hearing this, Hamura smiled and looked toward the moon in the sky. I want to accompany Mother. As soon as these words came out, Gamamaru at the side could not hold back and said, you also want to be sealed on the moon. Hamura and Hagoromo. Arisu. I understand Mother. In the end, I still love Mother. In essence, Mother is a weak woman. Hamura said gently. Arisu sighed in his heart when he heard this. Now that Kaguya had been sealed, his hatred had also become like passing clouds. His state of mind had improved greatly again. You are a good person. Arisu nodded to Hamura. After that, the three said their farewells and left. Master, remember to come see me. I still want to compete with you to see who lives longer. Hagoromo said with a smile. Arisu smiled helplessly in his heart. Compete with me on who lives longer. You probably cannot win. Right now, even if I want to die, I cannot. Although Hamura and Hagoromo were not pure Otsutsuki, judging from their appearance and the size of their horns, they were already close to pure blood. It is not a problem for Hagoromo to live close to 1,000 years. But compared to the immortal Arisu, there is no comparison. Arisu waved his hand slightly. The next time they meet might be 100 years later, maybe 200 years later. Hagoromo boy, goodbye. Gamamaru also said. After speaking, Arisu took Gamamaru with him. Their figures slowly disappeared. The Six Paths treasures disappeared together with them. Hagoromo looked at everything around him and made up his mind to bring salvation to the world. Returning to Mount Myaboku, Arisu looked at the treasures in his hand and thought slightly. These things were not very useful to him. If he faced someone stronger than himself, he would not need these. If he faced someone weaker, he would need them even less. The only one that is still somewhat useful is the Six-Path sword. Arisu looked at the completely black long sword in his hand and could not help but smile. The Six-Path sword. If he slowly studied it in the future, maybe he could use it to create truth-seeking balls. Teacher, how are you planning to handle these little things? Gamamaru looked at the small-tailed beasts inside the 9 Magatama. Arisu hesitated slightly. Right now, these tailed beasts were too small. They had not grown up yet, so they could not be released for now. In the original story, Hagoromo only released them when they had grown to more than 10 meters tall. Let them stay at Mount Myaboku for a few years. After they grow a bit bigger, then release them into different parts of the world. Arisu put away the Six-Path sword and said calmly. Yes. Gamamaru nodded. He naturally had no objections. The one truly in control of Mount Myaboku now was Arisu. What Arisu said was the law of Mount Myaboku. Sigh, the world has returned to peaceful times again. Arisu rubbed his forehead. The next thing that might interest him would be Hagoromo establishing Ninshu, and the birth of Asura and Indra. But that might still take some time. Because from the anime, Hagoromo was already middle-aged when he had Indra and Asura. And the current Hagoromo was still in his youth. Chapter 24, Mount Myaboku Zoo. Time passed. It had been nearly decades since that earth-shaking great battle. During these decades, many things happened in the world. The most eye-catching one was that Sage Arisu became the orthodox and mainstream belief of the world. There was no other reason. Before that great battle, the people who survived had followed Sage Arisu's oracle and began to evacuate. What happened afterward made ordinary people's faith in Sage Arisu even stronger. Those villagers who followed Arisu's oracle avoided the aftermath of that battle. Temples of Arisu became bigger and more numerous, spreading all over the world. On top of that, the disappearance of the god tree belief and the goddess Kaguya belief made Arisu's faith naturally become the mainstream of the world. There was even a Arisu religion. Of course, Hagoromo also played a big role. Over the years, Hagoromo often showed divine power outside and spread friendly beliefs. As Arisu's disciple, he called himself the direct disciple of Sage Arisu. This once again strengthened Arisu's faith. When old beliefs die, it means new beliefs appear. The god Kaguya disappeared, and Arisu replaced her. You stinky fox. You dare laugh at my sand for being ugly. I'll flatten you. Don't think having more tails means you're the strongest. I may be one tail, but I'm not afraid of you. The one tail, Shikaku, had sand bursting all over his body. It turned into a giant sand fist over 10 meters tall and smashed toward the head of the nine tails, Kurama. Humph, it's true. Just look at your sand. It's as rough as Gamamaru's foot skin. Look at my nine tails. Fluffy and soft. Anyone can see its top-quality fur. After saying that, Kurama nimbly turned sideways to dodge. You're asking to die. I'll show you what Lord Shikaku's power really is. Shikaku got so angry that his sand release went out of control. The ground instantly rose up into several sand walls, surrounding Kurama in the middle, with sharp spikes covering the walls. Kurama let out a disdainful snort. His chakra surged as he smashed the sand with one claw. That's it. Watch me blow your broken sand into powder. Stop fighting, stop fighting. Lord Arisu will get angry. The eight tails, Gyuki, rushed over while swinging his octopus tentacles, trying to pull the two apart. He ended up getting scratched by Shikaku's sand spikes, and howled in pain. Ow. If you two are going to fight, don't drag me into it. The eight tails quickly rolled to the side. The two tails, Matatabi, crouched on a nearby tree, swinging her flaming tail while watching the show. From time to time she commented, Shikaku's sand release got slower again. Kurama's claws are too slow too. Boring. The four tails, Son Goku, held a wine gourd, drinking and shaking his head. We're all tailed beasts. Instead of fighting, why not drink a couple cups and talk about life? The five tails, Kokuo, the six tails, Saiken, the seven tails, Chomei, and the three tails, Isabu, formed a circle like they were watching a big show. Isabu even clapped his claws from time to time, splashing water everywhere. Shikaku and the nine tails were fighting, but the result was clear. Shikaku could not beat the nine tails. Kurama, you're finished. I'm telling Teacher Arisu. After saying that, Shikaku ran toward Arisu's room. Shikaku. You can't accept losing. Hearing this, the nine tails' face changed, and he quickly tried to stop Shikaku. Hee, now you know you're scared. Shikaku laughed proudly as he mocked the nine tails and quickly ran to Arisu's door. While the two were still attacking each other with words, Gamamaru walked out of Arisu's room. Stop it. In an instant, everything went quiet. Gamamaru looked over all the tailed beasts, then pointed to the room behind him where Arisu was, and said fiercely, the big boss of Mount Myaboku is taking a nap inside. Which tailed beast is not afraid of death? Step forward. As soon as he said that, all the tailed beasts behaved. Toward Arisu, they felt both respect and fear. They thought they were strong, but in Arisu's hands, they were no different from babies. Suddenly, the door opened. Who wakes first from a great dream, I have always known in my life. Just woken up, Arisu, dressed in green, slowly walked out of the room. As soon as Arisu raised his eyes, he saw the nine-tailed beasts. His heart moved slightly. Over these years, he had been teaching these tailed beasts, giving them names just like in the original story, and becoming their teacher. Sigh, Mount Myaboku is almost becoming a zoo. It has every kind of creature. Arisu looked over the nine-tailed beasts. A raccoon, a nine-tailed fox, an octopus, a turtle, a bug, a monkey. Good grief, they could open a Mount Myaboku zoo. Teacher Arisu. Seeing Arisu appear, the nine tails and Shikaku shouted at the same time, then immediately started accusing each other. Teacher Arisu, that stinky fox started it. He said my sand is ugly and called me a dirt bump covered in sand. Shikaku spoke first, sounding very wronged. Nonsense. I did not. Kurama immediately argued back. I just told the truth. Your sand is rough. And you attacked me first with sand release. That was self-defense. You laughed at me, of course I had to teach you a lesson. Shikaku stretched his neck stubbornly. You're the one who's petty. Kurama refused to back down. I just said one honest sentence and you exploded like a flammable sandbag. You're the one. Your tails look like mops, and you dare talk about me. And you, sand lump, think you can criticize my tails. The two started arguing again, spit flying everywhere. The other tailed beasts quickly stepped back, afraid of getting caught in it. Arisu felt a headache from listening. His face was hard to hold steady. Only because Arisu had lived long and his heart was already very calm did he not get angry. Did the nine tails and Shikaku have some kind of reaction? It was like this in the original story, and it was still like this now. Gamamaru moved next to Arisu, squatting on the ground and eating melon seeds. Master, look at these two. After decades, they're still the same. Every time they meet, they fight. Like two kids who never grew up. Arisu helplessly rubbed his forehead and looked at the two of them. You two, explain. What exactly happened? Shikaku lowered his head sadly. Lord Arisu, today I just wanted to tidy up my sand and shape it nicely. Then Kurama walked by and laughed at my sand for being ugly. I couldn't stand it, so I argued with him. Then he provoked me, so I attacked. I did not provoke you. I just casually said, the sand really isn't that great, and he smashed me with sand release. I can't just stand there and let him hit me, right? Kurama argued back. The tone you used was clearly mocking me. I wasn't. You were. I wasn't. The two started arguing again. Arisu's brows frowned tighter and tighter. Then he looked at the size of these tailed beasts. Counting the time, isn't it about time to send them outside? Arisu pinched his fingers and felt that the time was almost right. Chapter 25, talking about repaying kindness. All right, that's enough, stop arguing. Arisu slightly raised his hand. Hearing this, Ninetales and Shikaku immediately quieted down. Arisu slowly walked to the wooden chair and sat down. His green robe swayed gently with his movement, and his gaze swept over the 9-tailed beasts in front of him, each with a different form. After decades of growing up, these tailed beasts had become about the same size as the giant toads of Mount Myaboku. The faintly serious look on Arisu's face gradually softened, and he spoke calmly, "How many years have you been with me?" As soon as he said this, the noisy square instantly became silent. The 9-tailed beasts all fell into deep thought at the same time, tilting their heads and counting with their claws, tentacles, or tails. Shikaku scratched circles in the sand, Kurama flicked his tail and counted the fur, Isabu sank into the water blowing bubbles. The scene was rather funny. After a moment, the two-tails Matatabi flicked her flaming tail and spoke first. "Teacher, we've been with you for exactly 26 years, Matatabi said." Arisu smiled when he heard this. 26 years. Time really flies. So, after all these years with me, how much have you learned? Arisu asked again. Me first, the 8-tails Gyuki immediately waved his octopus tentacles and moved forward, his tone full of respect. We've learned so much. Teacher, you taught us how to read and write, you taught us how to tell right from wrong, and you taught us not to rely on our strength to do whatever we want, but to understand restraint and respect. Me too, Kurama nodded heavily at the side. His fluffy 9-tails rested obediently in front of him. His usual proud attitude was completely gone, and only pure respect remained in his eyes. Even though he didn't speak, that look said everything. And cooking. The barbecue you taught us, I can make it better than Gamamaru now. The 4-tailed Son Goku held his wine gourd and smiled brightly. You also taught me how to control water release precisely, so I won't flood half of Mount Myaboku whenever I get excited like before. The 3-tails Isabu poked his head out of the water and added in a muffled voice. You taught us how to control our own power. In the past, we would lose control as soon as we got angry. Now, no matter how angry we are, we can still keep ourselves in check, the 7-tails Chomei said. The 6-tails Saiken and the 5-tails Kokuo also nodded one after another, their eyes full of gratitude. Arisu listened quietly and nodded slowly. After thinking for a moment, his tone suddenly changed, and his eyes became serious. He said word by word, "You've learned well, and you've grown up. Now, it's time for you to leave." What? These words were like thunder out of nowhere. The expressions of the 9-tailed beasts changed instantly. The joy and pride they had just now disappeared, replaced by shock and confusion. Shikaku and Kurama looked at each other and immediately panicked. They thought it was because of their earlier fight that they had made their teacher angry, so they hurried to rush in front of Arisu. Teacher. I was wrong. All the sand on Shikaku's body drooped down. He rubbed against Arisu's chair with a pitiful look. I shouldn't have fought with Kurama. I won't dare do it again. Please don't drive us away, okay, Shikaku pleaded. Kurama also lowered himself for once. His tails were tightly wrapped together, and there was a hint of panic in his voice. Teacher, it's my fault. I shouldn't have mocked Shikaku, and I shouldn't have argued with him. We won't make trouble again. Please don't let us leave, all right? The other tailed beasts also gathered around, begging all at once. Gyuki waved his tentacles and spoke up for them. Teacher, we can't bear to leave you. Mount Myaboku is our home. Son Goku threw his wine gourd aside and scratched his ears anxiously. Yeah, teacher, we still want to learn more from you. Kokuo's eyes were even red, looking like she was about to cry. You. Arisu looked at their panicked faces and gently shook his head. Don't panic. It's not because you fought. Arisu paused, remembering the agreement he had made with Hagoromo back then, and slowly explained, I once made a promise with someone. You were originally one whole mass of chakra. He split you into 9 parts. He hoped that you would leave Mount Myaboku, try to understand humans, blend into human society, and if you are willing in the future, help them. The 9-tailed beasts gradually quieted down, their eyes filled with confusion. Arisu had indeed mentioned these things to them decades ago. But at that time, they were just tiny furballs, and their memories were already blurry. Hearing it again now, their feelings were mixed. Of course, Arisu's tone softened a lot. I won't force you. You have the freedom to choose. You can decide not to help humans, but don't rely on your strength to do evil or bully the weak. The atmosphere in the square instantly turned sad. The tailed beasts all lowered their heads and fell silent. Teacher, then, can we see you again in the future? Kokuo, who was the most sensitive, carefully moved closer to Arisu, her voice trembling. Of course. Arisu stood up and gently patted Kokuo's head. The warm touch made her rub against him unconsciously. Arisu looked at all the tailed beasts and spoke gently, you are all my good students. Every one of you is outstanding. Mount Myaboku is good, but the world is vast. You deserve to see a more wonderful world. As for whether you help humans or not, don't feel pressured. Just follow your heart. These words made the sadness even heavier. Kurama turned his face away. He was never good with words, but at this moment, the reluctance in his heart surged out. His eyes slowly turned red, and clear tears swirled in them. Hey, Kurama, why are you crying? Shikaku immediately noticed and asked without thinking. Idiot. Who's crying? You're too close to me. Your stupid sand got into my eyes. Kurama immediately flared up, turning his head and roaring at Shikaku. As soon as he said that, the sad mood was instantly broken. The other tailed beasts wanted to laugh, but their tears kept falling anyway. Son Goku wiped his tears and said in a hoarse voice, damn it. Shikaku, it must be your sand. It got into all of our eyes. Yeah. I can barely keep my eyes open. Saiken cried as he agreed. It was clearly because he couldn't bear to part, yet he insisted on blaming Shikaku. Shikaku looked confused. He glanced down at the sand on his body, then at his companions crying together, and jumped angrily. Nonsense. My sand isn't that powerful. You just want to cry yourselves. Even so, his own eyes slowly turned red. Arisu watched the scene of them crying and arguing, and a trace of reluctance rose in his heart. 26 years of being together day and night. These little ones had long become like his own children. Now that he had to send them away, how could he not feel emotional? Gamamaru squatted to the side, secretly wiping the tears from the corner of his eyes. Pretending to be bold, he shouted, don't worry. If you get bullied outside in the future, just say my name, Gamamaru. I guarantee no one will dare touch a single hair of yours. Wah. Gamamaru. Isabu cried and said, before, when I was in Mount Myaboku, it was because I said your name that those old toads beat me even harder. Gamamaru. Gamamaru's face froze instantly. He scratched his head awkwardly and stubbornly argued, that was before. Wait a few hundred years and then say my name again. When all those senior toads retire, it'll be my turn to be the boss. Then I'll definitely protect you. The tailed beasts were amused by him and laughed through their tears. The sadness lightened a bit. Arisu looked at them, sighed softly, and then smiled. All right, there's no feast that lasts forever. We will meet again someday. After you leave, take good care of yourselves. Wah. Teacher. We will definitely repay your kindness in raising us. Matatabi cried as she spoke, her eyes firm. Arisu's expression became a little complicated when he heard that. He understood these tailed beasts too well. Each of them had a strong sense of justice and could not tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. But human society was complicated. It was never simply black or white, but a large gray area. With their personalities, once they went out and saw wrongdoing, they would definitely step in. There would surely be a lot of trouble from acting on impulse. What are you talking about, repaying kindness? In the future, if you cause trouble, just don't mention me as your teacher. That will be enough. Arisu spoke in a deep voice. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become heavy again, he added half-jokingly, I'm afraid if you mention me, no one will dare to cause trouble for you. Huh. The tailed beasts were stunned for a moment. Then they understood and burst out laughing, tears still hanging on their faces. They looked both crying and laughing at the same time, very funny. Arisu looked at them and smiled slightly. I usually stay at Mount Myaboku. If you run into something you can't solve, you can also go find my other disciple. His name is Hagoromo. He is the one who split you into 9 parts. He will help you. The 9-tailed beasts immediately stopped laughing and nodded heavily, their eyes full of seriousness. Arisu taught them the method of the tailed beast ball so they could use it for self-defense. Then he sent them one by one to different parts of the world to begin new lives. What shocked Arisu was that on this land, belief in him had actually become popular. This was something Arisu had not expected. He never thought that what he did back then would cause such a huge ripple. It directly turned his small temple into the #1 religion in the world. This was also thanks to Kaguya's establishment, as well as Hagoromo preaching continuously in the ninja world over the years. If this keeps going, the Sage of Six Paths won't be Hagoromo, it'll be me, Arisu could not help but sigh. p@trian.com/xenosex. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining, smiling face with hearts. Chapter 26, Good night, white-browed toad. When I walked past the mountains did not speak. When I passed by the sea did not speak. The little donkey clip-clopped, the six-path sword accompanied me to the ends of the earth. People all say that I feared Kaguya, so I hid in Mount Myaboku to avoid the world. But in truth, I simply fell in love with the clouds and sunset of Mount Myaboku. They looked so much like the fireworks that filled the sky when I first crossed over at 16. The wind swept across the open fields, passed through the valleys, crossed over the rivers. It blew onto Arisu's handsome face, lifting the hem of his white clothes. In the fields, Arisu wore white, tall and graceful like jade, carrying the six-path sword on his back, walking slowly along the ridges between the farmland. Ever since he sent off the tailed beasts back then, 50 years had already passed in a flash. Time slipped by quickly. For these 50 years, he wandered through the smoke and fire of the human world. He lifted his eyes toward the distance, and a trace of emotion passed through them. From afar, he could see Otsutsuki Hagoromo walking steadily forward, with several hundred ordinary people following at his side. Behind him were many determined believers. In just a few decades, from only a handful of followers in the past, he had now gathered several hundred. Hagoromo's personal charm was truly extraordinary. Arisu stood in place with his sword on his back, watching from afar, but in the end he did not step forward to greet him. One distant glance was enough. There was no need to disturb him. Since parting with Kaguya after that battle and saying goodbye to Hagoromo, counting on his fingers, it had already been nearly 80 years without meeting. In these decades, he had tasted what it meant to be unmatched in the world, and he had also tasted the loneliness of being unmatched. Basically, as long as the Sage of Six Paths did not appear, Arisu was invincible. Below him, all were like ants. But Arisu did not interfere much with the major affairs of the human world. Occasionally, he would use his power to punish extremely evil people, that was all. Watching the group gradually shrink into a small dot in the distance and finally disappear at the end of his sight, Arisu lowered his gaze, turned around, and silently left in the direction of the wind. It's time to return to Mount Myaboku. Arisu spoke softly, looking at the letter in his hand. The letter from Whitebrow Toad, written in shaky old handwriting, was still tucked in his chest. My lifespan is coming to an end. I hope you return, to entrust my final matters. Arisu returned to Mount Myaboku. The clouds of Mount Myaboku were still the same as in his memory, rolling and spreading with rosy light, no different from when he first arrived 100 years ago. Among the mountains were still traces of the tailed beasts playing and fighting in the past. In front of the cave dwelling wrapped in mist, Gamamaru had already been waiting. Teacher. The great toad sage, he. Gamamaru's body had grown much larger. I know. Arisu slightly raised his hand. Then he walked deeper inside. Inside the cave, a faint clear light glowed. The white-brow toad sage leaned sideways on a cloud couch. Hearing the footsteps, he slowly raised his eyes. When he saw Arisu standing before the couch, the brows that had been tightly furrowed for a long time suddenly relaxed. Arisu, you've come, he. The old voice carried a trembling breath. Back then, that reckless boy who climbed mountains and crossed rivers seeking power has now become an immortal who saves the world and stands on his own. These words instantly pulled Arisu's thoughts back 100 years. Arisu looked at the aged white-brow toad on the couch. In a daze, scenes from 100 years ago rushed in like waves. At that time, he had just entered this world as a stranger, carrying confusion and lone courage. He crossed dangerous mountains, stepped through mist and poisonous fog, and only then found Mount Myaboku, hidden from the mortal world. Whether it was coincidence or fate. The image of the white-brow sage holding his staff, giving guidance and speaking earnestly back then, was so clear as if it had happened just yesterday. Arisu was no longer the young man who shouted every day, endure it, think it through, hold on, to encourage himself. Time flew. Arisu once again looked at the white-brow toad. Whitebrow was nearly 1,000 years old, which was already a long life even for a toad. Grandpa Whitebrow. Arisu stepped forward. His gaze fell on Whitebrow, full of complicated feelings. There was respect, reluctance, and a trace of sorrow that crossed 100 years. Whitebrow slightly lifted one forelimb. Arisu understood and leaned closer. That wrinkled palm gently covered the back of his hand. It felt slightly cool, yet carried unquestionable seriousness. Arisu, I don't have much time left. Whitebrow's eyes were deep like an ancient pond. Mount Myaboku will be entrusted to you from now on. From today forward, You will be the great toad sage of Mount Mayaboku. No one will object to this. Arisu had long had a feeling about this. Over the years, Whitebrow's guidance and expectations, those hints given on purpose or by chance, and the gradual passing down of Mount Mayaboku's core inheritance, had all shown that this day would come. He looked at the trust and hope in Whitebrow's eyes. He did not say much, only slowly nodded, steady and calm, just like the 80 years he had walked through. Whitebrow looked at his calm expression and let out a soft sigh. There was no regret in that sigh, only relief. Sigh. I've lived 1,000 years. It's enough. Thank the heavens, this long life has finally come to an end. He paused, looked at Arisu beside him, and his tone became meaningful. Living too long, seeing too many changes in the world and the rise and fall of human hearts, it's easy to lose yourself. Arisu, remember this. No matter how time washes over you, no matter how strong your power becomes, you must hold on to your original heart. Do not lose your true self in endless time. When Arisu heard this, he was slightly startled, then became serious. It seemed Whitebrow Toad already understood something. Feel with your heart. There is no need to insist on chasing power. What should be yours will come. Do not turn it into an obsession. I hope you cherish yourself, cherish yourself, cherish yourself. After the words fell, Whitebrow took a deep breath. His chest rose slightly, then slowly stilled. Those eyes that had seen 1,000 years of change gradually lost their light. The immortal power around him faded like a receding tide, returning to stillness, returning to Mount Mayaboku. Inside the cave, it was so quiet that only Arisu's breathing remained. Arisu held Whitebrow's gradually cooling hand and did not move for a long time. Outside the window, the clouds of Mount Mayaboku still rolled and spread, the sunset still brilliant. Only the Toad Sage who had protected this immortal land for 1,000 years had now passed away. Grandpa Sage, outside, Gamamaru hesitated to speak. Arisu slightly raised his hand. Gamamaru immediately understood that Grandpa Sage had passed away, and he could not help but cry. Arisu looked at Whitebrow Toad's body, his heart filled with mixed feelings. If not for this Grandpa Sage, he might have died long ago on the road searching for Mount Mayaboku. Before, he always thought he was lucky, that with a mortal body he had somehow found Mount Mayaboku. Thinking about it now, it was truly laughable. He had already mastered Mount Mayaboku's barrier, so he naturally understood. How could a mortal possibly find Mount Mayaboku? Back then, it was only because Grandpa Whitebrow felt pity. Seeing him suffering and almost dying in his search for learning, he opened the barrier and let him in. After standing there for a long time, he let out a soft sigh. Arisu looked at the body of the Whitebrow Sage and softly spoke, "Good night, Grandpa Whitebrow." Chapter 27, The Ninja Sect and the Sage of Six Paths. Mount Mayaboku was covered in thick fog. Arisu placed Whitebrow's body by the river of Mount Mayaboku, letting those 1,000-year-old immortal bones merge with this land and water. Although in the human world there is a saying that burying someone by the river is not good, here they are toads, and burying by the river is considered lucky. Gamamaru stood guard outside with red eyes. Arisu stood before the tomb, gazing silently. The wind in the mountains passed through, carrying pine needles and the glow of sunset, falling onto Arisu's hanging white clothes, like the gentle touch of Whitebrow Sage when they first met 100 years ago. Arisu stood in front of the tomb, looking at the clouds rolling across the mountains. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of the six-path sword. Whitebrow's final words still echoed in his ears, "Hold on to your original heart, do not lose yourself." On a distant wasteland. The traces left behind from the great battle with Kaguya long ago had already been covered by grass and trees. Only from the uneven pits could one tell that a shocking battle once took place here. Hagoromo's many disciples. Everyone, let's build our home together. Otsutsuki Hagoromo rolled up his sleeves, a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, working side by side with his followers, tamping earth and stacking stones. His chakra was enough to build a palace in an instant, yet he always chose to work alongside everyone. Rough wood chips stuck to the hem of his clothes, but it made the eyes of every follower burn with passion. The foundation of the Ninja Sect does not lie in power, but in unity. When Hagoromo wiped the sweat from his forehead, he spoke gently. If not for immortal Arisu's guidance back then, there would be no me today, and no gathering like this. And everyone worked together with one heart. Several days passed in a flash. A simple yet solemn great hall rose from the wasteland, warmth from everyone's joint effort flowing through its beams and pillars. On the day it was completed, Hagoromo personally held a portrait and slowly walked up to the high platform in the center of the hall. In the portrait, a young man in black and red robes stood with a sword on his back. His brows were calm, his face unmatched in beauty, tall and straight like jade. Behind him were the clouds and sunset of Mount Mayaboku filling the sky. It was exactly how Arisu looked in his memory 100 years ago. After the battle with Kaguya, he had painted it himself. Though it did not fully capture Arisu's spirit, it held his deepest respect. Hagoromo carefully hung the portrait in the center. Today, the Ninja Sect is established. I, Hagoromo, am willing to devote my entire life to passing down the immortal's way and protecting peace in this world. And the root of this Ninja Sect, the guide of this world, is my teacher, Immortal Arisu. From today on, he shall be the founding ancestor of the Ninja Sect, to be worshipped for generations and respected like a god. Hagoromo turned to face the thousands of followers below the steps, his voice firm and powerful. A unified response rose from the crowd. Yet an old man slowly stepped forward, looking uneasy. The old man bowed and said, "Lord Hagoromo, you often say that you are a disciple of Immortal Arisu. We deeply believe this. However, the Immortal's real name is Arisu. If we call him by name directly, would that not be disrespectful?" These words were like a stone thrown into a lake, instantly drawing agreement from the crowd. Yes, the ancestor's dignity shakes the world. How can we call him by name? We should give the ancestor an honorable title to show respect. The discussions rose one after another. Hagoromo nodded slightly when he heard this, rubbing his chin as he fell into thought. That makes sense. His gaze unintentionally swept across the long sword behind the young man in the portrait. The name of that sword suddenly appeared in his mind, Six Paths Sword. When Master Arisu named the sword back then, the words Six Paths were quite fitting. Why not use those two words? Change Immortal Arisu to Sage of Six Paths. Six Paths, Hagoromo murmured softly, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Immortal Arisu used the Six Paths sword to calm the world and protect the people. Why not honor him as the Sage of Six Paths? As soon as this title was spoken, there was an uproar below the steps, followed by even louder approval. Sage of Six Paths. A great name. It shows divine power and avoids the real name. Very appropriate. Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd, a trace of hesitation flashed through Hagoromo's heart. He had not asked his teacher's permission. Was it improper to decide an honorable title on his own? But after thinking again, his teacher had lived in seclusion for many years and was hard to find. Now that the Ninja Sect had just been established, they needed a title that could unite people's hearts. If his teacher was dissatisfied in the future, it could be changed then. Everyone, listen, Hagoromo raised his hand to quiet the noise, his tone serious. From today on, the name Immortal Arisu is forbidden to be spoken directly. In this world, he shall only be called Sage of Six Paths. This is the honored title of our ancestor. Any violation will be treated as disrespect. He paused and looked at the old man who had made the suggestion. You will immediately send people to all Arisu temples across the lands. Replace every plaque with the new honored title. Inform all people that the mighty name of Ancestor Sage of Six Paths must be respected by all. Yes, the old man bowed to receive the order and quickly left. Hagoromo turned back to the portrait in the center of the hall, adjusted his robes, and slowly bowed in worship. Seeing this, the thousands of followers also knelt together, bowing respectfully, chanting in unison, "We pay respects to the Sage of Six Paths." Their voices passed through the great hall, across the wasteland, and spread throughout the world. From this day on, Immortal Arisu was officially renamed Sage of Six Paths. Another 100 years passed. During this 100 years, Arisu had been governing Mount Mayaboku. He established an elder system, removed some of Mount Mayaboku's complicated and outdated interests, and made its core no longer just about power, but about spirit. Arisu brought over many philosophies and principles from his previous life for the Toads to study. In these 100 years, the biggest thing Arisu did was compile books. In the past, when he watched Naruto, he always felt that the history in Naruto was too careless, with almost no proper records. So Arisu decided to establish a world history in the name of Mount Mayaboku. It had to be fair, and the records absolutely detailed. There would be no biased writing, no taking sides. Completely neutral and objective. Of course, the history of Kaguya was an exception. Inside the Great Hall, Arisu sat upright on the high platform. Next, I will speak, and you will write. Arisu looked at the little toad below, who stood respectfully, and spoke slowly. Great Immortal, please wait. When recording history, we dare not directly write your name. How should we address you? The little toad asked respectfully. Arisu focused slightly. Just call me Great Immortal. We will start from the very beginning. 2 aliens descended from the sky. Those 2 aliens wanted to control the world, but the Great Immortal bravely resisted. Although he failed the first time, through hard training, he eventually succeeded in defeating them. Arisu cut out a portion, turning his deeds into that of a local hero resisting foreign invaders. At the same time, he removed the matter of him and Kaguya working together to seize the chakra fruit, deleting the darker side. He also changed the complicated truth about the Otsutsuki god tree fruit into something simple, that it was purely about wanting to rule Earth. In addition, Arisu erased his own unclear origins. The world's history began from the moment Kaguya and Isshiki descended. He continued writing history all the way to the present. Only then did Arisu let out a long breath. Sigh. As for the rest, I don't know either. I haven't gone to the human world for many years. Order Mount Myaboku's intelligence department to go to the human world and take a look. Remember, verify through multiple sources and stay objective. After finishing, present it to me for review. Arisu waved his hand slightly, signaling that he could leave. After the little toad bowed, he withdrew. Chapter 28, Am I the Sage of Six Paths? It's time to go take a look at the human world. I wonder whether Hagoromo has established the Ninja Sect by now, and how my Arisu temple is doing, Arisu spoke calmly. Actually, he did not really care about his Arisu temple. At the beginning, he never expected that by coincidence it would become the largest religion in the world. But it did not matter. He did not care. Arisu stepped through the thin mist and walked out of Mount Myaboku's barrier. The ground beneath his feet gradually turned into the hard dirt road of the mortal world. The air was filled with the mixed smell of cooking smoke and soil. At this moment, Arisu stood on a cliff in the mountains, the six-path sword leaning at his side. 100 years. Arisu looked at the mountains and rivers and sighed. 100 years is enough for several generations to pass in the eyes of mortals. But in his eyes, it was only the snap of a finger. Arisu arrived at a small village. Kid, where is the nearest Arisu temple? Arisu's voice was like a spring breeze. The child who was called looked about 7 or 8 years old, with mud on his face. Hearing the question, he turned around. The moment he saw Arisu's face clearly, his eyes widened, and the lump of mud in his hand fell to the ground with a plop. Wow. You look just like the Sage of Six Paths. Really alike. Exactly the same as the statue in our village's Six Paths Temple, the child shouted in surprise. Six Paths Temple. Sage of Six Paths. Arisu frowned slightly, his fingers pausing on the sword hilt. That kid Hagoromo used the title, Sage of Six Paths, so quickly. But that's not right. He remembered Hagoromo's appearance. He had horns on his forehead, and his features carried the coldness of the Otsutsuki clan. Very different from his own face. This child's eyesight must be terrible to mistake him like that. Hey! Hyuki! Don't talk nonsense. A rush of hurried footsteps came over. An old man carrying a hoe ran over quickly. The Sage of Six Paths is the founding savior. How can you joke like this? Disrespecting the gods will bring punishment, the old man scolded the child angrily. It's fine, old sir. A child speaks without ill intent, Arisu said lightly. Grandpa, see, I really think he looks like him, the child argued stubbornly. Don't talk back. Behave yourself. Hee, young man, please don't be angry. The child doesn't understand. As the old man spoke, he turned to apologize to Arisu. But the moment his eyes met Arisu's face, all his words got stuck in his throat. You. The old man's pupils shrank suddenly. The anger on his face was instantly replaced by extreme shock. The hoe in his hand fell to the ground with a loud clang. 6. Sage of Six Paths, the old man cried out, his voice trembling. His body swayed, and he knelt straight down in front of Arisu, his forehead almost touching the ground, his tone full of awe. This commoner greets the Sage of Six Paths. Not knowing Immortal had descended, I failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive my offense. After speaking, he pulled his grandson down to kneel as well. Now it was Arisu's turn to be completely stunned. He lowered his eyes and looked at the old man kneeling on the ground, then at the child beside him who was equally shocked and kneeling too. The confusion in his heart grew heavier. Hagoromo looked completely different from him. Why did this old man also mistake him for the Sage of Six Paths? Could it be that in these 100 years, Hagoromo's appearance had changed? Or, has something gone wrong? People nearby gathered after hearing the commotion. Anyone who saw Arisu's face changed expression instantly and followed the old man in kneeling and bowing. All of them shouted, Sage of Six Paths. My God. A deity. Sage of Six Paths. Welcome, Immortal. The voices grew louder and louder, and soon the place was completely surrounded. Arisu did not want to be watched like this. His finger moved slightly, and faint white mist instantly rose around him, covering his figure. Sage art, sage mist body flicker. When the mist dispersed, there was Northwest one left in place. Only the townspeople were still kneeling in the street, bowing devoutly. The next second, Arisu appeared in the forest outside the town. What is going on? Arisu closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. His perception already covered thousands of miles. But sweeping across the entire area, there was not a single trace of a Arisu temple. Instead, there were dozens of Six Paths temples, giving off the scent of incense. Something's wrong. When I gave out the tailed beasts back then, although it was not everywhere, many places built temples for me. How could they disappear within 100 years and all be replaced by Six Paths temples? Arisu muttered to himself. Logically, as people became more enlightened, things like temples would gradually fade away. But not so quickly that they would be thrown into the trash of history. Full of doubts, Arisu did not hesitate any longer. He turned into a streak of green shadow and rushed toward the nearest Six Paths temple. The temple was located halfway up a mountain, with red walls and dark tiles. Incense smoke drifted in front of the entrance. Arisu slowly walked into the temple. Inside, monks were wiping the offering table, and worshippers were kneeling devoutly. Sensing someone entering, they subconsciously looked up. But the moment they saw Arisu's face clearly, all their movements froze. Ah! The sound stopped abruptly. Everyone stared at Arisu in shock. The next second, whether monks or worshippers, all of them turned pale and knelt down, not even daring to breathe loudly, respectfully chanting, "We greet the Sage of Six Paths. We greet the Sage of Six Paths." The waves of kneeling voices made the temple beams tremble slightly. Arisu did not speak. With a blank expression, he walked through the crowd. Sage art, invisibility. His figure instantly disappeared. Arisu walked straight toward the center of the main hall. When the portrait enshrined on the altar came into view, Arisu's whole body trembled. All the doubts instantly vanished. So that's how it is. In the portrait, a young man wore black and red robes, standing with a sword on his back, calm eyes, flawless face, with the clouds of Mount Myaboku behind him. It was clearly himself from 100 years ago. On the plaque below the portrait, the 4 golden words, "Sage of Six Paths," shone brightly. The incense burner in front of the altar was filled with burning sticks, and the offering table was covered with fresh fruit and sacrifices. Arisu looked at the portrait and laughed helplessly, though he still did not fully understand in his heart. Wasn't he immortal Arisu? Why had he become the Sage of Six Paths? I need to ask Hagoromo. Only he could have done this. Arisu immediately expanded his perception to search for the Ninja Sect headquarters. Arisu had read the original story and knew that the Ninja Sect headquarters was built at Kaguya's ruins. Ninja Sect headquarters. Inside the Ninja Sect headquarters, Hagoromo was sitting on tatami, slowly organizing scrolls. At that moment, a voice sounded, "These years, you've been doing quite well, Hagoromo." A voice both familiar and unfamiliar came from behind. Hagoromo was first startled, then turned around and saw the person he had always wanted to meet. It was Arisu. Chapter 29, Chapter 29, I announce that the Super Kage level will be named Six Paths level. In the courtyard of the Ninja Sect headquarters, cherry blossom petals fell gently with the wind, drifting through the open paper doors and landing on the tatami mats. Teacher. The scroll in Hagoromo's hand was still frozen midair as he looked back in surprise. It was Arisu. Hagoromo looked at the figure before him, dressed in green, standing with a sword on his back. His brows and eyes were still the same as in his memory from 100 years ago. Time seemed to have left no mark on Arisu at all. Only the aura around him had grown deeper and calmer than before. Hagoromo almost instinctively stood up. His movements were as respectful as when he had been taught at Mount Myaboku in the past, bowing deeply. He was now truly powerful, his chakra vast like the sea, his perception able to cover a wide area. Yet Arisu's arrival had gone completely unnoticed by him. That mysterious invisibility technique was still far beyond his reach. Arisu nodded slightly, looking at Hagoromo with a hint of appreciation. Hagoromo was not arrogant. Even though his strength had already surpassed Arisu's, he was still humble. Seeing him bow, Arisu smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly. No need for formalities. Arisu walked slowly to the tatami opposite and sat down. The hem of his green robe swayed gently, the six-path sword resting at his side. I came to ask about the matter of the Sage of Six Paths. To have all the Arisu temples in the world change their plaques and honor me as the Sage of Six Paths, looking across the world, only you could have done that, Arisu asked directly. Hearing this, Hagoromo straightened up. Clear apology appeared on his face. He placed his hands on his knees, his posture even more respectful. Teacher, this was indeed my decision alone. I hope you will forgive me. Your real name is Arisu. When the Ninja Sect was first established, I discussed it with the followers, and we all felt that calling the ancestor by his real name was too disrespectful. So we thought of giving you an honorable title. The word Six Paths, I remembered them in my heart ever since you named your sword the Six Path sword back then. Hagoromo looked up, his eyes filled with memory. He paused, his tone sincere, but back then, I searched everywhere for your whereabouts and could never find you. I did not dare disturb you. I had no way to seek your approval, so I could only announce the title to the world first. I originally planned to explain and ask forgiveness face to face when you appeared again, but I did not expect that in the blink of an eye, 100 years would pass. As he spoke, Hagoromo bowed slightly again, his face full of guilt. I did not mean to offend you. I was simply deeply grateful for your teachings and protection. I wanted the world to always remember your kindness, and I also wanted to unite people's hearts under your name, so the Ninja Sect could carry on your will and protect peace in this world. If you do not like this title, I will immediately give the order to restore the name Immortal Arisu. So that's how it is. Arisu listened quietly, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of the tatame. He truly did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had never imagined that the name he casually gave his sword back then would, 100 years later, become an honored title known throughout the world. Even more unexpected, he had somehow replaced the Sage of Six Paths. Thinking of this, Arisu could hardly hold it in. This is hard to accept. When he named the Six Paths sword back then, it was because he wanted to break through to the Six Paths level himself. Yet now the title Sage of Six Paths had fallen onto his head. So the Sage of Six Paths was actually himself. He had reached the Six Paths level, but not completely Six Paths. When he thought about it, a Sage of Six Paths at Super Kaguya level really sounded a bit awkward. There's a way. Arisu suddenly thought of a good idea. An idea to break through the Six Paths level. The system had said he could never reach the Six Paths level. But what if he renamed the Super Kaguya level as Six Paths level? Wouldn't that mean he had reached Six Paths level? Arisu looked up at Hagoromo. Seeing him still standing there with lowered eyes and a respectful posture, he gently shook his head. Forget it. It's already been 100 years. The world has long been used to the title Sage of Six Paths. There's no need to change it, Arisu spoke softly. All right, as you say, teacher. Hearing this, Hagoromo smiled and nodded. Hagoromo personally handed Arisu a cup of hot tea. The two began talking about the years that had passed. Hagoromo was full of excitement. He told Arisu many things, about what he planned to do in the future, how he would make the human world better and better. At this moment, Hagoromo seemed immersed in a dream of saving the world. He imagined that with his own strength, he could change the world and create an ideal future. Good, Arisu smiled without saying much. All he could say was that Hagoromo was still too young. Is human society really that easy to change? Besides, Hagoromo would have the day he died too. Hagoromo, when will you get married? Arisu asked with a faint smile. Hearing this, Hagoromo froze for a moment and scratched his head awkwardly. I don't have that idea for now. Hagoromo was not someone without feelings. From the way he cared about his followers, he was clearly a man with emotions. Teacher, by the way, how long can you actually live? I feel like you haven't changed at all. It's like looking back at yesterday, like it was just yesterday. Hagoromo looked at Arisu's face and could not help asking. Arisu only smiled and did not answer. Seeing that his teacher did not want to answer, and having lived so many years himself with high emotional intelligence, Hagoromo chose not to ask further. After all, he was confident he would outlive his teacher. His teacher was, after all, native to this planet. Even practicing immortal arts did not necessarily mean he could live longer than him. Maybe by the time he reached middle age, his teacher would already be gone. Besides, even after 100 years had passed, he himself did not feel much change. All right, I should go. After finishing the last sip of tea, Arisu stood up with the six-path sword on his back, preparing to leave. Teacher, won't you meet the members of the Ninja Sect? Hagoromo asked. After all, the Ninja Sect had been founded in Arisu's name. As the founding ancestor, he should show himself at least once. No. Your Ninja Sect is very good. I hope it develops better and better, Arisu stood and said. Although the whole world worshipped him as a god, Arisu himself was rather indifferent to fame and gain. It was just a reputation. He cultivated immortal arts, not faith and incense. At that moment, one of Hagoromo's followers walked in. Reporting to Lord Hagoromo, today we once again helped, my heavens. Ancestor, the follower began reporting, but when he saw Arisu beside Hagoromo, he suddenly cried out in shock. A disciple of the Ninja Sect pays respects to the ancestor, the follower knelt down excitedly. It was his first time seeing the ancestor in person. Rise. No need for formalities, Arisu smiled slightly. Thinking of the scene where people in temples saw this very face and instantly knelt before him, he could not help finding it amusing. Hagoromo smiled awkwardly. I'm leaving. No need to see me off, Arisu raised his hand slightly, then activated immortal arts. With a light mist, he disappeared. After leaving the Ninja Sect, Arisu walked through several places in the human world. He also took the chance to visit the tailed beasts. These tailed beasts were living fairly freely. Since ninjas had not yet appeared on a large scale and the powerful ones were all within the Ninja Sect, ordinary people without strength did not dare approach the Nine Tails. On top of that, the system was still backward, and no nations had been established yet. The tailed beasts were very at ease. Chapter 30, I insist on forcing it. Arisu once again traveled through the human world. This time, he was no longer blindly observing the countless people, but seeking greater power. Among them, he wanted to explore some of the other powers in the Naruto world. In the original story, the King of Hell, the Shinigami of the dead demon-consuming seal, Heiden's faith, and the setting of the Pure Land. None of these were given a reasonable explanation in the original Naruto. Now, he possessed overwhelming strength. Naturally, he had to investigate. However, it was still quite difficult, because there were no clues. At this time, even hand seals for ninjutsu had not yet been invented, let alone all kinds of techniques. Bang. At that moment, a small monkey appeared beside Arisu along with a puff of smoke. Arisu raised his eyebrow. This was the White Ape King's messenger monkey. No way, could it be that even the White Ape King is reaching the end? A bad feeling surged in Arisu's heart. Grandpa Whitebrow had just died 100 years ago, and now the White Ape King was also nearing his end. Arisu was not worried about the White Snake Sage, because the White Snake Sage had lived all the way to Boruto. Only the White Ape King. Sigh, life and death are fate. Arisu let out a soft sigh and opened the letter. However, what came into view was not an obituary, but a short sentence. Arisu, come quickly, discovered a mysterious farming spot. This guy. Arisu's face stiffened. He really could not hold it in. The White Ape King was still as childish as ever. As for why the White Ape King knew so many memes, that was naturally influenced by his former self. Before transmigrating, Arisu had already been familiar with all sorts of things on the internet. Classic, filial, urgent, stiff, fun, win, run, numb, done, slack. The 10 arts of a gentleman. He was skilled in all of them. When he had first arrived in this world, he had casually blurted out many wise sayings. After hearing them, the White Ape King immediately started playing with those memes hard, and had been playing them for hundreds of years without getting tired of them. But Arisu was no longer the same as before. The young man who used to shout about enduring, thinking it through, and holding on, had now become a steady immortal. The Ape Demon Clan. Arisu arrived here with ease. It was still the same as more than 100 years ago, with almost no difference. As soon as he entered the cave, he saw the White Ape King, acting like an old playful child. Wow. Arisu, it really is you. The White Ape King leaped and jumped in front of Arisu. Arisu showed a helpless smile. White Ape King, you are older than me, how are you still so lively? He, you do not understand, Arisu, the White Ape King scratched his head. When I meet an old friend, I automatically switch to the age when we first met. We all have a part of ourselves kept with our old friends. The meaning of seeing an old friend is that when you feel down, I still remember how high-spirited you once were. Just like me. In my memory, you are not that steady legendary Six Paths immortal, but the ambitious Arisu who dared to fight an alien to the end, the White Ape King spoke with a nostalgic look. Hearing this, a trace of emotion flashed in Arisu's eyes, then he nodded. Makes sense. Arisu sat on a stone stool and slowly asked, so, why did you call me here, White Ape King? We have not seen each other for so many years, I kind of missed you. Sometimes I dream about fighting Isshiki side by side with you. The White Ape King laughed. Arisu smiled and nodded. Speaking of which, Otsutsuki Isshiki should be completely dead. After all, there had been no passing monk at that time, and Otsutsuki Isshiki had been chewed up by the 10 tails. The man and the ape first caught up for a while. Then, the White Ape King went straight to the point, it's like this. A few days ago, when I went to the human world, I found many crows. But that is not the main thing. The most important thing is that on those crows, I sensed a different kind of power. It is a kind of power similar to sage arts, the White Ape King said. Arisu paused slightly. Sage arts. Could it be that besides the 3 great sage lands and the Ape Demon Clan, there were other places in this world that inherited sage arts? Oh. Take me to see, Arisu said. The man and the ape suddenly moved at high speed. When they appeared again, they were already standing in a lifeless valley. Not a single blade of grass grew in the valley. The ground was full of cracked earth and withered broken trees. The moment they landed, a faint illusionary fluctuation quietly spread out, wrapping the entire valley like a thin veil. This is Genjutsu. Arisu possessed several kinds of sage arts, and his chakra was vast like the sea. This level of Genjutsu was like a breeze brushing his face. It did not shake his mind in the slightest. Yes, I fell for it several times. The opponent's Genjutsu ability is terrifying. Beside him, although the White Ape King was affected by the Genjutsu and slightly furrowed his brow, sensing Arisu's steady presence like a mountain beside him, he completely relaxed and felt no fear. This is the place, Arisu. Those strange crows are hiding inside. I felt this place was eerie, so I did not dare go too deep. The White Ape King raised his hand and pointed toward the dead forest deeper in the valley, lowering his voice slightly. Oh. Arisu narrowed his eyes slightly. Pale blue sage chakra quietly overflowed, and his perception spread like a tide, completely covering the entire dead forest. The next moment, Arisu lightly touched his chin, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. So that is how it is. Within this dead forest, there was actually an aura and energy of the same origin as the three great sage lands, rich and unique. Interesting, Arisu muttered softly. He thought to himself, could there be an unknown land in this world that also passed down sage arts? This was exactly what he wanted. He had been searching everywhere for the hidden powers of the Naruto world, and now this power had come to him on its own. Speaking of crows, he thought of Uchiha Itachi. In the original story, it was never explained how Uchiha Itachi signed a contract with crows, nor how he obtained the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror. White Ape King, wait here. I will go in and take a look, Arisu turned and instructed. Be careful. The aura here is very strange. It looks a bit like the gloom of Ryuchi Cave, but not entirely. There are many hidden tricks, the White Ape King quickly warned him. Arisu nodded slightly, and his figure headed toward the dead forest. With his current strength, there were very few beings in this world who could truly threaten his life. Even if something unexpected happened, at worst he would just start over. He had the ability to resurrect endlessly, so why fear death? In the White Ape King's sight, the moment Arisu stepped into the dead forest, his figure quietly disappeared as if merging into nothingness. Inside the dead forest, Arisu looked at the suddenly changing surroundings, and understanding flashed in his eyes. It is actually a barrier similar to Mount Mayaboku. It works differently but achieves the same result as the summoning realm. Arisu walked slowly, and after only 2 steps, an ancient stone monument appeared before him. On it were carved 4 bold ancient characters, Land of Yata Crow. Arisu looked at the stone monument, his brow slightly furrowing. At that moment, a thick surge of sage chakra suddenly rushed from ahead, quite substantial in amount. Caw caw caw. Harsh crow cries suddenly rang out. Black feathers fluttered, and a streak of black light shot out from the depths of the dead trees, slowly landing on a withered branch in front of Arisu. It was a 3-legged crow. Its feathers were pitch black like ink, but its pupils glowed red, and faint sage chakra lingered around it. Human, finally a human has broken in. Ah. Wait, why is it you? When the 3-legged crow saw Arisu's appearance clearly, its red pupils suddenly shrank, and it let out a cry of surprise. You know me. Arisu raised his eyes and calmly looked at the 3-legged crow. The 3-legged crow quickly hid its surprise and flapped its wings with a flattering smile. Hee hee, of course I know you. Aren't you the famous 6 Paths Immortal? I did not expect you to personally visit my humble place. May I ask what guidance you have? The crow laughed. Arisu did not hide anything and spoke directly. This land of Yata Crow of yours should also have a sage arts inheritance, right? I am quite interested in your sage arts inheritance. Why not tell me all of it? Hearing this, the 3-legged crow's expression instantly changed. Immortal, please forgive me. The sage arts inheritance of my Yata Crow is only passed to those with fate. It cannot be taught to just anyone who comes. Please do not force it. Otherwise, I fear your lifetime reputation may be damaged, and you may perish in the land of Yata. Immortal, please do not force it, do not bring trouble upon yourself. The crow shook its head and spoke with a slight threat. What if I insist on forcing it? Arisu's voice remained calm, but carried a strength that allowed no refusal. With his current strength, if he wanted the Yata Crow's sage arts inheritance, he could simply seize it by force. He was only being polite first before using force. Moreover, no one in this world dared to threaten him. Even Hagoromo would not dare. Upon hearing this, the 3-legged crow instead let out a strange laugh. Its red pupils were full of confidence. Immortal, to learn my Yata sage arts, the first step is to remove all your defenses and willingly accept the genjutsu of my Yata Crow. If the 6 Paths Immortal removes your defenses and stops resisting, I am afraid today you will die under my Yata genjutsu. The confidence in its voice was almost overflowing. It clearly had absolute confidence in its Yata genjutsu, even arrogantly believing it could kill the 6 Paths Immortal. After hearing this, Arisu could not help but laugh softly. Strong. No matter how strong the genjutsu in this world was, could it surpass the infinite Tsukuyomi? Besides, in the worst case he would just die. After resurrecting, he could fight again. He chuckled lightly. The sage chakra around him and all his defenses instantly withdrew, and he actively removed all barriers, allowing the thick genjutsu fluctuation to wrap around him. The next second, Arisu's consciousness was completely swallowed, falling into an endless ocean of genjutsu. p@trian.com/xenosex. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 31, Genjutsu. The three-legged crow put away its strange laugh from before. Its crimson eyes darkened as it stared fixedly at Arisu, who was wrapped in waves of genjutsu. Its yata genjutsu was already different from ordinary ones. It had no fixed form and could not be controlled. Even it could not peek into the consciousness of the one trapped inside. It would only follow the deepest fear in the target's heart and automatically create the most piercing scenes. Sigh, it is a pity I cannot see what is happening inside the genjutsu. I really want to see what the invincible six paths immortal of this world is actually afraid of deep down, the yata crow muttered softly. There was a bit of curiosity and a bit of unease in its voice, and even its flapping wings slowed slightly. Inside the ocean of genjutsu. Doesn't look that impressive. As soon as Arisu finished speaking, the surrounding scene instantly changed. When Arisu opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the bamboo forest where he had joined hands with Kaguya to defeat Isshiki. A sharp choking pressure came from his neck. Otsutsuki Ishiki's cold laugh sounded beside his ear. Those sinister eyes were right in front of him. He, insignificant human. You fell into the genjutsu of my Otsutsuki clan and didn't even notice. From the corner of his eye, Arisu saw Otsutsuki Kaguya nailed to the ground by black rods. The White Ape King lay on the ground, no breath left. Even the illusion sound toads were all dead. Genjutsu. When did I get caught? Arisu's pupils shrank sharply, and shock surged in his heart. Otsutsuki Ishiki's grip tightened more and more, his cold laughter growing louder. Arisu's mind shook violently, and a terrifying thought suddenly rushed into his head. Could it be that these hundreds of years of traveling the human world, his time with the White Ape King, the sage powers he subdued, even teaching Hagoromo and Hamura, were all just an illusion like flowers in a mirror and the moon and water? Could it be that the real him had already fallen into genjutsu during that life-and-death battle with Otsutsuki Ishiki and had never woken up? The moment this thought appeared, Arisu suppressed it instantly. The corner of Arisu's lips lifted slightly. A trace of understanding flashed in his eyes as he muttered softly, genjutsu. Now this is interesting. The next second, the surrounding scene shattered with a loud crash. The world spun. Arisu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. A gray-white all-killing ash bone pierced straight through his chest. Puffed. The familiar pain struck, so real it felt just like back then. Arisu paused slightly. When he looked up, he was suspended high in the air, with shattered land beneath his feet. In front of him was the familiar battlefield. It was the very battle where he had joined forces with Hagoromo and Hamura to besiege Otsutsuki Kaguya. Teacher. Why didn't you dodge? Hagoromo's voice was urgent and frightened as he rushed toward him. Immortal Arisu, why did you not avoid it? Hamura frowned deeply, confusion filling his eyes. Not far away, Otsutsuki Kaguya stood in the air, her red lips curling into a cold smile. The way she looked at him was full of mockery. Arisu lowered his eyes. It changed again. Looking at the all-killing ash bone in his chest, he slowly raised his hand and pulled it out. The bone carried faint beads of blood, yet he did not care at all. With a flick of his hand, he threw it straight toward Hagoromo. The scene twisted again. Layers of genjutsu overlapped. This time, Arisu's perspective suddenly shifted to third person. He saw himself wrapped like a mummy, caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Otsutsuki Kaguya floated in the air, her gaze calm, with a faint trace of something hard to describe. Arisu, this is the infinite Tsukuyomi I give you. In this genjutsu, you will have a good ending. These words struck Arisu's heart like thunder. Could all of this be fake? No resurrection after death, no killing Isshiki, no sealing Kaguya, no taking Hagoromo and Hamura as disciples, not even the title of Six Paths Immortal. Had the real him fallen into the infinite Tsukuyomi the moment it descended, and these hundreds of years were nothing more than a beautiful dream woven by genjutsu? Was that possible? It really was possible. His life had gone too smoothly. It was beautiful, just like the infinite Tsukuyomi. The ripple in his heart had just begun when it was completely calmed by the steadiness he had built over hundreds of years. Everything could be fake, but the temperament forged over a century was real. Illusions could not defeat a true state of mind. Almost at the same time, the layers of genjutsu shattered like broken glass and disappeared piece by piece. Inside the barrier of the dead forest, the yata crow stared at Arisu. Its crimson eyes trembled violently. It could clearly sense that the genjutsu waves were still wrapping around Arisu, yet his expression remained steady. His aura was calm without a ripple, not a trace of madness, not a trace of shaking. If it were anyone else, the moment they touched this yata genjutsu, they would be swallowed by their deepest fear, go crazy, and lose control. There had once been a human who wandered in by mistake. After being caught, he kept shouting, it worked, over and over, and in the end completely lost his mind. But the six paths immortal in front of it did not move at all. The perspective returned to Arisu's consciousness. At this moment, he seemed to be standing on a cliff by the sea. Behind him was a steep rock wall. In front of him were roaring waves. The wind rolled the seawater toward him, and the splashing waves hit his body with cold force. But Arisu's face remained the same. He had seen too many storms in his life. These layers of genjutsu were only trying to disturb his state of mind and stop him from practicing the Yata Sage arts. Besides, his killing intent sensing had not reacted even once from beginning to end. Back when Kaguya stabbed him in the back, that piercing killing intent had filled his perception to the limit. But now, the world was peaceful, without the slightest real killing intent. That was enough. Arisu closed his eyes and ignored the raging waves around him. He began to actively draw in the sage energy of the land of Yata Crow. Threads of black sage chakra flowed into his meridians like swimming dragons. Taking advantage of this genjutsu's tempering, he began practicing the Yata Sage arts right on the spot. In the next moment, the roaring waves by the cliff suddenly disappeared. In their place were countless Ninja Alliance troops rushing in from all directions. Endless all-killing ash bones shot forward like a rain of arrows. Countless tailed beast bombs formed, carrying world-destroying power as they smashed down. All kinds of ninjutsu intertwined into a net, endless killing moves attacking Arisu. But Arisu remained seated cross-legged, eyes closed, unmoving, his face calm. He knew all of it was false. Sure enough, when those seemingly fatal attacks landed on him, they all turned into flying flower petals. Pink cherry blossoms drifted down and landed on his shoulders. At this moment, the Yata Crow was completely panicking. It could clearly feel a thick Yata Sage chakra slowly rising from Arisu's body. Even on Arisu's face, the sage markings of Yata Sage arts gradually appeared. Black patterns spread from the corners of his eyes, outlining crow feather-like marks across his cheeks, carrying a sense of pressure. This power was even purer than its own. The Six Paths Immortal was already basically mastering the Yata Sage arts. This Six Paths Immortal is actually this strong, the Yata Crow's voice trembled. Its crimson eyes were full of disbelief. This is impossible. How could it be this fast? Even with heaven-defying talent, it is absolutely impossible to master Yata Sage arts in just 1 hour. What it did not know was that Arisu had lived for hundreds of years. He had already learned the sage arts of Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, and Shikatsu Forest, and also mastered the sage arts of the Ape Demon Clan. He was deeply familiar with practicing sage arts. Once he understood one, he could understand others. Although Yata Sage arts were unique, they could not escape the fundamentals of Sage Trainenhan. To him, it was simply going with the flow. Besides, Arisu was never afraid of practicing sage arts. Give me another one. I have never been afraid of practicing sage arts. Strong unwillingness instantly flooded the Yata Crow's heart. Looking at Arisu sitting cross-legged with his sage aura growing thicker, a bold and crazy thought suddenly appeared. Why not take advantage of him practicing right now and kill him by surprise? If it could slay the Six Paths Immortal, it would become the strongest being in the world. The thought came and it acted immediately. A fierce light flashed in the Yata Crow's eyes. With a strong flap of its wings, a long sword glowing black and red with a gourd-shaped hilt suddenly appeared in its claws. It was the Tatsuka blade. It concealed all its aura, lightly flapped its wings, and flew toward Arisu. The Tatsuka blade pointed straight at Arisu's forehead. At that moment, Arisu slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. What are you doing? Arisu asked slightly frowning. The Yata Crow thought, it's over, this is bad. But its brain worked fast. It immediately knelt down. Then it slid forward on its knees to Arisu, Six Paths Immortal. Congratulations on mastering the sage arts. I am unworthy, but I am willing to present the two great treasures of the Yata Sage land, the Tatsuka blade and the Yata mirror, to you. I came to offer the blade, Immortal. Shout out to Daniel for joining P at Trian. Thank you very much. Chapter 32, Fukasaku and Shima. As Fukasaku and Shima were speaking, the Yatagarasu directly took out the Tatsuka sword and the Yata mirror and offered them up with both claws. Oh. Arisu slightly raised his eyebrow, the corner of his mouth lifting. Good. 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 This immortal is very pleased, truly pleased. Arisu took the Tatsuka sword and examined it carefully. He instantly understood in his heart, could it be that Uchiha Itachi's Tatsuka sword divine weapon was obtained from here? Thinking about how Uchiha Itachi signed a contract with crows. And crows do not hold an ordinary position in Japanese mythology. Everything seemed to connect together. Hee, as long as the immortal likes it. The Yatagarasu forced a smile. Wonderful, wonderful, good sword, good sword. However, Arisu's eyes suddenly darkened. The next second. Whoosh. With lightning speed that no one could react to, Arisu suddenly thrust the Tatsuka sword straight toward the Yatagarasu. Puffed. Immortal. Caught completely off guard, the Yatagarasu was pierced through, its pupils wide in disbelief as it stared at Arisu. Arisu's gaze was as cold as frost. Did you really think I didn't see through you? My killing intent sensing has been going off non-stop, and you still treat me like some kind of fool. Daring to assassinate me, you've really chosen a dead end. You already have the path of death before you. Originally, this immortal only planned to learn the sage arts and leave, and would not interfere with you. Yet you actually tried to assassinate me. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Better you die than me. Arisu might seem gentle, but when he truly kills, he does not show mercy at all. The reason Arisu has lived so long is 1, he sees things clearly, and 2, he prevents trouble before it happens. He never gives potential threats a chance to grow. No. The Yatagarasu let out a furious roar. Immediately after, its body was sucked into the Tatsuka sword and completely sealed. Looks like it's the real thing, Arisu nodded in satisfaction while looking at the Tatsuka sword. Looks like this Tatsuka sword is genuine. Arisu slowly walked out from the Yatagarasu's territory. Arisu, how did it go? The White Ape King quickly stepped forward, his tone full of concern. Arisu's expression was solemn, a trace of seriousness between his brows. This place is extremely evil. The hidden danger has been removed. To prevent future generations from accidentally entering and losing their lives, I plan to completely destroy this place. What do you think? Good. I was thinking the same, the White Ape King nodded immediately. If humans accidentally stepped into such a deadly place, there would be no chance of survival. Destroying it was the safest choice. As his voice fell, violent lightning surged in Arisu's palm. Purple electricity danced wildly like dragons and snakes, tearing through the surrounding air. Sage art, lightning release, Kirin. With a deep shout that shook the heavens and earth, a brilliant thunder Kirin, radiating overwhelming pressure, crashed down from the sky. Boom. Amid exploding lightning, the Yatagarasu's territory was instantly flattened, not a single inch left intact. Only scorched ruins and lingering lightning remained. White Ape King, I will take my leave, Arisu withdrew his sage art, his aura settling slightly, and cupped his hands in farewell. Wait, Arisu. When will we meet again? The White Ape King stepped forward, a trace of complex reluctance hidden in his tone. Arisu paused slightly, pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, perhaps 100 years from now. From now on, I will stay in Mount Myaboku to cultivate. The troubles of the human world have nothing to do with me. With Hagoromo there, nothing will happen. There is no need for me to meddle anymore. The next time I appear, it may be when Indra or Asura comes. Those two are also hidden threads that run through Naruto. Arisu already had a plan in mind. From now on, he would focus on Mount Myaboku and study the fusion path of the 5 great sage arts of Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, Enma, and Yatagarasu. If he could merge the 5 great sage arts into one, perhaps he could break through the 6 paths realm, free himself from the system's restraints, and step into a higher level. Being stuck at Super Kaguya level, although invincible, would still be troublesome if an Otsutsuki appeared. Being stuck at Super Kaguya level felt like stopping right at the edge. Sigh, so be it, the White Ape King let out a soft sigh. Watching Arisu's figure, a trace of sadness passed through his eyes. Time passes quickly. Once parted, it may be a long stretch of years. Farewell. Sage art, sage mist body flicker. Along with a light mist, Arisu disappeared. Arisu directly appeared in the grand hall. As soon as he arrived, he paused slightly, sensing something was off, then walked toward the side hall. It was the hall where the sage art scrolls were stored. Inside were all kinds of sage arts created by Arisu, from Mount Myaboku, from Shikatsu Forest, from Ryuchi Cave, and also a series of ordinary ninjutsu without hand seals. The moment Arisu's figure solidified in the immortal grand hall, the sage chakra around him sharply caught a faint fluctuation of aura coming from the side hall. Soft whispers became clearer in his ears, carrying the nervousness and luck unique to young toads. Is this really okay? If the great immortal, no, if the Grandmaster finds out, the consequences will be terrible, a slightly timid male toad voice sounded, full of unease. What are you afraid of? We're just taking a look, secretly learning 1 or 2 basic sage arts. The Grandmaster has always been kind. At most he'll make us copy the Mount Myaboku rules a few times. He won't punish us heavily. Another slightly braver female toad voice quickly comforted him, though a hint of guilt was hidden in her tone. Arisu pushed the door open quietly. The scene inside came fully into view. Tall scroll shelves were layered one upon another, countless scrolls recording sage arts and ninjutsu arranged neatly. And in the lowest corner of the shelf, 2 palm-sized young toads were squeezed together, their heads close over an open sage art scroll. Their little claws pointed at the patterns on it, studying with full concentration, completely unaware of the person behind them. You two, what are you looking for? Arisu spoke calmly, his voice echoing lightly in the empty hall. The 2 young toads stiffened, as if frozen by a spell. When they slowly turned around, their round toad eyes widened, their faces filled with shock and fear. Ah. Grandmaster. Great immortal sir, sorry. They almost instantly jumped away from the scroll, hurriedly kneeling on the stone floor, burying their little heads low, not even daring to breathe loudly. So you were secretly reading scrolls. Arisu looked at their trembling forms, his gaze sweeping over the open scroll, instantly understanding everything. These two little toads had secretly slipped into the Sage Art Hall, attempting to learn sage arts on their own. Grandmaster, we were wrong. Please forgive us. The two young toads begged in unison, their voices trembling as if about to cry, clearly terrified of punishment. Arisu did not get angry. He simply asked calmly, "You two, what are your names?" Arisu was not angry. It was normal for young toads to crave sage arts. Though sneaking into the hall was wrong, it did not deserve severe punishment. They were right just now. He was indeed easy to talk to. At most, as they said, they would just copy the Mount Myaboku rules. My name is Fukasaku, the male toad reported his name while trembling. My name is Shima, the female toad followed softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Hearing these two names, Arisu slightly raised his eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his heart. So it was Fukasaku and Shima, the two great sages of Mount Myaboku in the future. Who would have thought that they were still such clueless young toads now? Thinking about the timing, it made sense that they were born around now. Arisu's gaze fell back onto the open sage art scroll. On the cover were clearly written the words, Sage Art, Gomen. You've been looking for so long. Have you learned it? Arisu asked casually. Fukasaku and Shima looked at each other, both seeing confusion in the other's eyes. The two toads shook their heads together. Reporting to Grandmaster, we've looked for a long time, but the patterns on the scroll are too hard to understand. As for the flow of sage chakra, we have no clue at all. We simply can't learn it. Arisu laughed inwardly. Of course they couldn't learn it. If they could, that would make them geniuses. At this time, the ninja world had not yet developed the method of hand seals. The release of sage arts and ninjutsu relied entirely on instinctive control of chakra and mental guidance. With their current level, they simply could not handle a complex technique like sage art, Gomen. They could only learn it through hand seals. You haven't learned hand seals yet, so naturally you cannot activate such a sage art, Arisu explained calmly. Hand seals, Fukasaku raised his head, his face full of confusion. Grandmaster, what are hand seals? Shima blinked her eyes as well, full of curiosity and puzzlement. Clearly she had never heard of this term. Arisu did not explain further. He waved his hand, I will teach you about that later. For now, go to Gamamaru and receive 2 copies of the Mount Myaboku rules. Each of you will copy them 300 times. Until you finish, you are not allowed to step into the Sage Art Hall even half a step, Arisu said calmly. Hearing that they only had to copy the rules, rather than clean all of Mount Myaboku or be confined to harsh training, Fukasaku and Shima immediately relaxed. Thank you for your mercy, Grandmaster. The two toads bowed respectfully. After bowing, the two young toads quickly hopped away from the immortal Grand Hall. Arisu stood alone in the hall full of scrolls. Hand seals. He lightly rubbed his chin with his fingertip, falling into deep thought. At this time, Indra had not yet been born in the ninja world, let alone created the method of hand seals. Since that was the case, why not create the method of hand seals himself in advance? Creating hand seals was not difficult. Once the method of hand seals was implemented in Mount Myaboku, it would not only allow the Toad clan to master sage arts and ninjutsu more quickly, but also push Mount Myaboku's strength to a new level, staying ahead in the ninja world. Chapter 33, A Fate Across 100 Years. Mount Myaboku is now divided into martial and literary. The martial toads are like the later Bunta, Gamaken, and others, relying on taijutsu and sword techniques to attack. Although they also practice techniques, they mainly attack using toad sound, toad oil, or toad fire. If I create hand seals, it can raise Mount Myaboku's strength to a higher level. Arisu made up his mind and recalled the hand seals from his previous life. He was quite familiar with them. Nearly another 100 years passed. Arisu created hand seals and promoted them in Mount Myaboku, but he did not spread them to the human world. He only spread them within Mount Myaboku on a small scale. Great Immortal, the events of the past 100 years have been fully recorded. For you to compile history for the world is truly a deed of immeasurable merit. The toad responsible for recording world history praised him, then respectfully handed over the scroll. Arisu took the scroll and carefully looked through it before nodding. Well done. Are you new? Replying to Great Immortal, I took over this duty from my grandfather. My grandfather was the first toad to help Great Immortal record history. The toad nodded repeatedly as he spoke. Arisu felt slightly surprised and remembered the little toad who had respectfully recorded history for him back then. So soon. Then your grandfather now. Arisu was surprised in his heart. He had not expected so many years to have passed again. Replying to Great Immortal, my grandfather has already passed away. The toad showed a look of sadness. I see. A trace of emotion flashed in Arisu's eyes. Holding the scroll in his hand, he could not help but sigh in his heart. You've worked hard. You may leave, Arisu waved his hand slightly. He could not help but sigh. Time is like a blade. He looked at the scroll in his hand. It only recorded a short 100 years of ninja world history. In his eyes, it was indeed just a short 100 years. But in the eyes of most mortals, that was countless people's entire lives. After sitting alone in the immortal grand hall for a while, Arisu's figure flashed and he disappeared. It's time to see how Hagoromo is doing. After 100 years, he stepped onto this land once again. It was exactly the place where he had once asked a child for directions. Nothing had changed, only the people had been replaced generation after generation. Arisu paused slightly. Just as he was about to use Sage Art, Sage Mist Body Flicker to leave, an aged yet excited voice suddenly trembled from behind him. Immortal, is it really you? Arisu slowly turned around and looked toward the source of the voice. He saw an old man with white hair and beard, his back bent, leaning on a smooth wooden staff worn by time. Each step he took trembled. His cloudy old eyes looked at Arisu, filled with disbelief, joy, and excitement. Arisu let out a helpless sigh in his heart. His face, unchanged through the years, had long become an unforgettable mark among people. No matter where he went, he could not hide. Truly, who in the world does not know you? It was all because Hagoromo had painted him too realistically back then. Immortal. It really is you. The old man finally stumbled closer, his staff striking heavily against the ground to support his shaking body. His voice trembled with excitement. Do you remember me? I was that child back then. The one playing with mud at the village entrance when you asked for directions. Hearing this, Arisu's pupils suddenly shrank. They had actually met before. Arisu clearly remembered that when he first stepped onto this land 100 years ago, it was this very child, covered in mud, squatting on the dirt slope at the village entrance playing with mud. Arisu, kid, where is the Arisu temple nearby? Child, wow, you look just like the Sage of Six Paths. Who would have thought that the lively child with bright eyes back then had now become a frail old man nearing the end of his life? Arisu's lips curved into a smile as he softly sighed. The little doll who squatted at the village entrance playing with mud back then has become like this now, the old man quickly bowed with trembling movements. Ever since my grandfather took me to meet Immortal once back then, I have waited day and night to meet Immortal again. For these 100 years, I have come to wait at the village entrance before dawn every single day, rain or shine, hoping that Immortal would step onto this land again. I never thought that living to 108 years old, I would finally get my wish, the old man's voice choked. Cloudy tears slid down his wrinkled face. Hearing this, Arisu felt even more emotional. 100 years, to him, was only a snap of a finger. But to Immortal, it was a lifetime from childhood to a 100-year-old man. You are already 108 years old. That is truly rare longevity in this world, Arisu smiled slightly. It is all thanks to Immortal's great blessing, the old man quickly bowed, his tone full of devotion. As a child, I saw Immortal's appearance and was touched by a trace of immortal grace. That is why this old man has lived safely until today. After 100 years, Immortal still carries the same presence. Just like the first time we met, while I am already an old man buried up to my neck in dirt. Arisu smiled and nodded, looking at the old man who had waited for him for 100 years. His heart stirred slightly. So he spoke, you and I meet again across 100 years. It is also a rare fate. Tell me, is there anything you wish for in your heart? With Arisu's ability, casually helping someone change their fate in Naruto would be extremely easy. As soon as his words fell, the old man suddenly knelt down with a thud. His aged forehead pressed tightly against the cold ground, his voice firm and respectful. Immortal has already granted me a lifespan of 100 years. That is already the greatest blessing. This old man has no more desires. To see Immortal once more in my lifetime is already the greatest fortune of this life. It is enough, truly enough. Arisu could not help but laugh. After living 108 years, this old man had already seen through greed, anger, and desire. He had shed worldly cravings. He truly understood life. Grandpa. Grandpa. Something bad happened. Our big yellow ox was eaten by a monster from the back mountain. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from the end of the village road. A child with tied-up hair ran over crying, his little face covered in tears, his voice trembling. Hearing this, the old man quickly stood up. Not caring about the ox, he pulled the child over. Child, forget about the ox. Come quickly and pay respects to Immortal, the old man said while pulling his grandson. The child was dragged in front of Arisu. His big innocent eyes blinked as he stared at Arisu for a moment. Suddenly, the child tilted his head and spoke without restraint. Huh? Aren't you the big brother sage of six paths from the portrait in the ancestral hall? How did you come out of the painting? How rude, the old man was anxious and angry. He lightly slapped the child's backside and scolded sternly. You must not disrespect the sage of six paths. Apologize at once. It's fine. A child is innocent. He speaks without ill intent. Arisu smiled lightly and waved his hand. This is your grandson. He looks just like you back then, innocent and straightforward, like when your father carried a hoe from the fields and scolded you, Arisu said gently. Hearing this, deep memories flashed through the old man's eyes. Back then he had also spoken carelessly like that and was scolded by his father returning from the fields. Thinking of it now, it was already 100 years ago, like another lifetime. All right, tell me what exactly happened. How was the ox eaten by a monster? What kind of monster was it? Arisu withdrew his gaze and looked at the child who was still wiping his tears, asking calmly. Since the old man asked for nothing in return, he would remove this trouble for the village and settle this 100-year connection. The child sniffed and wiped his tears, speaking timidly. It was a big fox monster, very big, with many tails. It grabbed the big yellow ox in one bite and ran away. The child is young and speaks in confusion. Let me report properly to Immortal. The old man quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply to Arisu before speaking slowly. This disaster began 7 years ago. A great monster suddenly appeared in the back mountain of the village. It is a fox-shaped demon beast with 9 fluffy tails behind it, very frightening in appearance. The monster does not eat people, but often comes down the mountain to snatch the village's cattle and sheep. The villagers fear its power and now dare not go up the mountain to herd or gather firewood. Life has become more and more difficult. After the old man finished speaking, Arisu frowned. 9 tails. Hearing a fox demon with 9 tails, Arisu's brows lifted slightly. He immediately thought of the 9 tails he had released back then. But this place was thousands of miles away from where he had unsealed and released it. The regions were completely different. How could it be the same one? With doubt in his heart, Arisu slowly closed his eyes. His immortal power spread outward like a tide, instantly covering the entire back mountain and even the land within 100 miles. In the next moment, a familiar chakra clearly entered his senses from deep within the back mountain. Arisu opened his eyes. A trace of understanding flashed in them as he spoke inwardly. So it really is you, kid. 9 tails. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Growing up is not fun at all. Deep in the dense forest behind the mountain, the 9 tails was lying on the huge mountainside. Its 9 crimson tails swept around casually, snapping tree branches wherever they passed. It lowered its head and stared at the few trembling oxen in front of it, ready to feast and enjoy this delicacy it had snatched. However, right at this moment. 9 tails. If you dare eat them. My grandpa has invited a master to subdue you. A childish yet stubborn shout suddenly came from not far up the mountain. It was the same child as before. With his small body, his eyes were fixed tightly on the massive demon fox in front of him. Although his legs trembled slightly, he did not step back at all. Kurama raised its eyes and glanced at this human child who still smelled of milk. Its 9 tails flicked in disdain. Human brat, don't try to make me laugh. You. Forget about inviting some master. Even if you called all those young brats from the Ninja Sect, in front of me they would only be a single bite. The 9 tails licked its sharp fangs and spoke carelessly. Unless you can invite the sage of 6 paths himself. But that is just a fool's dream. Why would he bother with such a small matter of yours? Not to mention you, even I haven't seen him in many years. After saying that, the 9 tails ignored the child, lowered its head, opened its huge mouth, and was about to bite into the fattest yellow ox. Oh. Kurama, is it? A calm voice filled with endless pressure appeared, and in an instant, even the wind in the entire forest stopped. Ah. Kurama's movement froze suddenly, its mouth half open as it stood there in a daze. The 9 tails slowly raised its head in disbelief. Its crimson beast pupils locked onto the direction where the voice came from. Its pupils shrank into thin needles, and its face showed a ghost-like expression of shock. Right behind the child. A familiar figure slowly stepped forward. Still dressed in a black and red long robe. Still tall and straight. Still with the 6-path swords always by his side. Damn. He really invited Master here. Kurama's mind buzzed, and it instantly went blank. What kind of background does this brat have? He actually managed to invite the sage of 6 paths. If you had this kind of connection, you should have used it earlier. The next second, Kurama's huge body fell to its knees with a loud thud. Its 9 tails lay obediently behind it. Its head was buried tightly between its paws. There was no sign of the arrogance from before. It looked exactly like a little fox that had done something wrong and got caught. Master. The 9 tails stammered. Arisu stood with his arms crossed in front of his chest, his gaze calmly falling on it. Back then, didn't I tell you not to do evil in the human world and not to harm the livelihood of ordinary people? What? After just 100 years apart, you treat my words like they were nothing, Arisu spoke lightly. Kurama wanted to cry but had no tears. It wished it could dig a hole and hide. To be honest, after living for so long, this was really the first time it had done something like stealing livestock. Before this, humans had chased and surrounded it, using all kinds of methods trying to tame it. It followed master's orders and never fought back. It only kept running away. It had been holding in a stomach full of anger, so it thought about stealing a few cows to vent its frustration. Who would have thought that just this one bad thing would be caught on the spot by the teacher it had not seen for 100 years? Teacher, listen to my excuse. This really is my first time doing this. For 100 years I stayed obediently in the place you arranged. I never caused trouble. Who knew that the moment I had this thought once, you would run into me? Kurama said, almost in tears. Oh, Arisu raised his eyebrows slightly. With a gentle sweep of immortal power, he sensed that there was not much smell of blood on the nine tails. Clearly it was telling the truth and had not truly committed many evil deeds. Forget it. Hurry and return these cows to the commoners. They rely on these animals to plow fields and make a living. If you take them away, a whole family loses its way to survive. Arisu waved his hand and pointed at the oxen beside them. Yes. Teacher. Kurama immediately responded. Its huge paw carefully stretched forward and gently pushed the oxen in front of the child, moving so softly as if afraid of hurting them. Then it glared fiercely at the child and muttered in a low voice, "Brat, you are ruthless. You actually managed to invite my teacher, but I should also thank you. I haven't seen teacher for 100 years. Arisu turned to the child who was still standing there in a daze and said gently, "Take the cows back to the village. I will handle things here. From now on, this demon fox will not harass your village again." Only then did the child come back to his senses and quickly led the cows. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. He respectfully kowtowed. "Thank you, Sage of Six Paths. Immortal, you are merciful." Arisu nodded slightly. He watched the child lead the oxen and skip away into the forest before withdrawing his gaze and looking at the nine-tails still kneeling on the ground. Kurama immediately moved closer. Its huge head gently rubbed against Arisu's clothes like a wronged child, impatient to tell him about what had happened over the years. "Teacher, I was really staying well in the place you arranged back then. But later, a human nation appeared there. Those people discovered me and wanted to capture and tame me, to use my power to fight wars. I listened to you and did not want to hurt them, so I could only keep running away. But no matter where I ran, whenever humans saw me, they screamed in fear and chased me with weapons. I was angry, so I thought about stealing a few cows to vent." The more the nine tails spoke, the more wronged it felt. Its nine tails drooped weakly. "Teacher. You lied to me. You said that when I grew up I could see the outside world, but the outside world is not good at all. Humans are afraid of me and want to use me. Teacher. Growing up is not fun at all." Arisu looked at this demon fox who seemed fierce on the outside but was full of grievance inside, and he sighed softly in his heart. The changes in human history could not be avoided. Arisu reached out and gently patted its furry head. "It was my lack of consideration," Arisu said softly and fell silent for a moment. "This continent is now gradually filled with conflict. Human desires are growing wildly. It is indeed not a place for you to stay. I will choose another place for you." Hearing this, Kurama immediately lifted its head and nodded again and again, obedient beyond belief. "Okay. I will listen to teacher in everything." After that, Arisu personally pointed out a clear path for the nine tails and also told it, "If the other side wants to attack you, you may fight back. There is no need to endure. If they deserve to die, then kill." Hearing this, excitement flashed in its eyes. "Teacher understands me best. Also, if you meet other tailed beasts, tell them as well. If humans insist on killing you, you can fight back. If you cannot endure it anymore, then do not endure." Arisu said. The nine tails nodded repeatedly, feeling that teacher was right. If they deserve to die, then kill. The nine tails immediately spoke to guarantee, "As long as it is master's words, we nine-tailed beasts will definitely remember them." Chapter 35, Goodbye, Hagoromo. Arisu was preparing to leave the village. So he planned to say goodbye to that old man and give him something along the way as a gift of fate. But when Arisu had just arrived at the old man's door, he was stunned. "What's going on?" "Dead." Arisu was shocked inside. His perception could not be wrong. The old man was already dead. Arisu hurried into the house. He found the child from before holding onto the ox and crying loudly, while the old man lay peacefully on the bed. It was clear he had just passed away not long ago. Woo woo woo, immortal, my grandpa is dead, woo woo. The child cried as he spoke. With one glance, Arisu saw that the old man had not been killed. His lifespan had simply come to an end. He died naturally of old age, without any pain. In that instant, Arisu understood. The old man was already very old. The reason he had not died yet was likely because he was holding on to one last breath, wanting to see him again. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, the old man's heart was at peace. So he left. Of course, it was also possible that after seeing him, he was too excited, and being so old, he passed away soon after. Sigh, Arisu let out a soft sigh and stepped forward to pat the child's back. Child, where is your father? Arisu asked gently. I don't have a father. Grandpa said my father was killed by bandits back then. My mother died giving birth to me, the child said while crying. Arisu fell silent. He looked around at the bare and empty house and understood in his heart that this child likely could not support himself. Your grandfather and I can be considered old acquaintances. Then I will find a way out for you, Arisu said softly as he looked at the child. He was about to go to Hagoromo's ninja sect anyway. He might as well send the child there to study. That was truly a good place. There was no need to worry about safety or food and clothing. His future career prospects would also be bright. Meaning, the descendants of the ninja sect almost all established ninja clans and became major powers in the chaotic era later on. With himself as a recommender, even if this child's talent was poor, Hagoromo would still give him face. After that, Arisu buried the old man. Then he brought the child to the ninja sect. This time, Arisu did not hide his chakra presence. Hagoromo quickly came out to welcome him. Goodbye, Hagoromo. Hagoromo had already stepped into middle and old age. He looked quite like the older Hagoromo from the Shippuden period. Hagoromo Otsutsuki looked at Arisu in shock. In just an instant, he seemed surprised at why Arisu still looked the same, while he himself already had obvious signs of aging, yet Arisu remained as before. Teacher, you still look as elegant as ever. Hagoromo bowed and sighed. Arisu nodded slightly and pointed to the child beside him. This child is the grandson of an old acquaintance of mine. He now has no one to rely on. I hope to let him stay in the ninja sect. Hagoromo quickly nodded when he heard this. Master, you do not need to be polite. You are my teacher and also the founding ancestor of the ninja sect. Whoever you wish to keep, you may keep, Hagoromo said respectfully. Then he looked gently at the child. What is your name? The child answered honestly, my name is Monkey. Hagoromo frowned slightly when he heard that. It was normal for ordinary people to give careless names to their children. Most of them had no education, and giving a cheap name made it easier to raise the child. Monkey does not sound good. How about this, I will give you a name. From now on, you will be called Sarutobi. Hagoromo personally gave the child a name in a gentle tone. Sarutobi. Sarutobi, sounds good, the child nodded as he repeated it. Hearing this familiar name, a light flashed deep in Arisu's eyes. So that is how it is. Sarutobi, the ancestor of the Sarutobi clan. At this time, the world did not have the concept of surnames. Even when Hagoromo named children, it was only Indra or Asura, not Otsutsuki Indra or Otsutsuki Asura. Now Sarutobi was a name. Perhaps later it would evolve into a clan surname. Arisu could not help but sigh at invisible fate. Fate is truly wonderful, is it not? He only pointed casually, just gave a simple indication, and created a great ninja clan, achieving the famous Sarutobi clan of Konoha. After that, Hagoromo ordered someone to take Sarutobi to get familiar with life in the ninja sect. Inside the room, only Hagoromo and Arisu remained. Teacher, you are still the same. I have always not understood, how long exactly can you live? Hagoromo could not wait and asked the question he most wanted to ask. In the past, he always felt that Arisu would not outlive him, so he thought Arisu would surely pass before him. But now, he himself had already reached middle and old age. It was known that Arisu was from the same generation as his mother Kaguya. That made Arisu's age terrifying. What is it? Arisu looked at Hagoromo meaningfully. Sigh, I feel that I have aged. And the ninja sect is not as I imagined, Hagoromo smiled helplessly. Over these years, he had felt a sense of powerlessness. Only now did he understand that saving the world was not so easy. Because of his mother, he was destined not to turn the ninja sect into a war machine or rule the world by force. He wanted more to achieve his goal through teaching and guiding people. The ninja sect has existed for a long time, yet achieved nothing. Although many branches were established around the world, there are no worthy successors. Hagoromo said with a bitter smile. Arisu glanced lightly outside at the people sitting around the bonfire, singing and dancing, and then said, I do not see any problem. At least it is lively. Hagoromo. Ahem, teacher, I forgot to tell you, I have sons. 2 of them. The older is named Indra, the younger is named Asura, Hagoromo said with a smile. I see. Then congratulations. I did not bring any gift, Arisu said lightly. Hee hee, Hagoromo smiled. The two talked about many things. In the end, Hagoromo truly could not hold back his earlier doubt and asked again, Teacher, may I ask how old you are? Arisu smiled. Hagoromo, why do you keep questioning my age? Hagoromo stood up and bowed, Please forgive me, teacher. There are many things I do not understand. Why does teacher clearly have great power, yet has no desire for the world? Does teacher truly have no ideals, no ambitions? If teacher truly has no desires, then why did you fight with mother over the chakra fruit back then? Now teacher's lifespan is also unknown. I am truly curious. Hagoromo spoke all his doubts in one breath. He truly could not understand what Arisu wanted to do. Before, he even hoped teacher could govern the ninja sect with him. Later he realized Arisu truly had no interest in worldly matters at all. But if he truly had no desires, then what was it about fighting mother for the chakra fruit back then? Was fighting for the fruit not to gain power? And what was that power for? To rule the world? Or just to have power? Sigh. Arisu sighed softly in his heart. Time had passed too quickly. Back then and now, too much time had already gone by. Arisu's personality had also changed. Arisu smiled bitterly in his heart. Could he really tell Hagoromo that back then he was young and hot-blooded? First of all, Arisu back then had the mindset of a typical transmigrator. He was bold, and on top of that he practiced immortal arts and had a system. Young and hot-blooded, for the sake of reaching the 6 paths level, he dared to go against Isshiki. Thinking about it now, it was truly frightening afterward. At that time, Arisu probably was not even at the Super Kaguya level. If Isshiki had ignored Kaguya and chased Arisu down, tearing at him, Arisu would definitely have been finished. There was no way around it. How old was Arisu at that time? Not even 30. Exactly the age of wanting to compete with the heavens. At that period, for the sake of the 6 paths level, he dared to seize the main stage in the martial arena of his previous life. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining smiling face with hearts. Chapter 36, Good night, White Ape King. When the time is right, I will naturally tell you. Arisu took a sip of clear tea and said calmly. Seeing this, Hagoromo Otsutsuki did not continue asking. After living for so many years, his emotional intelligence was certainly not a problem. Besides, Arisu was his teacher. He could not possibly chase after his teacher and ask, Teacher, why are you not dead yet? That would be too rude. I am leaving, Arisu stood up to say goodbye. Hagoromo immediately cupped his hands slightly. Arisu nodded. Then he hid his figure and, along with a burst of mist, used the mist body flicker to leave this place. After Arisu left, Hagoromo's eyes turned deep. Sigh, he is truly impossible to figure out. Hagoromo stroked his chin and muttered to himself. On the other side. Indra and Asura are both born. Hagoromo will probably age rapidly next and will not have many years left. Arisu thought calmly. According to the original story, when Indra and Asura were about 30 or 40 years old, Hagoromo was already at the end. Of course, it was not only because he knew the plot. Arisu could also sense from Hagoromo himself that he was no longer what he used to be. Hagoromo's Rinnegan, Arisu frowned slightly. Although there is a teacher and disciple bond between Hagoromo and me, if he dies and the Rinnegan is wasted, that would be such a pity. In the original work, Hagoromo's body was burned by Asura, and the Rinnegan was destroyed in the flames. That is truly a waste. Rather than being burned and wasted, it is better to take it. After thinking it through, Arisu made up his mind. The moment Hagoromo dies, he will immediately go for the Rinnegan. Chi. Suddenly, a small monkey appeared. Another messenger monkey from the White Ape King. Arisu took the letter. After opening it, his face changed. I am about to be gone. Just a few short words made Arisu lose focus for a moment. Right away, Arisu quickly turned and headed toward the ape clan. With one glance, he saw the White Ape King on the stone bed. Arisu's heart sank, and he stepped forward with a complicated look in his eyes. An old friend from the past was now already frail with age. Arisu, you came. The White Ape King showed his old smile as he looked at Arisu. How is your condition? I might be able to use some methods to extend your life. Extending it by 10 years should not be a problem, Arisu said softly. No need. Living for several hundred years is already more than enough. I have lived enough, the White Ape King smiled. Arisu sighed slightly. He knew the White Ape King was open-minded and not a monkey who craved immortality. Have you decided on the successor of the Ape Clan? Arisu asked. Yes. His name is Black Ape King. Although he does not have the same indestructible body as me, nor does he know immortal arts, he is still acceptable, the White Ape King smiled bitterly. There was no way around it. The descendants were not outstanding. Neither immortal arts nor the indestructible body were inherited. Arisu nodded. The next monkey to possess the indestructible body would probably be Enma of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly, the White Ape King's pupils widened. He opened his mouth. Arisu was startled. It seemed the White Ape King had something to say. Speak. If you have anything else to say, say it quickly. I will try my best to fulfill it, Arisu said softly. Ari. Arisu, the White Ape King panted heavily and tightly grabbed Arisu's hand. Ape. He gasped. What about the ape? Arisu hurriedly asked, frowning slightly, thinking it was about the Ape Clan. Ape, Pri. Primordial God is awesome. After saying that, the White Ape King closed his eyes and stopped breathing. You, Arisu's eyes widened, his pupils shaking violently. You are telling me this at the very end. White Ape King, you are really something. Arisu could not hold it in anymore. His face showed both laughter and tears. Damn it, this guy was still making jokes even at death. Why did I teach him so many memes back then? White Ape King, in your next life, can you stop making jokes? Especially at serious moments like this. I really cannot handle it. Arisu looked at the White Ape King's body. His heart felt sorrowful, yet his face wanted to laugh. Before he could react, the White Ape King suddenly opened his eyes. You are crying in a rush. After saying that, the White Ape King kicked his legs, and this time he truly died. Arisu. The White Ape King was gone. Arisu remained silent, saying nothing. After a long while, a voice came from behind. Immortal, Lord White Ape King has already passed. Arisu turned slightly and saw a medium-sized monkey covered in black fur standing respectfully behind him. You are the successor of the Ape Clan? Arisu asked. The Black Ape King lowered his head even more. Yes. Lord White Ape King appointed me as successor. I grew up listening to the stories of the Sage of Six Paths. If you needs me, I can sign a contract with you. The Black Ape King's attitude was humble and respectful. Sigh, no need. I do not have use for it. Arisu sighed slightly and shook his head. With his current strength, he did not need a summoning beast at all. With one glance, he could see the depth of the Black Ape King's power. It was not strong. Give him a proper burial. His indestructible body has already disappeared. Cremate him, Arisu pointed at the White Ape King's body. After the White Ape King died, the indestructible body also vanished. Hearing this, the Black Ape King nodded. Arisu did not stay long. He only sighed in his heart. Another old friend has left. The White Brow Toad and the White Ape King who once helped me are both gone. Perhaps this is the downside of immortality. Arisu sighed for a while and then left. Speaking of someone who could share immortality with Arisu, there truly was one. That was Black Zetsu. Mount Mayaboku, the toad graveyard. Many dead toads were buried here. It was the great cemetery of Mount Mayaboku. Arisu came here and saw Black Zetsu cleaning the graves. Black Zetsu saw Arisu arrive and quickly went forward. You finally came. I have been guarding graves here for hundreds of years. I do not ask to be released. Can you at least transfer me to another position? Black Zetsu said with tears almost falling. Arisu raised his eyebrows slightly. Since capturing Black Zetsu, Arisu had chosen to throw him into Mount Mayaboku. Because Mount Mayaboku had a barrier, Black Zetsu could not escape. So he arranged for him to work here. At the same time, Arisu placed a seal on Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu carried Arisu's chakra. Once Arisu activated it, Black Zetsu would immediately be unable to move and be restrained. Looking at Black Zetsu, who had completely lost the will to live, Arisu smiled slightly. Black Zetsu, how have these years been? I did not restrict your freedom. Although you are responsible for guarding graves, you can still chat with the toads and enjoy the scenery along the way, Arisu said warmly. Black Zetsu felt even more helpless. Immortal, please stop teasing me, he said while holding a broom. Arisu smiled. In truth, Black Zetsu's influence on him was really not that great. He was immortal and strong. As long as he wished, Black Zetsu could never revive Kaguya. Do you miss your mother? Arisu waved slightly, signaling Black Zetsu to sit beside him. Black Zetsu obediently sat down. No. He answered against his heart. Nonsense, you definitely miss your mother, Arisu said with certainty. Black Zetsu was speechless. Sigh, it is fine to admit it. It is normal human feeling. Arisu stroked the six-path sword and looked at Black Zetsu as he spoke slowly. Black Zetsu looked at Arisu with a face he could not control. The person in front of him seemed to know everything. He knew he was Kaguya's will and knew he did not need to eat and had no power. In Arisu's hands, he was completely restrained. Black Zetsu, do you still dare to act? Can you even act? Arisu looked at him meaningfully. Hearing this, Black Zetsu immediately stood up and knelt on the ground. I do not dare. I cannot. I will never revive mother. Black Zetsu promised. Arisu nodded slightly. Your mother was sealed because of the trend of history. The wheel of history cannot be stopped. Do not even think about turning it backward. Black Zetsu nodded again and again. Chapter 37, Indra. About the matter of you wanting to change positions. But next, you will write a 10,000-word self-reflection. If it is written well, I will transfer you to the history department. You can see many books there. Studying history is quite good too, Arisu stood up and said. Thank you. Black Zetsu's face lit up with joy, and he quickly knelt down to thank him. Although the history department was also quite boring, at least he could look at history and read books. When there was nothing to do, he could even slack off a bit with the working toads. Live the life of a worker. It was at least better than being a grave guard at the cemetery. Such a life. I would be satisfied. Arisu nodded. Black Zetsu was fairly obedient to reform. Of course, it was also possible that Black Zetsu was copying him, learning Arisu's ability to endure and think openly. But that did not matter. Once Black Zetsu realized he could not revive his mother, he would naturally begin to truly blend into life at Mount Mayaboku. Several years passed. The morning mist had not yet fully cleared. Sunlight slanted through the window lattice and fell onto the bamboo scroll in front of Hagoromo. Hagoromo sat upright, teaching 2 4- or 5-year-old children beside him to read. On the left, Indra had handsome brows and eyes. Even at such a young age, he showed a calm air. His fingertips gently rubbed the patterns on the bamboo scroll. On the right, Asura looked more lively. His round face was full of childish innocence. From time to time, he secretly glanced at the birds outside the window. He looked quite playful. Father. Why do we not have power like you? Indra suddenly raised his eyes and asked clearly. Hagoromo's hand holding the bamboo scroll paused. He looked at his eldest son and said calmly, I believe you only need a sound mind and a healthy body. There is no need for power. I see. Indra frowned slightly. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he did not continue asking. His gaze slowly shifted to the front wall of the hall, where a portrait hung. The person in the painting wore a black and red robe, with indifferent brows and eyes. It was the founder of the Ninja Sect, the Sage of Six Paths, Arisu. Father, is that our founder, the Sage of Six Paths? Indra asked softly. Asura also looked over. Hagoromo followed his gaze and nodded slowly. That is right. He is my teacher and also the root of our Ninja Sect. Then is your power learned from the Sage of Six Paths? Indra's voice carried a bit more urgency. Hagoromo nodded. Yes. Then can I go learn from him? Indra suddenly sat up straight, desire shining in his eyes. Hagoromo raised his brow slightly, his tone becoming more serious. Indra, why are you so obsessed with power today? Indra lowered his eyelashes, a hint of frustration in his voice. Yesterday Asura and I went out to gather herbs and met a wild wolf. If not for the brother from the Ninja Sect arriving in time, we might have been hurt. I think if I had power, I could protect myself and also protect Asura. Yes, yes. Asura immediately agreed, patting his chest with lingering fear. That wolf's eyes were so fierce. My legs went soft at that time. Hagoromo fell silent for a moment. Then he slowly stood up, his gaze landing on the 2 children. You do not need power. True power is firmness and kindness in the heart. It is understanding how to connect with others and rely on each other. He had never thought of teaching the power of chakra to his 2 children. Even though they inherited his bloodline, they still did not understand the true meaning of power. At the beginning, Hagoromo himself admitted that the Ninja Sect was originally only a pure religion. In the end, he only wanted everyone to have bonds of the heart. As long as the body was healthy, that was enough. There was no need to pursue more power. Hagoromo did not believe it was necessary to practice stronger power. Indra looked at his father's back, pressed his lips together, and did not insist further. He was precocious and understood how to read expressions. If his father was unwilling to teach, he would not continue to pester him. But the desire in his heart was like a seed that quietly sprouted. Ha! Asura let out a big yawn and rubbed his eyes as he looked at Indra. Brother, it is getting late. Let's sleep. As he spoke, he threw himself onto the tatami at the side, pulled the blanket over himself, and soon his breathing became steady. Indra, however, had no sleepiness. He continued to look at Arisu's portrait on the wall, his fingers slowly clenching. If father would not teach him, then he would go find father's teacher, the legendary sage of 6 paths. The books recorded that the immortal was close with the toads of Mount Myaboku. Those toads could speak human language. Perhaps they could help him find the immortal's traces. Once this thought took root, it could no longer be erased. Indra slowly closed his eyes, already forming a plan in his heart. In the following days, Indra's figure could often be seen in the forests around the Ninja Sect. He avoided others and moved through the dense woods, carefully searching every corner, just to find the talking toad. He searched through the streams, tree holes, and piles of rocks near the Ninja Sect, from morning until sunset, yet he never found a talking toad. As the sun set, golden light spread across the bamboo forest. Indra collapsed tiredly onto a large rock, looked up at the sunset in the distance, and let out a long sigh. Sigh. I have searched for so many days. Is it really something that can only be met by chance? There was a trace of disappointment in his voice, but no intention of giving up. He simply looked at the sky, and in his eyes still burned the desire for power. Inside the great hall of Mount Myaboku, Arisu was sitting on a stone seat, flipping through a scroll spread out before him. It was densely filled with writing. It was the 10,000-word self-reflection that Black Zetsu had written after staying up for several days and nights. Black Zetsu shrank in the corner of the hall, occasionally sneaking glances at Arisu's expression, afraid that the immortal would be dissatisfied and assign him more tasks. Wonderful, wonderful. Black Zetsu, this self-reflection of yours is well written. It is good because it speaks of being kind to others. It is good because it understands reflecting on Kaguya's mistakes. Arisu nodded in praise. Black Zetsu immediately showed a bright smile. You overpraise me. At that moment, Fukasaku hurried in with short steps. Great Immortal, news has come from the Ninja Sect. Lord Hagoromo's eldest son, Indra, has been searching in the forests near the Ninja Sect these past few days. He seems to be looking for a talking toad. He likely wants to find your traces. Fukasaku bowed respectfully. Oh. Arisu's fingers holding the bamboo scroll paused. He raised his eyes to look at Fukasaku, a hint of surprise flashing in them. Indra is looking for me. He had not expected that Hagoromo's eldest son would take the initiative to seek him out. Hee, Black Zetsu, the necessary power for you to revive Kaguya has come to find me on its own. Arisu smiled and teased Black Zetsu. Ah, you must be joking. I already belong to you. I, Black Zetsu, am basically already a member of Mount Myaboku. Black Zetsu laughed awkwardly. Arisu chuckled twice. Haha. Great Immortal, shall I send a toad to use genjutsu to lead him away, or simply dismiss him? Fukasaku asked for instructions. Mount Myaboku never lightly interfered in Ninja Sect matters, especially regarding Hagoromo's children. Arisu waved his hand and casually placed the bamboo scroll aside. No need. Fukasaku, take Black Zetsu to the Mount Myaboku History Department to take up his post. Arisu pointed at Black Zetsu. As his voice fell, his figure disappeared from the hall, leaving only a faint trace of sage chakra in the air. Black Zetsu's face lit up with joy. He respectfully walked to Fukasaku. Lord Fukasaku, please guide me well. Fukasaku nodded slightly. Chapter 38, I'll teach you something really awesome. In the bamboo forest near the Ninja Sect. The afterglow of the setting sun slowly faded away. Indra was still slumped on the big rock, looking at the sky that was gradually getting darker, his eyes full of disappointment. He had searched for so long and had not even seen a single shadow of a toad. Could it be that there is really no way to meet the six-path sage? Just as he was feeling down, the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. A figure appeared out of thin air before him, blocking the last trace of daylight. I heard you've been looking for me, an indifferent voice sounded above his head, carrying a distant, ancient feeling. Indra suddenly raised his head, his pupils shrinking sharply, his whole body freezing in place. The person in front of him wore a black and red robe. The hem of the robe moved without any wind, and a faint mist lingered around him. An ancient long sword floated beside him. It was the very same six-path sword from the portrait. Looking at that face again, it was strikingly handsome. The calm indifference in his brows and eyes was exactly the same as the six-path sage in the painting. It's him. It's really the Grandmaster Arisu. Indra's heart pounded wildly. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. He quickly slid down from the rock. With a thud, he knelt on the ground. Arisu floated in midair and lowered his eyes to look at the boy kneeling on the ground. Indra had clear and handsome features. Although he was still young, one could already see the heroic spirit he would have in the future. But at this moment, his face was still childish, and in his eyes there was excitement and nervousness that had not yet faded. You have been looking for me these past few days. For what reason? Arisu's voice remained calm, without any hint of emotion. Indra quickly raised his head. His eyes were firm, and his tone carried a sincere plea. "Grandmaster, I have something to ask of you. Please teach me." He bowed deeply again, his forehead almost touching the ground, his heart filled with longing for strength. "You want power. The teaching is not lightly passed on. Tell me, what do you want power for?" Arisu slightly raised his brow. This child wants power at such a young age. He was really just like the Uchiha of later generations. "I want to protect my family, to protect my younger brother Asura. The other day, Asura and I ran into a wolf. If our senior brother had not come to save us, we would have been hurt. I do not want my brother to be in danger again, and I do not want to rely on others anymore," Indra spoke without hesitation. His voice was childish, yet it carried a firmness that could not be doubted. Arisu looked at him and thought to himself. According to the original path, at this time Indra should have been exploring on his own and creating the method of hand seals. But because of his own existence, Indra had turned to him to seek power, and the path had shifted a little. It made sense. Without him, this Grandmaster, standing before him, Indra would have had no way to seek power and would have had to rely on himself to study and develop hand seals. Now that there was a shortcut, he would naturally choose to ask him for guidance. "Please." Indra pressed his palms together, his eyes full of hope, looking at Arisu pitifully. All of his usual calmness was gone. Seeing his expression, Arisu made up his mind. Up until now, humans had not yet mastered the method of using chakra. Hand seals were originally the key to guiding chakra. He might as well pass this method down through Indra's hands. It could also be considered following the invisible flow of fate. Arisu slowly raised his hand. A wisp of pale golden chakra gathered at his fingertips, tracing a few simple patterns in the air. "If you want power, I will teach you a method called hand seals. Chakra is hidden within the body. By forming hand seals, you can guide chakra and use various techniques. This is the foundation of power." After seeing the hand seals, Indra began to learn in a hazy way. He discovered that by using these hand gestures, he could move his chakra. So he began to slowly practice. He studied until late at night before suddenly coming back to his senses and realizing it was already late. When Indra turned his head, he found that Arisu was still floating in the air. Indra felt touched. He had not expected that Grandmaster was still here waiting for him. "Grandmaster, may I come again tomorrow?" Indra asked carefully. Arisu showed no expression and thought to himself. Originally, his purpose had only been to pass the seals to Indra and then promote the development of the ninja world. He did not want to interfere in the affairs of the Ninja Sect, especially not the conflict between Indra and Asura. He did not want to take part. But seeing Indra, Arisu thought that perhaps he could make Indra his own chess piece, a piece to connect with the outside world. After Hagoromo's death, he would have no pieces left in the human world. Before Hagoromo died, why not cultivate Indra? Let Indra become his piece in the human world. Having made up his mind, Arisu looked at Indra calmly. "You may. But what happens between you and me must not be spread." Then he disappeared. "Thank you, Grandmaster." Indra was overjoyed and immediately knelt on the ground and bowed. From that day on, that quiet bamboo forest became the place Indra visited every day to train. Whether the cold wind carried broken snow over the bamboo tips, or cold rain struck the bamboo leaves with a rustling sound, Indra would always appear here on time. He would respectfully bow to Arisu, then hold his breath and focus, following Grandmaster to learn the changes of hand seals and the movement of chakra. Arisu's teaching never had a single unnecessary word. The force behind every hand gesture, every flow of chakra, was precisely broken down and shown to Indra, from the basics to more delicate chakra changes, and even to combinations of hand seals that had never appeared in the ninja world before. Indra absorbed this knowledge like someone starving. The light in his eyes grew brighter day by day, and his respect for Arisu had long been carved into his bones. On this day, the morning mist in the bamboo forest had not yet dispersed, and Indra had already begun practicing the newly learned method of condensing chakra. He repeatedly formed hand seals, trying to compress the chakra in his body to the limit. His fingers changed seals faster and faster. Fine beads of sweat seeped out at his temples, sliding down his cheeks and soaking the clothes on his chest. The chakra in his body was almost exhausted, and waves of weakness spread through his limbs. Finally, the last hand seal fell. Indra let out a long breath. His body swayed, and he subconsciously leaned to the side, just resting against Arisu's shoulder. Arisu was looking down at the bamboo shadows on the ground when his shoulder suddenly sank. He saw that the boy beside him had closed his eyes. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his breathing gradually became steady and long. Indra had actually fallen asleep leaning against him. Arisu slightly raised his brow and turned his head to look at Indra's face. The boy's brows and eyes still carried some youthfulness, yet the sharp outline of his future self could already be seen. At this moment, because of exhaustion, his relaxed expression had shed the focus and stubbornness he showed during training, replaced by a rare softness. Arisu's gaze stayed on his face for a moment, and an unusual feeling rose in his heart. Thinking back, when Gamamaru received his guidance, it had only been a few words, and he then explored cultivation on Mount Maiboka by himself. Hagoromo had been the same. He had only passed on the basics of chakra and hand seals, and the rest of the path had been explored by Hagoromo on his own. For him, the so-called master and disciple relationship had always just been a matter of leading through the door. He had never taught someone step by step like this, nor had he ever stayed beside a disciple from sunrise to late night. Indra was the first. This feeling of personally teaching him caused a faint ripple in his heart, but it was only a ripple. Arisu quickly gathered his thoughts, and his gaze became indifferent again. The destined conflict between Indra and Asura was the calamity of the Ninja Sect and also the fixed fate of the ninja world. There was no need for him to interfere, and no need to disrupt his own plan because of this slight feeling. After all, no matter how the process unfolded, Indra would eventually walk his own path and establish the Uchiha clan. That was a trajectory already set. He only needed to quietly wait for the day when Hagoromo's lifespan ended, take the Rinnegan, and complete his goal. Indra was only a chess piece he had placed in the human world. The evening wind brushed through the bamboo forest, and the leaves rustled softly. Arisu remained motionless, letting Indra lean against his shoulder and sleep deeply. Chapter 39, The Great Development of the Ninja Sect. In front of the main hall of the Ninja Sect, a crowd had gathered. All the disciples formed a circle, their eyes tightly fixed on Indra in the center. Hagoromo stood at the front of the crowd with his hands behind his back, while Asura held onto the shoulders of the disciple in the front row, his little face full of curiosity. In the center, Indra stood tall. After taking a deep breath, his fingers suddenly began to move rapidly. The hand movements were complex yet smooth. In just a moment, he completed a full set of connected hand seals. Ooh! A fierce flame suddenly rose in his palm. The orange-red fire made the boy's face glow brightly and threw the surroundings into sudden silence. The next second, gasps exploded. Fire, fire. Creating fire out of thin air. How is this possible? Other than Lord Hagoromo, who else can control power like this? What were those hand movements just now? They looked dazzling, but somehow very orderly. The people of the ninja sect widened their eyes. Some sucked in cold air, some leaned closer but did not dare approach. Voices overlapped one after another, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Hagoromo's pupils shrank sharply, waves rising in his heart. Of course he recognized it. This was a technique formed by mobilizing the chakra within the body and releasing it in a specific way. But his own bloodline was special. He did not need such complicated hand movements to activate his power. He had never imagined that someone could combine chakra with hand signs and create such a method. Brother. Brother. What did you do? Where did this fire come from? Asura could no longer hold back. He pushed through the crowd and ran over, grabbing Indra's wrist. He leaned his small head close to the flame in his palm, looking at it with both fear and curiosity. Indra gently raised his hand, and the flame in his palm obediently went out. Seeing the excitement in his brother's eyes, he patiently explained, I discovered that the chakra inside the body can be guided through different hand forms. As long as you form the corresponding seal, you can release different kinds of power. This flame is one of them. After speaking, he turned around and bowed slightly to Hagoromo. Father, this is what I have researched these past few days. Hagoromo looked at his son, who was not yet 10 years old, and the surprise in his heart grew even stronger. He had long noticed that Indra had been going to the bamboo forest day after day. He had secretly sensed the area, yet he had not detected a second person there. He had only assumed that Indra had found a quiet place to train. Only now did he realize that he had been studying such an astonishing method. So that's how it is. Hagoromo nodded. All the doubts in his heart disappeared, replaced by a sigh of admiration for his son's talent. Brother is amazing. I want to learn too. Brother, can you teach me? Asura shook Indra's arm, his eyes shining as he eagerly asked. The disciples around them also cast hopeful looks. One after another, they stretched their necks, their eyes full of longing for power. Indra frowned slightly and looked at Hagoromo helplessly. He understood clearly that every decision in the ninja sect was made by his father. Even though he had created this method, whether it could be taught to others still required his father's decision. Unless the Grandmaster in the bamboo forest spoke, no one could go beyond his father's ruling. Hagoromo's gaze swept across the eager expressions of the crowd, and he fell into thought. The spread of power would surely bring disputes. But now that various nations were gradually forming and conflicts were rising in the human world, if the ninja sect stayed closed off, how could it protect its followers? The wheel of history rolled forward. Just like humanity moved from tribes to city-states, even if accompanied by war, it was progress that could not be stopped. He could not keep the ninja sect standing still out of fear of conflict. Just like the nations and tribes in the human world. He could not force everyone to remain in the tribal era simply because they feared wars for power, could he? He turned his head and looked at a young man standing beside him. The young man had a steady expression. He was the child once recommended by Arisu and given the name Sarutobi. Over the years, he had studied and trained diligently in the ninja sect. His character and knowledge far surpassed those of his peers. Sarutobi, what do you think? Hagoromo asked. Sarutobi stepped forward and bowed. His voice was calm and strong. I believe this method is worth adopting. First, if the students learn this technique, they will have the ability to protect themselves from wild beasts and bandits in these chaotic times. Second, chakra can be used for farming and construction, which can improve the productivity of the ninja sect. Third, with power, we can better protect the innocent people of the world and carry out the original intention of the ninja sect. Hagoromo slowly nodded. Sarutobi's words matched exactly what he had been thinking. Although it might cause disaster, overall, the benefits outweighed the harm. Besides, he himself was still here to take responsibility. Hagoromo looked up at the crowd and announced loudly before everyone, from today on, everyone in the ninja sect must learn the art of hand seals and study the use of chakra. As soon as his words fell, thunderous cheers erupted around him. The disciples waved their arms, their faces filled with excitement and passion. Power, this was power they had never possessed before. Even if they claimed to be calm and free of desire, who could resist such power that allowed them to control themselves and change their surroundings? Hagoromo took in everyone's expressions. The smile at the corner of his mouth slowly faded, and he let out a soft sigh in his heart. By giving power to everyone, was he doing right or wrong? Was he leading the ninja sect toward prosperity, or planting the seeds of conflict? At this moment, he had no way of knowing. He could only let the tide of history push the ninja sect, and himself, forward step by step. Perhaps history would prove that he was right, but, right now he could not prove it. He could only choose to follow the flow. If he stopped it, what would the people of the ninja sect think of him? Would they think he wanted to monopolize power? Would they think Hagoromo was greedy for power and did not want them to touch it? At that time, distance would grow between them, and people's hearts would scatter. Indra looked at his father and slightly curled his lips. He had already known that his father would make this choice. Green bamboo formed shade. The wind passed through the treetops, and the rustling of bamboo leaves carried a hint of quiet loneliness. Arisu leaned casually against a blue-gray boulder, idly playing with the six-path sword at his fingertips. His brow lifted slightly as he grumbled in his heart. That kid Indra wouldn't have fallen in love with me, would he? He actually comes every single day. Back then he had only mentioned it casually, telling Indra to come to the bamboo forest from time to time so he could give him a bit of guidance when he had time. He had not expected the boy to take it so seriously. 360+ days a year, rain or shine, he came to this bamboo forest every day. Every time he came, those eyes of his shone like stars, staring straight at him, full of admiration and eagerness. When he left, he would look back every few steps. That reluctant look almost made Arisu laugh. Speaking of which, Indra still hasn't awakened his Sharingan. I might as well scare him and see what reaction this kid has. A playful look flashed across Arisu's eyes. Originally, according to the normal course, Black Zetsu would lead a wild boar to launch a sneak attack, and Indra would awaken his eyes under stimulation. With a thought, faint chakra ripples spread around Arisu. Like an invisible net, his illusion instantly covered the entire bamboo forest. Chapter 40, Indra awakens his eyes. Not long after, a clear and urgent shout from a boy came from outside the bamboo forest, carrying his usual excitement. Grandmaster! Grandmaster! I'm here. Indra lifted the hem of his clothes and quickly stepped into the bamboo forest. In the past, Arisu would always be waiting early by the huge rock, but today when he looked around, he did not see that familiar figure. Even the sound of the bamboo leaves seemed to fade. It was frighteningly quiet, and even the insects had disappeared without a trace. A strange chill crawled up his spine. Ah! Where is Grandmaster? Indra frowned slightly. His steps unconsciously became lighter as he moved forward a couple of steps. The next second, Indra's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart felt like it was fiercely grabbed by an invisible hand, stopping for half a beat. On the open ground beside the huge rock, Arisu was covered in blood, lying there limply. His clothes were soaked in blood, red and glaring, with no breath left. Grandmaster, Indra's voice trembled badly. His legs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. Shaking, he crouched down and reached out to check Arisu's breathing. What his fingers touched was only cold skin, without a trace of warmth. Ah! Grandmaster actually died. Grandmaster is dead. Indra staggered back 2 steps, his eyes full of disbelief. His mind went blank, as if the whole world had collapsed. The Grandmaster, who was always gentle, who guided his training and treated him so well, was just gone like this. Overwhelming grief instantly drowned Indra. He suddenly rushed forward and tightly hugged Arisu's cold body. Tears fell like broken beads, hitting Arisu's clothes and soaking a small patch. Grandmaster. Grandmaster. How could you die? Please don't leave me, he cried his heart out, his voice choked. Indra held Arisu tighter and tighter. The boy, who was usually calm and steady, was now crying uncontrollably. At the peak of this extreme grief, a violent force suddenly surged from deep within Indra's eyes. It churned and broke through its restraints. With a soft sound, Scarlet Eyes suddenly opened. 3 black tomo slowly rotated in his pupils, strange and cold. The 3 tomo Sharingan had awakened. Indra suddenly raised his head. In his scarlet eyes surged overwhelming anger and hatred. Even the chakra around him became violent. Grandmaster. I will avenge you. No matter who harmed you, I will make them pay in blood. Indra clenched his fists and roared through gritted teeth. At that moment, a clear voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere, especially abrupt in the silent bamboo forest. Press 1 to revive Grandmaster. Indra's pupils shook violently. He almost thought he was hallucinating from too much grief. He looked around wildly and shouted like he had lost his mind. 1. 1. 1. I press 1. Hurry and bring Grandmaster back to life. As soon as his words fell, a gentle laugh sounded behind him. Indra suddenly turned around and saw Arisu standing there with a smile, his clothes neat and clean. There was not a single trace of blood, nor any sign of being near death. Grandmaster, Indra was both shocked and overjoyed. Tears were still hanging on his face, but he instantly broke into a smile. He almost threw himself forward, tightly hugging Arisu's waist and burying his face in his clothes. His voice still carried the nasal tone of crying. That's great. You're fine. That voice was actually real. You really came back to life. Feeling the trembling body of the boy in his arms and his burning tears, Arisu smiled helplessly and gently patted his back. Stronger than I expected. You actually awakened the 3 tomo directly. He extended his finger and lightly tapped Indra's forehead. Indra froze slightly and raised his head. There were still tear marks in his eyes, full of confusion. Grandmaster, what do you mean? Arisu smiled faintly and formed hand seals. Sage chakra surged, and a clear water mirror instantly formed in midair. In the mirror, Indra's reflection was clearly shown, especially his eyes. The scarlet base color with 3 tomo slowly rotating, strange and powerful. This is. Indra widened his eyes and blinked subconsciously. Only then did he realize his vision had completely changed. Everything around him became several times clearer. Even the patterns on the bamboo leaves and the flow of the wind could be seen clearly. His insight had increased sharply. Looking at his shocked expression, Arisu slowly explained. He explained the origin and power of the Sharingan and also pointed out that what had just happened was merely an illusion he had set up. After hearing this, Indra's face instantly turned red. Both embarrassed and ashamed, he hurriedly wiped the tears from his face and lowered his head somewhat angrily. Grandmaster, don't do this next time. I would rather not have this power than see something happen to you. Arisu looked at the redness at the tip of his ears and once again extended his finger to lightly tap his forehead. There was a gentle smile in his eyes. But wasn't it for power that you met Grandmaster in the first place? Hearing this, Indra was stunned. That was true. He had pursued power, so he found Grandmaster. But if Grandmaster had really died, even if he had gained power, his heart would have been filled with such pain. So, on the road of growing and gaining power, you will always lose something, Arisu said softly with a smile. Indra seemed to understand yet not fully. He looked at his hands, then at Arisu, confused. How has your father's health been recently? Arisu asked slowly. Indra answered, Father is getting older and older. Arisu sighed slightly in his heart. The child from back then had now become a very old man. Soon, Arisu would once again witness the passing of an old acquaintance. Indra, don't come here anymore in the future. Your master will not come again, Arisu said slowly. Why, master? Did I do something wrong? Indra asked in confusion. Arisu chuckled lightly, you are very outstanding. There is nothing more I can teach you. He had already taught Indra the hand seals. There was no need to teach the rest. The reason Arisu had taught Indra was only to cultivate another Hagoromo, someone to connect with the human world. Hearing this, Indra immediately bowed. Thank you for your teaching, Grandmaster. Indra will never forget it. If one day I take control of the Ninja Sect, I will honor you even more. Indra promised. Arisu raised his brow. How did this kid dare to be so certain that he would become the leader of the Ninja Sect? Oh, Indra, you are very confident in becoming the leader of the Ninja Sect, Arisu said slowly. Indra showed a confident smile. Of course. Thanks to Grandmaster's method of hand seals, I was the one who let everyone learn it. My standing among everyone is very high. Also, father will only pass the position of successor through bloodline. Asura is too naive. Only I can allow the Ninja Sect to continue and develop. So, the old man will definitely give the successor position to me. Indra said confidently. He knew clearly that his status in the Ninja Sect was now very high. His father had only taught them spirit, but he was the one who truly gave them power. In his own eyes, Asura was too naive and could never take control of the Ninja Sect. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 41, Agreement with the Sage of the Six Paths. Arisu looked at the young man standing tall in front of him, his eyes calm, his tone flat. When sharp edges show too much, they break easily. In everything, leave a little room. Do not be overly certain. When Indra heard this, he immediately put away the proud look on his face and bowed respectfully, nodding. The loose strands of hair in front of his forehead fell down and covered his brows and eyes. This disciple will remember ancestors' teaching. But the slightly tense back and the brightness that had not faded from his eyes could not hide the disbelief in his heart. The eldest legitimate son inheriting the family was only natural. Besides, he had benefited the entire Ninja Sect with his method of hand seals. In terms of talent, achievements, and bloodline, if not him, then who else could take the position of successor? Asura was so innocent and carefree that he even needed others to protect him from wolves in the mountains. How could he take charge of such a large ninja sect? These thoughts circled in his heart and had already taken deep root. Arisu's light words about humility were nothing more than wind passing by his ears. Arisu took in the flicker in his eyes and understood clearly. This young man's pride had already grown into a towering tree through the praise of others and his own smooth path. The nod just now was only a surface act because of their master and disciple relationship. Proud soldiers always lose. It has been so since ancient times. Indra's talent was indeed rare, but this arrogance that looked down on everything had already become his biggest weakness. Arisu gently shook his head. The six-path sword at his fingertips trembled slightly and gave off a very soft humming sound. Then his figure turned into a thin mist and quietly faded away in the stillness of the bamboo forest. Only Indra was left standing there alone. When he appeared again, Arisu was already standing inside a simple wooden house. The room was plainly furnished. There was only a desk, a few bamboo scrolls, and a couch covered with an old mattress. Sitting at the desk was Hagoromo. His temples were fully white, and wrinkles were carved across his face like deep grooves. Although his back was still straight, he could not hide the weight of years pressing down on him. "Master, you have come." Hagoromo slowly stood up. His movements were a little slow, but he still kept a respectful posture and bowed slightly. Arisu's gaze stayed on his aged face for a moment, and the image of their first meeting rose in his mind without control. At that time, Hagoromo's brows and eyes were sharp, and his whole body carried a sense of righteousness. For the sake of protecting the one he loved, he dared to act against his own mother. Time passed like a white horse flashing by. The young man of those days had finally been worn down by the years and turned into the old man before him. Arisu waved his hand. "It has been so many years. No need to be so polite." Hagoromo sat down as told, his fingers rubbing the cold bamboo scroll on the desk. After a moment of silence, he spoke calmly, "Master, I am about to die." He said this lightly, as if he were talking about the weather, but deep in his eyes there was still a trace of attachment to the mortal world and concern for the Ninja Sect. The Ninja Sect is the work of my whole life. As for the successor, I have thought about it for a long time. In the end, I still feel that giving it to my own blood will let me rest easy. Indra and Asura are both my flesh and blood. Compared to outsiders, I trust them more to guard the foundation of the Ninja Sect. You have always known right from wrong and have never been confused. Hagoromo raised his head, his eyes full of earnestness. The Ninja Sect is prosperous now, but the nations of the mortal world are rising, and conflicts are hidden beneath the surface. I fear that Indra and Asura are young and inexperienced. If the Ninja Sect faces danger in the future, they may not be able to handle it. At that time, I ask Master to step in, set things right, and crush all conspiracies. With the tone of entrusting his orphan children, Hagoromo placed the entire future of the Ninja Sect into the hands of this otherworldly sage before him. Arisu looked at his sincere expression. His tone was still calm and without waves. "I know. As your master, I have my own judgment." In his heart, Arisu had long had other plans. The Ninja Sect might appear to promote kindness, but in truth it had already become a political power and military organization holding real strength. The mortal world was filled with many nations. The rulers could believe in him, this distant and vague sage of six paths, because such faith helped strengthen their rule. But they would never tolerate a ninja sect that held heavy forces and influence everywhere. How could one allow others to sleep beside one's bed? He had no feelings for the ninja sect. The so-called setting things right was nothing more than empty words. His goal had always been only the Rinnegan. As for the rise or fall of the ninja sect, what did it have to do with him? Hagoromo did not notice the coldness in his heart. He simply believed that he had agreed. A relieved smile appeared on his face as he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Master. As for the successor, once I choose, I will inform you at once." Arisu nodded slightly and said nothing more. 2 years passed quietly. The bamboo forest of the ninja sect grew thicker and thicker. Green bamboo shot up and blocked out the sky. The 2 children of those days had grown into handsome young men. Indra wore dark training clothes. His figure stood straight like a pine tree. The youthful look in his brows and eyes had faded, replaced with a sharp edge. Standing among the crowd, he carried a sense that strangers should not approach. A steady yet cold aura surrounded him. In these 2 years, with his skilled hand-seal techniques and outstanding talent, he had become the model in the hearts of the ninja sect disciples. Wherever he went, he was met with respectful and fearful gazes. He had grown much more mature, and much more ruthless. Asura beside him was completely different. He wore light gray cloth clothes. His build was slightly broad. There was still a gentle smile on his face, and his curved brows and eyes gave him a friendly feeling. But beneath that gentleness, there was a hint of unease. Compared to his brother's brilliance, he always felt he was lacking in every way. In these 2 years, Hagoromo's body had grown weaker and weaker, yet he had never stopped observing his 2 sons. He saw Indra's swift and decisive way of handling matters. He saw him use precise techniques to solve the ninja sect's problems. He had to admit that his eldest son's ability was far beyond ordinary people. But he also saw Indra's cold harshness when disciples made mistakes. He saw his arbitrary decisions and his unwillingness to listen to others. That pride and firmness deep in his bones were very much like Kaguya of the past, and it made Hagoromo feel uneasy. Asura, on the other hand, was always soft-hearted and kind. He could not bear to see others suffer, and whenever there was conflict, he always wanted to solve it through reconciliation. The disciples all liked this gentle second young master. But Hagoromo knew that this indecisiveness might become a fatal weakness in troubled times. He often thought that if he could combine Indra's decisiveness with Asura's kindness, that would be the perfect successor. But how could such a perfect balance exist in this world? On this day, inside the great hall of the ninja sect, voices filled the air. All the core disciples and elders had gathered. Sarutobi stood at the front of the disciples, his expression steady as his gaze swept over the 2 people in the hall. Hagoromo sat in the main seat. Although his face was pale, his eyes were still clear. He raised his hand to signal silence. His hoarse yet strong voice echoed in the hall. "I have gathered you here today to announce an important matter." His eyes slowly swept over his 2 sons below. After a pause, he continued, "My lifespan is nearing its end. The ninja sect cannot be without a leader even for a single day. From today onward, the successor will be chosen between Indra and Asura." As soon as the words fell, low whispers rose in the hall. Most of the disciples looked surprised, yet also felt it was natural. After all, Indra's excellence was obvious to all. Indra stood there, his back straighter than before. A flash of expected light passed through his eyes, and a faint smile touched his lips. He had long waited for this day. The position of successor was his for sure. Asura, however, looked unconcerned and still gentle. He did not care about becoming the successor of the ninja sect. As long as everyone was well, he was well. Hagoromo ignored the crowd's reaction. He slowly stood up, picked up 2 scrolls from the desk, and handed them to Sarutobi beside him. "These are your tests. Inside the scrolls are 2 villages. Each of you will go to one and solve the problems there in your own way. When you complete the task, return and report." Sarutobi handed the scrolls to Indra and Asura. Indra took his scroll. His fingers touched the slightly cool bamboo surface. His heart was full of confidence. With his ability, calming a village's problem was nothing more than lifting a hand. Asura, however, held the scroll with difficulty written all over his face. He looked up at Hagoromo. His voice carried helplessness and uncertainty. "Ah. Father, why send me when choosing the successor?" Asura paused and said helplessly, "Brother is so outstanding. Whether in strength or in handling matters, he is far better than me. Just let brother go and solve it alone. I am afraid I will not do well." These words came from his heart. In his mind, his brother was always that unreachable figure. All he could do was follow behind and try not to hold him back. Indra turned his head slightly and glanced at him. His eyes were indifferent. He said nothing. In these 2 years, the difference between them had already grown deeper. He disliked Asura's hesitation and felt he was too naive to accomplish great things. Asura, in turn, did not like his brother's cold and heartless ways. He felt he was too overbearing and lacked warmth. Although they were brothers, they had grown more distant. Aside from necessary greetings, they almost had no extra conversation. Chapter 42, Ancient Era and Ninja Sect Era. Hagoromo looked at Ashura's uneasy expression, then at Indra's confident posture, and let out a soft sigh in his heart. The inheritance of the ninja sect needs more than strength and wisdom. It also needs someone who understands people's hearts. You both have your strengths and weaknesses. This test is not only a trial of your ability, but also a tempering of your character. Go. Just do it with your heart. Hagoromo spoke slowly. When Asura heard this, his lips moved a few times. In the end, he still nodded and tightened his grip on the scroll in his hand. Father's decision would not change. He could only brace himself and accept this test. Indra saw all of this and shook his head even more in his heart. With such a timid look, how could he take on the heavy responsibility of the ninja sect? Perhaps father was only giving Asura a chance to save face. Indra lowered his head and opened the scroll, quickly reading through its contents. The confidence in his eyes grew even stronger. This test, he would definitely win. After that, the two of them ran in different directions. The battle between Indra and Asura is about to begin. The road is long. I have lived for so long, and only now have I finally reached the battle between Indra and Asura. According to the original story, there are still more than 1,000 years before Hashirama and Madara are born. As for Naruto's birth, that is even farther away. Arisu shook his head. Perhaps if he had traveled through time to when Konoha had just been founded, he would have had a lot of room to grow. Of course, traveling to the ancient era also had its own advantages. The biggest change Arisu had made now was forcefully turning the belief system of the Naruto world into belief in himself. Returning to Mount Myaboku, Arisu summoned Black Zetsu, Fukasaku, and a group of historian toads. Great Immortal, Black Zetsu, and the toads bowed slightly. Arisu sat on the seat in the main hall and slowly spoke. I called you here today to set up the next historical record. Next, I want to divide the historical records. Black Zetsu, write this down. I will divide it as follows. Arisu glanced at Black Zetsu. Yes. Black Zetsu quickly took out a brush and began recording. From Kaguya's arrival to Hagoromo establishing the ninja sect, we will call this period the Ancient Era. From Hagoromo establishing the ninja sect until now, we will call this period the Ninja Sect Era. Arisu divided the current history into the Ancient Era, the Ninja Sect Era. Great Immortal, does the Ninja Sect Era end at the present? But Black Zetsu stopped, as if unsure whether to continue. He sharply noticed that the Ancient Era basically began with Kaguya's arrival and ended when Kaguya was sealed and left the stage. But the Ninja Sect Era had not yet ended. Arisu slightly shook his head. Just record it this way. Black Zetsu nodded and immediately began writing. After he finished recording, Arisu looked at Fukasaku and the other historian toads. Fukasaku, have you finished recording the history of the mortals? Arisu asked. The history of the world was not only about the powerful. There were also countless mortals and common people. They were often the most easily ignored, yet they were also an essential part of history. Replying to Immortal, there are too many nations established among the mortals. Their relationships are too complicated, and governments change frequently. We need to wait for information from the intelligence department before we can confirm, Fukasaku said. Fine. Send a few more intelligence toads to infiltrate the mortal nations and have them grasp the movements of the human world, Arisu ordered. Beside him, Black Zetsu was already sweating. He was shocked by Mount Myaboku's layout. He had not expected that deep within the world there was such a powerful sage faction. Like Mount Myaboku, they did not show off or draw attention. They simply coldly recorded history and acted as observers. Only after he started working at Mount Myaboku did he truly feel how unfathomable it was. Such a powerful organization had never thought of conquering the world, but instead chose to remain a hidden force. Arisu slightly closed his eyes to rest. Several days later, in front of the ninja sect, the morning mist had not yet fully cleared. A sharp and upright figure landed in the courtyard of the main hall. It was Indra. His hair lifted slightly in the wind. His handsome brows and eyes were full of confident pride as he walked steadily into the hall. Father, I have returned. Indra bowed to Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who sat in the main seat. His voice was clear and confident. Father, I have successfully completed the task you assigned. Everything went smoothly, without the slightest obstacle. Indra lifted his eyes, his gaze burning. He was already certain in his heart. In speed, in strength, in efficiency, no one in the ninja sect could compare to him. The position of successor would surely be his. I understand. But Hagoromo only lowered his eyes and brushed the fabric over his knees. His expression was calm and without waves as he spoke lightly, his voice not loud. The test I set this time was never about comparing speed or the ability to act alone. Wait patiently. When Asura returns, I will make the final decision. Oh, Indra froze slightly. A trace of confusion quickly flashed through his dark eyes. He had thought that finishing the task would be the final word. He did not expect father to have other considerations. But he still respected Hagoromo. After a brief pause, Indra nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, I understand. Yet the certainty in his heart did not lessen at all. He even began imagining what kind of system and policies he would carry out after becoming the leader of the Ninja Sect. Time hurried on for more than 10 days. At the mountain entrance of the Ninja Sect, a noisy set of footsteps could be heard. Unlike Indra's lonely and sharp return, these sounds were messy but warm, mixed with bright laughter, drawing closer and closer. I'm back, a lively voice rang out. Asura appeared before everyone, dusty from travel. His clothes were stained with some dirt, yet his smile was still bright. His brows and eyes curved gently, full of warmth. And behind him followed dozens of plainly dressed mortals. There were white-haired elders, young children, and strong men and women. They supported one another, their faces filled with trust and friendliness. They got along happily with Asura, like one big family. Ah. This is, Sarutobi, who was in charge of receiving people at the mountain entrance, narrowed his pupils slightly. Surprise appeared on his face. He had thought Asura would return alone, but he did not expect him to bring so many ordinary villagers. This scene was truly unexpected. Asura, you finally returned. Lord Hagoromo has been waiting for you in the hall. Sarutobi put away his surprise and stepped forward with a smile. Asura paused. The smile on his face faded a little as he subconsciously asked, Father. Hasn't he already decided brother as the successor? He had been delayed on the way. He had thought his brother had already taken the position of leader of the ninja sect with his outstanding ability. Sarutobi shook his head helplessly and sighed softly. No decision has been made. Lord Hagoromo said he would wait for you to return before deciding. Hearing this, Asura's brows tightened. A trace of unease appeared on his honest face. For no clear reason, a bad feeling rose in his heart, and he tightened his grip on his bag. At that moment, a cool figure slowly walked over. Indra stood in the center of the courtyard, looking at his younger brother who had arrived late. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he stepped forward. Asura, you're back. Chapter 43, that day, not a single person followed him. Sorry, brother, I was delayed on the way and came late. Asura scratched his head, still wearing that friendly expression. It doesn't matter, Indra smiled gently. In his eyes, his younger brother had a weak personality and abilities far below his own. Returning late this time and even bringing a group of ordinary people, he must have been unable to complete the task alone and had to rely on nearby villagers to get through it. If it had been him, he could have swept away all obstacles by himself. There would be no need to drag others along like this. But even though he thought his brother was useless, Asura was still his only blood relative. Deep in his heart, he still saw him as family. He even thought that once he inherited the ninja sect, he would guide his brother onto the right path and protect him well. Indra lightly glanced at the group of ordinary people behind Asura, their faces showing fear yet full of trust, and said nothing. By the window of the main hall, Otsutsuki Hagoromo stood quietly, taking in everything below. Seeing Asura surrounded by mortals, his brows gentle and warm, a faint smile of relief curved on the old man's lips. This child carried the same bearing he once had when he traveled the world and guided people. He understood how to connect with others. His heart held great love and tolerance, and he knew how to treat all living beings with kindness. And the original intention of setting this test was never to judge strength. The leader of the ninja sect needed not absolute power alone, but affinity, tolerance, and a broad heart for all people. Indra's strength was unmatched through the ages, but he was proud and distant, believed in power above all, and did not understand connection or compassion. He was not the best choice to lead the ninja sect and carry on its ideals. As for Asura's weakness in strength, as the founder of the ninja sect, Hagoromo had his own way to forcibly pass his power to him and raise his cultivation to the same level as Indra. To put it simply, he would give him a cheat and directly pour cultivation into him. Before long, by Hagoromo's order, Sarutobi gathered all the core disciples of the ninja sect into the main hall. Inside the hall, the atmosphere was solemn and quiet. The green stone floor was smooth like a mirror. The disciples kneeling on both sides held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Otsutsuki Hagoromo sat at the highest seat. His chakra was steady like a deep abyss as his gaze slowly swept over those below. Indra and Asura knelt side by side at the very front of the hall. Indra's back was straight, his expression calm, still certain that the position of successor belonged to him. Asura lowered his eyes as he sat, the unease in his heart growing stronger. Asura was not afraid of failing to become the successor. He was afraid that father would choose him. All eyes focused on Hagoromo, waiting for the final decision. Hagoromo slowly lifted his gaze. His voice was steady and dignified, echoing through the entire hall. Today, I will announce the successor of the Ninja Sect. As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere in the hall tightened to the extreme. You could hear a pin drop. Indra slightly raised his eyes, a light of certainty flashing within them, waiting for his father to say his name. But in the next second, Hagoromo's voice fell clearly, without any hesitation. The successor of the Ninja Sect is Asura. With one sentence, it was decided. Asura suddenly looked up. His eyes were wide open, his face full of shock and disbelief. His lips parted, yet for a moment he could not say a word. He had never expected this honor to fall upon him. Beside him, Indra's calm confidence froze instantly. His dark pupils shrank sharply. His expression shifted from calm to stunned, then to complete disbelief. Even the chakra around him surged uncontrollably with a sharp fluctuation. He stood frozen in place, as if unable to believe what he had just heard. The moment those words were spoken, it was not only the two of them. All the disciples of the Ninja Sect were shocked. They admitted that Indra was fierce, but he truly had power and authority. He was a leader among leaders. Although Asura was gentle and they liked following him more, in terms of the Ninja Sect, Indra might have been more suitable. Why? I don't have brother's talent. Why choose me? Asura quickly stood up, his voice anxious, almost pleading. Father. You can't do this. I'm not suitable at all. Ashura's panic and retreat only turned into deep hypocrisy and mockery in Indra's eyes. Indra stood there, his dark robe unmoving. His face was as cold as if covered in frost. Why not let me take the position? Please tell me your reason. Indra slowly looked toward Hagoromo on the main seat. His tone carried suppressed rage and unwillingness. He was a genius rarely seen in 1,000 years of the Ninja Sect. He awakened the Sharingan at birth and controlled the strongest power. The position of successor should have been his without question. Hagoromo looked at his two sons, and a trace of sigh passed through his aged eyes. I just received information. The border village you were guarding has already been destroyed, Hagoromo said with a slight sigh. As soon as the words fell, the entire hall was shaken. Everyone looked up in shock. Whispered discussions instantly spread. Sarutobi, standing at the front, darkened in expression. He stepped forward and looked at Indra with doubt. Did you use force to clear out the remnants of the divine tree and pressure the villagers, which led to their destruction? Do I look that stupid? Indra suddenly turned his head. His cold gaze shot toward Sarutobi like a blade. Before the words fully fell, his scarlet Sharingan suddenly opened. The tomo slowly rotated in his eyes. A fierce pressure swept out and locked tightly onto Sarutobi. Sarutobi felt the hairs on his body stand up. Even his bones felt cold. Under the gaze of those eyes that saw through everything and carried terrifying pressure, even breathing became difficult. But he still gritted his teeth and straightened his back, resisting the pressure. He had been personally brought back to the Ninja Sect by the Sage of Six Paths Arisu and had been given his name by Hagoromo. In terms of background, that legendary ancestor was his greatest support. He had never been afraid of Indra. Hagoromo took in this scene, his brows slightly furrowing. The disappointment in his heart grew heavier. It was only a single question, yet Indra immediately used the Sharingan to apply pressure. This way of worshipping authority and using power to threaten others at the slightest provocation was so similar to his mother Kaguya, who once unified the world yet ruled with cruelty. Back then, Kaguya had used the overwhelming pressure of the Byakugan to suppress all resistance and hold absolute power, eventually falling into obsession and destruction. And at this moment, Indra's words, expression, and even the way he used power already carried some of Kaguya's violent aura. No need to be angry. Hagoromo spoke lightly, suppressing the pressure in the hall as he slowly revealed the truth. According to my information, after you left, the villagers fought among themselves over control of water resources. In the end, both sides were badly hurt, and the village was destroyed. What? Indra froze suddenly. A thin trace of red appeared where he bit his lip. A flicker of shock passed through his sharp eyes. Happiness that is easily obtained never lasts long. You were too eager for quick results. You only knew how to use power to quickly solve problems, but you never thought about nurturing bonds and feelings among the clanspeople. Asura lived and worked with the villagers. He personally taught them how to survive and exchanged sincerity for sincerity. Only happiness formed that way will not easily collapse. Hagoromo's voice was calm. This explanation did not convince Indra. Instead, his face grew darker, and the violent aura around him almost overflowed. That is Ashura's weakness. He needs to rely on those useless emotions. Besides, what does the destruction of a remote village prove? It's nothing but a trivial matter. Indra growled in a low voice. Seeing that Indra was still stubborn, Hagoromo slowly turned his head and looked at all the members of the ninja sect in the hall. Since that was the case, then let there be a public vote. Then everyone present, would you rather follow Asura or Indra? Hagoromo asked slowly. Indra also suddenly turned his head. His scarlet Sharingan swept over everyone, his gaze filled with pressing expectation and pressure. He did not believe that after giving them power and teaching them to control chakra, these people would betray him and choose the useless Asura. I prefer Asura, Sarutobi almost blurted it out. His voice was firm. The hall fell silent for a moment. In their hearts, they had to admit that Asura was gentle and sincere. He was always willing to suffer alongside them. His closeness was far beyond the proud and distant Indra. But because of Indra's power, no one dared to speak easily. This silence, in Indra's eyes, was naked betrayal. It was I who gave you power. I gave you the means to survive. You should choose me. Without me, you would still be trampled by others. Indra completely lost control. His scarlet Sharingan spun violently. His face twisted with anger, showing full ferocity. Everyone was frightened by his vicious appearance and stepped back repeatedly. Fear showed on their faces. No one dared to meet his gaze. Hagoromo let out a soft sigh. His voice was full of regret. Child, you are attached to appearances. Power has never been the foundation of rule. Bonds are. Asura looked at his brother, who seemed almost insane. His eyes were full of worry and helplessness. He opened his mouth, his voice so soft it was almost unheard. Brother. Indra's face was cold as frost. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Cold chakra light almost seeped from between his fingers. Suddenly. Indra suddenly raised his eyes, looked past everyone, and stared at the ancient painting hanging in the center of the hall. It was the portrait of the legendary ancestor of the Ninja Sect, the Sage of Six Paths Arisu. At this moment, the painting became his last straw. You mediocre people. You judge the successor out of selfishness. Do you dare invite the ancestor to appear and let him personally decide the successor of the Ninja Sect? Indra shouted upward, his voice filled with desperate madness. He was certain that with his talent and his connection to the ancestor, once the ancestor appeared, he would surely silence all opposition and appoint him as successor. At this moment, Indra also wanted to rely on connections to take the position. Hagoromo's brows suddenly lifted, a trace of helplessness and surprise passing through his eyes. Indra was truly panicking and grasping at anything now. Even he, as the leader of the Ninja Sect, rarely got to see the ancestor Arisu. Yet Indra naively thought he could summon him at will. Sarutobi beside them looked even more strained, his mouth twitching. His grandfather had once waited at the village entrance for 100 years just to see the ancestor once. Yet Indra thought he could invite him out with a single angry shout. Stop this nonsense, Hagoromo's tone grew much harsher. Good. Good. Ha ha ha, Indra clenched his fists and suddenly rushed out of the hall. That day, not a single person was willing to follow him. Chapter 44, I will seize power by force. Humph. Blind fool. Don't regret it. Indra's face was cold as frost. He snorted angrily and flicked his sleeve as he turned and left. A strong wind swept across the ground. There was not the slightest bit of hesitation in his figure. He strode out of the hall, and his proud, firm back disappeared behind the pillars in an instant. Inside the main hall. Otsutsuki Hagoromo slowly frowned. His thin fingers lightly tapped on the table. A trace of something complicated flashed through his eyes, and then only certainty remained. It seems my choice was right, Hagoromo muttered softly. He had not expected his eldest son to be this stubborn. But it was exactly this moment of violent anger that made Hagoromo completely certain his decision was not wrong. Indra was born with unmatched talent. He created the ninjutsu of the Ninja Sect with power and united the clan, yet in his heart there was only strength and conquest, never bonds or mercy. If the Ninja Sect was handed to him, the sacred place that carried the original wish for peace would sooner or later be forged into a blade of war that swept across the world, dragging it back into the flames of battle. Once the thought was set. Hagoromo lifted his eyes and looked at Asura, whose build was solid and whose brows and eyes were gentle. Asura, from today on, you are the rightful heir of the Ninja Sect, Hagoromo's steady and dignified voice echoed through the hall. Like thunder falling from the sky, the announcement landed heavily. Every gaze in the hall turned toward Asura, filled with expectation, unease, and also confusion. Asura froze suddenly. His warm eyes were full of shock, and then something deep and tangled rose within them. Since childhood, he had followed his elder brother. All he ever wanted was to protect the Ninja Sect and assist his father. If his brother took the position, he would assist his brother. He had never once thought about fighting for power. Now that he was pushed to the front, he only felt lost, his fingers curling slightly. Sigh. Hagoromo saw all his hesitation clearly and let out a quiet sigh in his heart. Soft-hearted and indecisive, this personality was exactly the same as his own when he was young. Back then, when his mother Kaguya ravaged the world, he still held affection for her and turned a blind eye to her cruelty. It was not until Haori died miserably under his mother's demonic hands that all warmth and hesitation vanished, and he personally killed his own mother. Hagoromo steadied his mind. His voice suddenly grew heavy, each word striking Asura's heart like a hammer. Asura, you carry the great responsibility of ninja survival. You must not be soft and indecisive again. Being kind to a fault and hesitating will only harm all the clansmen who trust you and destroy the foundation of ninja. Asura trembled when he heard this. He raised his eyes and saw his father's serious face, then glanced at the hopeful looks of the clansmen. The chaos in his heart suddenly settled. Asura took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Father, I understand. I will never let everyone down. I will never let the ninja sect fall onto the wrong path. At last, firmness gathered in Ashura's eyes. Night was as dark as ink, spreading over the mountains. A cold wind carried dry branches across the desolate valley. Inside a hidden cave, it was dim and without light. Only a rough candle by the cave wall burned with a weak glow. Indra sat slumped on a stone seat in the center of the cave. His scarlet three-tomo Sharingan stared straight ahead. Why? Why? Indra suddenly threw his head back and roared. His voice was full of unwillingness and resentment, shaking loose stones from the cave ceiling. He was the eldest son of the Otsutsuki, born gifted, the creator of ninja techniques. With his own strength, he had led the ninja sect toward prosperity. He poured all his effort into building a powerful ninja. In the end, he was discarded like worn-out shoes by his father, while the position of sect leader was given to Ashura, who only talked about bonds and had no sharp edge at all. He never admitted he had lost, not even a little. What he lost was never strength, talent, or even his devotion to ninja. He only lost to his father's bias that leaned completely to one side. It was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, this so-called father, who favored Ashura and wiped out all his efforts. That was not his damn father. Just his biological father. Indra held his forehead with one hand. Veins bulged at his temple. The candlelight flickered over his twisted face, making the Sharingan look even more scarlet and terrifying. Outside the cave, the night was deep and silent. Only his heavy breathing echoed again and again inside. That night, he sat on the stone seat, restless and unable to sleep, thinking for a long time, turning over half a lifetime of effort and persistence again and again in his mind. He improved chakra, spread hand seals, made the ninja sect stand firm and shake the four directions. All his effort had only brought him this ending. He was so unwilling. Indra, what exactly should I do? Indra muttered to himself, hollow and desperate. Slowly, he raised his trembling hand. His fingertips gently brushed over his burning eyes, touching the three-tomo Sharingan that represented supreme power. The moment his cold fingertips touched the burning pupil, an extreme violence and killing intent suddenly exploded from the depths of his heart, sweeping away all unwillingness and pain. What to do? Only kill. Only kill. 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 Only with absolute power could he take back everything that rightfully belonged to him. Indra suddenly stood up. Chakra around him erupted like a tsunami. Violent energy swept through the cave, and the candle was blown out instantly. Purple-blue chakra burst from his body, layer by layer forming a massive Susanoo skeleton. Armor, arms, and a giant blade took shape with a roar. Terrifying pressure swept across the valley, making the earth tremble. The huge Susanoo stood in the night like a demon god descending. Indra stood at its brow. His scarlet eyes looked toward the ninja hall in the distance. His voice was cold and resolute, echoing through the night sky. In that case, I will seize power by force. In a quiet chamber deep within the ninja sect. This was the place where Hagoromo usually secluded himself to cultivate. At this moment, it became a hidden place for a father and son to speak privately. Hagoromo dismissed all attendants. In the large quiet chamber, only he and Ashura remained. Hagoromo raised his eyes and looked at Ashura, whose expression still carried some unease. Ashura, I will pass all the chakra and sage power of my life into you. Only in this way can you have the strength to stand against Indra. The light purple ripples in Hagoromo's Rinnegan slowly flowed as he spoke earnestly. Father, Ashura suddenly lifted his head, his eyes full of shock. Just as he was about to speak, Hagoromo raised his hand to stop him. Indra has already been swept away by obsession and hostility, falling into the demonic path. His threat to the ninja sect is already pressing and urgent. There was exhaustion in Hagoromo's voice. My lifespan is almost at its end. If after I pass away, Indra boldly attacks the Ninja Sect, remember this. If you cannot resolve it, you must contact Mount Myaboku at once and find our Grandmaster, the Sage of Six Paths. Only if he personally takes action can Indra's disaster be completely put down. Hearing this, Asura's eyes instantly became extremely complicated. His throat moved, yet for a long while he could not say a single word. He had never imagined that blood brothers would reach the point of facing each other with weapons, fighting until one died. He had never imagined that his father would place such a heavy mission entirely on his shoulders. Just at the moment when he had not yet come back to his senses. Chapter 45, Grandmaster Save Me. Boom. A loud explosion that shook sky and ground suddenly burst out. A thick purple-blue beam of light broke through the clouds and shot straight into the sky, lighting up the pitch-black night like broad daylight. Asura had not yet reacted. But Hagoromo's face changed suddenly. His Rinnegan shrank sharply, the pale purple ripples in his eyes trembling violently, and huge waves rose in his heart. Indra actually let evil thoughts take over and directly made a move. It was not that Hagoromo had never expected Indra to take a risk and seize power by force, but he never thought Indra would be this impatient, unwilling to wait even a moment. He did not even wait for him, his father, to reach the end of his life before completely tearing off all pretenses without caring at all. Hagoromo thought, you could at least wait until I die before acting out, right? This kind of determination and violence was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Father. I'll go take a look. Asura finally came back to his senses. His face turned pale, and a strong sense of unease rose in his heart. Without time to think, Asura tapped his toes against the ground. His figure shot out like an arrow leaving the bow, crashing through the door of the quiet chamber and rushing toward the direction where the beam of light rose. Inside the quiet chamber Hagoromo stood alone. In his Rinnegan flashed extreme complexity, pain, regret, and a trace of cold determination. He had once sealed his own mother, Kaguya. He was no longer the soft and indecisive boy of the past. If Indra remained stubborn and insisted on destroying the Ninja Sect and bringing disaster to the people, he would not mind striking down even someone close to him. If it threatened the world, whether it was his mother, his son, or his brother, he would never hold back. He could not afford to be soft. Even if the Sage of Six Paths threatened the world 10,000 times, he, Hagoromo, would still fight him. Once the thought was set, Rinnegan chakra surged around Hagoromo. His figure flashed and followed closely behind Asura, rushing out of the quiet chamber toward the violent beam of light. At the same time, above the Ninja Sect, at the top of the clouds 1,000 meters high, a figure quietly floated in the air. His clothes were blown fiercely by the strong winds, yet he did not move at all. This person was Arisu. He was not here to help Indra, nor did he favor either side. He simply stood there, silently looking down at the violent chakra rising into the sky below and at the two figures rushing out of the Ninja Sect. Fukasaku, remember this moment. This battle will decide the history of the next 1,000 years, Arisu said meaningfully. Fukasaku nodded at the side, but soon felt something was off. Wait, how would the great immortal know this? But soon Fukasaku felt it made sense. It was normal for the great immortal to have some ability to see the future, right? On the plain of the Ninja Sect, a giant pale purple Susanoo stood beneath the sky. The blade in its hand carried a cold light that could destroy heaven and earth, casting a shadow over the entire land. Brother. Why are you doing this? Are you going to destroy everything we built with our own hands? Asura clenched his fists tightly and asked in confusion. Inside the Susanoo, Indra lowered his eyes. His Sharingan was as red as blood. He did not look at his shouting brother. His gaze went straight past him and fixed on the white-haired figure standing calmly behind Asura, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Hagoromo. Why didn't you pass the position of the Ninja Sect heir to me? Indra's voice was cold like ice, every word soaked in resentment and unwillingness built up over many years. Sigh, Hagoromo stood quietly where he was. There was no joy or sorrow in his Rinnegan. Indra's stubbornness, violence, extreme pursuit of power, and disregard for others had long erased him from the list of heirs. This was a result he had created with his own hands. No one could change it. Indra, what exactly do you want to do? Hagoromo's voice was calm. What do I want to do? Ha 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 ha. Indra suddenly threw his head back and laughed wildly. His laughter was full of madness and hatred. The giant hand of Susanoo gripped the sword at its waist, and chakra burst out with a sharp ringing sound. What you see is what I'm doing. Since you won't give it to me, I'll conquer it myself. I'll take it with power and seize it with force. I will take everything in the Ninja Sect by force. I am the one who deserves to be its master, the one worthy to rule this world. His roar shattered the clouds. Hagoromo's heart sank, and bitterness rose in his throat. Back then, to protect the world, he had killed his own feelings and sealed his mother, Otsutsuki Kaguya. He thought it would bring peace. But now, did he have to raise his hand against his own son? Brother. Have you forgotten the days we practiced together and protected the Ninja Sect together? Have you forgotten our original wish? Asura's face was full of struggle. His eyes were red. He still wanted to use his last bit of strength to persuade his brother, but before he could finish, Indra's furious shout cut him off. You weakling. Shut up. Indra's Sharingan shrank violently. The aura of Susanoo surged again. Looking at his brother who always lived in warmth and bonds, his eyes were filled only with contempt and jealousy. You only know how to rely on others and talk about so-called bonds. You don't understand the true meaning of power at all. Right now, I am the number one in the world, the strongest being in this world. No one is qualified to lecture me. The moment his words fell, Indra no longer hesitated. He controlled Susanoo to raise the giant sword. The blade, wrapped in chakra that could burn everything, slashed fiercely toward Asura and Hagoromo. It's over. Boom. The moment the sword fell, huge waves of air and dust exploded. The ground was carved into a deep trench. Broken stones and fragments of chakra filled the sky. It was as if heaven and earth had been split in two by this strike. The people of the Ninja Sect turned pale in fear. But when the dust cleared, everyone widened their eyes. Several black truth-seeking orbs floated around Asura, slowly rotating and releasing powerful pressure. In Ashura's hand was a black staff formed from yin-yang release, firmly blocking the deadly strike. Not only had his chakra not scattered, it had become even more solid and heavy. Indra's pupils shrank sharply. Even the pattern of his Sharingan twisted in shock. He stared at the truth-seeking orbs around Asura, his voice trembling. The old man's six paths power, you actually inherited it completely. In the next second, extreme jealousy and anger erupted like a volcano. Indra's face twisted, and hatred surged wildly in his heart. Why? They were both Hagoromo's sons. Since childhood, his talent had been outstanding, his understanding far beyond Asura. His ninjutsu and eye techniques were the best in the Ninja Sect. Yet Hagoromo had never truly valued him. Thinking carefully, in these past years, the one who taught him cultivation, passed on power, and guided his understanding was never his father Hagoromo, but that calm yet unbelievably strong grandmaster, Arisu. And Hagoromo, this so-called father, gave the core power and the position of heir entirely to Asura, who had average talent and only knew how to rely on others. They were both sons. Why was the difference like heaven and earth? Clearly he was the better one, the one more worthy of everything. Just as Indra's mind surged with hatred, the backbone of the Ninja Sect finally reacted. Sarutobi took the lead. Countless disciples formed hand seals together. Fire, water, wind, lightning, and earth techniques rained down on Susanoo like a storm. The light of chakra lit up the entire sky. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. As Susanoo's outer wall was struck by countless techniques, Indra's anger finally broke through his reason. So angry he laughed instead, his voice full of coldness and madness. I was the one who taught you to control chakra. I was the one who passed on the foundation of ninjutsu to you. And now you use the power I taught you to fight with me. In that case, the Ninja Sect, everything he once wanted to control, had no need to exist. Destroy it. Destroy it all. Ha 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 ha, kill them all. Ha 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 ha, die 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 die. Ha 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 ha, all of you just go die. Indra's chakra completely went out of control. Susanoo's eyes expanded again. Purple-black chakra carried an aura that could destroy everything, about to turn the entire Ninja Sect into scorched earth. At that moment, a warm yet heavy hand gently rested on Ashura's shoulder. It was Hagoromo. Hagoromo looked at his youngest son. His eyes were full of hope and trust. His voice was firm. Asura, accept the power of all of us. This is not the power of fighting alone. It is the power of hearts connected, the power of bonds. Before his words even fell, all the disciples of the Ninja Sect joined hands and hearts. Streams of warm chakra flowed out from each person like golden rivers, gathering into a vast ocean and pouring entirely into Asura. Buzz. Asura instantly felt a power he had never experienced before sweep through his whole body. It was not his own power alone, but the wishes and protective hearts of every person, tightly wrapping around him and making his struggling heart become completely firm. To protect everyone, what was wrong with giving up small personal love? To protect the peace of the Ninja Sect. Asura took a deep breath and suddenly clapped his hands together. Hagoromo's sage chakra and power fused completely with the power of everyone's bonds, bursting out with strength that shocked the ages. Ha! Boom! A gigantic thousand-armed Buddha suddenly burst out from beneath the plane. Golden light shone brightly. The Buddha's face was kind yet majestic. 1,000 giant palms covered the sky. Its size far surpassed Indra's Susanoo, blocking out the entire sky. How is this possible? Indra trembled all over. He could clearly feel that this power had already surpassed his limits. It was the power he had chased his whole life, yet it was born in Asura's hands in this way. Brother. This is the power of bonds. The power of hearts connected. This is the true foundation of the Ninja Sect. T/N, power of friendship. Not again. Asura stood on the Buddha's shoulder. His voice echoed through heaven and earth, full of firmness and sorrow. With a roar, Asura waved his hand. Countless giant palms crashed down on Indra's Susanoo like a collapsing mountain and overturning sea. Ah! The dense, endless crashing sounds were deafening. The golden palms collided violently with the purple-blue Susanoo. Every strike carried world-destroying power. The outer shell of Susanoo cracked inch by inch like fragile glass, layer by layer shattering. Purple chakra fragments fell like rain. Ah! Inside Susanoo, Indra let out screams of extreme pain. It felt as if his bones were being crushed completely. The backlash of chakra was like thousands of steel needles piercing his organs. On the ground, Hagoromo's face was cold, but a trace of pain hidden deep in his eyes. He did not make a move. Asura stood atop the Buddha, continuously pouring out chakra. The palms did not stop. In his eyes there was only determination to protect everyone. Above the sky, a calm figure stood quietly. It was Indra's grandmaster, Arisu. Arisu had lived endless years and had long seen through life and death. His state of mind was almost unique in the world. But watching Indra being bombarded by the thousand-armed Buddha below, suffering unbearably, his brows still furrowed slightly, and a faint discomfort rose in his heart. This was the first disciple he had personally taught by hand. He had poured effort into him. Seeing him end up like this, it was hard to feel nothing. Forget it. Arisu shook his head inwardly and suppressed the thought of intervening. But at that moment, Indra, who was being continuously struck by the Buddha's palms, seemed to see the familiar figure in the sky through the dust and golden light. With his last bit of strength, he opened his blood-covered mouth. His voice was weak and desperate, carrying a childlike plea. Grandmaster. Grandpa, save me. Grandpa, I'm going to die. Arisu's brows tightened further. Below, the thousand-armed palms struck even more fiercely. Every hit carried all their strength. Indra's screams became even more miserable, tearing the heart apart. Ah! It hurts, it hurts. Grandpa, save me. Grandmaster, save me. Indra's face was pale as paper. Mouthful after mouthful of blood sprayed out. His breath grew extremely weak. His life force flowed away like sand. Even his once scarlet Sharingan began to lose its light. Arisu's pupils suddenly shrank. The almost heartless calm in his heart gradually broke. Arisu suddenly realized that this time, Indra was really going to die. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 46, the real immortal has arrived. Arisu suddenly realized that Indra might die. In the original story, the two brothers were only both injured, then each went their own way without interfering with each other, and later each died and reincarnated. But at this moment, Asura had gathered the power of bonds from the entire ninja sect. The strikes of the thousand-armed Buddha carried billions of streams of chakra, already far beyond a simple fight of victory or defeat. Hagoromo's face was calm, yet he had no intention of making a move. The power of everyone in the ninja sect had poured out completely. They were going to erase Indra entirely, not even leaving him a chance to reincarnate. Ah! A scream of pain that tore the heart apart pierced through the sky. Indra's Susanoo completely shattered into fragments of chakra. His body was crushed by immense force, bones cracking and tendons snapping. Half of his body sank into the dry, split earth. Blood poured wildly from the corner of his mouth, soaking the front of his robe. Those eyes that were always proud, filled with unwillingness and anger, now only held the scattered look of someone about to die. They stared at the blurry figure in the sky. Using his last bit of strength, he murmured, "Grandmaster. Save me." The voice was as weak as a candle in the wind, yet it hit the softest place in Arisu's heart. He had lived nearly 1,000 years. He had seen countless separations of life and death, the rise and fall of dynasties. He had long pressed down his emotions deep inside, thinking himself heartless and detached, just a watcher of the world. But Indra was the first disciple he had personally taught step by step. Although he had many disciples, most of them were toads and animals. The only true human disciple was Indra. From a child, to a boy gripping a kunai and training hand seals hard, to awakening the Sharingan and looking down on the world as a strongman, every step had his guidance. Sigh, Indra cannot die yet. I can only step in and pull him out, Arisu said softly. Whether in terms of his feelings or his interests. Fukasaku, go back. When I return, I will tell you how to write this part of history. Arisu looked calmly at Fukasaku Toad. Yes, Fukasaku Toad immediately formed hand seals and disappeared. Buzz. The space around Arisu suddenly twisted. An invisible pressure fell like the sky collapsing, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Boom. A power of sage art stronger than anything before suddenly descended upon the battlefield. As if an immortal had personally intervened in the affairs of the human world. Hagoromo below suddenly raised his head, eyes wide, looking at the sky in disbelief. This sage chakra belongs to that person. Asura, who was driving the thousand-armed Buddha to attack fiercely, had his pupils shrink sharply. He felt his chakra suddenly freeze, as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed him tightly. He could not even move. The towering thousand-armed Buddha froze in midair, the billions of palm strikes stopping as if time itself had paused. The next second. Crack. A clear breaking sound rang out. All the palm strikes shattered completely, turning into nothing and scattering into the air as chakra. Hagoromo's Rinnegan trembled. He looked up at the figure walking slowly out of the sky. For the first time, extreme seriousness appeared on his aged face. That one has made a move, but why? Hagoromo's pupils shook with shock, but his heart was full of confusion. That person has acted, but why? Why intervene? He had always stayed out of the Ninja Sect's affairs. He had not even shown himself publicly since the Ninja Sect was founded. Why today? Father. What is that? Asura asked in shock. Hagoromo's face was heavy. It was the first time Asura had seen such seriousness in his father's eyes. That one has come. I just don't know why he has appeared, Hagoromo said solemnly to Asura. Who is it? What is his name? Asura asked in confusion. That name cannot be spoken, must not be spoken, must not be called directly, Hagoromo said slowly. Ashura's heart shook. Seeing his father's expression, he seemed to guess who it was. That one really exists. Why appear at a time like this? Asura said in disbelief. Hagoromo clenched his fist, his eyes also filled with confusion. Hagoromo did not know much about Arisu. Arisu was too good at hiding. In 100 years, one might not see him even once. Hagoromo did not know his background or origin. As for his purpose and intentions, he knew even less. The people of the Ninja Sect widened their eyes, their hearts shaking. What kind of change was this? Such power was truly eye-opening for them. The battle between Indra and Asura already felt like gods fighting to them. Just now, the thousand-armed Buddha bigger than a mountain had been wiped out with a simple gesture. Terrifying beyond words. And now another change appeared, making them feel as if they were looking up at the bright moon. Sarutobi looked at that light, his heart trembling. When he was still a child, it was that one who personally sent him here. If not for the old immortal pointing him out back then, he would still be herding cattle in the countryside. Of course, herding cattle was not bad. But ninjutsu opened a far wider world for him. Sarutobi then slowly knelt down without drawing attention. That one has arrived. Sarutobi's face was full of respect. He did not dare call his name directly. The disciples of the Ninja Sect saw that their senior brother Sarutobi had actually knelt down, and confusion filled their hearts. What the senior of the Ninja Sect actually knelt right away. Brother Sarutobi. You, one disciple asked in confusion. Sarutobi pressed his palms together. The true God has come. What do you mean? Someone still did not understand. Sarutobi felt a bit speechless. Did they not see Hagoromo's expression? The only one who could make Hagoromo look that serious was probably the Sage of Six Paths. The real immortal has arrived. Sarutobi's face was full of devotion. Arisu floated in midair. His white robe fluttered. Sage arts filled the air, yet the whole world fell silent because of him. Arisu lowered his eyes and looked at Indra on the ground, barely alive. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes, then turned into cold indifference. Indra, your master has come to help you. He flicked his finger. A light golden toad sage talisman chakra turned into a ribbon of light, instantly wrapping around Indra's body and lifting him up to his side. That gentle yet overbearing power quickly repaired Indra's broken bones and tendons, stopped the bleeding, and restored him to normal in an instant. At this moment, Indra actually started crying. Grandmaster. You are my real father. That biological father Hagoromo stood there watching him get killed, while his grandmaster stepped in to save him. This was the real father. Grandmaster. Grandmaster, Indra spoke weakly. Tears mixed with blood slid down his face. For the first time, his proud head lowered, filled with grievance and tears. Chapter 47, Obsession that will not die. Arisu did not look at him. His gaze swept toward Asura and Hagoromo below. Hagoromo immediately dismissed the Ninja Sect disciples around him. You all go back, Hagoromo said calmly. The disciples of the Ninja Sect obeyed and quickly left. This kind of situation was no longer something they could step into. In just a moment, the huge battlefield became empty. Only 4 figures remained, facing each other in the sky and on the ground. Arisu, in white robes fluttering, hovered in midair, firmly standing in front of Indra. Hagoromo stood upon the earth, his rinnegan glowing with a cold purple light, protecting Asura behind him. The father and son on the ground faced the master and disciple in the sky from afar. The air almost solidified into iron. Hagoromo, Indra is stubborn and arrogant, trying to conquer everything with power. He is wrong, he should be punished, he should be defeated, but his crime does not deserve death. Arisu stood in the sky and spoke slowly. Hagoromo's expression darkened. He bowed respectfully. Master, Indra attempted to overturn the Ninja Sect, plotted to seize power, slaughtered his clansmen. If his life is spared, he will surely become a great disaster in this world. Hagoromo, Arisu's voice spoke calmly. I will take Indra away and let him train with me, to grind away the violence in his nature. When these words entered his ears, Hagoromo's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Indra's talent was already unmatched in all ages of the Ninja Sect, born with the embryonic form of the Rinnegan, and the potential of the Sharingan was unfathomable. If he followed this Arisu, who had lived nearly 1,000 years and had heaven-reaching methods, to train, it would not take long before he would surely surpass himself. And his own time was almost up, his days were few. Asura, gentle by nature and only understanding bonds, would absolutely not be able to resist Indra once he fully matured. Today, Indra must die. Otherwise the Ninja Sect would perish, and there would be no peace in the world. Master, forgive my disrespect. Today, Indra must die. He has already walked onto Mother Kaguya's path. If you do not stop him now and instead help him, Indra will surely become the second Kaguya. Hagoromo straightened up, the light in his rinnegan suddenly surging. He deliberately brought up Kaguya. Back then, Kaguya betrayed Arisu and brought chaos to the world. It was an old wound Arisu least wanted to mention. Hagoromo bet that this would make Arisu change his mind. But Arisu only shook his head lightly in his heart. His face remained calm. You don't need to worry about that. He knew better than anyone that although Indra's talent was heaven-defying, he had inherited too little of the Otsutsuki origin. His upper limit had long been locked. He absolutely could not become a second Kaguya. Seeing that Arisu was unmoved, Hagoromo's face turned extremely ugly. His palm quietly clenched, his knuckles turning white. It seemed that today, they could only meet with weapons. He closed his eyes. That night, Hagoromo thought for a long time. Countless images surged in his mind, the smiling faces of tens of thousands of the Ninja Sect disciples, the suffering of ordinary people in endless wars, Asura's innocent yet pure eyes, and the terror of Kaguya bringing chaos to the world back then. He had spent his whole life sealing his mother, establishing the Ninja Sect, passing down its ideals. In the end, was he to watch helplessly as a second demon was born? Moreover, this Arisu, who always stayed high above and never interfered with the Ninja Sect affairs, had chosen this moment to protect Indra. Hagoromo suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of realization flashed in them. Arisu had never truly been without desire. He was playing a huge game that would sweep across the world. Indra was the chess piece in his hand. After thinking this through, Hagoromo no longer hesitated. In the face of great love, what was small love worth? Master, Indra's sins are monstrous. For the Ninja Sect, for all the people in the world, he must die, Hagoromo said firmly. Indra beside him stiffened all over. His heart was instantly drowned in piercing cold. His biological father truly wanted to kill him completely, not leaving even a single path to live. Arisu frowned slightly. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Hagoromo sealed his own mother Kaguya, and now he wanted to kill his own son. For the so-called the Ninja Sect, the so-called great love, he had already become obsessed and lost his original heart. Moreover, the talk about great love and small love back then was something Arisu had made up. It was only to fool Hagoromo and Hamura into fighting against Kaguya. He himself never believed that set of ideas. Hagoromo, you are trapped by appearances, Arisu said softly. Sage, forgive me, Hagoromo suddenly shouted, chakra exploding around him. For the Ninja Sect, for the world, abandoning small love for great love, there is nothing to hesitate about. Today, I, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, wish to compete with you. Let me see your true strength, master. As his voice fell, a completely black spear wrapped in chaotic chakra suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the Six Paths divine weapon, the Amino Hoko. Ashura's face instantly filled with shock as he grabbed Hagoromo's sleeve. What the? The current head of the Ninja Sect was actually going to fight the Grandmaster. Ashura's voice trembled. Father. That is the Grandmaster. He turned and knelt toward Arisu in the sky, tears streaming down his face. Grandmaster, please take my brother away quickly. My father, he's just confused. Asura. Step back, Hagoromo shouted sharply, forcing his son back. His Rinnegan stared fixedly at Indra, full of resolve. Before, I fought Kaguya. Today, I continue to fight Kaguya. This is my last charge, Otsutsuki Hagoromo. In his eyes, Indra was already a demon who would bring chaos to the world, no different from Kaguya back then. Indra had already stepped onto his mother's path. If not stopped now, then when? Arisu remained silent. Endless ages surged within his deep eyes. Pale golden sage chakra slowly rose around him like the rising sun, pressing down until even six paths chakra began to shrink. Arisu spoke lightly, his voice not loud. Hagoromo, how many years have you played in this world? Whether Indra is righteous or evil, what his true nature is, do you think I cannot see it? Fine. Since your obsession will not die and you insist on fighting to the death, I will accompany you for a few moves. Arisu had already understood in his heart that Hagoromo, who had exhausted his energy and was nearing the end of his life, was no longer at the peak strength he had when sealing Kaguya. He could not even maintain complete six paths level power. If so, taking the Rinnegan now was fine. Buzz. Vast sage chakra gathered suddenly. A black crack split open in the void, and a pitch-black long sword appeared. It was the six-path sword. This sword had been tempered by Arisu and fused with sage arts. Holding the six-path sword, its blade pointing diagonally downward, his white robe fluttering under the pressure, Arisu's eyes held no anger or joy. He only spoke lightly, yet his voice rolled across the battlefield like thunder. Hagoromo, do you want to taste whether my six-path sword is sharp? Hagoromo, do you truly want to see the world turn into devastation because of you and me? The Amano Hoko in Hagoromo's palm buzzed endlessly. The two six-paths divine weapons resonated with each other, stirring chaotic chakra currents across the sky. Hagoromo gripped the spear tightly. The purple light of his Rinnegan surged to the extreme. The earth around him split into endless ravines. His sage chakra and yin-yang release power wrapped around the spear, showing the last glory of his peak. Truth-seeking balls also gathered and appeared one after another. Facing this master who had lived nearly 1,000 years and never shown his full strength, Hagoromo did not retreat at all. His voice rang like iron, full of determination. Master, my Amano Hoko is not dull either. As his words fell, the two pressures collided fiercely. Invisible waves blasted away broken stones across the sky. The cracked earth collapsed layer by layer as the shock waves swept outward. These two divine weapons were based on will. The stronger the will, the greater the power. Both had lived so long. Their hearts were like iron companies. With weapons like these in their hands, they were truly strong beyond limits. Indra, protected beside Arisu by the sage talisman, looked at the six-path sword that pressed upon earth, his eyes full of shock and awe. Asura, however, looked pale. Watching his father and the Grand Master about to begin a divine weapon duel, his face was filled with fear and helplessness. This was a battle with both raw power and real mechanics. Everything fell silent. Only the two figures faced each other from afar. The aura of the two of them, terrifying beyond words. Chapter 48, Who won? Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Two tearing sounds, fast to the extreme, exploded at the same time. The two figures almost made their moves within 1,000th of a second. The two six-paths level divine weapons faced each other from afar. In the next second, they slammed fiercely into each other. There were no fancy moves at all. It was purely the ultimate clash of speed, strength, and will. In just an instant, the two had already exchanged tens of thousands of blows. Clang. 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 The loud ringing of the divine weapons colliding continued without end, shaking the sky and earth until they hummed and trembled. The two figures were like two streams of light, constantly crossing and fighting in midair. The six-path sword and the Amano Hoko crazily bombarded each other. Every collision burst out with blinding energy shockwaves. The overwhelming force seemed ready to tear the entire sky apart. Ha! Ha! Two furious shouts that shook the clouds rang out at the same time. A chakra storm swept in all directions. Below, Indra and Asura looked up at the fear. He was a demon from beyond the domain. How could his training foundation be compared to the living beings of this planet? They were not even in the same dimension. The battle between the two grew fiercer and fiercer. The battlefield kept rising upward until they were fighting at 10,000 meters in the sky. Both of them understood each other. Neither wanted a battle of this level to affect the mortals and living beings below. With unspoken agreement, they completely moved the battlefield far into the high sky. At the same time, on the distant moon, Otsutsuki Hamura and his disciples were observing the shocking battle on the surface of the earth. What the? Grandfather. What on earth is happening over there? That fluctuation of power is way too terrifying. An old man with white hair and beard stared at the fluctuations on Earth's surface and spoke with a serious expression. Otsutsuki Hamura, already old and weak, walking with a cane, looked at the movements on Earth. A trace of shock flashed in his cloudy eyes. Yet Hamura still waved his hand calmly, his voice steady, "Don't worry. On Earth, there is Sage Arisu and my elder brother Hagoromo guarding it. With the two of them protecting Earth, everything can be completely at ease." After saying this, Hamura clasped his hands behind his back and slowly turned to leave, leaving his disciples looking at each other. Yes. The group scratched their heads. In the end, they felt relieved and dispersed without saying more. Ha! A furious shout that shook the heavens exploded. The six-path sword and the Amano Hoko slammed into each other once again. Purple gold and dark black divine light collided wildly. Even space was crushed into fine cracks. At this moment, Arisu's pupils suddenly shrank. A real shock flashed through his heart. The Amano Hoko and the six-path sword were divine weapons that directly connected to the heart and carried will. The stronger the holder's will, the more terrifying the power the weapon released. And at that instant of collision, Arisu clearly felt the will inside Hagoromo, heavy like ancient bedrock, unshakable. It was a heart of great love that embraced all things in the world and protected all living beings. Hagoromo truly had great love. Hagoromo, it seems you truly have great love. Arisu sighed softly, his tone carrying a bit of emotion. Across from him, veins bulged on Hagoromo's arms as he desperately held up the Amano Hoko to resist the overwhelming force of the six-path sword. It became more and more difficult. "Master, your power is truly unfathomable," Hagoromo gritted his teeth. Arisu still looked calm on the surface, but inwardly he clicked his tongue. This Otsutsuki Hagoromo truly was a camel bigger than a horse even when dying. He had already passed part of his power to Asura, was old and far from his peak, yet he could still forcibly withstand Arisu's attacks. This needs to end quickly. Arisu thought to himself. If it dragged on, it would inevitably affect the outside world. He immediately stopped holding back. Sage chakra around him burst out. Sage art, multiple shadow clone technique. Arisu's figure instantly split into five. 5 identical figures formed a surrounding formation, trapping Hagoromo firmly in the center. Sage art, 5 sage continuous barrage. The 5 figures shouted at the same time, each activating 5 great sage powers originating from Mount Mayaboku, Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, Yada, and Enma. 5 completely different world-destroying sage-killing moves. Carrying hundreds of years of accumulated sage power, they bombarded toward Hagoromo. How terrifying was the sage power Arisu had accumulated for hundreds of years. Now fully unleashed, its might almost reached the level of recreating earth, water, fire, and wind, annihilating all things. Hagoromo looked at the 5-colored flood of sage techniques rushing toward him. His face changed instantly. This vast and endless sage energy was enough to crush any tangible thing into dust. Rinnegan absorption. Hagoromo's mind was clear. Forcibly absorbing sage energy would cause the sage chakra to go out of control and make his body explode, but to protect the living beings below, he had no other choice. At the same time, the truth-seeking balls floating behind Hagoromo suddenly shot out. Black yin-yang released chakra spread like a curtain of heaven, instantly forming an indestructible barrier. It sealed off the entire battlefield tightly, not allowing even a bit of the explosion's aftermath to leak out and harm the living beings on the ground. Then, with a thought from Hagoromo, the last remaining truth-seeking ball began to expand. Expanding truth-seeking ball. It appeared. A move once used by Kaguya, though she had been stopped. Now Hagoromo recreated that move. Even though Hagoromo could not reach the level of Mother Kaguya. With this, even if Master does not die, he will be heavily injured. At that time, it can only be left to Asura, helpless. Master's blockade is too strong. I cannot contact Hamura on the moon at all. A tear flowed from Hagoromo's eye. Expanding truth-seeking ball. The moment Arisu saw it, he understood what Hagoromo intended to do. Boom. A loud explosion instantly turned the entire night into daylight. At this moment, everyone were silent. The Umbu said, Hagoromo won. The Kage level said, Arisu won. And the author said, I am about to start winning by hand. Chapter 49, Class dismissed. In the quiet bamboo forest, bamboo leaves were blown loose by the aftershock of the battle, rustling as they drifted down and covered the ground in patches of green and yellow. Otsutsuki Hagoromo's clothes were torn and ruined, the chakra around his body extremely chaotic. He lay on the fallen leaves in a miserable state, unable to even raise a hand, as if all his strength had already been drained. Arisu stood in front of him with his hands behind his back. His clothes were spotless, and his breathing was steady, as if the earth-shaking battle just now had never happened at all. Hagoromo, do you still have anything to say? Arisu lowered his eyes and looked at Hagoromo on the ground. His tone was calm and without any emotion, impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Hagoromo's dry, cracked lips moved slightly. Weak but stubborn, he spoke. His voice was full of confusion that refused to fade. Teacher, I don't understand. Why are you helping Indra? What exactly is Indra to you? That unique hand seal method of his, did you personally teach it to him? Hagoromo looked up at Arisu. His cloudy eyes were filled with confusion and questioning. Arisu did not deny it. He simply nodded lightly and said calmly, yes. The reason I helped Indra is because Indra is my disciple. Then am I not your disciple too? I am also a good student you treated sincerely. Asura is even your grand disciple. Hagoromo suddenly raised his voice, with a bit of stubbornness in his tone. He was not truly jealous. He simply could not understand it at all. He and Arisu had been master and disciple together for several hundred years, with deep feelings between them. Indra had only followed the teacher for a little more than 10 years. You are obsessed with making the ninja sect follow one fixed road. That itself is already being trapped by appearances. You ask me whether the ninja sect is right. Your original intention was never wrong. You saw the conflicts in the world. You used chakra to connect people's hearts, and used bonds to resolve hatred. This is the most genuine meaning of the ninja sect. It is not a tool for ruling, not a chain for inheritance. It is a bridge, connecting different people, different thoughts, and different paths. Hagoromo's pupils trembled slightly as he listened blankly. You feel lost because you want everyone to walk the same road. You want the ninja sect to become a perfect rule that can never be wrong. But the living beings of this world are countless. Some are like Indra, protecting through strength. Some are like Asura, living together through kindness. No one has to copy the way someone else lives. Who can guarantee everything will be the same? The truly correct belief is never a single answer. It is tolerance. The true meaning of the ninja sect is not choosing a perfect successor. It is allowing every person walking the path of need to keep their own original intention. Not bullying the weak with strength, not abandoning bonds, not turning power into a blade, but only using it as a shield to protect. Arisu released his hand. The bamboo leaf drifted away with the wind and landed in Hagoromo's palm. You created the ninja sect to stop war, not to set rules, to connect hearts, not to rule over them. As long as you keep this original intention, the ninja sect will always be right. As for whether beliefs are right or wrong, leave that to time, leave it to all living beings. You don't need to cling to it alone. In short, later generations will have their own blessings. Believe in the wisdom of those who come later, Arisu said with relief. Hagoromo looked at the bamboo leaf in his palm, then at Arisu's calm eyes. The confusion that had piled up for 100 years suddenly scattered. His mind opened up, and a trace of clarity finally appeared in his cloudy eyes. Believe in the wisdom of later generations, wonderful, 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 Hagoromo murmured a few times. Cough, cough, cough. Teacher, this bamboo forest seems to be the place where you fought mother back then, Hagoromo suddenly said with a smile. Hearing this, Arisu looked at the bamboo forest and a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes. Yes. After going around and around, we came back to this bamboo forest again. The bamboo forest was still the bamboo forest from those years. Only many things and people had already been replaced generation after generation. Hagoromo nodded lightly and showed a relieved smile. Thank you. As my teacher, you gave me the final lesson of my life. I almost killed my own son. Whether it is Indra or Asura, they are both my good sons. As for the world and the ninja sect, leave them to the later generations. Seeing Hagoromo relieved, Arisu smiled slightly. All right, class dismissed. After saying this, Arisu turned his back and prepared to leave. Wait, teacher, Hagoromo suddenly spoke and stopped Arisu. Teacher, I do not have much time left. My Rinnegan may be useful to you. You can treat it as a gift from your disciple. Hagoromo closed his eyes and said softly. Arisu's face suddenly stiffened, and his body paused. Damn it, I was so busy acting cool and talking about great principles that I almost forgot the important matter. Since you insist, Arisu put his hands behind his back. Still the same sentence. I will not be polite. Chapter 50, Good night Otsutsuki Hagoromo. In the bamboo forest, the clear wind rolled through the leaves with a soft rustling sound. Seeing that all the stubborn obsession in Otsutsuki Hagoromo's brows had finally been released, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Arisu's lips, and the aura around him was calm like water. All right, class dismissed. Arisu spoke lightly. As soon as the words fell, he turned around. The corner of his green robe lifted slightly as he was about to step away. Wait, teacher. Hagoromo suddenly called out to stop him, his voice light like a candle about to go out in the wind. Hagoromo slowly closed his eyes and spoke calmly, Teacher, I do not have much time left, these Rinnegan of mine may be useful to you. Consider them the last gift from your disciple. Arisu's face suddenly tightened. His body stopped abruptly, and he secretly complained in his heart, damn it, I was so busy acting cool and talking about great principles that I almost forgot the important matter. Arisu quietly placed his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, since you insist. Before he finished speaking, 2 hurried footsteps suddenly rushed through the air, carrying panic and urgency. Grandmaster. Father. Asura and Indra hurried over. The hostility around Indra had not yet faded. His fierce eyes stared at Hagoromo, clearly still wanting to step forward and give a finishing strike. Arisu raised his hand slightly. An invisible pressure spread out and immediately stopped him. Indra, the battle is already over. He did not want to see Hagoromo kill Indra, and he also did not want to see Indra kill Hagoromo. Both of them were his disciples. Hagoromo also looked at Asura and comforted him gently, Asura, it's all right. Everyone here is our own people. Grandmaster is one of us, and Indra is also one of us. Hearing this, the two gradually calmed down. Humph. This ninja sect can be thrown away. You can keep the ninja sect. I will follow Grandmaster to Mount Myaboku. Indra snorted coldly. After this battle, he had already seen clearly that the people of the ninja sect would never submit to him. Even if he suppressed them with force, it would only make internal conflict grow worse. Hagoromo secretly let out a breath of relief. Then he turned to Asura and said seriously, Asura, I am about to die. I will give the Rinnegan to Grandmaster. As for my body, you can cremate it. Both Asura and Indra trembled in shock, their faces full of disbelief. The next moment, Hagoromo's Rinnegan floated out of his eye sockets on their own. They glowed with a faint purple light and steadily landed in Arisu's palm. Arisu secretly felt happy inside, but his face remained calm and relaxed. This item is precious. It has a connection with Mount Myaboku. To prevent evil people from coveting it, I will keep it for now, Arisu said lightly, while placing the Rinnegan into his sleeve. The three of them had no objections. In their hearts, Arisu had noble character and integrity. He never desired power. Everything in the world was nothing more than passing clouds to him. A moment later, Hagoromo's breath stopped, and he slept forever in the bamboo forest. Dad. Asura fell to his knees on the ground and cried loudly with tears streaming down his face. Indra stood at the side, his eyes complicated. Even though his father once wanted to kill him, the sudden death of a family member still made his heart feel dazed. Arisu took a deep breath and sighed softly with emotion. This old acquaintance had finally left. Another person from that era was gone. The next day, deep within the ninja sect territory, a solemn funeral had already been prepared. Arisu stood in the center of the high platform, his posture straight like a tall pine tree. Indra and Asura stood on his left and right, their expressions sorrowful and serious. Below the platform, all the disciples of the ninja sect knelt together. Their eyes were full of respect and curiosity. They often saw Hagoromo, but this grandmaster who had only appeared once since the founding of the ninja sect had always been like a legend in their hearts. Welcome, Grandmaster. Welcome, Grandmaster. The thunderous shouts echoed throughout the ninja sect. Among the crowd, Sarutobi quickly stepped forward, bowed, and greeted respectfully, Grandmaster, this disciple is Sarutobi. Arisu nodded slightly. Looking at Sarutobi, he could not help but think of the little child from those years. That child from back then has grown into this now, Arisu spoke with a tone of reminiscence. It is all thanks to Grandmaster's guidance that this disciple has today's achievements. Sarutobi lowered his head, his tone becoming even more respectful. When Indra and Asura saw this scene, they felt puzzled. They did not expect that this commoner disciple would have such a connection with Grandmaster. Indra looked at Sarutobi and suddenly understood. No wonder this Sarutobi never tried to flatter him or Asura. No wonder this Sarutobi could gain Hagoromo's favor. No wonder this Sarutobi was never afraid of him. So it turned out he had this kind of relationship with Grandmaster. All right, prepare the cremation ceremony. Arisu announced in a deep voice. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly stood up as an extraordinary aura spread from him. Arisu looked across the disciples below the stage. Seeing their confused but hopeful faces, he sighed slightly in his heart. Although he knew that the ninja sect was destined to perish, he might as well give a speech for formality. People always need a bit of hope. Just like everyone will eventually die, but you cannot stop living just because death exists. Moreover, the situation of the ninja sect this time belonged to internal conflict. The life and death struggle among the ninja sect leadership had been directly exposed in public. No matter how you look at it, it was not very pleasant. Arisu slowly spoke, you who are disciples of the ninja sect must remember the original intention of founding this sect. When Hagoromo founded the ninja sect, he spread chakra and taught the path of compassion. It was never for fighting over power or profit, nor for dominating the world. It was to connect people's hearts with chakra, to use strength to protect all living beings, to calm the conflicts of the world, and to protect peace for all things. Today Hagoromo has passed away. The dead are gone, but the living must not drown in sorrow. You must remember clearly that chakra itself has no good or evil. Only the heart that holds the sword can be righteous or wicked. Indra chose his own path and left, while Asura inherited the mantle. Both are part of fate. With a single sentence, Arisu turned Indra's wrongdoing into choosing his own path, which sounded much better. If Arisu were standing on Asura's side, it would be called Indra losing his ideals and beliefs. After that, Arisu added, the future is bright, but the road is full of twists. The inheritance of the Ninja Sect has never been the responsibility of one person, but the hearts of everyone. In the years to come, no matter how the world changes and no matter how power shifts, you must keep your original intention and hold on to kindness. Only then will you not fail Hagoromo's lifelong effort, not fail the purpose of the Ninja Sect's founding, and not fail your own cultivation. When the words of instruction ended, the world became solemn. All the Ninja Sect disciples lowered their heads and listened respectfully, carving these words into their hearts. After speaking, Arisu raised his hand slightly. Under the gaze of everyone, Hagoromo was cremated. On this day, Hagoromo died, marking the end of an era. From this moment on, the Ninja Sect welcomed its second son, Asura. The future may be bright, but the road will surely be twisted. What will become of the Ninja Sect? Perhaps only time can prove it. The recorder of this historical record is historian Black Zetsu. Immortal, do you think writing it like this is alright? Black Zetsu respectfully handed the scroll to Arisu. Arisu glanced at it briefly, then nodded. It is fine. You will be responsible for recording this part of history. As for the earlier part, the section about my battle with Hagoromo, just delete it for now. Simply say it was a struggle for power between Indra and Asura. Black Zetsu nodded and had no objections. Indeed, history is always the history of kings, generals, and nobles. In countless histories, they are filled with the love and hatred of the upper class, while ordinary people are just dust. Looking at all these historical records, Black Zetsu could not help but sigh with emotion. From Kaguya to Hagoromo, from Hagoromo's Ninja Sect to Asura and Indra, it was all one continuous line. Oh! Black Zetsu, I did not expect you to have a people's view of history. Arisu suddenly looked at Black Zetsu with a faint smile. Black Zetsu laughed bitterly when he heard this. Immortal, I record history. After writing so much, it is only natural to feel some emotion. Arisu leaned back in his seat. Having emotions is good. It means you still have some humanity. Black Zetsu, how is life at Mount Myaboku? Arisu asked slowly. It is good. My heart is already calm like still water, Black Zetsu replied. After coming to Mount Myaboku for so many years, Black Zetsu had also calmed down. From secretly enduring at the beginning, to already accepting life at Mount Myaboku. Black Zetsu used to think that Arisu was guarding against him. But in reality, Arisu hardly paid attention to him at all. Black Zetsu had come to terms with it. Life at Mount Myaboku was quite good. Maybe the future would be even better. Work hard. You are already considered a core member of Mount Myaboku now. In the future you might even become a manager. Freely entering and leaving Mount Myaboku will not be difficult. After saying this, Arisu slowly walked away. Arisu truly was not afraid of Black Zetsu causing trouble. With his strength, capturing Black Zetsu would be extremely easy. Moreover, Arisu had connections with both Indra and Asura. With just a few casual words from him, Black Zetsu would have no chance of succeeding. Arisu left the Mount Myaboku History Pavilion, leaving behind a Black Zetsu whose face was full of excitement. Black Zetsu's eyes sparkled. That's right. After all, I'm from the same generation as Fukasaku. As long as I perform well, I might even become immortal Black Zetsu someday, and become one of the old seniors of Mount Myaboku. Black Zetsu immediately broke into a wide smile. p@trian.com/xenosex. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 51, Letter from White Snake. Arisu only casually painted a big promise for Black Zetsu. Of course, if Black Zetsu's heart truly returned in loyalty, then Arisu could naturally let Mount Myaboku gain another sage. Sage Black Zetsu. As for whether someone in the future would be willing to sign a contract with Black Zetsu, that remained to be seen. Mount Myaboku, Longevity Peak. Arisu appeared. He lowered his gaze, opened his palm, and two Rinnegan quietly floated there. The rings in the eyes circled one after another, carrying the supreme pressure unique to the Otsutsuki bloodline. Rinnegan, Hagoromo's Rinnegan. Wonderful. Arisu gently rubbed them with his fingertips, feeling the power inside the Rinnegan, while a faint smile rested at the corner of his lips. He had intercepted far too many divine weapons. such as the Totsuka sword, the Six Paths treasures, the Rinnegan, and so on. But on the path of cultivation, having many skills never weighs you down. Having one more top-tier power like this would only bring benefits and no harm. However, the next second, a faint light flashed in Arisu's eyes and his tone became slightly heavier. But I do not believe Hagoromo has truly died just like this. Arisu stared meaningfully at the Rinnegan in his palm. The invisible sensing power around him instantly surged like a tide and seeped into the eyes. The next moment, the hidden secret deep inside the Rinnegan was completely uncovered. A strand of weak yet extremely condensed soul chakra was curled inside. It was none other than the sleeping Otsutsuki Hagoromo. A teasing curve appeared on Arisu's lips, and his tone carried a bit of superiority. Hee, Hagoromo, you are still too young. Trying to scheme against your teacher is still far too naive. Everything was just as he expected. Otsutsuki Hagoromo had never truly died. He had simply hidden his soul chakra inside the Rinnegan and left behind a hidden move. Once this soul chakra was triggered by outside force, Hagoromo could appear in soul form. He could even act just like in the original story, casually giving the power of yin and yang to others and becoming the one who hands out power-ups. Most likely, when Hagoromo willingly offered the Rinnegan, this was exactly the plan he had in mind. Hagoromo was certain that Arisu would not carefully inspect these eyes. He was even more certain that as long as the Rinnegan stayed in Arisu's hands, they would be absolutely safe and no one would dare damage them. This way, he could hide inside the Rinnegan, observe everything in the world through Arisu's perspective, and wait for the right chance to act. This kid Hagoromo actually dared to set a trap for me, Arisu chuckled lightly, but he did not blame Hagoromo. This was simply normal strategy. Hagoromo was just preparing for the worst. Arisu had lived too long and had seen countless schemes and plots. Back then, Kaguya pretended to offer the fruit of the divine tree. Yada Crow respectfully presented the ancient demon sword. Now Hagoromo offered the Rinnegan. One after another, every one of them was a carefully woven trap. Arisu had always been extremely cautious. How could he allow such tricks to succeed against him? Sage Art, Confinement Seal, Arisu cast the technique calmly. The Sage Sealing technique instantly wrapped around the Rinnegan, firmly imprisoning Hagoromo's soul chakra inside and completely sealing off his ability to secretly give power or interfere from afar. After finishing all this, Arisu casually stored the Rinnegan away and walked toward the back mountain. Next, I should go check on Indra. Behind Longevity Peak, spiritual grass covered the ground, and the chakra density was far higher than the outside world. Indra was sitting cross-legged on a green stone, training hard. Indra had already given up the idea of competing for the Ninja Sect. The only obsession left in his heart was defeating Asura. When he saw Arisu approaching, Indra immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Grandmaster. Arisu looked at the determination in his eyes and slowly spoke. Indra, is defeating Asura really that important? Indra straightened his body. His eyes were extremely serious, without the slightest hesitation. Yes, Grandmaster. I must defeat Asura first. Everything else can wait. Hearing this, Arisu felt somewhat speechless inside. He truly could not understand the way these two brothers thought. In the original story it was even more ridiculous. Their souls kept reincarnating for thousands and thousands of years, endlessly entangled and fighting without end. What meaning could such endless conflict possibly have? Before Arisu could say more. Grandmaster, the training path of Mount Myaboku's Sage Art conflicts with my own chakra nature. I am afraid it does not suit me, Indra frowned and spoke again. Arisu thought about it slightly. Mount Myaboku's Sage Art emphasized natural harmony and leaned toward gentle healing. It was completely incompatible with Indra's domineering, sharp, and proud nature. Perhaps the Sage Art of Ryuchi Cave, which was strange, fierce, and carried cold chakra, was the path that truly suited him. Thinking of this, Arisu raised his eyes and looked at Indra. Since Mount Myaboku does not suit you, I will point you toward another path. Go train at Ryuchi Cave. Considering my reputation, Ryuchi Cave will naturally be willing to teach you, Arisu spoke calmly. Hearing this, gratitude flashed in Indra's eyes. Grandmaster had saved him from danger again and again. He was practically closer than his own father. And now he was once again showing him the right path like a guiding sage. Grandmaster, I do not understand. Why did you choose to save me? Hagoromo is also your disciple. Why were you willing to fight another disciple for my sake? Indra asked in confusion. He truly could not understand why Grandmaster saved him. Before, he always thought it was because of their teacher-student relationship. But now, Hagoromo and Arisu had shared a teacher-student relationship for several hundred years. Logically, their bond should be deeper. Arisu smiled slightly and gently patted Indra's shoulder. Because behind Asura and Hagoromo stand countless members of the Ninja Sect, while behind you, Indra, there is only your teacher, Arisu said with a smile. When Indra heard this, his eyes turned red. Yes, the only one who truly hoped he would live was Grandmaster. Grandmaster. You are my real father, Indra said emotionally as he knelt on the ground. A look of shock flashed through Arisu's eyes. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, "All right, get up. Do not be like this. Go to Ryuchi Cave and train seriously. Just mention my name to Sage Black Snake." "Okay, Master," Indra nodded heavily, his eyes full of determination. Arisu calmly watched Indra leave. About a month later, Indra returned from Ryuchi Cave. "Grandmaster, there is one thing you said that is no longer correct. Sage Black Snake has already passed away. Now the one in charge of Ryuchi Cave is Sage White Snake," Indra said. The Indra who returned had a much stronger aura, and his chakra had become colder. "Oh. Black Snake has already died, and that girl White Snake has already become a sage." A trace of emotion flashed in Arisu's eyes. "Oh right, Grandmaster. Sage White Snake asked me to bring you a letter," Indra suddenly remembered and handed the letter to Arisu. Arisu paused for a moment and took the letter. He had not gone to see White Snake for a very long time, probably several hundred years. Ever since the last time he fought Kaguya and suppressed the Ten-Tails, he had never gone to see her again. Even though they had a contract, Arisu had not contacted White Snake. "Arisu-kun, several hundred years have passed. Are you well?" It was only a short greeting. Looking at White Snake's letter, Arisu seemed to see that free-spirited, bright, playful young girl again. But that was actually several hundred years ago. It truly was. "I long for you across the ends of the earth, but you are beyond my reach. Looking back, 100 years have passed." Chapter 52, could it be their ancestor? Another 2 years passed. After Indra had settled himself for 2 years, he fought Asura again. This time, it was no longer a fight for the Ninja Sect, but a contest of force. In the end, Asura narrowly defeated Indra. Mount Mayaboku. Inside the pavilion, the fragrance of tea drifted through the air. Sigh. Indra lowered his eyes and sat on the stone bench. His black hair was slightly messy, and the warmth of chakra from the fierce battle still lingered around him. In the duel with Asura just now, he had used everything he had learned, yet the other side still won by a single move. Indra had already burned himself out. Frustration and gloom wrapped with hostility pressed heavily between Indra's brows, and his whole person carried a cold feeling of being lost and defeated. At the center of the lake pavilion, the three people sat facing each other. "Indra, you are still too young. Stop fighting anymore." Fukasaku Sage held a clay teacup, took a light sip of tea, and slowly spoke. His tone carried the comfort of an elder. "Instead of putting all your mind into finding that guy and fighting him, it's better to honestly stay at Mount Mayaboku and live your own life well." Black Zetsu also drank tea and followed along. "No. I want to fight again." Indra suddenly clenched his fist. His knuckles turned pale, his face flushed red, and he let out a deep low shout. His voice was full of unwillingness that he could not suppress. "You don't understand. That guy Asura has already become my obsession. If Asura is so amazing, then why isn't Ashura's portrait hanging in the Six Paths Temple?" Black Zetsu complained in his heart. Sigh. Black Zetsu and Fukasaku heard this and exchanged a look of understanding. The meaning flashed through their eyes. It seemed that Indra's persistence had already turned into an attachment. He was trapped in this competition with Ashura and could not walk out of it. What's even more annoying is, Indra suddenly raised his eyes. An emotion that could not be clearly explained surged in them. That kid Asura actually got married. Why does he get to control the Ninja Sect and also marry and start a family? This feeling was like having a foolish friend beside you who was worse than you in every way. His talent and ability were clearly far below yours, yet his life turned out smoother than anyone else's. Not to mention that he and Ashura shared the same bloodline, had opposing identities, and their relationship was already complicated. This unwillingness was endlessly magnified and wrapped around his heart until it felt suffocating. Pa. Indra suddenly stood up and deeply bowed toward the two of them. "Sage Fukasaku, Sage Black Zetsu, both of you seniors have unfathomable strength. Could you help me? With the strength of you two, you can definitely help me defeat Asura." Indra asked sincerely. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of Fukasaku and Black Zetsu immediately stiffened. "Ahem, you and Asura are both Hagoromo's sons, and Hagoromo is also the disciple of the great sage. If we count it that way, both of you are disciples and grand disciples of Mount Mayaboku. In our eyes there is no difference." Black Zetsu picked up the teacup and coughed lightly before speaking seriously. "Mount Mayaboku will only remain neutral." Fukasaku also nodded heavily and said in a deep voice, Black Zetsu is right. Neutrality is Mount Mayaboku's major strategy." Indra's hand hanging at his side loosened slightly, and the urgency in his eyes gradually dimmed. He was not someone who did not understand reason. Naturally he knew he could not drag the entire Mount Myaboku into becoming enemies with the Ninja Sect just because of his own obsession. Whether it was him or Asura, both of them were ultimately part of the Six Paths lineage. Mount Myaboku would never favor either side. Seeing Indra's lonely expression, Fukasaku Sage's eyes suddenly turned. Indra, you don't need to get stuck in a dead end. Asura got married, then you can get married too. If he has one child, you have 5. Wouldn't that also count as winning against him? Fukasaku suddenly slapped the stone table and said with a flash of inspiration. Black Zetsu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he immediately clapped his hands and praised, wonderful. This method is amazing. You even found a way to win like this. Build a power. Indra suddenly froze. The gloom in his eyes instantly faded a little, and light gradually appeared. Thinking carefully about it, this method actually made some sense. He was not talking about having children, but about building a family and a power, competing with the Ninja Sect. Thinking of this, Indra suddenly stood up. Ah, why did he only think of this now? Indra swept away the previous depression. He cupped his hands and bowed to the two of them, his tone respectful yet light. The two senior sages truly have great wisdom. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Another day I will definitely prepare a banquet to personally thank the two of you. After saying this, Indra turned around and strode away. His posture was straight, and there was no trace of the earlier dejection. Watching his leaving back, Fukasaku and Black Zetsu looked at each other and both saw smiles in each other's eyes. Hey, this kid really isn't stupid. He understands as soon as he is told. The next day at Mount Myaboku, Indra walked steadily into the hall. Ancestor, I want to leave Mount Myaboku and go out into the world. Indra half knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Oh. Arisu sat upright in the main seat of the hall. He lowered his eyes and looked at Indra in front of him. With one glance he saw the sharpness and obsession hidden deep in his eyes, and he had already guessed most of what was on his mind. This descendant of the Otsutsuki was not simply going outside to explore. Clearly he could not let go of the competition with Asura and wanted to go out into the world to start a foundation and build his own power. And this lineage would later become the Uchiha clan that shook the ninja world. Arisu did not point it out. There was no need for him to interfere in such matters. Nor did he need to interfere. Since that is the case, then go as you wish. Just remember to come home often and chop wood, Arisu simply spoke slowly. Hearing this, Indra bowed and saluted. His tone was full of respect and seriousness. Great ancestor, after I establish my family, I will definitely have my descendants worship you for generations. I will let my children and grandchildren respect you and make offerings to you for generation after generation, and never dare to forget the kindness of Mount Myaboku. The kindness of great ancestor can never be repaid in a lifetime. Arisu gently waved his hand. His expression was gentle as he earnestly advised, all right, after you go out, adapt more to the life of the ordinary world. Do not always be immersed in the obsession of fighting and killing. Indra lowered his head and agreed. He bowed deeply toward Arisu once more, completing the final farewell. Then he straightened up, turned around, and walked step by step out of the sage hall. He left this immortal mountain where he had cultivated for a long time and walked toward the world outside. Arisu looked at Indra's back thoughtfully. Building a power. A trace of contemplation flashed through Arisu's eyes. At this moment, the manager of the Toad Intelligence Department, Shima Toad, hurriedly hopped over. Report to the Great Sage, we have received urgent intelligence. An orphan left behind by Hagoromo has been discovered among the common people. Sage Shima came to report. Arisu's hand holding the brush trembled, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. What? Hagoromo's orphan. Hagoromo has other bloodlines. Arisu thought in his heart. Didn't Hagoromo only have Indra and Asura? Did the original story ever show other people who possessed the Six Paths bloodline? A trace of brightness and speculation appeared in Arisu's eyes. Could it be their ancestor? If we talk about descendants with Hagoromo's bloodline, there are indeed 2 in the original story, Arisu thought in his heart, then looked at Shima. Let me go and take a look. Chapter 53, The Thousand-Year Pact. In the human world, in a ruined corner of a desolate village, a shaky thatched hut was squeezed into place. Wind leaked through all 4 walls. Most of the thatch on the roof had already fallen off in patches. Inside the house there was almost nothing. Other than a cracked black clay pot and a few beds made of dry grass, there was nothing else. Arisu estimated that even if a mouse came, it would leave hungry and disappointed. In the middle of the house, a child about 5 or 6 years old was standing on his toes, struggling to poke the firewood under the stove to cook rice. The child looked strange. On top of his head were clearly a pair of small pale horns. His little face was waxy yellow, showing the weakness of long-term malnutrition. Only his eyes held a toughness that did not belong to his age. The firewood burned fiercely. The boiling steam wrapped with the fragrance of rice suddenly rose up, turning into a thick white mist that instantly covered the child's figure. The next second, the child's body went limp. His eyes closed tightly, and without any warning he fell straight onto the cold muddy ground, completely unconscious. The mist slowly dispersed, and two figures appeared out of thin air inside the thatched hut. The young man in front wore a plain immortal robe, his face calm and indifferent. It was the great sage of Mount Myaboku, Arisu. On his shoulder sat a small toad. It was Shima Sage, who was responsible for intelligence. Arisu raised his eyes and glanced over this extremely ruined thatched hut. A trace of faint surprise flashed through his eyes, and then his gaze fell on the unconscious horned child on the ground. Sage, it is this one. The toad's sensing will never be wrong. Shima Sage crouched on Arisu's shoulder and pointed at the child with his short toed claw, his tone firm. Arisu walked forward slowly. His fingertip lifted slightly, and a faint strand of Senjutsu chakra slowly entered the child's body. It dared to place a bounty on Asuma, the son of the Hokage, and it even dared to place a bounty on the guardian ninja of the Land of Fire. It could be said that it existed outside the ninja villages and not within the 5 great nations. Right now it did not exist yet. Since that was the case, then he would create it himself. But Arisu would not personally take control of it. As a sage who rested high above the 9th heaven, Arisu disdained doing things like running underworld forces. He only created it because he needed intelligence. Sage, you. Shima looked at the sage in shock. The sage truly had far-sighted vision and showed the demeanor of a master. The feeling Arisu gave Shima was that everything was under control. He allowed anything to happen, yet his expression never changed, fully showing the bearing of a master. To the toads, it felt like Arisu was always planning some huge strategy. Arisu remained expressionless. Planning a huge strategy. You could say that. He simply wanted to gain intelligence faster. There were still more than 1,000 years before the main storyline began. Since there was time now, it was better to arrange everything quickly and prepare. First, to secretly control the world from behind the scenes. Second, to cultivate and fuse Senjutsu and keep getting closer to the strongest power. Besides that, Arisu also wanted to study things like the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein was still useful, but Arisu felt that it was not the right time yet. Right now the Dragon Vein had not been activated. Arisu did not want to touch it. Once it was activated, who knew what strange people from different times and spaces might appear in this world? Arisu did not want to make this era too chaotic. The era he lived in was too early. So early that even the smallest change he made could create a huge butterfly effect in later generations. For example, Sarutobi. If he killed him, the entire Sarutobi clan in later generations might disappear. If he persuaded Indra to become a monk, the Uchiha clan would directly disappear, and 2/3 of the Naruto storyline would vanish. With me backing you up, go and do it boldly. Arisu waved his hand lightly and disappeared. Shima nodded slightly and left to carry out the task. Another 10 or so years passed. Asura led the Ninja Sect forward steadily and continued carrying out Hagoromo's conservative plan. They did not participate in the struggles between human nations and simply guarded their own small territory. Indra's side was different. By accepting subordinates and having many children, Indra established an organization that worshipped force. At the same time, Indra actively cooperated with various nations and became a weapon of war. Indra even controlled a general of a certain country and obtained an endless flow of money and land. It was probably winter. Indra and Asura once again welcomed another destined duel. The collision of the two great forces swept across the frozen wilderness. The roar of chakra shattered the snow flying through the sky. The two used all their abilities and fought from morning until dusk, using everything they had learned in their lives, until both of them were exhausted. In the end they were evenly matched and neither side won. When the battle ended, the two looked at each other. Their eyes still held obsession and fighting spirit that had not faded. They silently turned around in agreement and stepped through the snow together toward Mount Myaboku. Inside the sage hall of Mount Myaboku, warmth filled the room, completely separating it from the freezing world outside. Arisu sat on the main seat. Black Zetsu stood quietly on the left side, and Fukasaku Sage stood on the right, their expressions calm. In the hall, Indra and Asura, who now looked like middle-aged men, knelt on the ground together. Their posture was respectful, their voices firm as they spoke in unison. Great Ancestor, please witness this for us. Arisu lowered his eyes and looked at the two of them. After years of time passing, the two had long shed their youthful immaturity. Their brows and eyes were filled with their own sharpness and steadiness. Arisu already understood their purpose. He slowly spoke. Oh. What do you want to do? Great Ancestor. We want to set a 1,000-year pact. Indra and Asura spoke at the same time. Their voices echoed through the hall, carrying a feeling of absolute determination. Indra spoke first, his tone full of obsession. After I die, I ask Great Ancestor to preserve a part of our souls. Let the rest of our souls reincarnate and fight again life after life without stopping. The time limit will be exactly 1,000 years. Asura immediately added, his expression serious. During these 1,000 years, we ask the 3 sages to witness it for us and record the victory and defeat of every life truthfully. When the 1,000 years end, Great Ancestor will release our souls. The final victory will be decided by the number of wins in reincarnation. The one with more victories will be the true winner. Arisu felt a slight movement in his heart when he heard this. A 1,000-year pact. Naturally he had the means to protect part of their souls. Just like Hagoromo did. A soul could be preserved for 1,000 years. Arisu did not say much. He slowly nodded in agreement. Black Zetsu, bring that stone tablet over. Yes. Black Zetsu immediately answered and quickly brought over a heavy ancient stone tablet, respectfully placing it in the hall. Arisu gathered Senjutsu chakra at his fingertips and slowly carved 2 totems onto the stone tablet. They represented Indra and Asura. After finishing the carving, Arisu spoke in a deep voice. For every life where one of you wins after reincarnation, I will add a mark under the corresponding totem. After 1,000 years, when you return, one look will show who the winner is. Party Popper shout out to Quinton for joining P at Trian. Thank you very much, hugging face. T/N, I am really sorry for forgetting to post these last 2 days. I have posted them today. Next time, just comment me to post the chapter if I don't post by 0:45. Because I schedule for that exact time every day. Enjoy. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, see you again in 1,000 years. Great Ancestor, the 2 of us know that your lifespan is long and your years are endless. Only you can be the witness to this match between us, Indra and Asura said in unison. When Arisu heard this, his eyes flickered. He let out a light sigh and in the end slowly nodded. After Indra and Asura die, during these 1,000 years, there may be no familiar people that Arisu knows anymore. After Asura dies, the next batch of familiar people will probably be people like Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Taijima, and Senjubutsuma. He would simply act as the witness to their battle. Arisu himself also wanted to see, in this 1,000-year contest, whether Indra would win more times or Asura would win more times. In the original story, the 1,000 years of their souls constantly reincarnating was only mentioned briefly. It mainly talked about the bond between Hashirama and Madara and between Naruto and Sasuke. But before them, there were many other reincarnations of Indra and Asura. These were not shown in the original story. Since you have already made up your minds, then so be it. The 2 of you, come with me. As the words fell, Arisu turned and stepped forward. His figure appeared and disappeared within the immortal mist. Indra and Asura did not dare to delay. They immediately stepped forward and followed closely behind him. They walked along stone steps covered with immortal moss, passed through layers of ancient trees of Mount Myaboku, and finally stopped at the core platform of Longevity Peak. The immortal chakra of heaven and earth here was so dense it was almost solid. It was the most prosperous place in Mount Myaboku. We've arrived. Arisu stopped walking and slowly closed his eyes. The aura around his body suddenly became silent. In just an instant, Arisu suddenly opened his eyes. The Rinnegan appeared in his eye sockets. 6 ripples slowly flowed within his pupils, and a vast pressure instantly swept across the entire Longevity Peak. Next, I will use the power of the Rinnegan to strip away part of your souls. The other part will go through reincarnation, Arisu spoke calmly. Indra and Asura looked at each other. Each suppressed the waves in their hearts and closed their eyes together, relaxing their bodies. The next second, Arisu's figure suddenly disappeared. Only a faint afterimage remained in place. When he appeared again, he was already standing behind the 2 brothers. His palms gently pressed on the tops of Indra and Ashura's heads. In an instant, the power of the Rinnegan erupted. The technique he used was the soul extraction technique comparable to the human path of the future pain. 2 blue soul shadows slowly began to be pulled out from the tops of their heads. That was the most core part of obsession and power within the origin of their souls, thread by thread. Collect. Arisu slightly raised his palm, and an ancient wine gourd appeared out of thin air. It was the hilt that sealed the Tatsuka sword. The mouth of the gourd suddenly opened. A formless suction surged out, pulling in the 2 strands of partially extracted souls and completely sealing them inside the gourd. Ah! The intense pain and weakness from the soul being pulled out instantly swept through their entire bodies. Indra and Asura trembled. Their legs weakened, and the 2 of them collapsed to their knees in weakness. Their faces were pale like paper, and they no longer had the strength even to stand. It's done. Arisu withdrew his hands. The Rinnegan slowly faded and returned to its original appearance. Arisu lowered his head and looked at the two kneeling on the ground, speaking calmly. It's finished. After 1,000 years, I will release the souls I sealed for you. At that time, we will still meet here on Longevity Peak of Mount Myaboku. At this moment, the two of them only had half of their souls left. These souls were responsible for reincarnation. The other half of their souls was sealed inside the Totsuka sword and remained in a deep sleep. When the 1,000-year pact arrives, Arisu will awaken them and let them see the final result of victory and defeat. Thank you, great ancestor. The two brothers endured their weakness and struggled to clasp their hands in salute. After finishing the salute, the two of them walked step by step toward the bottom of the peak. When they reached the entrance of the peak, Asura stopped. He turned to look at Indra beside him. Complex emotions were hidden in his eyes as he softly said, "Brother, see you again in 1,000 years." Indra turned his head. His cold gaze swept over Asura. A disdainful cold snort appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his tone was icy. Your reincarnation may not have luck as good as yours. After saying that, Indra did not say anything else. He turned around and turned into an afterimage, leaving directly. His back was resolute, without the slightest hesitation. Looking at the direction where his brother disappeared, Asura let out a heavy sigh in his heart. A trace of loneliness flashed across his eyes. Brother, you don't even want to call me your younger brother. Asura felt disappointed in his heart. At this moment, Fukasaku and Black Zetsu happened to appear. Master Asura, if something should be let go, then it should be let go. Fukasaku stood on Black Zetsu's shoulder, his palms joined together. Asura nodded slightly and then felt that it made sense. Thank you for the guidance, two sages. Asura respectfully thanked Fukasaku and Black Zetsu. After that, he also turned and left Longevity Peak. Leaving aside their ideals, Indra is indeed quite outstanding, but he is still not as good as Asura, Fukasaku sighed. Black Zetsu also nodded. According to the model of a ruler in the human world, Indra might be more suitable, while Asura was more suitable as a kind of charismatic mascot. Sigh, this is called the hair that comes out later than the eyebrows but grows longer than the eyebrows, Black Zetsu said. Hee hee. When Fukasaku heard this, his expression stiffened. Then he touched his eyebrows and said, the words are rough, but the reasoning is not wrong. At the top of the peak, Arisu still stood with his hands behind his back, looking toward the direction where the two brothers left. He remained silent for a long time. Otsutsuki Hagoromo had already passed away several decades ago. Now Indra and Asura had both entered middle and old age, and their remaining lifespan was not much. And far away on the moon, Otsutsuki Hamura was also about to reach the end of his life. This news was not something Arisu guessed out of thin air. The forces of Mount Myaboku had already quietly infiltrated the moon. Among the descendants of the Otsutsuki on the moon, there were hidden agents planted by Mount Myaboku. Hamura's physical condition had already been sent back by these agents. Back when Hamura took people to the moon, Arisu had already planted toads there. Speaking of it, the descendants on the moon still have some use, Arisu murmured to himself. Then he closed his eyes and silently recited the reverse summoning technique. His reverse summoning technique had already reached the peak. He could use it freely without needing cooperation from the other side. The next second, on the distant moon, inside the residence of an Otsutsuki clansman, a sleeping descendant of Hamura suddenly opened his mouth wide. A palm-sized green toad quickly crawled out from his mouth and landed on the cold lunar ground. Immediately after, the toad suddenly opened its mouth wide. A huge amount of senjutsu mist poured out from its mouth. As the immortal mist spread, a figure slowly condensed. Arisu stepped onto the moon, arriving in this silent land beyond the world. Here. Arisu glanced around and immediately spread out his perception, covering everything on the moon. In just a few seconds, Arisu had already sensed nearly several thousand people on the moon. Amazing. Truly many children and many blessings. Arisu sensed that many Hamura bloodlines. Chapter 55, Good night Otsutsuki Hamura. Hamura's palace in the depths of the moon. Only a few dim eternal lamps were lit inside the hall. The faint yellow light and shadows swayed in the empty palace, covering everything in a hazy darkness. A huge cold jade bed lay across the center of the hall. Otsutsuki Hamura was lying on it, barely alive. Time had long drained the life from his body. His old skin was shriveled like the bark of a dead tree. His once clear eyes had turned cloudy and dim, showing the weakness of someone whose life was almost at its end. From the background, it seems there were still quite a lot of Otsutsuki on the moon. Yet the enormous palace was silent and empty. Only he remained, alone, quietly waiting for the final moment of his life. Sigh. An old and lonely sigh softly spread through the cold air. Hamura felt the life force inside his body rapidly fading. He clearly knew that he did not have much time left. A trace of regret flashed through the depths of his cloudy eyes as he muttered softly, "It's a pity I didn't see Big Brother one more time." The one he was thinking about was Otsutsuki Hagoromo, who was far away in the ninja world, his brother connected to him by blood. At this silent moment, a calm and familiar voice suddenly came from deep in the darkness without warning, breaking the silence of the hall. Hamura, it has been nearly 1,000 years since we last met, and you have already grown so old. This voice was like a key that instantly opened the memories sealed in Hamura's mind for 1,000 years. His cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and extreme disbelief burst out of them. That person, how could he still be alive? The darkness inside the hall was suddenly pierced by two strange purple lights. They were a pair of Rinnegan eyes that flowed with deep purple light, especially eye-catching in the dim surroundings. Right after that, a figure slowly walked out of the shadows. It was Arisu. Hamura, you are very old now. Arisu stood with his hands behind his back. His posture was still straight as he calmly looked at the aged Hamura lying on the bed. Hamura opened his mouth, but his throat was so dry that he could not form clear words. His cloudy eyes were filled with shock. Immortal, you are actually still here, your eyes. He clearly recognized them. Those were Rinnegan eyes, the Rinnegan that belonged to his elder brother Hagoromo. Hagoromo has already passed away. His eyes were given to me. Arisu gently raised his hand and slowly brushed his fingers over his eyes. After decades of being soaked and nourished by sage techniques, these Rinnegan had long washed away Otsutsuki Hagoromo's aura and had completely become eyes that belonged to him. Hamura suddenly understood and nodded lightly. His breathing grew weaker. So that's how it is. I really don't have much time left. All these years, I often wondered whether your big brother would come to see me. I didn't expect you actually came. Hamura had lived for nearly 1,000 years. He had already seen through life and death, yet he could not hide his thoughts for old acquaintances. Seeing Arisu appear now, only emotion remained in his heart. There was no longer any surprise about his long life. I came to see you. Have you arranged what happens after your death? Arisu slowly walked to the long chair beside the bed and sat down, asking calmly. Hamura showed a faint and peaceful smile. Yes. I have already lived out my remaining years on this land. As for life and death, I stopped caring about it long ago. Arisu simply nodded slightly after hearing this. I understand. After a moment of silence, Hamura suddenly looked up at Arisu, his tone carrying a trace of earnestness. Teacher, can my body be kept by you? Arisu was slightly surprised when he heard this, but he soon nodded slowly. All right. After receiving permission, Hamura let out a deep breath, as if his final wish had been fulfilled. He slowly closed his cloudy eyes. His chest rose gently once, and then there was no more movement. He completely returned to silence. Arisu quietly looked at Hamura's lifeless body on the bed. With a casual wave of his hand, a faint light flashed, and Hamura's body was steadily sealed into a scroll. As for the branch family and the main family on the moon, I don't think there is any need to interfere for now. When they gather the Tensigan, I will make my move. They cannot control the Tensigan. Something like that must be kept in my hands to ensure that it does not cause disaster, Arisu said quietly to himself in his mind. After Hamura died on the moon, about a few years later, a change that shook the foundation also happened within the Ninja Sect on Earth. Inside the sleeping hall of the Ninja Sect, the nearly dying Asura was lying on the bed. His life force had already been completely drained. Cough cough. Sarutobi, I'm about to die. I will leave the Ninja Sect to you. Ashura's trembling hand slowly lifted and tightly grabbed the hand of Sarutobi beside him, whose hair had already turned completely white. Cough cough cough. Asura breathed heavily. Every word he spoke consumed the last of his life. Sigh. Sarutobi lowered his head and looked at Asura, whose life was almost completely gone. A heavy sigh quietly rose in his heart. He never expected that Asura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths and a descendant of a god, would actually have a shorter lifespan than himself, an ordinary person. Don't worry, Lord Asura. Sarutobi gathered his thoughts and spoke with a serious expression, giving a solemn promise. The Ninja Sect now has many people, and the hearts of the people have long become scattered. Maybe, just as my brother said, I am really not suitable to be a manager, Asura forced out a bitter smile. His voice was filled with helplessness and self-blame. Over the years, he governed the Ninja Sect with tolerance and kindness. His actions were hesitant and indecisive, far from the decisive and ruthless nature of his older brother Indra. Inside the Ninja Sect, countless large and small factions had formed through blood relations. Conflicts continued endlessly, and chaos had slowly appeared. Everything was barely held together by his identity. Now that he was falling, the Ninja Sect had become even more unstable. Sarutobi closed his eyes. He clearly knew that every word Asura said was true, but in front of someone who was about to die, it was still not appropriate for him to say any judgment. Sarutobi, I'm sorry. I left you with such a mess. Ashura's voice became even weaker, filled with apology. Sarutobi slightly lowered his head, his tone firm. This subordinate will definitely do his best to protect the Ninja Sect. Asura looked with some difficulty at the core members of the Ninja Sect standing behind Sarutobi. Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka. Sigh, as long as my conscience is clear. Asura finally felt relieved. What the future of the Ninja Sect would be like was no longer something he could control. Take care. Just do your best. Asura nodded lightly. The last bit of light in his eyes slowly faded away. He completely closed his eyes and passed away peacefully. A few days later. After Ashura's coffin was placed in the morning hall, when no one else was around, Sarutobi stood beside the coffin. The tense expression on his face finally relaxed, and he let out a long breath from the bottom of his heart. Sarutobi lowered his voice and murmured softly toward the coffin. This old man has finally waited for this day. The son of a god has finally died. Now, it is time for the son of a mortal like me to climb to the top and take power. 1 month later, the Ninja Sect held the ceremony for the new leader's succession. Sarutobi finally sat on the seat of the Ninja Sect's leader. Wearing the pure white robe exclusive to the Ninja Sect, he slowly walked up the highest altar under the admiration and kneeling worship of countless Ninja Sect disciples. Looking at the portrait of the ancestor of the Sage of Six Paths, Arisu, hanging in the center of the altar. Ancestor, I have also become the leader of the Ninja Sect. Sarutobi bowed and knelt, and unprecedented pride and emotion surged in his heart. This old man has finally waited for this day. From today onward, I am the third leader of the Ninja Sect. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, Good night Asura, good night Indra, good night Sarutobi. Asura is dead. An old and fading question. By the time Indra received the news, it was already 3 months later. At the moment he heard those words, Indra suddenly froze, then fell into a deep daze. Indra stood stiffly in place. After a long time, he finally muttered toward the empty air, his voice filled with a complicated feeling that could not be clearly explained. He died just like that. Died so peacefully. There was unwillingness, there was sadness. The lifelong enemy he had spent his entire life confronting and chasing had actually ended in such a plain and calm way. There was also a trace of emptiness that even he himself did not want to admit. Staggering slightly, Indra slowly collapsed back onto the cold stone seat. The pride that remained around him could not hide the decline of old age. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? A childish voice rang out clearly. Indra's little grandson ran over to him with short steps, raised his innocent little face, and gently tugged at his cloak. Indra's cloudy eyes suddenly came back to their senses. He slowly lowered his head. His withered hand gently rested on the top of his grandson's soft hair. The movement was rarely gentle, but his tone carried the obsession of his entire life. Just an old acquaintance. You must remember your mission. Destroy the Ninja Sect. The little grandson blinked his clear eyes, full of confusion. I understand, Grandpa. The little grandson still nodded obediently and replied softly. Good child. Indra said nothing more. He slowly stood up and walked step by step toward the outside of the hall. At some unknown moment, white snow had begun to fall from the sky. Large snowflakes drifted everywhere, covering the world in white. The cold wind swept the snow and howled past, striking his shoulders coldly. It soaked through the thick cloak, and the piercing cold spread through his limbs and bones. Cold. Could it be that after the soul is weakened, the lifespan really becomes shorter? Indra raised his eyes toward the lead gray sky, letting the cold wind fill his clothes. His voice was so light that it was almost swallowed by the wind and snow. His feet stepped onto the thick snow, making small crunching sounds. Amid the endless falling snow, the figure who had been proud his entire life finally could no longer hold on. He slowly collapsed onto the cold snow-covered ground. Grandpa. A heartbreaking cry suddenly tore through the quiet of the ninja clan created by Indra, causing the entire clan to shake with shock. Indra was dead. That descendant of Otsutsuki who appeared out of nowhere, who lived proudly his whole life, who used his heaven-defying bloodline and powerful ninjutsu to create a legend, had finally reached the end of his life. A generation's legend came to an end. But on the very night of Indra's death, something strange happened. His cold corpse suddenly disappeared without a sound during the clan's vigil, leaving only the empty stone platform where the body had been placed. Mount Mayaboku. Deep inside the sage land of the toads filled with immortal mist, Indra's corpse quietly appeared here. Arisu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze calmly fell on the body in front of him. There was no sadness or joy in his eyes, yet he clearly knew how valuable this body was. Those eyes, and that body carrying a bloodline almost close to the origin of the Otsutsuki, were all extremely rare treasures in the world. If they were left in the mortal world, they would definitely cause endless fighting and struggle, ending with people dissecting the body, tearing it apart, and squeezing out every bit of its value in a miserable way. Others might misunderstand, but Arisu never had even the slightest greedy thought. Asura still had Sarutobi behind him to properly cremate him and give him peace after death, but Indra had lived his entire life alone and proud, and never had such support. As your teacher, I will not let your corpse be dissected. Arisu spoke softly. His tone was calm but carried unquestionable certainty. With a casual wave of his hand, several preservation talismans filled with the Toad Sage's immortal power instantly stuck all over Indra's body. At the same time, his fingers formed seals, and one hidden sage technique after another wrapped around the body, completely sealing and properly preserving it. After finishing all of this, Arisu slowly closed his eyes and fell into silence. Time was simply too long. Kaguya had long been sealed. Whitebrow and the White Ape King had fallen one after another. Even Otsutsuki Hagoromo and Otsutsuki Hamura had already turned into dust. Now even Asura and Indra, who had been entangled with each other for their entire lives, had all left this world. He had lived for many years, outlasting generation after generation of old acquaintances, witnessing all the separations and deaths in the world. Even with endless lifespan, seeing the old people around him fall one after another still made a long sigh and loneliness rise in Arisu's heart. Forget it. We will meet again after 1,000 years. Arisu waved his hand slightly and left. Many more years passed. 20 years went by in the blink of an eye. Sarutobi of the Ninja Sect had already become a centenarian old man over 100 years old, becoming a true pillar and senior figure of the Ninja Sect. And the Ninja Sect and the Uchiha Ninja clan from Indra's lineage finally reached the destined war between them. Boom. 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 The battlefield was filled with smoke. The explosions of detonating tags rang out one after another with deafening noise. The huge blasts threw dust into the air, and the sharp sounds of kunai clashing rang out again and again. Even though I am old, this old man has experienced that era as well. Storms like this, I have seen far too many. The 100-year-old Sarutobi had completely white hair and beard. His thin body was wrapped in worn Ninja Sect clothes as he stood alone in the center of the battlefield. Opposite him, dozens of Uchiha clan members rushed forward in an encircling formation. In everyone's eyes were scarlet three-tomo Sharingan, shining with cold light and filled with killing intent. This was a battle that was almost a dead end. Dozens of scarlet Sharingan locked onto Sarutobi at the same time, predicting his every movement. The great fireball technique burst out from all directions. Waves of red flames covered the sky and completely sealed off Sarutobi's retreat. Ha ha ha, hey, old man, can't keep going anymore, right? Sarutobi's face turned serious. His thin hands quickly formed seals. Earth style, earth flow wall rose instantly from the ground. But the fire style of the three-tomo Uchiha was far stronger than ordinary people. The thick earth wall quickly cracked and collapsed under the burning flames. The heat waves burned his skin painfully. He staggered back several steps, already breathing heavily. Old thing, go meet Hagoromo. The Uchiha clan members pressed their advantage. Kunai and shuriken poured down like heavy rain, while the Sharingan's genjutsu wrapped toward Sarutobi like an invisible net. He, how many years have you even practiced ninjutsu? When your former clan leader was teaching ninjutsu, you didn't even know where you were. Break. Sarutobi's 100-year-old body was no longer as agile as in his youth. Relying on 100 years of Ninja Sect experience, he forcefully broke the genjutsu. Wind style, great breakthrough. The wind burst out and blew away most of the hidden weapons, but several kunai still scraped across his arms. Blood instantly soaked through his clothes. Old thing, die. The Uchiha clan members shouted loudly. Several of them used dragon flame technique at the same time. Several fire dragons twisted through the air and rushed towards Sarutobi. Sarutobi gritted his teeth and endured the pain. Chakra surged wildly. Water style, water dragon bullet technique burst out. The water dragon and fire dragons collided violently, and steam filled the entire battlefield. But his aged body could no longer handle such intense chakra consumption. Cough. Sarutobi's chest rose violently. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and even the hands forming seals began to tremble slightly. Dozens of Uchiha clan members rushed close at that moment. With the support of the three-tomo Sharingan, their taijutsu was fierce and tricky. Fists and kicks rained down toward Sarutobi like a storm. Sarutobi struggled to defend. His old body kept taking heavy blows, and his clothes were torn apart. But he was the 100-year veteran of the Ninja Sect, the final barrier protecting the Ninja Sect. I cannot fall, Sarutobi suddenly roared loudly. Using up all the remaining chakra in his body, his hands formed the secret sealing hand signs of the Ninja Sect. Sealing technique, 4-direction demon sealing formation. A pale golden sealing technique instantly rose from the ground, forming a cage that tightly trapped dozens of Uchiha clan members. The Sharingan's Genjutsu and Taijutsu all became useless before the secret sealing technique. Sarutobi used the last bit of his strength. His palm pressed onto the core of the sealing formation, and the technique suddenly tightened. Dozens of Uchiha experts stiffened at once. Their chakra was completely sealed, and they all collapsed onto the ground, losing the ability to resist. The battle ended. Next, the future of the ninja sect will be left to you. Sarutobi's gaze became distant. Sarutobi could no longer hold on. His knees heavily fell onto the burned black ground, blood flowing from wounds all over his body. But everything was worth it. Sarutobi felt heroic in his heart. Even though he would die, the ninja sect had been saved. It was worth it. I will face the ancestor openly. I will face Hagoromo openly. I will face Asura openly. The ninja sect has still been saved. Chapter 57, the magnificent great era of the ninja sect has ended. I announce that the ninja sect is now disbanded. Because everyone now has different understandings of belief, we will not force everyone to follow a single faith. Everyone can go their own way. On the high platform of the ninja sect plaza, the clan leader of the Senju clan was wearing the solemn internal clan clothing. As the fourth leader of the ninja sect, he announced, I, the fourth leader of the ninja sect, declare that the ninja sect is disbanded. The moment the words fell, the ninja sect plaza instantly erupted with earth-shaking cheers. The waves of sound stirred the drifting clouds in the sky and lasted for a long time. Everyone's face was filled with real joy. Their eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Everyone clearly understood in their hearts. The old era had ended. A brand new age had begun. The Hagoromo clan declares independence. This ninja clan really exists. I usually do not create original things. I basically refer to the original work and will not randomly change things. The Nara clan declares independence. The Uzumaki clan declares independence. The Sarutobi clan declares independence. Voices of declaration sounded one after another. The leaders of each clan raised their heads proudly and led their clan members away in all directions with high spirits. Their steps were light, and there was no longer any restraint. Ha ha ha. The Senju clan leader was also full of joy. He raised his hand to signal the clan members and slowly left this plaza that had carried 100 years of the ninja sect with the people of the Senju lineage. Only in a noisy corner of the crowd. A small figure stood there alone. It was Senju Shuichi. He raised his young face and looked at the clan members from different clans who were scattering apart. He looked at the ninja sect plaza that was slowly becoming empty. 2 lines of clear tears suddenly slid down Senju Shuichi's face and fell onto his clothes. Huh? Senju Shuichi. Why are you crying? A puzzled voice of a Uzumaki child came from beside him. The little guy tilted his head and looked at him with confusion in his eyes. I. Senju Shuichi suddenly froze. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his face. His fingertips touched the warm tears, and he also fell into confusion. Why? He clearly did not have much feeling for the ninja sect. He had never felt that this sect was something he could not let go of. But watching the ninja sect break apart with his own eyes, a sharp pain suddenly came from his chest, and even breathing felt sour. As if somewhere unseen, his soul was in pain. His soul was crying. Senju Shuichi shook his head in confusion. His voice still carried the choking from before. I don't know. Alright, we finally don't have to live together with those idiots anymore. From now on every clan lives their own life. It's much more free. The Uzumaki child jumped excitedly, his face full of happiness. Senju Shuichi raised his eyes and asked softly, where does your Uzumaki clan plan to go? We're going to an island. There's an uninhabited island in the southeast. Our Uzumaki clan will settle there. The Uzumaki child smiled brightly, his tone full of pride. This is not a joke either. The land of Whirlpool is really on a southeastern island. An island. Senju Shuichi paused slightly, then silently nodded and kept those words in his heart. After this day, the ninja sect that had existed for several hundred years completely disappeared from the world. Mount Myaboku. After Arisu learned about it, he could not help sighing. He immediately wrote a poem at Mount Myaboku, a 1,000-year sect altar scattered in a single morning, all clans set off on their long roads apart. The place where we once built dreams together, now only wind and dust speak of passing years. At this time, it had only been a little more than 10 years since the third leader of the ninja sect, Sarutobi, passed away. Only 60 years had passed since Asura died. And only 100 years had passed since the founder of the ninja sect, Sage Hagoromo, fell. So it shows that time can really change many, many things. Before Sarutobi died, he had exhausted all his effort, dedicating everything to protecting the stability of the Ninja Sect. At the same time, inside the history archive deep in Mount Myaboku, the smell of old books filled the air, and yellowed historical manuscripts were piled up like mountains. Black Zetsu and Fukasaku were organizing historical records from past generations at a desk. The news of the ninja sect breaking apart suddenly arrived. Both of them paused with the brushes in their hands. At first they stared blankly, then their eyes filled with deep sighs. Sigh. We have witnessed history again. Fukasaku put down the brush and looked toward the direction of the ninja sect with his hunched body. His old voice was full of emotion. The Mount Myaboku lineage had witnessed the changes of the ninja world for generations. At this moment, they once again personally watched an era come to an end. The witnessing faction of Mount Myaboku was still witnessing. Black Zetsu lowered his eyes and looked at the historical scrolls on the desk. He let out a long sigh. His tone was calm but carried the feeling of someone who had seen through the world. It was inevitable. It was certain. The wheels of history roll forward, and nothing can stop them. Except for the faith of the six-path sage, everything in the world will eventually be swept into the trash pile of history by the rushing tide. Black Zetsu sighed. In the past, hearing the news of the ninja sect's destruction would have made Black Zetsu clap with joy. But after many years settling down in the Mount Myaboku history archive, recording the rise and fall of history day after day, Black Zetsu had already shed his old stubbornness and learned to look at the world's separations and unions with an objective gaze. Sigh, the magnificent great era of the ninja sect has ended. The two looked at each other and spoke the same words at the same time. Then they picked up their brushes again, dipped them in ink, and solemnly wrote on a brand new historical scroll, preparing to permanently record this magnificent piece of history. At the same time, on the top of a high mountain thousands of miles away, strong winds howled and blew their clothes in the air. The Uchiha clan leader stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood his eldest son, Uchiha Izumaki. The father and son looked far into the distance and took in the scene of all the clans leaving in different directions and migrating away from the ninja sect. Father, the ninja sect has broken apart, Uchiha Izumaki spoke softly. His calm tone carried a trace of complicated emotion that was hard to describe. But the Uchiha clan leader threw his head back and laughed loudly. His voice was bold and cheerful. Oh, this is a great thing, the Uchiha clan leader looked at the clans scattering in the distance. His eyes were full of satisfaction. Back then, when my grandfather was about to die, he repeatedly told me that I must destroy the ninja sect. Now the wish has finally been fulfilled. After we return, we will immediately worship the six-path sage and worship our ancestors. No one knew that the spirited Uchiha clan leader was the same young child from that snowy day long ago, the one who stood beside the dying Indra and watched his grandfather fall for the last time. After several decades of time, he had finally completed Indra's lifelong obsession. Let's go. A new era has arrived. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Beside a clear river, a gentle wind moved the grass on both sides and made soft rustling sounds. Two young boys arrived there by coincidence. They stood facing each other beside the flowing water, their auras completely different. Senju Shuichi raised his hand and picked up a fallen leaf. He lightly threw it onto the surface of the river and watched it sway with the water. Then he spoke with a clear and bright expression. Hello, my name is Shuichi. What is your name? The boy opposite him had a cold face, and the pride of the Uchiha lineage was carved between his brows. He lightly rubbed a red leaf between his fingers and calmly tossed it into the water. His voice was cold and neat. My name is Izumaki. Senju Shuichi and Uchiha Izumaki quietly looked at each other. At the moment their gazes collided, it felt as if an invisible torrent of history rushed through their eyes. The old sect turned to dust and the mountains and rivers changed. Two young boys met as a chaotic world began. At this moment, the era of the ninja sect completely faded away. All the great ninja clans rose together. The magnificent era of great chaos had begun. Chapter 58, the 10,000 times version of the power of six paths. 20 years after the ninja sect was destroyed, ninja clans stood side by side, and many heroes rose up everywhere. The major ninja clans began fighting for land and resources for the sake of benefits. Among them, the strongest were the Senju and the Uchiha. Besides them, there were also several powerful ninja clans. Hyuga, Uzumaki, Sarutobi, Hagoromo, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Aburame, Shimura, Inuzuka, Kaguya, Yatsuki, Fuma, Kurama, Hozuki, Hataki. Among them, both the Senju and the Uchiha gave birth to geniuses. Uchiha Izumaki, Senju Shuichi. These two are intelligent by nature, with extraordinary talent in ninjutsu. Black Zetsu and Fukasaku are recording the newest history. Not many big events happened this year, but there were quite a lot of small events. Mainly, conflicts began to appear between ninja clans. At the beginning, these clans might not have wanted to have conflicts with others, but sometimes the situation does not depend on people. Wherever the situation pushes you, you are forced to do things you have no choice but to do. On top of that, the ninja clans also started associating with the ordinary human class. For example, ninja clans and samurai and ordinary armies began to wage campaigns together. The killing in the world became more and more frequent. Before, because the Ninja Sect existed, ordinary people only dared to make small fights at most. As for something like a World War level outbreak, because of the power of the Ninja Sect, they still did not dare to launch it easily. Now it has completely turned into a pot of chaos. Black Zetsu stared at the dense records of wars in the scroll. Black Zetsu's body rose and fell slightly, letting out a low sigh. This is what real chaos in the world looks like. Beside him, Sage Toad Fukasaku raised his cloudy toad eyes. The suffering of the human world, living beings in misery. You and I are only recorders of the world. We guard history and do not interfere. Even if we cannot bear it, we can only watch coldly. A trace of pity flashed in Fukasaku's eyes. The two both sighed lightly, then put away the emotions in their hearts and instead started chatting about the two people who were receiving the most attention in the ninja world right now. By the way, do you think Senju Shuichi and Uchiha Izumaki are the reincarnations of those two? Black Zetsu spoke with a somewhat certain guess in his tone. When Fukasaku heard this, the toad claw holding the bamboo pen suddenly paused, then he slowly nodded, his voice becoming a little deeper. I think it is very possible. The personalities, talents, and even the way they oppose each other are extremely similar to those two. Although the talent of a reincarnated body can never possibly compare with the original body, reincarnation was never meant to be a one-to-one copy. Hee hee. Black Zetsu laughed softly. In his ink-colored eyes surged a teasing look of watching a show. I'm afraid in a few more years, you and I will be able to personally see the result of the first round of reincarnation. Yes. Fukasaku also nodded and sighed long. I only hope the conflict between these two will involve fewer innocent lives, and not let this already overturned chaotic age add endless blood and flames. It doesn't matter. The great sage of Mount Maiboku will take action, Black Zetsu said calmly. Inside the sage hall, immortal energy filled the air. At the center of the hall stood an ancient stone seat. Arisu sat on it with his eyes closed. His Rinnegan moved slightly. Pale golden Senjutsu chakra wrapped around his body as he calmly fused the sage power around him, little by little strengthening the power of his sage techniques. The first round of reincarnations of the two has already appeared. Before long, the winner of the first round will be born. Arisu slowly opened his eyes. His gaze passed through the drifting sage energy and landed on the stone monument at the side of the hall that was carved with the marks of Indra and Asura. Arisu raised his hand and gently rubbed his forehead, his thoughts calm like still water. Arisu never intended to interfere too much in this destined battle. He only wished to stay outside it and watch coldly, at most making small corrections when the situation deviated from the right path. But he would absolutely not intervene too much. After all, this is the destined contest between Indra and Asura. Once his balance tilts toward either side, that side would lock in victory without any suspense, and the contest would completely lose its meaning. After all, Arisu is very strong. Right now he is strong at a level that clearly stands apart. Once he adds his power to the reincarnation of Indra or the reincarnation of Asura, the result of this destined battle would no longer have even the slightest suspense. The one who receives his blessing would definitely be the one who wins steadily. The Senjutsu chakra flowing around his body gradually returned to calm again. Arisu continued sitting on the stone seat in the Sage Hall, willingly acting as the neutral arbiter of this reincarnation battle, acting as the guardian who maintains the foundation of the ninja world and prevents the order of heaven and earth from collapsing. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Arisu's eyes as he murmured softly, "A new power has appeared." In his palm, a mysterious special pattern slowly rose. The pattern was shaped like a neat diamond, flowing with brilliant spiritual light that blended and unified together. This was a brand new power he created after combining the sage arts of the three great sacred lands, Mount Maiboku, Shikatsu Forest, and Ryuchi Cave. Arisu gently brushed the diamond-shaped mark with his fingertip and gave it a name in a low voice. The power of 6 paths. If this power were given to others, it could allow the receiver to reach the absolute peak in an instant. A huge surge of Senjutsu chakra. The ability to directly use sage techniques without training. Instantly releasing all kinds of ninjutsu without hand seals. The ability to fly through the air. Super perception that covers heaven and earth. Techniques that cannot be absorbed, all kinds of mysterious abilities are included. Just like in the original story where the Sage of 6 Paths, Hagoromo, granted power to Naruto and Sasuke. But Arisu's version of the power of 6 paths is several times stronger. If during the Fourth Ninja World War it had been Arisu who gave this power of 6 paths to Naruto, Naruto alone would have been able to seal Kaguya by himself, without needing anyone else's help. Now even if I face Kaguya directly, I can solo her. Arisu slightly raised his eyebrows. He clearly understood his current strength, yet there was also a somewhat unclear limitation. His true combat power is already enough to crush 6 paths level experts, but his own realm is firmly locked by the system at the limit of the extreme Super Kaguya level, unable to step forward even one step. However, in order to research this technique that cannot be absorbed, it really consumed 100 years of time. But it doesn't matter, Arisu smiled slightly. Everyone knows that the Rinnegan has a super bug-like ability, and that is absorbing techniques. As long as it is chakra, it can be absorbed. And most of Arisu's methods are attacks made with senjutsu chakra. That means they are directly countered. Arisu had always been thinking before that it would be great if his techniques could not be absorbed. Previously Arisu did not have the Rinnegan, so he did not understand the principle of absorption. Now that he has the Rinnegan, Arisu has a clearer understanding of absorption. By combining the principle of absorption from the karma in the later Boruto story and his own understanding of the Rinnegan, Arisu successfully developed techniques that cannot be absorbed by the Rinnegan. As everyone knows, the Rinnegan absorbs chakra. The water dragon bullet technique can be absorbed. But what if the water dragon bullet technique is not created from chakra? The Rinnegan can absorb water created by chakra, but can it absorb water from nature? The Rinnegan can only absorb chakra, but it cannot absorb naturally generated water. As long as Arisu applies natural power to the technique and reaches a certain limit, the Rinnegan will not be able to absorb it. For example, the Rinnegan can absorb a sea created from chakra, but it cannot absorb the sea that already exists. The setting of the Rinnegan itself is to absorb chakra. But the sea in nature only has water molecules and does not contain chakra. Chapter 59, Old Men, Are You Trying to Die? Speaking of which, it's about time to go see the 9-tailed beasts. Arisu raised his hand and gathered up his long hair that hung down, tying it all into a neat ponytail. The clean style made his immortal-like figure look even more upright and refined. His plain green robe was cut to fit perfectly, and the fresh scent of plants from the immortal mountain still clung faintly to the edges of his sleeves. All these years, he had still cared deeply about the 9 great-tailed beasts he had raised. Now the ninja world had already fallen into chaos. The ninja sect had collapsed and scattered. In this turbulent mortal world, ninja clans from every side circled like hungry wolves, each one staring at the world-destroying power of the tailed beasts. They wanted to tame the tailed beasts. In the past, he had watched coldly from the sidelines and never interfered in mortal affairs. Ordinary people were too weak. Even if they coveted the tailed beasts, they could never cause any real harm. But times were no longer the same. After the ninja sect disintegrated, the ninja clans inherited Hagoromo's legacy. Their strength was no longer what it once had been, and they were now capable of posing a deadly threat to the tailed beasts. He was the teacher of the 9-tailed beasts. By reason and by feeling, he should protect these disciples of his. Arisu swung the flame fan behind his back. The patterns faintly visible across its surface glimmered under the soft light of the immortal mountain. With a light tap of his foot on the bluestone steps, he leapt out of Mount Mayaboku and teleported straight to the mortal world. He finally stopped at the same crossroads where he had once taken in Sarutobi. But the village that once had curling cooking smoke and the sounds of chickens and dogs had long turned into a silent wasteland. Broken walls and ruined houses lay buried under wild grass. The scorched black earth could not grow even a blade of grass. Only a few withered trees stood crookedly, their thin branches holding several black-feathered crows that cried hoarsely, adding even more desolation to the scene. So the village was wiped out. Arisu's expression shifted slightly. From the layers of dust and rot gathered on the broken walls, it was clear that the destruction of this village had happened decades ago. Arisu looked at the devastation before him and let out a heavy sigh. In a low voice he murmured, "Sigh. It truly saddens the places where Indra and Asura once passed. 10,000 houses have all turned to dust. When they rise, the common people suffer. When they fall, the common people suffer. When the ninja sect flourished, its rules restrained everyone and spread teachings across the land, though its care for the people was limited. Now the ninja sect had been destroyed. In this chaotic age there was no master. Ninja clans fought each other endlessly, and the common people were still displaced and homeless. No matter what happened, they could never escape suffering. Arisu thought quietly to himself. Otsutsuki Hagoromo possessed power that reached the heavens and the earth, yet he had only become a religious leader who spread teachings. If he had been a political leader who guided the world, a revolutionary who swept away chaos, or a ruler who protected the people, then with his supreme power he surely could have built a peaceful and prosperous era. Perhaps the endless conflicts of the ninja world in later generations would never have appeared. It would have been far better than the devastation seen today. If that had really happened, the story of Naruto would not exist in the future. After his sigh of reflection, Arisu turned and headed toward the ruins of the ninja sect. The once grand and magnificent buildings of the sect were long gone. Only scattered, broken foundations remained, buried deep in waist-high wild grass. Only the overgrown weeds still silently proved that this place had once known glory and noise. How fast time passes. In the blink of an eye, the seas have turned into fields. Arisu stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze slowly sweeping across the broken walls and wild grass. His voice was as light as the wind. Everything from the past had already become empty. Arisu chuckled softly. Back when the Ninja Sect was thriving, he might not visit even once in 100 years. Now that the Ninja Sect was gone, why was he standing here sighing? Arisu gently pinched his fingers together. Immortal energy rippled around him, and his appearance slowly began to change. In the end, he fixed his age at around 60 or 70. His hair and beard turned white like frost. His brows and features became open and relaxed. His green robe gave him the air of a sage, completely the image of a hidden elder. The old man still carried the flame fan on his back as he walked calmly along the ancient road. Which tailed beast should I go see first? The closest one to the ruins of the Ninja Sect should be the Nine Tails. The ancient forest was thick and lush, its canopy blocking out the sky and sun. Massive trees twisted together, supporting heavy crowns of leaves. The trees of this era were truly thick and powerful. Roar! Violent crimson chakra surged like a tidal wave. 9 enormous foxtails swept across the forest. Ancient trees as thick as 2 people hugging them snapped instantly, and shattered stones and wood fragments flew everywhere. You humans! You actually dare to capture me, the Nine Tails, Kurama, roared in fury. Caught in raging anger, its scarlet beast eyes glared at the ninjas surrounding it, and a thunderous roar rolled from its throat, shaking the mountains and forest. The hunters were elites of the Uchiha clan. Dozens of ninjas spread out in a fan-shaped formation, and the fan crest on their robes flapped violently under the surging chakra. The man leading them stood at the very front of the formation with his hands behind his back. His posture was straight like a pine tree, and his face was sharp and cold. He was the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izumaki. He was now recognized as the #1 genius of the Uchiha. The moment his eyes snapped open, 3 tomo spun rapidly in the scarlet pupils. Swish. 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 In the end, they transformed into the complex and fierce Mangekyo Sharingan. The eerie glow of those eyes locked onto the Nine Tails, and invisible eye power spread out instantly, firmly suppressing the Nine Tails' violent chakra. Hand signs. Fire style, Great Fire Extinction. Sealing Barrier Technique, Rise. Sharingan, Synchronized Genjutsu Interference. The Uchiha clan members moved as if they were a single person. Their hands formed signs in rapid succession, and towering flames burst from their palms, turning into fire dragons that coiled toward the Nine Tails. The rest of the clan activated their Sharingan. Countless threads of illusion wrapped around the Nine Tails' mind, trying to disrupt its consciousness. Damn it! Descendants of Indra, you damn things! The Nine Tails howled endlessly. Its 9 massive tails slammed wildly against the ground while a tailed beast bomb gathered inside its mouth, crimson destructive energy about to erupt. The Mangekyo in Uchiha Izumiki's eyes spun even faster. He leapt into the air, pushing his eye power to its limit. Freeze! A powerful surge of mental force suddenly locked the Nine Tails' movement. The gathering of the tailed beast bomb instantly slowed. However, Uchiha Izumaki suddenly shut his eyes. He dropped straight down from the air. Damn it, these eyes hurt so much. Could the rumors be true? If the Mangekyo Sharingan is used too much, will it really lead to blindness? Uchiha Izumaki clenched his teeth and knelt on the ground. His mind was in chaos. If that was really the case, how could he fight Senju Shuichi? He could only capture the Nine Tails to increase his combat power. Just then, a figure in green clothing silently appeared among the trees. The old man had white hair and beard like frost, with the bearing of an immortal sage. His green robe was spotless. A flame fan rested on his back as he quietly stood beside a dead tree at the edge of the battlefield. There was no chakra fluctuation at all. Not a single footstep sound. It was as if he had always been rooted there. Even though the surrounding chakra storm raged violently, it did not disturb him in the slightest. It was Arisu, who had come from Mount Mayaboku. Quick! Protect the clan leader. Don't let that beast fire it out. The Uchiha clan members threw chains toward the Nine Tails, trying to restrain it. Nine Tails. Accept the rule of the Sharingan. Submit to me. Uchiha Izumaki activated his eye technique, attempting to forcibly control the Nine Tails. At that very moment, Arisu lightly appeared in the center of the battlefield. Who are you? Uchiha Izumaki froze for a moment. But the Uchiha clan members could not hold back at all. They immediately began cursing. Old men, are you trying to die? Party popper shout out to Yago for joining P at Trian. Muda. 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 Thank you very much, hugging face. Chapter 60, exchanging the flame fan for the nine tails. Arisu's expression tightened slightly, but there was not the slightest trace of anger in his heart. Instead, he quietly nodded to himself. After living for several hundred years, he had long treated honor, humiliation, and disrespect in the world as light as drifting clouds. If he became angry just because of a few arrogant words, then wouldn't those hundreds of years of life have been lived in vain? Arisu had deliberately turned himself into the appearance of a white-haired old man precisely to hide his true identity, so that the moment he appeared he would not cause crowds to bow in worship and shake the entire world. This time he entered the world only to visit the nine-tailed beasts. He certainly was not here to attend a fan meeting. Old man, if you want to die then get lost to the side. Don't stand here blocking the view. When the Uchiha are working, idle people should get lost. An Uchiha clan member shouted coldly with raised brows. Chakra mixed with hostility rushed forward, and he clearly did not place the old man in his eyes at all. But Uchiha Izumaki, the clan leader, suddenly narrowed his gaze, and a storm rose in his heart. Something's wrong. When exactly did this old man appear? Just now he had been completely focused on suppressing the nine tails. With the insight of his three Tomo and even Mangekyo Sharingan, he had not sensed this person's presence at all. It was as if he had always been part of the forest, like a withered tree or a passing breeze, silently standing in the middle of the battlefield. Facing the furious nine tails and the cold killing intent of dozens of elite Uchiha ninjas, this old man could remain calm and unmoving. Such composure and confidence was absolutely not something an ordinary ninja could possess. Wait, that is. Uchiha Izumaki suddenly stopped breathing, his pupils shrinking sharply. His gaze locked onto Arisu's eyes, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze for a moment. Those were eyes that clearly did not belong to anything mortal. There was no distinction between pupil and white of the eye. There were only layer upon layer of mysterious circular rings. He had once glimpsed a brief description of eyes like this in the oldest fragment of secret scrolls within the Uchiha clan. The more he remembered, the more shocked he became. The moment the nine tails, Kurama, caught sight of Arisu, its scarlet beast eyes widened instantly. The violent chakra around it suddenly calmed by more than half, and then it spread its fox mouth into a delighted grin. The nine tails proudly swept its tails across the ground, looking at the Uchiha ninjas like they were clowns performing on stage. Hee, the backing has arrived. Even your Uchiha ancestor would have to bow respectfully before this one. Old man, who are you? Uchiha Izumaki suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke in a low voice. Arisu slowly stepped forward. Young friends, this nine tails is an old acquaintance of mine. If you wish to capture it, you will have to pay a heavy price, and the nine tails will also be seriously injured. It would be better for you to leave now. I hope you can give me a little face and let it go, Arisu spoke gently. As soon as these words came out, every Uchiha clan member stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. What? You're saying the world's most terrifying beast, the nine tails, is your old acquaintance? Sir, this tailed beast is combat power our Uchiha are determined to obtain. You should leave quickly. To abandon the nine tails just because of an old man is absolutely impossible for the Uchiha to agree to. Uchiha Izumaki's face hardened as he coldly refused. Arisu nodded slightly. He reached behind his back and drew the flame fan into his hand. The ancient patterns on its surface glimmered faintly in the forest light. In that case, I will make an exchange. The flame fan on my back is a rare treasure. It also has some connection with your Uchiha ancestor, Indra. I will use it to trade for the nine tails. What do you think, young friend? The Uchiha ninjas looked at one another, their eyes full of confusion. But the moment Uchiha Izumaki heard the name Indra, his expression changed drastically and the killing intent around him suddenly surged. You dare to directly speak the name of my Uchiha ancestor. The three Tomo in Izumaki's eyes spun rapidly, instantly transforming into the eerie Mangekyo Sharingan. What exactly is your relationship with my Uchiha ancestor? Such behavior is the greatest disrespect to the Uchiha. Before Arisu could speak, Kurama at the side could no longer hold back. The nine tails laughed wildly toward the sky, ha ha ha. What relationship? Even your ancestor Indra would respectfully call this one ancestor when he saw him. Do you even know that the six paths your Uchiha have worshipped for generations? Before it could finish speaking, Kurama suddenly felt its throat tighten, as if an invisible force had grabbed it. It instantly fell silent. It lowered its head and met Arisu's calm gaze sweeping toward it. Immediately it drooped its head and obediently shut its mouth. It instantly understood that the teacher did not want to reveal his identity. Just now it had spoken too much and crossed the line. Arisu had never intended to reveal his true identity, nor did he want to interfere too much with the disputes of the ninja world. Taking out the flame fan this time was simply going along with the situation. This fan had originally been something he planned to give to Indra back then, but it had been forgotten due to circumstances. Giving it to the Uchiha now could be considered returning the object to its rightful owner. Besides, a fan could not increase combat power by much. Compared to what Otsutsuki Hagoromo had given to Asura, this was only a small gesture. It could not even be considered favoritism. A small cheat didn't count as cheating. Arisu looked again at Uchiha Izumaki, his tone calm. Well then, young friend, what do you think? Izumaki stared fixedly at Arisu's ringed eyes. Records from the clan's secret scrolls flashed through his mind, and a terrifying thought suddenly exploded in his head. The Rinnegan. Those are the legendary Rinnegan. The secret scrolls only recorded it in fragments, saying these were the eyes of a certain disciple under the Sage of Six Paths, possessing power that reached heaven and earth. Who cared who he was, or what background he had? As long as he could seize these eyes, the strength of Uchiha Izumaki would surely reach the peak of the ninja world. Why fear Senju Shuichi? Why worry that the Uchiha could not dominate the world? Sir, I don't want the fan. A vicious smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Izumaki's mouth, and his voice suddenly turned cold. But these eyes of yours, I'll take them. He suddenly burst into action. In an instant, chakra exploded beneath his feet. His figure turned into a blur. The three-tomo Sharingan locked onto Arisu's eyes, and his right hand formed a claw, grabbing straight toward those Rinnegan. I got it. Izumaki was wildly overjoyed inside. His fingertips were already approaching Arisu's eyes. But at the very moment his fingers were about to touch. Boom. A dazzling white light suddenly burst out, bright as the rising sun, instantly covering the entire battlefield. The white light flashed away in less than an instant, so fast that no one had time to react. When the light faded, Uchiha Izumaki stood frozen in place, his back facing Arisu. His whole mind was blank. What happened? Where am I? Why am I facing away from this old man? In that single moment just now, he had not even seen Arisu move. He had not detected the trace of any technique. It was as if an invisible force had simply moved him, instantly switching his position. Uchiha Izumaki suddenly turned around. Every hair on his body stood on end. Alarm bells rang wildly in his heart. What technique did you just use? What kind of move was that? Izumaki clenched his fists tightly as he shouted in shock. Arisu did not answer. His expression remained gentle. He looked just like an old man with the bearing of an immortal sage. What move? Could I tell you that this was simply one of my normal attacks? A basic attack chained into another basic attack. p@trian.com/xenosex. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 61, Arisu vs Izumaki. Inside the forest, the air suddenly fell into deathly silence. The Uchiha clan members standing around froze where they were. Every face was filled with shock, their pupils shrinking violently from extreme disbelief. They even forgot to steady their breathing. How was this possible? That was Uchiha Izumaki, the clan leader of the Uchiha, publicly recognized across the ninja world as the strongest person alive. Looking across the entire ninja world, only Senju Shuichi of the Senju clan could barely exchange a few moves with him. No one else even had the qualification to get close. Yet this plainly dressed, unfamiliar old man in front of them had casually beaten their clan leader into confusion without the slightest chance to fight back. Even more terrifying was that the clan members present who had activated their three-tomo Sharingan had pushed their eye power to the limit and still couldn't see the old man's attack path. They couldn't even capture the faintest afterimage. Speed like this was far beyond what Senju Shuichi could reach. Even the perception ability of the Sharingan had completely failed. This is *****ing terrifying. Is this old man even human? What made everyone's hair stand on end the most was that the old man had not released even the slightest chakra fluctuation from beginning to end. He looked just like an ordinary mortal with no weapon in hand, without the faintest trace of chakra. In the center of the field, the old man called Arisu still wore a gentle expression, without the slightest anger between his brows. Having lived through endless ages, how could he get angry with a younger person? These Uchiha clan members naturally did not know that even if Hagoromo himself appeared, he still would not be able to sense the slightest trace of Arisu's presence. Arisu's sage arts had long reached the state of returning to simplicity. His body had merged with nature itself. Ordinary sensory methods simply could not perceive his existence. Arisu looked calmly at Uchiha Izumaki and slowly spoke, "Young friend, don't attack anymore. Are you exchanging or not?" Looking at Izumaki's cold and proud face, Arisu's heart stirred slightly, and he could not help but think of Indra. The arrogance in this child's every movement was somewhat similar to Indra's. Unfortunately, his strength was far too different. When Indra was this age, he had already stepped into the Super Kage level. Izumaki was only at the Kage level, and he had not even understood the method to evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan into the Eternal Mangekyo. That was understandable. Indra himself had no bloodline restrictions and had never left behind any inheritance regarding the evolution. Izumaki stared fixedly at Arisu. After several seconds of silence, the chakra around his body suddenly surged. The 3 tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly, instantly transforming into the fierce-patterned Mangekyo Sharingan. I want to try again, Izumaki said coldly, his voice full of unwillingness. Arisu's heart tightened slightly. This kid still refused to give up. Let me show you the power of the Uchiha clan, the power of a god. Izumaki's eyes widened fiercely as he poured all his strength into summoning Susanoo. A humming roar shook the world. A blue skeletal Susanoo suddenly appeared, wrapping him firmly inside as overwhelming pressure swept across the battlefield. The Uchiha clan members instantly erupted with excitement, their eyes blazing with fanatic light. It appeared. This was the clan leader's exclusive power, the ultimate combat force that could lead the Uchiha to sweep across the ninja world. Make your move, old man, Izumaki crossed his arms and stood proudly inside the Susanoo. This time he chose to defend. No matter what, he had to see the old man's attack clearly. Kurama, who had been standing to the side like background decoration, curled its lip with a face full of disdain. This level of defense might be an absolute fortress in the eyes of mortals, but in front of its teacher, it was no different from a plastic bag that could be poked through with one finger. Arisu looked at the stubborn Izumaki and let out a light sigh. So be it. The moment his voice fell, a dazzling white light suddenly burst from around his body. The blazing brilliance made all the Uchiha members unable to open their eyes, forcing them to cover their faces tightly. After only 2 seconds, the white light slowly faded. When everyone looked again, they felt as if struck by lightning. Uchiha Izumaki was kneeling heavily on both knees, gasping for breath. His Susanoo had already disappeared without a trace, and his clan clothes had been torn into strips of cloth. He looked extremely miserable. 60 seconds. Their clan leader, the strongest man in the ninja world, Uchiha Izumaki, had been instantly defeated twice within just 60 seconds. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why? What exactly happened? Izumaki collapsed to his knees, his eyes empty as he muttered to himself. He simply could not believe that such a terrifying powerhouse existed in the world. Arisu still stood where he was. With a gentle expression, he bent slightly and asked, "Young friend, are you all right?" "You, who exactly are you?" "Are you Sarutobi, the 3rd leader of the Ninja Sect?" Izumaki demanded in a deep voice. In his understanding, only Sarutobi, the 3rd leader of the Ninja Sect who had once single-handedly slaughtered the 1st and 2nd generation elites of the Uchiha, possessed such heaven-defying strength. Arisu slowly shook his head, feeling somewhat amused inside. He had not expected that he would be mistaken for Sarutobi. It seemed that he, the Sage of 6 Paths, had already become a myth-like figure of legend, while Sarutobi had become the strongest person in people's eyes. Izumaki clenched his teeth tightly. Knowing the difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth, he immediately restrained his arrogance and bowed his head respectfully. "Grandmaster, it was our Uchiha who offended you. We were rude." At this moment, Izumaki had already changed how he addressed him and called him Grandmaster. Arisu casually threw the flame fan toward Izumaki and said calmly, "This old man keeps his word. Farewell." Uchiha Izumaki hurriedly caught the flame fan, his fingertips trembling. How would he dare say even half a word of objection? "Grandmaster, I will certainly repay today's guidance in the future. Could you leave an address so I can repay you later?" Izumaki asked respectfully. Arisu raised his brows slightly. This kid still wanted to come find him later for revenge. Hee hee, Arisu smiled but said nothing. Izumaki's eyes flickered with unwillingness. "I will remember today's humiliation." But since the old man refused to say anything, there was nothing Izumaki could do. Farewell. With that, Izumaki left with the Uchiha clan members. "Old man, oh no, teacher. Long time no see," Kurama excitedly lay on the ground and moved closer to Arisu. "Long time no see, Kurama." Arisu stepped forward and gently stroked the fur on the Ninetail's forehead. "Teacher, the world is really chaotic now. There's killing everywhere. If you don't step in to correct things soon, society will really collapse and moral order will fall apart." Kurama knelt on the ground and complained pitifully. Chapter 62, The Invisible Hand, the Deep Government. This is a historical trend, and also a necessary stage of growth for all living beings in the world. If I interfere too forcefully as your teacher, it will only push the ninja world toward another extreme, which would actually be the inferior choice, Arisu said calmly. He had long surpassed the ordinary levels of combat power and the structure of the ninja world. If he rashly interfered, he would only turn himself into the enemy of the entire ninja world. Rather than using brute force to overturn everything, it would be better to influence things quietly, like moisture soaking into the earth, slowly changing the world through subtle guidance. Besides, Arisu had lived for so long that his heart had grown somewhat indifferent. Human suffering. He had already seen far too much of it. In earlier times, Arisu would still use his sage arts to heal ordinary people. But ever since he withdrew from the world, he had basically stopped doing those things. The closer one moved toward the path of the six paths, the more emotionless one became. Kurama lowered its ears. Although it felt unwilling, it knew that its teacher's words were never wrong, so it could only swing its huge tail. All right, teacher, I'll listen to you. But we haven't seen each other for so many years. Since you came specially to find me, you must have something important, right? The Nine-Tails said. Arisu nodded slightly. Right now the ninja world is filled with war and chaos everywhere. First, I thought of old ties and wanted to see how you nine-tailed beasts have been doing. Second, I intend to personally protect you so that you won't be targeted and persecuted by various forces, wandering from place to place in misery. As soon as he said this, Kurama's drooping ears instantly stood upright. Extreme joy burst out in its crimson beast eyes, and even its massive body trembled slightly. It had known it. Its teacher would never truly abandon them disciples. Teacher. You're really going to help us? Then what are you planning to do? Kurama quickly leaned closer and asked impatiently. Arisu looked at its eager expression and chuckled lightly, his tone carrying the unfathomable air of an immortal. Well, an immortal naturally has his own clever plan. Just wait peacefully. Seeing his teacher deliberately keep it mysterious, Kurama didn't press further. It simply nodded obediently and waited happily for the result. Looking at Arisu's immortal-like appearance, Kurama could not help asking, "Hey, teacher, did you change your clothes? What happened to the old ones?" "Oh. I am now a figure of faith in the mortal world. If people saw me as I truly am, it would surely cause a huge uproar. So I fixed my appearance to look about 60 or 70 years old," Arisu said while looking at his robe. Kurama immediately laughed. "Teacher, you really have the bearing of an immortal. Looking at it this way, I feel like you look even more like a sage now." The next day, Arisu bid farewell to Kurama and set out to travel across the ninja world. With Arisu's heaven-defying abilities, finding the nine-tailed beasts was naturally an easy task. He first traveled north and found the two-tails Matatabi and the eight-tails Gyuki in the wild mountain ranges of the Land of Lightning. When the two-tailed beasts saw Arisu, they were extremely excited and surrounded him, chattering endlessly about the frustration of being hunted by ninja clans over the years. After that, Arisu traveled west and met the five-tails Kokuo in the barren desert plains at the border between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind. Then in the poisonous miasma deep within the mountains he found the seven-tails Chome. These tailed beasts had lived alone for years and suffered from endless conflicts. When they saw the old men who had once guided them, every one of them showed the purest closeness and dependence. Next Arisu traveled south and met Shikaku, Isabu, and the others in sequence. In just 3 short days, Arisu visited all 9-tailed beasts, reminisced with them, and quietly laid down a hidden move that would change the balance of the world. Arisu activated all the hidden lines of Mount Myaboku in the mortal world. After hundreds of years of accumulation, Mount Myaboku had already secretly controlled an invisible network formed by the world's wealth, public opinion and media, religion, and the bounty exchange system. With only a slight push, the situation of the world could be changed. The way Mount Myaboku secretly controlled the world was extremely hidden. Even the highest-ranking daimyo in the world did not know that a force like Mount Myaboku existed. They only knew that there was an invisible hand. Very quickly, a sudden change swept through the ninja world. The craze of hunting tailed beasts, which had been sweeping through every nation and growing more intense, suddenly seemed to have a pause button pressed by an invisible hand. It vanished without a trace. The great nations and the various ninja clans that had carved up territories all mysteriously stopped their pursuit of the tailed beasts. Immediately after, in the 6 paths temples that stood throughout the ninja world, brand new teachings began to spread. Monks in the temples went everywhere preaching that the tailed beasts were divine beasts, guardians that protected peace in the human world. They were absolutely not monsters that brought disaster, and all living beings should treat them kindly and must not capture or imprison them. These teachings instantly spread across the ninja world. In less than half a month, the daimyo of every nation issued decrees one after another, listing the tailed beasts as special class protected divine beasts of the ninja world and explicitly forbidding any force from hunting or enslaving them. They had directly turned the tailed beasts into protected animals. Although ninja clans were powerful, they did not engage in production. Farming, forging weapons, and daily supplies all had to be provided by the nations. On top of that, some ninja clans were weak and could not capture tailed beasts anyway. Instead of watching stronger clans capture them, it was better to collectively oppose capturing them. That way the powerful clans would not become even stronger after obtaining the tailed beasts. Very quickly, the tailed beasts, once seen as incarnations of disaster, suddenly transformed overnight into auspicious divine beasts and protected animals. Ordinary people in the world even began treating the tailed beasts as symbols of good fortune. Rumors spread that seeing a tailed beast would bring blessings and wealth. It was like the dragons in legends from a previous life. Basically, anyone who saw one would gain fortune. Throughout the entire ninja world, no one knew where this earth-shaking change had come from. They only felt that an invisible hand was quietly controlling public opinion and the structure of the world, pulling the nine-tailed beasts completely out of the desperate situation of being hunted. Senju clan territory. Clan leader. Something unbelievable happened. Those tailed beast monsters have suddenly become protected animals overnight, a Senju clan member shouted. Senju Shuichi sat in the main seat, lightly tapping the armrest with his finger. Hearing this, he simply raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he spoke, "Oh. How is that a bad thing? It's clearly a great thing." He had already calculated this in his heart. Recently the Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, and several other clans had been crazily searching for tailed beasts, determined to tame these ferocious beasts for war. The Senju were already troubled enough dealing with the Uchiha's Sharingan. If they were allowed to gain the power of tailed beasts as well, the Senju clan would surely fall into a desperate situation. Now that the tailed beasts had become protected animals and all capture operations had suddenly stopped, it happened to solve the Senju's urgent crisis. Clan leader, this is too strange. Think about it. Just a few days ago every clan was staring at the tailed beasts greedily, desperately trying to capture them. Why did they suddenly all stop? Do you think they secretly made some hidden alliance behind the scenes and are preparing something against us? The Senju clan member leaned forward and spoke cautiously in a low voice. Ha ha ha, you're thinking too much. Senju Shuichi waved his hand and laughed loudly. The clans had deep grudges against one another, and the relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga was not good either. He absolutely did not believe these people could easily reach a consensus. Enough, stop guessing. Senju Shuichi stroked his chin, becoming somewhat curious instead. What I want to know is what kind of ability could make that guy Uchiha Izumichi give up hunting tailed beasts. Just a few days ago when we met, he was still threatening that he would lead the Nine Tails to trample my Senju clan territory. Chapter 63, Guns, Blades, and Cannons of the Ninja World. Deep within the dense forests of the ninja world, sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, breaking into scattered patches of light. Uchiha Izumaki stood in the clearing wearing the dark Uchiha clan uniform, his fingers lightly rubbing the flame fan in his hand. Suddenly. Fire style, multiple great fireball technique. An elite Uchiha ninja rapidly formed hand seals with both hands. 3 blazing fireballs the size of basins roared forward with fierce wind, rushing straight toward Uchiha Izumaki with killing force. The scorching heat made the surrounding grass and trees curl and dry out. Come. Uchiha Izumaki's expression did not change. His scarlet Sharingan did not move at all. His wrist suddenly flipped, placing the flame fan horizontally in front of him. Uchiha rebound. As the low shout fell, the flame fan suddenly burst with dazzling white light, and an unmatched rebounding force exploded outward. Boom. The violent explosion shook the forest. The 3 great fireballs were reflected back exactly as they were, smashing straight toward that elite ninja. Flames and smoke instantly swallowed him. When the smoke dispersed, the Uchiha elite was panting awkwardly, his hair scorched and his clothes torn. Clan leader. That thing the old gentleman gave you, it can actually reflect ninjutsu directly. That's completely against the heavens. The Uchiha elite stared wide-eyed, his face full of shock as he looked at the flame fan. Uchiha Izumaki lowered his eyes and looked at the flame fan in his hand. Good thing. That old fellow really is a peerless master. Uchiha Izumaki's Sharingan glowed faintly, and a trace of wild joy curled at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect that old man to have such a treasure. This thing can completely become a family heirloom of our Uchiha clan. The Uchiha elite stepped forward and said excitedly. Uchiha Izumaki took a deep breath, his expression gloomy. Izumaki slowly raised his head and looked toward the endless sky, waves of disbelief surging in his eyes. At this moment, he was even more shocked about the old man's identity. Not just because of the flame fan, but also because of the matter regarding the tailed beasts. It made Izumaki realize that in this world there might truly exist an invisible hand, a deep government secretly controlling the world. In less than a month, the upheaval of the ninja world had completely overturned his understanding. Those tailed beasts that were once regarded as ferocious monsters, hated and attacked by everyone, had overnight been worshipped as auspicious beasts and divine creatures. They became protected animals that no one dared provoke. Every single capture operation was forced to stop. All of this unbelievable change made him instantly lock onto the elderly man with an immortal-like bearing. No need to guess. This was absolutely that old man's doing. Could it be, in the eyes of true powerhouses, we are nothing more than ants? The storms of the ninja world are only a corner of the heavenly palace being revealed. Uchiha Izumaki stared blankly at the sky. A layer of melancholy covered his scarlet Sharingan. Only now did Izumaki realize that there were still many things in the world he did not know. There were also many things his Sharingan could not see. The other party had merely moved casually, yet rewrote the fate of the tailed beasts and stirred the entire structure of the ninja world. That old man was absolutely the existence of guns, blades, and cannons of the ninja world. There was no way around it. In Izumiki's eyes, Arisu was truly terrifying. He had defeated him twice in 60 seconds, and Izumiki could not even see how it happened. Then the event of the tailed beasts turning into auspicious beasts appeared afterward. In Izumiki's eyes, Arisu was simply like, it wasn't that I was going the wrong way, but that the road itself had been built backward. The first day, because his pet Ninetails was killed by hunters. The next day, the higher authorities directly issued Document Number 1, Notice on Rectifying the Chaotic Situation of Randomly Hunting Tailed Beasts. This was simply the guns, blades, and cannons of the ninja world. Press the space bar twice and fly up directly. Stick the major clan leaders of the ninja world into the ground and call them ginseng. His methods are darker than the sky of the ninja world at 4 in the morning. The moment he returns to Mount Mayaboku, he enters creation mode. After leaving the ninja world, Arisa finally learns that killing people is illegal. Going back to Mount Mayaboku feels like returning to his own fief. Consciousness space. In the next second, 9 enormous phantom figures of different shapes slowly formed, floating in the center of the space. The consciousness phantoms of the 9-tailed beasts all stood together in this space. Sage art, 9-link connection, conference technique. A clear voice suddenly echoed through the void. The moment the words fell, Arisu appeared. Arisu smiled slightly. This was a technique he had created. There was no need for the physical body to travel, no geographical limitation. As long as the technique was activated, the 9-tailed beasts could all be pulled into this consciousness space, opening an exclusive video conference for them. They could meet and gather anytime, anywhere. Similar to the phantom meetings of the Akatsuki organization. Teacher. The 9-tailed beasts almost instantly connected to the consciousness link. Their spirit bodies trembled together as they all raised their eyes toward Arisu, their gazes full of undisguised admiration and joy. He. I suppose all of you have already felt the recent changes in the ninja world, right? Arisu looked at the excited 9-tailed beasts in front of him, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Teacher. Teacher is still the most awesome. Now I'm directly being worshipped by humans in desert temples. I'm no longer the ferocious beast everyone disliked back then, the one-tailed Shikaku said proudly. Teacher's methods are unmatched in this world. We 9-tailed beasts have now transformed overnight into auspicious beings respected by everyone in the ninja world. It's all thanks to Teacher, the 8-tails Gyuki spoke with a deep voice carrying laughter, its massive phantom nodding lightly. Ha ha ha. Teacher saw that I, Kurama, was being bullied, so he stepped in to change everything. You guys just happened to benefit from this great lord's glory. The 9-tails Kurama raised its 9 fox tails high and laughed arrogantly. As soon as the words fell, the other 8-tailed beasts rolled their eyes at the 9-tails together, their faces full of disdain and complaints. The phantom of the demon cat Matatabi, the 2-tails, curled her body slightly. Her soft and gentle voice carried full bashfulness as her shining eyes looked at Arisu. Teacher, you're so cool. For the sake of us few, you actually overturned the entire structure of the world. Teacher is really amazing. The other tailed beasts nodded in agreement. Their spirit bodies trembled as they shouted together, praising Arisu's heaven-reaching methods with deep admiration. Just small tricks, Arisu smiled slightly while looking at Matatabi's face. If he could not even protect his own disciples, then all his heaven-reaching cultivation would truly have been for nothing. This could also be considered a huge change to the original story, allowing the 9-tailed beasts to completely shed their terrifying image from the original plot. With his guidance in the current situation, at least in the future the tailed beasts would not become ferocious monsters feared by everyone like in the original story. Inside a 6 Paths temple, 2 figures appeared. You've come. Uchiha Izumiki, wearing a cloak, looked calmly at the visitor. Izumiki, why did you call me here? It's not simply to reminisce about old times, is it? The visitor slowly removed his cloak, revealing the face of Senju Shuichi. These two were the clan leaders of the Uchiha and Senju. Senju Shuichi and Uchiha Izumiki. They were also the reincarnations of Indra and Asura of this generation. I want to ask you to help me with something. Help me deal with an old man. Or rather, the two of us will deal with him together. Chapter 64, Sage of the 6 Paths Above. Inside the 6 Paths temple. Moonlight passed through the window, covering the 2 figures standing opposite each other in the hall. Oh. Izumiki, you aren't setting up another conspiracy trap for me again, are you? Senju Shuichi slowly looked at the solemn-faced Uchiha Izumiki and curled his lips as he joked. He truly could not understand what kind of person in this ninja world would require the clan leaders of Uchiha and Senju, who had always been like fire and water, to join forces to deal with. I'm serious, Shuichi. Uchiha Izumiki frowned tightly, his voice low, without the slightest hint of a joke. Seeing this, the teasing on Senju Shuichi's face instantly disappeared, and his expression became serious. Oh. What kind of opponent could make the two of us join forces to deal with him? It's an old man. Uchiha Izumiki's scarlet Sharingan narrowed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tightening. His strength is unfathomable. When I fought him, I was defeated with just one move. My Sharingan couldn't even see through the trajectory of his technique. Hearing this, Senju Shuichi's brows also became more serious, and he subconsciously frowned. Do you know what shocked me even more? Izumiki's gaze grew deeper. I originally planned to capture the tailed beasts, but that old man said the tailed beasts were his old acquaintances. In just a few days, the tailed beasts changed from ferocious monsters hated by everyone into auspicious beings worshipped by the ninja world. All of this unbelievable change must absolutely be that old man's doing. What amazes me is that there is actually someone in this world with such heaven-reaching ability, capable of reversing the situation of the entire ninja world within just a few days. Even now I can't figure out how he managed to make all the forces of the ninja world speak with one voice and change their attitude toward the tailed beasts. Uchiha Izumiki's voice carried undisguisable fear and dread. The more Senju Shuichi listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. After thinking for a moment, he cautiously said, maybe there are hidden masters among those mortal nations. Impossible. Uchiha Izumiki rejected the idea without hesitation, his tone firm. Those nations only have slightly stronger soft power. They possess money, resources, and population. But in terms of top combat power, it's impossible for them to have such power to turn the world upside down. Uchiha Izumiki had long planted Uchiha pawns in the upper ranks of those mortal nations, and he knew the details of those improvised groups very clearly. But naturally he would not reveal this secret to Senju Shuichi. I see. Hearing this, Senju Shuichi narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly understood in his heart. It seemed the Uchiha clan had already used the secret techniques of the Sharingan to control quite a few high-ranking mortals. But he saw through it without saying it. What are you trying to say? Do you think there exists an invisible hand in this world, quietly manipulating the entire trend of the ninja world? Senju Shuichi suddenly laughed lightly and asked. Yes. Don't you find it terrifying, Shuichi? Uchiha Izumiki suddenly stood up. The pressure around him suddenly dropped, his scarlet Sharingan shrinking violently as excitement filled his voice. In this world, there are secrets we know nothing about. There is an unseen hand manipulating you and me, manipulating the entire ninja world, deciding the direction of the world. And we know absolutely nothing about it. In the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, arrogance and the desire for control were already engraved. Izumiki had always been the one using his Sharingan to control others. He could never tolerate becoming a piece on someone else's chessboard. Senju Shuichi instead laughed loudly, ha ha ha, I actually think that's pretty good. That way, no matter how chaotic the ninja world becomes, there will always be a strong person who comes out to clean up the mess and protect the peace of the world. Senju Shuichi shrugged indifferently. He was naturally open-minded and straightforward. He had always believed in having a clear conscience, and he was not too obsessed with so-called manipulation from behind the scenes. Humph. When that invisible hand points its butcher knife at the Senju clan, you won't be so calm anymore, Uchiha Izumiki snorted coldly, his expression growing even uglier. Senju Shuichi scratched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly, Izumiki, why do you always dwell on these things that might not even exist? You're just like my wife. She always asks strange questions, like whether I would still love her if I turned into a caterpillar or something. They're all hypothetical situations that don't even exist. Uchiha Izumiki's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he shouted sharply, don't compare me to your wife. I'm not your wife. I didn't say you were. Senju Shuichi scratched his head, looking innocent. Enough. Who cares about these things? Uchiha Izumiki waved his hand impatiently and went straight to the main topic, staring intensely at Senju Shuichi. I'll just ask you one question. Do you want to go deal with that old man together with me? Senju Shuichi rubbed his chin with his fingers and hesitated for a few seconds before honestly speaking. You couldn't even withstand one move from him. Even if the two of us join forces, wouldn't we still be instantly killed by him? Seeing this, a strange smile slowly appeared at the corner of Uchiha Izumiki's mouth. I've read the ancient scrolls passed down in the clan. They record that the power sources of the Uchiha and Senju are connected. If the two are combined into one, they can release power far beyond imagination. Uchiha Izumiki spoke slowly, his tone certain. So I think if the two of us join forces, we might be able to unleash power that can rival that old man. Then we can follow the clues and use that old man to uncover the invisible hand that manipulates the ninja world. In fact, Izumiki had misunderstood the scroll left by Indra. Uchiha Izumiki believed that Uchiha and Senju joining forces would make them stronger, but in reality it meant physically becoming one. How can I be sure you're not lying? How can I confirm this isn't a trap you deliberately designed for me? Senju Shuichi asked. Deep in his heart, he had shared a strong bond with Uchiha Izumaki since childhood. The two had played together by the river when they were young and had long formed a connection few others could match. But now they each carried the rise and fall of their clans on their shoulders, and every decision had to prioritize the interests of their clans. When it came to the survival of their clans, even the deepest friendship could not be completely honest without reservation. I swear to the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. I will never lie to you. Uchiha Izumaki did not hesitate at all and immediately swore solemnly. But Senju Shuichi only shook his head silently and said firmly, I don't believe you. Uchiha Izumaki frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping across the portrait of the sage of the six paths enshrined in the temple. How about this? Your Senju clan definitely believes in the sage of the six paths, right? Uchiha Izumaki turned to look at Senju Shuichi. Hearing this, all the casualness instantly disappeared from Senju Shuichi's face, replaced by an extremely solemn expression. Of course. In this world today, who doesn't believe in the sage of the six paths? Not just the Senju clan. All the major ninja clans of the ninja world, every nation, even bandits in the martial world when they swear brotherhood, first bow to the sage of the six paths, Senju Shuichi said. Then good. Uchiha Izumaki stared at the portrait. His scarlet Sharingan carried determination as he swore loudly, I, Uchiha Izumaki, swear to the sage of the six paths that everything I said today contains no lies. I hold not even the slightest scheme against Senju Shuichi. If I break this oath, the Uchiha clan will suffer internal chaos in the future and be destroyed by our own people. The weight of this vicious oath instantly froze the atmosphere inside the Six Paths temple. Senju Shuichi suddenly stood up and stared into Uchiha Izumaki's eyes. Seeing that his gaze was open and honest without the slightest falsehood, he finally nodded heavily. All right, I believe you. Thus, the clan leaders of the longtime enemy clans, Uchiha and Senju, officially formed a secret alliance. But how are we supposed to find the old men you're talking about? Senju Shuichi gathered his thoughts and asked. Uchiha Izumaki's lips curved into a confident smile, his tone certain, don't worry about that. We just need to target one of the tailed beasts. Force the old man to show himself. Hearing this, Senju Shuichi scratched the back of his head. His gaze fell on Uchiha Izumaki, but in his heart he quietly made up his mind. If that old man was not an evil person, he would secretly hold back and let the other side go. Chapter 65, The Two Tails Matatabi is ambushed. Inside the Six Paths Temple, incense smoke curled gently through the air. Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi knelt side by side before the portrait of the Sage of the Six Paths, Arisu. Their hands were clasped together, their expressions extremely respectful. Sage of the Six Paths above, please bless us so we can successfully deal with that old man. The two spoke in unison, their solemn voices echoing through the empty temple. They reached out and picked up the incense sticks on the altar, lighting them with the candle flame. After devoutly bowing 3 times, they placed the incense into the burner and bowed once more in worship. Don't worry. The Sage of the Six Paths will definitely bless us, Uchiha Izumaki stood up and said in a deep voice while looking at the portrait. Senju Shuichi silently nodded. The usual carefree expression on his face was gone, leaving only seriousness. After the ritual was finished, the two walked out of the Six Paths temple side by side and immediately made an agreement. The Uchiha and Senju clans would temporarily cease hostilities for 2 months. After resolving the matter of the mysterious old men, they would resume their clan conflict. In short, finish the business first, then go back to fighting. At this moment, Arisu, who the two had already set as their #1 target, had no idea about the conspiracy being planned against him. Arisu was leisurely wandering across various places in the ninja world, traveling through the human world and quietly observing the many conditions of the mortal realm. His state of mind was calm and relaxed. Among the endless mountains in the northern part of the ninja world, greenery covered everything and streams flowed with clear ringing sounds. The Two Tails, Matatabi, was playing beside a stream in a valley. Her cat paws lightly brushed across the clear water surface, scattering the reflections of clouds in the water. Now recognized by the ninja world as an auspicious beast, she no longer needed to hide or flee. Instead, she often took the initiative to help others. She pushed fishing boats that had run aground at the foot of the mountain back into deeper water, jumped into rivers to rescue passers-by who accidentally fell in, and did countless good deeds. Hee, thanks to teacher, I'm also an auspicious being in the human world now. Matatabi swayed her tail, her heart filled with joy. Now people no longer feared her fierce appearance. Instead, they respected her greatly. The nearby villages and nations would even send delicacies every few days as offerings. Such peaceful and comfortable days were something she had never even dared to imagine before. Just as Matatabi was about to get up and leave, a sudden change occurred. Several chains glowing with an earthy yellow spiritual light suddenly burst out of the ground, shooting through the air like venomous snakes. Immediately afterward, a pair of scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly lit up within the shadows of the dense forest, radiating fierce killing intent. "Beast, submit to me!" Uchiha Izumiki's figure appeared out of nowhere. He shouted coldly as his ocular power instantly pressed down on Matatabi like a vast tide. What? The Two Tails Matatabi was shocked. All the fur on her body instantly stood on end. She had been completely unprepared. She had long grown used to being respected by people and never imagined that someone would suddenly try to kill her. Monster Strength Punch. Before she could react, Senju Shuichi's figure suddenly appeared above her head. Carrying the terrifying monstrous strength of the Senju clan, he slammed a heavy punch down. Boom. The loud crash shook the entire valley. The Two Tails Matatabi was smashed directly into the ground by the punch, creating a deep crater as dust flew everywhere. Earth Release, Chain Technique. Senju Shuichi rapidly formed hand seals. The earth trembled violently as countless thick earth-style chains burst wildly out from underground, layer upon layer tightly wrapping around Matatabi's body and trapping her in the crater so she could not move. "You humans! Why are you doing this?" The Two Tails Matatabi shouted angrily, her voice filled with disbelief and fury as her strange eyes glared at the two in front of her. Is it a woman?" Senju Shuichi was slightly startled when he heard her voice. His heart stirred suddenly. The voice of this tailed beast was actually a woman's voice. He had always refused to kill women, and the punch he threw earlier had been too heavy. He immediately felt a bit of guilt. "Stop thinking about it. That thing isn't human. It's just a tailed beast." Uchiha Izumaki glanced at him lightly and reminded him coldly. Senju Shuichi scratched the back of his head. Right, this was just a tailed beast. Thinking of that, he no longer hesitated. The chakra around him surged as he attacked again without mercy. "You too." The Two Tails Matatabi was completely enraged. A massive surge of tailed beast chakra erupted from her body. She suddenly opened her mouth and began condensing a dark and menacing tailed beast ball, preparing to blast it toward the two of them. "Humph, we've already figured out your tailed beast's attack patterns." Uchiha Izumaki snorted coldly. His Mangekyo Sharingan spun as his powerful ocular technique instantly locked onto Matatabi's body. Matatabi's body suddenly stiffened. The chakra around her instantly became chaotic. The tailed beast ball forming in her mouth shattered with a loud bang, breaking apart and dispersing into nothing. Immediately afterward, Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi attacked together. Uchiha Izumaki unleashed both ocular techniques and fire release ninjutsu, flames and ocular power intertwining as they blasted toward Matatabi. Meanwhile, Senju Shuichi's right punch dealt high damage, and his left punch dealt even higher damage. The two coordinated perfectly, their attacks coming like waves. They instantly suppressed the Two Tails Matatabi completely, then reinforced the ceiling with earth release ninjutsu, firmly fixing her onto the ground so she could not move at all. Thick earth-style chains tightly bound Matatabi's body, leaving her unable to struggle. Matatabi arched her body, her strange vertical pupils burning with towering fury as she glared at Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi before her. In the current ninja world, there were only a handful of powerful figures capable of posing a fatal threat to tailed beasts. But she had unfortunately encountered the combined attack of the Uchiha and Senju clan leaders, leaving her completely suppressed without the slightest strength to resist. "There's no other choice. I can only fire that." Matatabi cried out in her heart. Gritting her teeth, she forcibly gathered the remaining tailed beast chakra in her body and concentrated it in her throat. A dazzling light blue chakra beam suddenly shot out from her mouth, blasting straight into the sky and piercing the heavens. In the next moment, a signature belonging exclusively to the Two Tails Matatabi appeared high in the sky, glowing brilliantly and clearly reflecting across the entire sky. This was a distress signal Arisu had specially created for the 9-tailed beasts. Whenever a tailed beast encountered danger and launched the signature, the other tailed beasts could rush over to assist immediately. Senju Shuichi and Uchiha Izumaki raised their heads and looked at the strange light in the sky, both slightly frowning at the same time. Although they did not know what this aerial signature was for, they instinctively sensed that it was definitely not a good thing. It must be Matatabi's way of calling for help. The two exchanged glances and instantly reached a tacit understanding. They raised their hands at the same time, condensing huge amounts of chakra into sharp attacks and blasting them toward the tailed beast signature in the sky. Boom. Under the collision of the two powerful attacks, the brilliant tailed beast signature instantly shattered into countless light particles and disappeared into the sky. No. The Two Tails Matatabi could only watch helplessly as the tailed beast signature was destroyed. In the desert, Shikaku was lying on the ground counting stars out of boredom. Maybe I should make a late-night video call to mess with my brothers and sisters. Shikaku came up with a mischievous idea. The linking technique teacher developed recently had been extremely helpful, allowing the tailed beasts to contact each other anytime and anywhere. Shikaku often used this trick to harass Kurama while he was sleeping. Hee hee, everyone get up and go back to sleep again for me. p@trian.com/xenosex. Partying face joining P at Trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining, smiling face with hearts. Chapter 66, they really don't know what's good for them. The next second, a crimson chakra light screen suddenly burst open, and Ninetales' irritable roar broke through the light before anything else. Damn you, Shikaku. Why are you shouting in the middle of the night? Ninetales roared. Although he was annoyed at being woken up, he still chose to answer. Ninetales' unruly figure appeared in the light screen, his golden fur bristling, looking like he wanted to rush over and beat someone up. Right after that, Gyuki, 7-Tails Chomei, 6-Tails Saiken, 5-Tails Kokuo, 4-Tails Son Goku. One after another, the tailed beasts appeared in the light screen of the link technique, instantly filling the screen with a gathering of tailed beasts. Just when all the tailed beasts were about to bombard Shikaku with angry greetings, a miserable figure suddenly squeezed into the screen. Two-Tails Matatabi's fur was completely disheveled, deep wounds that exposed bone seeped with blood droplets, and thick yellowish chains were still tightly bound around its body. Its aura was weak to the extreme. The previously noisy light screen instantly fell silent. Every tailed beast's gaze locked onto Matatabi at the same time, shock surging in their eyes. Matatabi. What happened? Urgency appeared in Gyuki's steady voice. Matatabi coughed up blood foam and struggled to raise her eyes toward her brothers and sisters. Cough, everyone. I was captured by the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Izumaki and the Senju clan leader Senju Shuichi working together. From their conversation, I could tell they want to capture me and force teacher to show himself. As soon as those words fell, another storm erupted within the light screen. What? In this era there are still people who know about teacher's existence. Shikaku suddenly jumped up, sand scattering all over his body, his face full of disbelief. Idiot. Teacher is the Sage of Six Paths. Who in the ninja world doesn't know the name of the Sage of Six Paths now? Ninetales rolled his eyes and scolded him irritably. But, how did those two know about the connection between us tailed beasts and teacher? They shouldn't know the origin of our relationship with him. Gyuki's brows twisted into a knot, unable to figure it out no matter how he thought about it. 4-Tails Son Goku spoke in a deep voice, I guess it's because of that incident with Ninetales. At that time teacher appeared in the identity of an old man. That kid Uchiha Izumaki suffered a huge loss, so he must have held a grudge and been determined to take revenge on teacher. If Uchiha Izumaki knew the Sage of Six Paths was teacher, he definitely wouldn't dare. As soon as these words were spoken, the tailed beasts in the light screen nodded one after another, all agreeing. Damn it. If they knew teacher's true identity was the Sage of Six Paths, even if you gave them 10 times the courage they wouldn't dare act recklessly. 6-Tails Saiken's body slime surged with anger. Ha. I used to think Ashura's reincarnation was pretty well behaved. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person, Ninetales sneered angrily. Alright, stop arguing. Gyuki spoke in time to interrupt them and said in a deep voice, the most urgent matter is rescuing Matatabi. Who is closest to her location right now? I have wings and can fly through the air. My speed surpasses all tailed beasts. If I travel through the night, I can arrive very quickly. 7-Tails Chomei flapped its colorful wings and immediately answered. At this moment, Arisu, who was leisurely wandering through the mountains and rivers of the ninja world, moved his finger slightly and had already heard the tailed beast's entire conversation clearly. The reincarnations of Indra and Asura actually joined forces and dared to capture a tailed beast to force me to appear. Arisu frowned slightly, and a faint emotion flickered in his eyes. Arisu had always lived calmly and hadn't lost his temper for over 100 years. But Uchiha Izumaki had gone too far, joining forces with Senju Shuichi to attack the tailed beasts under his command. They truly did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Two little brats who really don't know what's good for them, Arisu snorted faintly. Before the tailed beasts could finalize the rescue details, a gentle yet supremely imposing stream of light suddenly appeared in the center of the Link Technique's light screen, and Arisu's figure abruptly appeared in the sight of all the tailed beasts. You don't need to worry about it. I'll go myself, Arisu said calmly. After leaving those words, his figure directly dispersed into the void, leaving the tailed beast staring at the now empty center of the light screen, all falling silent. Inside the deep pit in the valley, chains were tightly wrapped around Two-Tails Matatabi's body. Blood still seeped from the wounds all over her body, staining her messy black fur. But in Matatabi's eyes there was no longer the earlier shock or panic, only a cold certainty. Speak. Are you tailed beasts connected to that old man or not? Uchiha Izumaki glared with his Sharingan and said coldly. Beside him, Senju Shuichi rubbed his forehead and finally couldn't help persuading, all right, Izumaki. I think we should just go find the Ninetales directly instead of wasting time here with this Two-Tails. Shut up, Shuichi. Uchiha Izumaki suddenly turned his head back and cut him off sharply. The tailed beasts all come from the same source as one family. Since the Nine Tails is connected to that old man, it's impossible for the other tailed beasts to stay uninvolved. After saying that, Izumaki turned his head back again, staring fiercely at Matatabi, waiting for her to reveal even the slightest piece of information about that old man. But at that very moment, the bound two-tails Matatabi suddenly opened her strange vertical pupils, and her previously weak voice suddenly became clear and cold. If you have the ability, then keep slashing me with your blade. It's still not too late to apologize now. Otherwise, A strange smile curled at the corner of Matatabi's mouth. This sudden show of defiance caught Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi completely off guard, and both of them showed shocked expressions. The next second, Uchiha Izumaki was stunned for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. A clown jumping around. You're about to die and you still dare talk tough. Izumaki pulled out the tachi hanging at his waist with a backhand motion, the cold gleam of the blade pointing directly at Matatabi's neck. Senju Shuichi frowned slightly, wanting to stop him, but ultimately held back. However, at that lightning-fast moment, the hand holding the tachi suddenly froze for no apparent reason. He stared fixedly at the Matatabi in front of him. This tailed beast was clearly heavily injured, bound by chains, completely unable to resist, looking like prey ready to be slaughtered. Yet his heart suddenly began pounding wildly without warning. A strange sense of dread swept through his entire body, spreading madly through his limbs and bones. This feeling. Uchiha Izumaki's pupils shrank slightly. His crimson Sharingan trembled faintly, and his fingers holding the tachi unconsciously tightened. Hesitation surged in his heart like a tide, preventing him from bringing the blade down. The next second, the wind between heaven and earth suddenly froze. The air across the entire valley seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand. Chakra sank with a terrifying force, pressing until the rocks cracked and the grass and trees bent. Even the earth-style chains wrapped around Matatabi began trembling and showing cracks. Why did the wind suddenly start blowing? Uchiha Izumaki's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, yet he could not see through the source of this pressure. He only felt his soul trembling. This was absolutely not a power humans could contend with. It was more vast and more sacred than any ninjutsu or eye technique he had ever seen. Chapter 67, so you two aren't pretending anymore. This is. Senju Shuichi's face turned deathly pale. The monstrous strength of the Senju in his body froze completely, unable to be mobilized at all. In the void, a figure slowly stepped out. At first, it was still the calm and composed appearance of that old man, his expression peaceful. It was exactly the mysterious elder the two of them regarded as a thorn in their side. It's him. Shuichi. Izumaki's eyes widened as he saw the old man again. The moment Senju Shuichi saw this presence and this power, he immediately thought to himself, it's over. What kind of hidden monster in the ninja world did Izumaki provoke? This. Izumaki. You set me up. Senju Shuichi gritted his teeth and resisted with all his strength. Even though that old man showed no intention of making a move, he still had the feeling that he and Izumaki could be killed in an instant. Just as both their pupils suddenly shrank. Arisu's body suddenly blossomed with countless streams of sage techniques, flowing light reversing time itself. His full head of white hair visibly turned black and thick again. The wrinkles on his face completely smoothed out and disappeared. His figure grew straighter and more handsome. In only a moment, the old man's appearance completely settled into that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His face was like polished jade, his eyes bright like stars, his appearance peerless. That face. That figure. Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi's minds exploded with a roar, as if struck by lightning. The blood in their bodies instantly froze. Just earlier they had bowed and knelt in the Six Paths Temple, hands clasped in prayer. The portrait of the Sage of Six Paths Arisu was exactly the same as the youth standing before them. Not even the slightest difference. Exactly the same. Sage of Six Paths. A broken, hoarse sound came from Uchiha Izumaki's throat, and the hand holding his blade lost all strength. With a loud clang, the tachi crashed heavily onto the ground. His whole body staggered backward, and even his crimson Sharingan lost focus from extreme fear. This was not a transformation technique. It was not an illusion. This was a real god. They had prayed in the Six Paths Temple for the Sage of Six Paths to bless them in dealing with this old man. They had joined forces to ambush a tailed beast in order to force this old man to appear. The person they had kept talking about taking revenge on and beating up was actually the very Sage of Six Paths himself, the ancestor of the ninja world whom they worshipped. Senju Shuichi couldn't hold it together either. A man who normally disliked swearing couldn't help blurting out a curse. Damn it. Izumaki, you bastard, you trapped me. This password is the Sage of Six Paths. Senju Shuichi felt completely numb. How was he supposed to explain this to the ancestors after he died? Senju ancestors, why did you come down here so young? Senju Shuichi, I got into a fight with the Sage of Six Paths. Senju ancestors, stop bragging. Uchiha Izumiki's pupils trembled violently. Both of them felt like complete fools, clowns jumping straight toward their own deaths. Matatabi lay within the chains and lifted her gaze toward her teacher's youthful true form. Her vertical pupils were filled with pride and satisfaction as she let out a soft snort. So now, do you still dare to touch me? Arisu stood in the air. In his youthful form, immortal light flowed around him as his calm gaze fell on the two kneeling figures below. He spoke lightly, what business do you have with me? Uchiha Izumiki and Senju Shuichi's faces turned ugly. They exchanged a glance, their legs suddenly going weak. With two thuds, they both dropped to their knees on the cold rocky ground, not even daring to raise their heads. Matatabi lay nearby, watching the two who had been arrogant and domineering earlier now look miserable and defeated. Even the tip of her tail couldn't help but curl up slightly as she secretly felt delighted. So you two aren't pretending anymore, huh? Then it's my turn. The next second, Matatabi instantly put away her pride. Her eyes reddened as she staggered toward Arisu with wounds all over her body. Her voice choked with grievance as she spoke tearfully. Teacher, you finally came. I never imagined the person they were looking for was you. If I had known earlier, even if I were crushed to pieces, I would never have revealed even the slightest trace of your whereabouts. Arisu lowered his eyes and looked at the wounds crisscrossing Matatabi's body. A shadow instantly passed through the calm depths of his gaze. Matatabi, you've suffered. This is your teacher's fault. Arisu said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Arisu gently raised his hand. Warm and brilliant sage chakra flowed from his fingertips and wrapped around Matatabi's body. Sage art, mystical palm technique. In just an instant, all the wounds on her body healed completely. Her messy fur returned to being smooth, and her weak aura became full and vigorous again, completely returning to its peak condition. After healing Matatabi, Arisu slowly raised his eyes and locked his gaze directly onto Uchiha Izumiki. Uchiha Izumiki, back then I spared you and did not pursue the matter. I never expected that not only would you fail to restrain yourself, you would go even further. Now you've even incited the Senju clan to oppose me. Aren't you taking me a little too lightly? Arisu spoke calmly, his tone indifferent but carrying overwhelming pressure. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumiki's entire body trembled violently. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back, his clothes clinging to his spine as he didn't even dare breathe loudly. Before Izumiki could speak, Senju Shuichi had already slammed his head heavily onto the ground. Immortal. Izumiki was foolish, and I was even more foolish. We were blind and failed to recognize the immortal's true appearance, committing a monstrous mistake. We accept whatever punishment the immortal gives. I only beg the immortal to show mercy and not punish the Uchiha and Senju clans. Izumiki and I are willing to bear all responsibility ourselves. Senju Shuichi directly chose to take responsibility. Deep down, he knew he had no chance of surviving. His only hope was that the ancestor of the ninja world would spare their respective clans. Arisu glanced at Senju Shuichi indifferently. Inwardly, he nodded. As expected of Asura's reincarnation, he knew how to speak. In contrast, Uchiha Izumiki beside him had the rebellious arrogance of Indra's reincarnation carved into his bones. If Arisu were not the Sage of Six Paths at this moment, with this kid's personality he would probably have already attacked without hesitation. No. Uchiha Izumiki very likely wants to attack right now. Uchiha Izumiki is currently considering whether to make a move. The Uchiha clan had always believed their fate was in their own hands, not controlled by heaven. Who cares if you're some immortal? Just fight. That was the base code of Indra. Arisu looked again at Uchiha Izumiki. He saw Izumiki grit his teeth, step forward, and kneel heavily as well. His voice trembled slightly. Please show mercy, immortal. Do not punish the members of our clans. The two of us are willing to accept any punishment. Kill us or torture us as you wish. Uchiha Izumiki said in a deep voice. The two of them knelt one after the other, bowing their heads in confession with extreme sincerity, only hoping to preserve their clans even if it meant accepting death. Arisu looked at the scene before him. At first he was stunned, and then he almost laughed from anger. Originally he had planned to step in and severely teach these two ignorant brats a lesson. He had even imagined that they might stubbornly resist, giving him the perfect chance to punish them properly. But he never expected that after seeing the true form of the Sage of Six Paths, the two of them would immediately kneel and beg for mercy with such sincere attitudes that he suddenly had no way to act. All the anger in his chest felt like it had been thrown onto cotton. In the end, he had still underestimated his own overwhelming influence in the ninja world as the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 68, Matatabi, I'll give you a back stomp. Arisu lowered his eyes countless times, his gaze sweeping faintly over Uchiha Izumiki and Senju Shuichi, who were kneeling on the ground with their heads bowed and their bodies trembling. Then his eyes fell back on the two tails, Matatabi, who was rubbing pitifully against his sleeve beside him. From the beginning, he had never intended to take these two men's lives. They were the first reincarnations after Indra and Asura descended into the world. The destined struggle between them had not truly begun yet. If he were to kill them now, this battle would instead end in a dull draw. However, Matatabi had been injured. As her teacher, it was only natural for him to stand up for his disciple. Hehehe. Considering that the Senju and Uchiha clans have both offered worship to this immortal for generations, I can overlook today's offense. Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi both shuddered. Joy flooded their pale faces in an instant, as if they almost thought they had misheard. But the next moment, Arisu's tone suddenly changed. However, you injured my student to this extent earlier. You should at least give an explanation for that, shouldn't you? Arisu's gaze fell on the marks left on Matatabi's body. The wounds had already healed, but they still left him displeased. His tone turned slightly heavier. The joy on the two men's faces instantly froze. Their expressions stiffened, and they immediately understood the deeper meaning behind his words. They could escape death, but punishment while alive was unavoidable. This hurdle had to be faced. Senju Shuichi was open-minded. He immediately bowed deeply again, his voice extremely sincere. Lord-tailed beast, I, Senju Shuichi, in the name of the Senju clan's patriarch, solemnly apologize to you. If the anger in your heart cannot be calmed, you may beat or punish me however you wish. I will not utter a single word of complaint. Uchiha Izumaki frowned tightly, his face troubled. But at this point, this was already the best possible outcome. There was no longer any arrogance left in him. He cupped his hands and bowed slightly, his tone stiff. Lord-tailed beast, I, Uchiha Izumaki, was wrong. Please punish me. Matatabi lifted her eyes and quietly blinked her cat eyes at Arisu. Her gaze was full of playfulness and pride, and she muttered happily in her heart, as expected, teacher understands me best. She had followed Arisu for many years and had long since stopped liking killing and violence. She had never wanted to take anyone's life. She was even less willing to reveal a fierce side in front of her teacher. Besides, she knew the two men were reincarnations of Indra and Asura, so she simply chose to be generous and not bother arguing with them. Matatabi shook her smooth fur and stepped forward with graceful cat-like steps. Her huge purple-tailed beast claws slowly lifted. Her voice sounded soft and childish, yet carried a hint of slyness. All right then. Since that's the case, I'll give you a little back stomp to loosen up your muscles. The enormous cat paw, wrapped in tailed beast chakra, instantly covered Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi. Their pupils shrank sharply. Holy! If that claw stepped down, wouldn't we end up bruised all over? The two instinctively tried to pull back and dodge, but an invisible force suddenly surged around them, locking them firmly in place. They were nailed to the ground and unable to move even a fraction. Arisu stood in the air, his robes fluttering lightly, his expression calm. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hiss, please be gentler, lord-tailed beast. Thump. 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 Heavy, muffled sounds rang out one after another. Miserable screams tore through the forest as Matatabi's cat paws landed on them again and again. It looked like playful stomping, but it left their bodies aching everywhere, so sore they could barely stand. After a while, Matatabi withdrew her claws and hopped back to Arisu's side, looking completely satisfied. Afterward, the two of them swore an oath together. I, the Senju clan, and the Uchiha clan, swear here that in this life we will never attack any tailed beast. If we break this oath, may heaven and earth destroy us. The sun was setting, and golden-red afterglow filled the forest path, stretching two battered figures into long shadows. Senju Shuichi supported Uchiha Izumaki, who was also limping badly. Both of their faces looked utterly miserable. Uchiha Izumaki. And you said you weren't scheming against me. You clearly said we were going to find some reclusive old man to settle accounts with, but you didn't mention a single word that this old man was actually the sage of six paths. Senju Shuichi couldn't help complaining. How was I supposed to know that the reclusive old man who never showed himself was actually the legendary sage of six paths? Uchiha Izumaki rubbed his aching back. His face looked just as awful as he replied helplessly. Izumaki, let's call a truce for another half year. Injured bones take 100 days to recover. Look at the state we're in now. How could we possibly fight a war? Senju Shuichi shook his head with a bitter smile, his tone full of resignation. This time, Uchiha Izumaki did not argue fiercely like usual. He only snorted coldly, forget it, forget it. My bones are practically falling apart. Hurry up and go. Uchiha Izumaki said, I shouldn't have believed you and come here with you, Izumaki. You clearly set me up. The oath you made before we left, does it still count? Senju Shuichi raised an eyebrow and grinned mischievously. Before coming here, In order to make him feel safe about going together, Uchiha Izumaki had sworn with great confidence that if he deliberately schemed against him, then the Uchiha clan in the future would surely slaughter one another and head toward destruction. Uchiha Izumaki's face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. He really had said that. Heh. This time doesn't count. Besides, how could our Uchiha clan possibly kill each other? Uchiha Izumaki said through gritted teeth. It was obvious he was trying to wriggle out of it. All right. You really are something else. There's nothing I can do with you. Senju Shuichi shook his head helplessly. Stop talking, Shuichi. Let's go. The two figures supported each other as they stumbled forward, walking farther and farther away under the glow of the sunset, until they finally disappeared deep into the forest. Arisu stood in the air, quietly watching their departing backs. A trace of complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. He raised a hand and brushed his sleeve lightly. The immortal light slowly faded as he murmured softly to himself. In this world, have I already become a distant legend and myth? I didn't expect those two boys to react as if they had seen ghosts and gods when they saw me. He still remembered that in the late period of the Ninja Sect, everyone firmly believed in the existence of the Sage of Six Paths. Even if he appeared in person, people only felt it was natural. But now, after only a few generations had passed, he had already been categorized by the world as a vague myth. So when Izumaki and Shuichi saw him and looked as if they had seen a ghost, even he, the real person himself, could only feel both amused and helpless. In the original story, the Sage of Six Paths didn't even leave behind a portrait. At least he had left one. It was hard to imagine that 1,000 years later, when the time of Naruto arrived, whether his existence itself might even be questioned by the world. Sigh. Arisu withdrew his gaze and lowered his eyes toward the two tails, Matatabi, beside him. He raised a hand and gently rubbed her. All right, Matatabi. It's fine now. Go get some rest. You really suffered today. Those two just now have special identities. They are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra, Arisu said warmly. Matatabi raised her cat face and affectionately rubbed against Arisu's palm. Her eyes were full of obedience and understanding as she softly replied, Teacher, I'm completely fine. I would never ruin your greater plan just because of my own pride or humiliation. Besides, my life wasn't in danger. Arisu replied gently, Good. Chapter 69, the first round of the battle between Asura and Indra. Uchiha Izumaki, his whole body aching, staggered back into the Uchiha clan's council hall. A dull pain still lingered throughout his body from being stomped by the two tails, Matatabi. His face still carried a trace of lingering ashen gloom. As soon as Izumaki sat down, he immediately waved his hand and convened a high-level clan meeting. From this day forward, everyone in the Uchiha clan is strictly forbidden from capturing or provoking any tailed beasts. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the clan, Uchiha Izumaki announced publicly. The Uchiha elders in the hall nodded in agreement upon hearing this. No one raised any objections. By now, tailed beasts had already become universally recognized protected creatures throughout the ninja world. They could be called the ninja world's ultimate answer, the chosen ones of the era. Even the great ninja clans dared not provoke them. Naturally, the Uchiha had no need to go against the overall trend and make enemies for no reason. At this moment, an elite Uchiha who had previously accompanied Izumaki stepped forward. He bowed slightly and asked in confusion, Clan leader, may I ask if the old gentleman you went to settle a score with earlier has already been dealt with? As soon as these words were spoken, all the Uchiha in the council hall turned their eyes toward him with puzzled expressions. The clan elders all knew that Izumaki's trip had not been to scheme or plot anything, but specifically to find that reclusive old man to settle accounts. But now that the clan leader had returned, not only did he say nothing about the old men, he had suddenly issued an order forbidding anyone from provoking tailed beasts. The contrast before and after was so great that it left everyone completely confused. Everyone was extremely curious about what exactly had happened during this time. The moment the elite finished speaking, Uchiha Izumaki's eyes instantly darkened. The crimson Sharingan shrank sharply as a cold and violent aura suddenly burst from his body, a bone-chilling chill filling his gaze. These guys really knew how to bring up exactly the one thing they shouldn't. Of all things, they had to mention the person he would never dare provoke again in his entire life. Shut up, all of you. Uchiha Izumaki slammed the table and stood up, shouting coldly. His voice carried uncontrollable fury and fear. If I hear any of you discussing that old gentleman again, even for a single word, I will personally stab your ears deaf. The furious shout left the entire council hall so silent you could hear a pin drop. All the Uchiha widened their eyes in shock. Clan leader, forgive us. We will never dare to speak carelessly again. Everyone hurriedly bowed and knocked their heads to the ground, speaking in unison with frightened voices. At the same time, waves of shock surged through their hearts. For their usually arrogant clan leader to react with such rage and fear, just what kind of terrifying existence was that old gentleman? Uchiha Izumaki suppressed the unease in his heart and slowly loosened his clenched fists. He gently placed the sword at his waist onto the table. His tone softened slightly. All right. Next, follow me to the clan's Six Paths Temple to offer worship. And also donate funds to repair every Six Paths Temple within 800 li of our territory. 1 month later. The tacit agreement of the truce was broken. The battle flags of the Senju and Uchiha clans once again rose over the vast plains. Shouts of battle shook the sky, and waves of chakra surged across the entire battlefield. Uchiha Izumaki stood at the very front of the clan army, unconsciously rubbing his swollen eye sockets with his fingers. Fine blood vessels filled the depths of his crimson Mangekyo Sharingan. His vision shifted between clarity and blur. When he looked at the Senju clan members in the distance, their figures overlapped in multiple shadows. Damn it, these eyes. Uchiha Izumaki clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stay upright. Deep down, he knew clearly that the curse of the Mangekyo had already descended. His eyesight was deteriorating at an alarming rate. If this continued, complete blindness was only a matter of time. Once he lost these eyes, there would be no way for him, Izumaki, to compete with Senju Shuichi, whose physique was powerful and whose ninjutsu was superb. In that case, the struggle between their clans would undoubtedly end in the Uchiha's defeat. The only option was a quick battle. While he could still fight, he had to send Senju Shuichi to his end. Izumaki. Only half a year ago you and I agreed to a truce. Our injuries haven't even healed yet. Why did you suddenly tear up the agreement and launch a war? Senju Shuichi gripped the samurai sword in his hand and looked at the restless Uchiha Izumaki across from him. His brows were tightly furrowed as he shouted loudly. A truce? Ha 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 ha. In war, deception is never too much, Shuichi. Today will be the decisive battle of fate between you and me. We will decide the winner, and also decide life and death. The crimson Mangekyo in Uchiha Izumaki's eyes spun violently. Reckless determination filled his gaze as his voice cut through the air like a blade. Before Izumaki even finished speaking, Senju Shuichi, who had already noticed something strange about his condition, narrowed his eyes. Your eyes, something happened, Senju Shuichi asked uncertainly. Enough nonsense. Make your move. Uchiha Izumaki refused to say more and attacked first. With one hand forming seals, he shouted in a low voice, Fire release, great fire annihilation. Towering flames burst from his mouth. The crimson fire waves carried the power to burn everything as they crushed towards Senju Shuichi. Earth release, earth flow wall. Senju Shuichi reacted extremely quickly. Both hands struck the ground, and a thick wall of rock rose instantly from the earth, forcefully blocking the incoming fire attack. Immediately afterward, his figure flashed as he created 3 shadow clones. A/N, I know shadow clones shouldn't appear in this era, but I'll have an explanation later. Shadow clone. The original body and the clones moved into an encircling formation. Powerful chakra erupted around them. It was the monstrous strength for which the Senju clan was famous throughout the ninja world. Izumaki, don't blame me for not holding back. 4 figures charged forward at the same time. Their fists carried mountain-shattering strength as they struck toward Uchiha Izumaki's blind spots. The wind of the punches roared through the air. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. The Mangekyo patterns in Uchiha Izumaki's eyes spun rapidly. Susanoo instantly enveloped his body. Facing the monstrous strength attack, Uchiha Izumaki Susanoo forcefully endured the blows. That's all you've got, Izumaki shouted sharply. Blaze release, fire claw. A massive black claw of flames condensed and slashed toward Senju Shuichi's main body. But at that exact moment, Izumaki's vision suddenly went black. A stabbing pain shot through both eyes, and his movement slowed for half a second. This is bad. Izumaki thought to himself. Senju Shuichi reacted instantly and seized this fleeting opening. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, burst from his mouth. Immediately afterward, his main body leaped into the air. All his monstrous strength gathered into his right fist as he slammed it fiercely into Izumaki's chest. Boom. The deafening crash echoed across the battlefield. Uchiha Izumaki was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily to the ground as a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. He struggled to stand up, but his vision had completely blurred. The light of the Mangekyo dimmed rapidly as his eyesight was almost entirely lost. Both arms could no longer gather even the slightest bit of chakra. The dark flames slowly dissipated. The crimson Sharingan slowly closed. Uchiha Izumaki collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently. In the end, he had still lost. I killed him with one punch. Seeing this scene, Senju Shuichi panicked completely. He stared at his own hands in disbelief. What Senju Shuichi didn't know was that Uchiha Izumaki's strength had already reached its final limit. His Mangekyo was already failing. On top of that, he had been stomped by Matatabi earlier. How could he possibly recover as quickly as Senju Shuichi? When the Senju clan members saw this scene, they immediately erupted into cheers. Long live the clan leader. Uchiha Izumaki was nothing but a clown. One punch killed Uchiha Izumaki. On the Uchiha side, chaos completely erupted. Clan leader. Chapter 70, The First Reincarnation. Chronicles of the Ninja Calendar. In the 21st year of the Ninja Calendar, Uchiha Izumaki, clan leader of the Uchiha clan, fought a fierce battle with Senju Shuichi, clan leader of the Senju clan, in the wilderness. In the end, Uchiha Izumaki was slain by Shuichi. The Uchiha and Senju clans had long-standing hatred and endless conflict. With the death of a clan leader in this battle, the contradictions between the two clans completely escalated. Their enmity deepened further, and the situation in the ninja world became even more turbulent and unstable, recorded by the historian, Black Zetsu. Deep within Mount Mayaboku, inside the historical archives, bamboo scrolls were piled up like mountains. The scent of ink mingled with the spiritual mist drifting through the mountains, creating a quiet atmosphere where the only sound was the soft scratching of a brush across scrolls. Black Zetsu lowered his eyes and held the brush, steadily engraving this major event that had just occurred in the ninja world onto the historical scroll, word by word, completing the latest record. It has been recorded, sage. Black Zetsu handed over the copied scroll with a respectful tone. Arisu reached out and took it. His fingertips lightly touched the rough surface of the scroll as he simply nodded. Good. Over the past few years, in order to give the history of the ninja world a clear and traceable timeline, Arisu had specially created a calendar dedicated to the ninja world. He took the year the Ninja Sect collapsed as the beginning of the era and designated it as year 1 of the ninja calendar. All the years that followed would be counted based on this system. When Uchiha Izumaki died in battle, it was the 21st year after the fall of the Ninja Sect. Therefore, the historical record listed it as the 21st year of the ninja calendar. Previously, Arisu had considered using the Gregorian calendar he was familiar with before transmigrating. However, the history of the ninja world before Kaguya's arrival was chaotic and messy. As a transmigrator, he simply had no way to piece together the complete timeline from before he arrived. As for the history during Kaguya's era, it was intertwined with the strange and forbidden infinite Tsukuyomi, making it unsuitable as a foundation for a calendar. After thinking it over repeatedly, Arisu simply chose the fall of the Ninja Sect as a symbolic turning point and established the ninja calendar system. Hee. For someone who lives forever, recording history is what makes things interesting and meaningful. Arisu slowly took a sip of water and said calmly. For someone with an immortal lifespan, recording history was the best choice. Next, it's time to record this as well. Arisu's figure flashed as he arrived before a stone monument. He slowly walked toward it. In this world, Uchiha Izumaki was the reincarnation of Indra, and Senju Shuichi was the reincarnation of Asura. Their destined duel had already reached its conclusion, and the reincarnation of Asura's lineage had taken the victory. Arisu raised his eyes and glanced calmly at the markings on the monument representing Indra and Asura. What a pity, Indra, your eyes are the greatest advantage, but before reaching their limit, they can actually become a burden. Arisu felt that Uchiha Izumaki's defeat this time came from the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izumaki had no choice. The Mangekyo Sharingan had already been used too many times, and their ancestor Indra had never left behind a method for obtaining the eternal Mangekyo. At that time, Uchiha Izumaki only had two choices. Choice 1, endure the Mangekyo side effects and fight Shuichi. Choice 2, don't fight, but later go blind from the Mangekyo and lose his greatest advantage against Shuichi. Uchiha Izumaki was clearly the more aggressive type. He wanted to gamble while his Mangekyo had not yet gone blind. But things did not go as he wished. In this round of reincarnation, Asura wins. Arisu slowly gathered a strand of pure sage art chakra at his fingertip. A faint pale green glow of chakra circled around it. His finger lightly pressed against the stone monument. Behind the totem symbol belonging to Asura, he slowly carved a new deep mark into the stone. This mark was the ironclad proof that Asura's reincarnation had won in this era. The first confrontation has ended just like that. Arisu withdrew his fingertip and spoke softly, his tone calm and without joy or sorrow. It seems that the reincarnations of Indra and Asura aren't always at the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. At first, Arisu had assumed that every generation of these destined rivals would possess peak power capable of shaking the ninja world, just like the first Hokage of Konoha and Uchiha Madara. But the outcome of this generation's duel made him realize that within the cycle of destiny, not every reincarnation would possess earth-shaking strength. Arisu looked at the monument and sighed slightly in his heart. He had been in this world for so long. Arisu couldn't help recalling the time when he had just arrived. That period of time, although short, was deeply memorable. After all, it was one of the few times when Arisu had been weak. Back then, Arisu had still been an ordinary mortal. Teacher. Teacher. Big discovery. A crisp and excited frog voice suddenly rang out, breaking the silence around them. Arisu slightly raised his eyes and looked calmly in the direction of the voice. A rather large frog with a somewhat aged appearance, Gamamaru, came hopping over toward Arisu. Over the years, Gamamaru's appearances had been a bit rare. If he hadn't jumped out on his own, people might have forgotten that Mount Mayaboku even had such a figure. Arisu really hadn't seen Gamamaru for quite some time. As for what Gamamaru had been doing at Mount Mayaboku during this period, Arisu hadn't paid much attention. These years had really been hard on Gamamaru. After all, Gamamaru had already been the crown prince of Mount Mayaboku for hundreds of years. From the day Arisu took control of Mount Mayaboku, Gamamaru had been designated as the heir apparent of Mount Mayaboku, the future sage of Mount Mayaboku. But Arisu had continued sitting firmly as the sage of Mount Mayaboku. And so Gamamaru had remained the crown prince for hundreds of years. People often say there's no such thing as a crown prince who waits for decades. Yet Gamamaru had served as the heir for centuries without ever uttering a single complaint. Gamamaru, what is it? Arisu slowly asked. Teacher, teacher. I discovered something good. You have to come see it. Gamamaru hopped closer, his tone full of excitement he could barely contain. Arisu felt a slight stir in his heart. Gamamaru possessed the ability to see prophetic dreams, and his perspective far exceeded that of ordinary beings. If something could make him this curious and excited, it certainly wasn't ordinary. All right. Take me to see it. Without saying more, Arisu followed the enthusiastic Gamamaru and slowly walked toward the mountain peak where Gamamaru lived. When they entered the house, Arisu looked around and found that there was almost nothing inside, just a kettle for boiling water and a fire. Gamamaru leaned closer to Arisu with a mysterious expression and said, Teacher, I discovered that the steam from this water seems like it can push certain things. p@trian.com/xenosex. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 71, The Technology of Mount Mayaboku. Teacher, I discovered that the steam from boiling water seems able to push certain things, Gamamaru said excitedly. When the words fell, Arisu's steps paused slightly. At first, he was briefly stunned. The next second, Arisu's pupils suddenly shrank. Damn. A ripple stirred in Arisu's heart. For hundreds of years, he had thought Gamamaru was simply keeping to his role as the heir, hiding on his own mountain peak eating, drinking, and enjoying life. But he had never imagined that this frog had secretly been researching something like this. The trajectory of the original story flashed through Arisu's mind in an instant. According to the original timeline, Gamamaru should have already inherited the authority of Mount Mayaboku's sage by now. He should have become the great sage who ruled Mount Mayaboku. But because of Arisu's arrival, Gamamaru had never succeeded to the position. Instead, he ended up with plenty of free time and unexpectedly walked down a completely different path. This shock only lasted for a brief moment. Arisu's expression suddenly darkened. Something wasn't right. Arisu narrowed his eyes slightly. A cold gaze swept lightly toward the still excited Gamamaru. Gamamaru was just about to reach out and adjust the wooden wool beside the ceramic jar, completely unaware that danger was approaching. In that instant, Arisu moved. Whoosh! Without any warning, Arisu's body did not move, yet an invisible force gathered at his fingertip and precisely struck the center of Gamamaru's forehead. Ah! Gamamaru's wide-open eyes froze instantly. His body toppled forward limply and he lost consciousness in an instant. Immediately afterward, Arisu raised his hand and placed it on top of Gamamaru's head. His pupils suddenly transformed. As the tomo rotated, they turned into concentric purple rings, the patterns of the Rinnegan. Sage chakra surged out together with the power of his eyes. Extract. With a soft sound, a translucent soul identical to Gamamaru's body was forcibly pulled out from the body and floated in Arisu's palm. Gamamaru's soul still had a blank expression, as if he had not yet recovered from fainting. You. Arisu lowered his eyes. His gaze was cold as ice as he stared at the soul in his palm. The power of the Rinnegan scanned through it layer by layer. He examined every strand of the soul's pattern, trying to find traces of extraterrestrial demons or consciousness from another world. Mount Mayaboku was isolated from the world. Gamamaru had never encountered any strange beings from outside. Yet research into steam power, something far beyond the era, was too abnormal. Arisu had no choice but to be cautious. 3 minutes later, the glow of the Rinnegan gradually faded. Arisu's tense shoulders relaxed slightly, and he quietly let out a breath in his heart. The origin of the soul was pure and flawless, filled with the natural aura of Mount Mayaboku. There were no traces of foreign consciousness invading it, and certainly no signs of a transmigrator seizing the body. It wasn't that Arisu was making a big deal out of nothing. It was simply that he had lived for too long and seen too many sinister tricks. His vigilance was already carved deep into his bones. All right. Arisu lightly lifted his palm. The purple glow of the Rinnegan wrapped around the soul and gently sent Gamamaru's soul back into his body. A moment later, Gamamaru's eyelids trembled slightly. He shook his round head and rubbed his forehead with his forelimb before sitting up in a daze. Teacher, what happened? Why did I suddenly faint just now? Gamamaru asked groggily. Arisu withdrew his hand, and his tone instantly became gentle. He reached out and lightly patted Gamamaru's head. It's nothing. Just now I sensed a strange trace on your body. I thought maybe a wandering ghost had possessed you, so I checked to make sure. Oh. Hearing this, there wasn't even a hint of suspicion in Gamamaru's round eyes. Instead, he nodded obediently. His teacher was the sage who ruled Mount Myaboku, a being with heaven-reaching power. Naturally, he would not attack him without reason. This inspection had only been for his safety. Oh right, teacher, come look at this thing. Gamamaru rubbed his round head. His confused expression quickly changed into intense excitement as he pointed at the simple device behind him. A clay pot sat over a bonfire made of dry wood. The spout of the pot was connected to a bamboo tube, and boiling water churned violently inside. White steam surged out through the bamboo tube and directly struck a wooden wheel set up beside it. The palm-sized wheel was pushed by the steam and began spinning rapidly. Even the small wooden block beneath it was dragged along and slowly moved. Teacher, look, Gamamaru gestured with his hands, his voice full of excitement. As long as you boil the water, the steam that comes out has force. It doesn't just push the wooden wheel. I also tried pushing stones and wooden boxes. The hotter the steam is, the stronger the force. I was thinking that if we made this device bigger and used a larger pot to boil more water, maybe it could push even heavier things. Maybe it could even pull logs or ore without any problem. Gamamaru crouched beside the device, fiddling with the bamboo tube and wooden wheel as he chattered about his discoveries. I tried lots of methods. Only when the bamboo tube is sealed well and the steam gathers together before spraying out does the force become the strongest. This saves way more effort than ninjutsu. It doesn't need chakra. You just have to boil water. Arisu lowered his eyes and looked at the crude yet clearly structured steam device before him. This was no small discovery. It was clearly a complete prototype of a steam engine. He had originally thought Gamamaru had spent hundreds of years idling around Mount Myaboku, just eating, sleeping, and occasionally having prophetic dreams. He had never expected that this frog, who had lived for centuries, would stumble upon steam power by accident. Arisu nodded slightly and gently patted Gamamaru's head. You've done very well. But how did you come up with this idea? Gamamaru chuckled and scratched his head. That day I kept thinking, if we didn't have sage arts, what would we do? So I thought of these things. Arisu smiled faintly and nodded. For now, don't mention this matter to outsiders. Not even to the other frogs of Mount Myaboku. Continue researching quietly. If you have any new ideas, come tell me first. It would be best if these things did not spread into the ninja world. The technology of the ninja world was already abnormal. If something like this appeared so many years earlier, then when Hashirama and Madara became friends, they might not be meeting by a small river. They might be chatting on WeChat instead. As Arisu left Gamamaru's mountain peak, he thought for a moment. Perhaps we should establish a secret department dedicated to researching technology, letting Mount Myaboku stay at the forefront, Arisu pondered slightly. This idea had potential. After all, Mount Myaboku had far too much time. In nearly 1,000 years, technology could break through countless things. Perhaps by the time Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara founded Konoha, Mount Myaboku might already have satellites in space. At the Senju clan's territory, singing and dancing filled the air. They were celebrating Senju Shuichi's lightning-fast defeat of Uchiha Izumaki. On this day, the Senju clan grounds were filled with cheers and excitement. Only one person was unhappy. Inside a secret chamber, Senju Shuichi was crying, secretly setting up a memorial altar for Uchiha Izumaki. Izumaki. I'm sorry. I didn't expect it. I didn't want to kill you, Senju Shuichi cried, filled with deep regret. He had never imagined that he would kill Izumaki with a single punch. Several years later, Senju Shuichi did not choose to use his strength to expand aggressively. Instead, he quietly remained in the Senju territory and rarely took action. Ever since Izumaki's death, Senju Shuichi had become more and more lonely. He spent his days sitting by the river, sometimes sitting there for an entire day. Chapter 72, The Uchiha Orphan. The setting sun illuminated the Senju clan. Senju Shuichi leaned on a wooden staff worn smooth with age, standing alone at the edge of a cliff. The wind swept dry grass across Shuichi's face. Senju Shuichi's later years were lonely. The death of Uchiha Izumaki became a scar that would forever lie across his heart. From the day his close friend passed away, Shuichi could no longer summon even a trace of fighting spirit. He no longer had the will to raise the Senju clan's banner and lead his people into endless wars. The ninja who once dominated the battlefield now carried nothing but exhaustion and melancholy. When will cycles of vengeance ever end? Senju Shuichi murmured softly, his voice fading into the roaring wind. He looked toward the distant mountain ranges. That land had long been the battlefield between the Senju and the Uchiha. Every inch of it had been soaked with the blood of both clans. Senju Shuichi chose to stop the war not because he was weak, nor because he had lost the strength to fight. After witnessing decades of bloodshed with his own eyes, he had finally understood the cruel truth. The hatred between the two clans had already taken root in the flashing blades and endless battles. If they continued slaughtering each other like this, the conflict would only grow deeper until it became an unsolvable knot. It's just a pity. If Izumaki and I had realized this earlier, it could have been avoided, Senju Shuichi said with regret. By that time, what awaited the Senju and the Uchiha would only be a desperate struggle to the death, or even mutual destruction where both sides perished together. Resolving the century-old hatred between the Senju and the Uchiha was the real reason he laid down his weapons and ended the wars. Therefore, Senju Shuichi did not use his overwhelming strength to crush the Uchiha. Instead, he hoped to slowly reconcile with them. Unfortunately, that wish for reconciliation never lived to see the day it could come true. Time eroded his body, and illness wrapped around him. With his life running out, Senju Shuichi eventually died quietly in the clan's residence, alone. By then, 15 full years had passed since the death of Uchiha Izumaki. 10 years after Senju Shuichi's death. Incense smoke drifted through the central altar of the Uchiha clan territory. The Uchiha clan had gathered here to hold a grand clan ceremony to worship the divine tablet of the Sage of Six Paths. The clansmen wore uniform clothing, their expression solemn. Only at a remote corner near the edge of the altar hid a malice completely out of place with the peaceful atmosphere. Get lost, little beggar. You've got no parents, and you still dare come here. An Uchiha like you isn't even worthy of worshipping the Sage of Six Paths tablet. You're just dirtying the sage's eyes. 3 sharp shouts broke the silence. 3 slightly stronger Uchiha children surrounded a thin, frail figure and punched and kicked him. The dull sounds of fists and feet hitting a body rang out repeatedly. The children's faces were filled with contempt and the pleasure of bullying. After venting their cruelty, the 3 cursed as they turned and left, leaving the thin child sitting collapsed on the ground. The Uchiha adults watching from a distance saw everything clearly, yet not a single one stepped forward to stop it. They simply looked away coldly, pretending they hadn't seen anything. In the Uchiha clan, which valued bloodline and family background, an orphan with no one to rely on was never worth anyone's concern. After a few seconds of silence, the boy on the ground slowly pushed himself up and stood. He raised a hand and brushed the dust and footprints off his clothes. There was no expression on his young face. He still looked calm and indifferent. His name was Uchiha Katsu. He was the most insignificant orphan in the Uchiha clan. His parents were dead, his ancestors gone, no relatives and no support. Within the clan, he was as small and unnoticed as dust. Cough, cough, those bastards really hit hard. When I become strong in the future, I definitely won't let you off. Uchiha Katsu clenched his teeth. But he buried this overwhelming anger deep in his heart, his face still expressionless. He was far more mature than others his age. Long ago he had already seen through the warmth and cruelty inside the clan. The Uchiha clan worshipped strength. For a weak and worthless orphan like him, the fact that they even gave him some food to eat was already considered generosity. With no one to rely on, he had no capital to resist. For now, the only path left for him was endurance. Uchiha Katsu raised his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Silently, he walked to the incense altar and picked up a stick of incense, lighting it. He bowed respectfully toward the divine tablet of the Sage of Six Paths and gently placed the incense into the burner, praying sincerely in his heart. Sage of Six Paths, please bless me. Bless me with a bright future and great power. Late at night, Uchiha Katsu tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Why don't I have a father or mother? Uchiha Katsu silently shed tears. Feeling depressed, he ran alone outside the clan territory. He didn't feel much sense of belonging toward the Uchiha clan. In fact, he even felt some resentment toward it. But he could only curse them quietly in his heart. Uchiha Katsu sat alone by the river, listening to the sound of the flowing water. Just then, a sudden rustling sound appeared. Following the sound, Uchiha Katsu quietly moved behind a tree and discovered that in an open clearing ahead, a girl was training. Ha! The girl suddenly leaped into the air. Blue chakra appeared on her fist. With just one punch. Boom. The huge rock in front of her shattered instantly. Hiss, what is this? Seeing this scene, Uchiha Katsu's pupils shrank. He immediately recognized it as the monstrous strength of the Senju clan. Have the Senju become this arrogant? Now they even dare train near the doorstep of our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Katsu frowned slightly. Ever since the death of clan leader Uchiha Izumaki 46 years ago, the Uchiha clan had always been at a disadvantage. Even after Senju Shuichi died, the Uchiha clan remained at a disadvantage. The Senju clan had almost been pressing the Uchiha down the entire time. I'd better leave quickly. If that girl discovers me, an Uchiha, I'll definitely die. Uchiha Katsu thought to himself and quickly prepared to leave. The moment he moved. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Uchiha Katsu immediately looked down. Damn it, why is there a branch here? The next second, he felt a gust of wind rushing toward him. Who's there? The Senju girl shouted coldly and instantly appeared behind Uchiha Katsu. Uchiha Katsu was only a weak kid. How could he withstand the attack of a strong Senju girl? In the next moment, Uchiha Katsu was grabbed by the throat by the Senju girl. This time, Uchiha Katsu clearly saw the girl's face. She was actually quite pretty, with a high ponytail. Even though she looked about the same age as him, she was noticeably taller. Who are you? The Senju girl frowned slightly. Uchiha Katsu closed his eyes tightly, completely at her mercy. It's over, am I really going to die in such a pathetic way? Uchiha Katsu did not struggle. Just when he thought he was about to die. Who are you? The Senju girl asked with a frown. I was just passing by, Uchiha Katsu said with difficulty. The pressure on his neck suddenly loosened. The girl's tense posture finally relaxed, and she spoke to Uchiha Katsu. So you're just a passerby. Since you're not an Uchiha, you should leave quickly. There are Uchiha around here. Uchiha Katsu quickly pushed himself up from the ground and repeatedly thanked the girl. His voice was filled with relief at surviving. Thank you. May I ask your name? My name is Mio. For certain reasons, I can't reveal my family name. I'm leaving now. You should leave here quickly too. Senju Mio glanced at him calmly, said nothing more, and turned to walk quickly into the dark forest. Only after Mio's figure completely disappeared did Uchiha Katsu's legs give out. He collapsed onto the ground in relief, gasping for breath. Luckily it was just a young girl. If it had been an adult from the Senju clan, they would have definitely noticed the flaws in my story. Katsu pressed a hand to his chest, secretly thankful. Wandering around the border of the two clans in the middle of the night already raised many suspicions. If he had encountered an adult Senju ninja, they wouldn't have asked anything at all. They would have simply treated him as a spy and killed him immediately. I have to leave quickly. I didn't expect even little girls from the Senju clan are already coming near the Uchiha territory to train. In a few years, could it be that the Senju will wipe out the Uchiha clan? Not daring to stay any longer, Uchiha Katsu climbed to his feet, carefully concealing himself as he hurried back toward the direction of the Uchiha clan territory. Chapter 73, Records and Thoughts. On the other side of the dense forest, Senju Mio was slowly walking back toward the clan grounds. Her small face was full of struggle that she could hardly hide. That Uchiha kid really is stupid, she sighed softly in her heart. In truth, she had already seen through everything. Appearing alone in this sensitive area in the middle of the night, there was no other possibility except someone from the Uchiha clan. But in the end, she still couldn't bring herself to strike. She chose to pretend she didn't know and let him leave. Sigh. Father has always wanted me to learn how to kill, but how could I possibly bring myself to do it? The conflict in her heart kept churning. Senju Mio lowered her eyes and looked at the path beneath her feet. A trace of reluctance flashed across her delicate brows and eyes. She was recognized by the Senju clan as the new generation's genius, carrying the expectations of the clan. Yet by nature she disliked killing and warfare. She simply couldn't be like the others in the clan, raising a slaughtering blade against a child she had never even met. Inside the history room of Mount Mayaboku, wisps of green smoke slowly curled upward around the sandalwood beams. Fukasaku Sage held a brush soaked heavily with ink, carefully copying down the major events of the ninja world's calendar year by year, word by word. The brush tip paused, and clear writing appeared on the bamboo slip. Ninja calendar year 36, Senju Shuichi died of illness. Because of Uchiha Izumaki, Shuichi spent his later years in regret and loneliness before passing away. Yet it also brought a period of relative peace for the Uchiha and Senju clans. Recorded by the historian, Fukasaku. Ninja calendar year 38, war between the two clans reignited, and fighting continued without end. Ninja calendar year 39, in the north, the Yatsuki clan and the Kaguya clan began a war. Ninja calendar year 42, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan formed an alliance. In the same year, the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans signed an alliance, collectively known as the Ino, Shika, Cho clans. Ninja calendar year 45, the Uzumaki clan and the Hozuki clan started a war over island territory. The Hozuki clan was defeated and fled east with their people. Ninja calendar year 46, the Hozuki clan discovered a new continent. Finally finished recording, after writing line after line of calendar records, Fukasaku Sage put down his brush and let out a deep breath. He rubbed his slightly sore wrist and turned to look at Black Zetsu, who was writing furiously at the desk beside him. These are the major events that have happened in the ninja world over the years. Black Zetsu, have you finished the mortal world section you're responsible for? Black Zetsu's pen paused. His face was full of barely concealed exhaustion and irritation, and he immediately started complaining, "Stop rushing me. I honestly didn't expect the mortal world section to be this hard to write. You're in charge of the ninja world section. All you have to do is record the conflicts and alliances between the major ninja clans. But for me, writing the mortal world section means sorting out the changes in governments across various nations, diplomacy between states, social conflicts among the people, shifts in court policies, territorial and economic development, and all those tangled political power struggles. Do you think that's easy?" Seeing Black Zetsu like this, Fukasaku Sage's smile grew even wider. Fukasaku slapped the desk and laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, all the affairs of the mortal world used to be recorded by me. So how is it? Now that you've experienced it yourself, don't you think the ninja world section is easier to record and much less trouble?" "Ah." Black Zetsu sighed helplessly, drooping his head as he nodded, his tone full of resignation. "All right, Fukasaku, I admit it. When are we switching? Let me go back to recording the ninja world instead. Ha ha ha, let's talk about it again in another 100 years. Fukasaku Sage's laughter echoed through the quiet history pavilion. Together with the drifting clouds and mist of the sacred mountain outside the window, the two of them quietly sealed nearly 100 years of time from both the ninja world and the mortal world into bamboo scrolls. Fukasaku Sage lowered his head to organize the bamboo slips filled with ninja calendar records. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed the object in Black Zetsu's hand. He stopped what he was doing, looking puzzled. "Huh? Where's your brush?" "Huh?" Black Zetsu froze for a moment. He instinctively looked down at the pen in his hand, then suddenly realized. "Oh. You mean this? This is a new item recently put on the shelves in the Mount Myaboku shop. It's called a pencil. Writing with it feels smoother and lighter than using a brush. Unfortunately, the bamboo slips we use are too rough in texture, which really isn't suitable for writing with a pencil." "Kind of a shame," Black Zetsu said with a smile. Fukasaku Sage slightly narrowed his eyes, speaking with a tone of understanding. "I'm guessing it's another one of Gamamaru's strange little inventions. Because of Arisu, the sages of Mount Myaboku didn't have strict hierarchies of status. There were only differences in seniority and division of responsibilities. Fukasaku and Black Zetsu jointly managed Mount Myaboku's historical recording department. The two of them were the heads of that department. Shima Sage was responsible for gathering intelligence from the human world and was the head of the Human Affairs Department. Gamamaru was in charge of the Technology Department. Everyone had clear responsibilities and worked more like colleagues. Ha ha ha, that's true. But the great sage says it well, technology changes life. Black Zetsu laughed loudly. Over the years, Gamamaru had devoted himself to research and invented quite a few novel items, all of which were gradually adopted throughout Mount Myaboku. Any technology with military applications had been completely forbidden by Arisu. All technological achievements were used only to improve life on the sacred mountain, which had indeed made things much more convenient there. Arisu stood in a quiet place behind the mountain. Using sage chakra at his fingertips, he performed thorough preservation techniques on the bodies of Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi, then carefully buried them here. After finishing all this, Arisu gently waved his hand. Two faint golden lights of souls were steadily protected in his palm, the complete souls of Izumaki and Shuichi. This kind of approach is quite interesting. A hint of amusement flickered in Arisu's eyes as he considered a sudden idea he had come up with in recent years. When the 1,000-year agreement between Indra and Asura finally reached its end, he would not only awaken the sealed original souls of the two of them, but also preserve and release the souls of every reincarnation throughout those 1,000 years. At that time, all the reincarnated souls of Indra and Asura from every generation would gather together in one place and carefully review the 1,000 years of obsession and slaughter. Uchiha Izumaki and Senju Shuichi would naturally be among them. Arisu could even imagine it. On the day when the 1,000-year agreement was fulfilled, when Uchiha Izumaki finally met the original Indra, he would definitely rush to ask why Indra never left behind a method for evolving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thinking of this, the corners of Arisu's lips lifted slightly. He carefully sealed away the two soul lights, quietly waiting for the final chapter of the 1,000-year period. Uchiha Izumaki, boss, this time in my reincarnation, my defeat happened because you didn't leave me a method to awaken the eternal eye. Indra, I didn't know. How would I know there was even something called the Mangekyo Sharingan? Hagoromo, huh? Doesn't the Sharingan just evolve directly into the Rinnegan? Why are you guys making it so messy? Chapter 74, Senju Mio and Uchiha Katsu. 3 years later. What a cruel war. I don't want to die for nothing. I'd better lie low here for a while. Uchiha Katsu crouched behind a huge rock, thinking quietly to himself. War was cruel. On the Uchiha side, they operated in squads of 5. But because of the Senju clan's offensive, their squad had been scattered. Uchiha Katsu was clever and knew he couldn't just run around randomly. So he planned to hide here for a few days. Maybe he could survive. After the battle in this area ended, he would return to the clan. Damn it. Those guys, the clan leaders and elders' sons, can have experts protecting them, while kids like me can only fend for ourselves. The sting on Uchiha Katsu's cheek was still burning. The hatred in his heart grew like poisonous vines, but it was firmly suppressed beneath his numb expression. Grr. Uchiha Katsu gave a bitter smile and rubbed his stomach. Damn it, he hadn't even eaten a proper meal before coming to the battlefield. He had only taken a single bite of a rice ball before coming to fight. Now that the situation on the battlefield was so tense, later he might have no choice but to eat grass. Who's there? Suddenly, a light shout came from the open ground not far away. Hiss. Katsu instantly held his breath and hid his presence. A girl with a high ponytail stood among the scattered rocks. Blue chakra flowed around her fists like streaks of light. She was only about 11 or 12 years old, yet her posture was already straight like a small pine tree. It was Senju Mio. Just now, she had sharply heard the sound. Come out. She leapt up and smashed her fist down. Boom. The huge rock shattered on impact, fragments flying everywhere. Uchiha Katsu was exposed before Mio's eyes. It's her. The moment Uchiha Katsu saw Mio, his heart suddenly tightened. The Senju monster strength. It was that Senju girl from 3 years ago by the river who had spared his life. Uchiha Katsu instinctively wanted to turn and run away, but his feet seemed nailed to the ground. It's you, Mio seemed to remember something and stared tightly at Uchiha Katsu. Uchiha Katsu's entire body stiffened, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze. Mio's pupils shrank slightly. Clearly, she had recognized him too. That Uchiha brat by the river in the middle of the night, trembling yet stubbornly maintaining a blank expression. We meet again. Katsu closed his eyes and lowered his hands as if accepting his fate. Now even a fool would know he was an Uchiha. Just kill him. It would be better than living a life worse than pigs and dogs in the Uchiha clan. But the pain he expected never came. Mio slowly withdrew her chakra. Her brows slightly furrowed, and her voice was cold, carrying a trace of deliberate distance. It's dangerous here. Leave quickly. You. Katsu suddenly opened his eyes and looked at her. The girl turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Her fingers curled slightly. Her father had repeatedly warned her, if you encounter an Uchiha, kill them without hesitation. But looking at the skinny boy in front of her, who didn't even dare resist, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. Katsu opened his mouth. His voice was dry and hoarse. Don't talk nonsense, Mio interrupted him, turning her back to him and speaking calmly. If you don't leave now, I might change my mind. Thank you. Uchiha Katsu clenched his fists, looked deeply at her once, then staggered away and disappeared into the dense forest. Only after his figure completely vanished did Mio lower her shoulders and murmur softly, what an idiot, clearly an Uchiha, yet living so pathetically. She had already witnessed the crazy bloodlust of the Uchiha clan. But an Uchiha like Uchiha Katsu, who focused so much on surviving quietly, was almost non-existent. After returning to the clan, Uchiha Katsu was granted an audience with one of the elders of the Uchiha clan. You're called Uchiha Katsu, right? This war caused quite a lot of losses. The fact that you survived can be considered a blessing from the Sage of Six Paths. As a reward, I'll grant you 3 ninjutsu. The Uchiha elder narrowed his eyes slightly and tossed 3 scrolls to Uchiha Katsu. Thank you, elder. Uchiha Katsu pretended to be pleasantly surprised as he accepted the scrolls, but a trace of unease rose in his heart. He had only survived, but he hadn't achieved any merit. Since they were giving him ninjutsu to strengthen him, it was very likely they had some suicidal mission waiting for him to carry out. You haven't awakened the Sharingan yet, right? Yes. Recently, manpower on the front line has been scarce. After you learn these few ninjutsu, go to the front line. Hearing this, Uchiha Katsu's heart trembled. Just as expected. Understood. Uchiha Katsu silently nodded. What else could he do? He could only accept it. 3 years later. Uchiha Katsu had already gotten used to life on the front lines. Relying on his ability to lie low and survive, Uchiha Katsu practiced ninjutsu and trained his combat ability while surviving again and again. However, his Sharingan still hadn't awakened. This was inevitable. Uchiha Katsu was an orphan. And he had matured early. There was truly nothing in the world that could make Uchiha Katsu lose emotional control anymore. However, there were still things that made Uchiha Katsu feel warmth. That was that he had become familiar with Senju Mio. The two met in the forest. Uchiha Katsu had gone hunting for some wild food to fill his stomach, and afterward he encountered Senju Mio, who was also stationed on the front lines. That time, they both recognized each other. Because in their previous two encounters, they both had a fairly good impression of the other. So afterward, they silently chose not to attack and instead sat down to eat together. After that, the first meeting became the second, and the second became familiarity. Seeing that Uchiha Katsu often went without proper meals, Senju Mio simply started bringing him some food from the Senju side. Gradually, the two formed a kind of unspoken understanding. Every time Senju Mio came, she would bring some food from the Senju side for Uchiha Katsu. Although Uchiha Katsu felt shy and embarrassed about it, the meals on his side simply couldn't compare to those of the clan leader's daughter. Uchiha Katsu was just an ordinary poor kid among the Uchiha. And Senju Mio was the only daughter of a Senju elder. You're really soft-hearted. You know I'm an Uchiha, yet you still bring me food every day, Uchiha Katsu said with a smile. This was the first time he had shown a smile that truly came from the heart. Being an orphan, and having been bullied by other children, Uchiha Katsu had a lonely and withdrawn personality. When facing Senju Mio's kindness, he actually liked it a lot. Besides, Uchiha Katsu was already 13 years old, and Senju Mio didn't look bad. In this era, marriage and romance happened early, those who understood, understood. Sigh, at the beginning I just couldn't bear to kill you, Senju Mio said with a soft sigh. So now you can bear it, Uchiha Katsu asked with a smile. Senju Mio looked into Katsu's eyes, her cheeks slightly red. Even now, I still can't. Ha ha ha, Uchiha Katsu laughed softly twice, then suddenly grabbed Senju Mio's hand and pulled her as he rushed toward the depths of the forest. Uchiha Katsu held Senju Mio's hand tightly, his palm warm with the heat of youth. Slow down. Mio's fingers instantly tensed as Katsu dragged her running wildly through the forest, and her face couldn't help turning red. Two clans that were mortal enemies, youthful feelings, the depths of a dense forest, a lone boy and a lone girl. All kinds of thoughts tangled together, making Mio's ears turn so red they looked ready to drip blood. Biting her lower lip, she stammered awkwardly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. Katsu, we're still young, and you're an Uchiha while I'm a Senju. We can't. Her words were still drifting in the wind when Katsu suddenly stopped and pulled her into a wide, flat clearing in the forest. Chapter 75, The Moon Incident. Mio, you're the genius of the Senju clan, right? Then let's have a fight, Uchiha Katsu said loudly. Ah. Senju Mio froze on the spot, her mind going completely blank. The next second, her face flushed bright red, burning from her cheeks down to her neck, even the tips of her ears turning a ripe crimson. She felt both embarrassed and awkward. This. Just now her mind had been in complete turmoil, imagining all kinds of ridiculous and shy scenes, yet this guy only wanted to spar with her. You. Mio's face darkened, though she also felt a bit relieved inside. After all, the Uchiha and Senju were mortal enemies. In the end, they were destined to fight and kill. Uchiha Katsu froze for a moment. Seeing the girl's red cheeks and evasive gaze, something stirred in his heart. Uchiha Katsu was very smart and had already realized something. But Uchiha Katsu wouldn't say it. Uchiha Katsu did like Mio, but within that liking there was also calculation. Come on, let's spar a little. Let me see how big the gap is between me and a real genius. Uchiha Katsu stretched out his hand and said, I'm an orphan. No one teaches me, no one helps me. I can only rely on myself. I can't awaken the Sharingan, so I train my taijutsu and slowly grind forward with ninjutsu. But practicing alone isn't enough. I need a real opponent. At this point, Katsu raised his eyes to look at Mio. His gaze was sincere and serious. On the entire battlefield, the only person I can trust is you. The words, only you, suddenly softened Mio's heart. The embarrassment and awkwardness from before instantly disappeared, leaving only warmth in her heart. She raised her eyes and looked at the Uchiha boy in front of her, someone who had been bullied since childhood, surviving in the cracks, yet had never truly given up on himself. All right. Mio took a light breath, letting go of her shyness. She assumed the posture of a Senju genius as blue chakra slowly wrapped around her fists. If you lose, don't cry. Mio lifted her chin slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. I won't hold back just because you're pitiful. Hey, then please teach me. Uchiha Katsu's eyes lit up. His body instantly tensed as he assumed a real combat stance. Come at me. On the clearing, one blue and one pale green chakra aura quietly rose. On one side was the naturally monstrous strength genius of the Senju clan, with a soft heart. On the other side was the restrained lone wolf boy of the Uchiha, longing to grow stronger. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two instantly clashed together. After several rounds, Senju Mio was shocked because she suddenly realized that Uchiha Katsu's real strength was actually about the same as hers. The two figures stepped back and steadied themselves, their chests rising slightly. The fight ended, ultimately finishing in a draw. Katsu. Your strength has actually already reached this level. Senju Mio looked at the Uchiha Katsu before her, her almond eyes wide open, filled with disbelief. In the sparring just now, Mio had used her monstrous strength and taijutsu to the fullest, yet she still couldn't suppress Uchiha Katsu, and it ended in a draw. This was the true taijutsu inheritance of the Senju clan. And Katsu was only an orphaned Uchiha who had never been taught by anyone, surviving in the cracks. After enduring so long on the front lines, I've never been the kind of old ninja who just muddles through the days. A faint smile appeared on Uchiha Katsu's lips, but hidden within it was sharpness. In the past at the clan compound, I had no father or mother. Even the most basic ninjutsu had to be secretly learned, let alone high-level techniques. I didn't even realize I had talent for this. But when I came to the front lines and received ninjutsu, I could understand them just by picking them up, and master them quickly once I learned them. Only then did I realize that I was never someone with mediocre talent. Uchiha Katsu's lips curved slightly. Even he himself hadn't known his talent was so high. But he had never thought of making this sudden talent known to others. In the Uchiha clan, where the strong devour the weak and bloodline status is everything, it was never a good thing for an orphan to reveal brilliance. It would only cause the elders to treat him as better cannon fodder and push him into even more dangerous situations. Just another weapon of war. I only reveal this strength in front of you. Normally in the clan and on the battlefield, I hide it very carefully. Uchiha Katsu said with a faint smile. Senju Mio frowned tightly, completely confused. She stepped forward and asked, why? With the strength you just showed, if you achieved some merit on the battlefield, you would definitely gain the Uchiha clan's recognition. You would never have to be bullied again, nor be randomly sent to your death. Hearing this, Uchiha Katsu's mouth suddenly curled into a cold sneer. That laugh carried resentment and distance that had been suppressed for many years. It was complete disappointment toward the clan that had raised him. Recognition. Katsu raised his eyes toward the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory. There wasn't a trace of belonging in his gaze, only piercing coldness. A clan that is so cold and heartless, that only values bloodline and family background, that treats orphans like weeds and casually throws them away as cannon fodder, is that really a clan worth risking my life for? Worth serving with my life? You. Senju Mio stood there stunned, looking at the indifferent yet stubborn profile of the boy in front of her. It seemed that Uchiha Katsu had very little sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan. Mount Mayaboku. From the current situation, Senju Mio looks like the reincarnation of Asura. Is the Asura reincarnation in this life a girl? Arisu muttered in slight confusion, stroking his chin. This life was rather unexpected, the reincarnation of Asura was female. Of course, Arisu hadn't captured Senju Mio to examine her carefully. He was only making a rough guess. But who is the reincarnation of Indra in this life? Arisu thought slightly. At the moment he still couldn't tell who the reincarnation of Indra was, because there weren't any particularly outstanding geniuses showing themselves among the Uchiha yet. This time the reincarnation of Indra is being quite cautious, still hasn't appeared. Arisu had no intention of actively investigating it. When the time came, the two would naturally reveal themselves. There was no need for him to personally look into it. Letting it slowly unfold like this instead made Arisu more interested. Arisu shook his head and flipped open his affairs. Fukasaku and Shima are getting married. Marriage between toads. Arisu saw this piece of news. He didn't need to attend personally. He only needed to pick up a brush and write a congratulatory message. Arisu picked up his brush and wrote a few big characters on the paper. He couldn't write something like, "May you have a happy union for 100 years. After all, Fukasaku and Shima had lived for far too long. Saying 100 years of happiness would be a bit ridiculous. Ah. Come to think of it, I shouldn't have said that to Kaguya back then. Arisu suddenly remembered the words he had said to Kaguya nearly 1,000 years ago. At that time, Arisu had been too excited and directly congratulated Kaguya by saying, "May you have a happy union for 100 years and give birth to a noble child soon." Thinking about it now, that was really awkward. Kaguya could live for 1,000 years, yet he wished her 100-year union. Wouldn't that be like wishing someone to live only to 10 years old and then die? Ha ha ha, then I'll wish them 10,000 years of harmony, until the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, never changing. After writing that, Arisu received urgent intelligence. Something had happened on the moon. The branch family on the moon had gathered the Byakugan together and fused them into the Tensigan. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 76. Chapter 76. Who are you? On the moon, two armies stood facing each other in formation. The ultimate battle between the Otsutsuki branch family and main family on the moon had officially begun. The branch family leader raised his hand and waved it. The branch family members worked together to slowly lift a giant Tensigan that had not yet been activated and brought it to the front of the formation. This was the unactivated Tensigan, taken from a screenshot in the Naruto movie. This Tensigan had exhausted nearly all the Byakugan of the Moon Otsutsuki branch family members and contained world-destroying power. Today, I will deliver a fatal strike to the main family and crush you all completely. The Moon Otsutsuki branch family leader looked sinister, his eyes surging with overwhelming ambition. Branch family. Have you already forgotten the ancestral teachings? The main family leader shouted sternly. He, we have never forgotten. It's just that the ancestral teaching you speak of was long ago tampered with. The true ancestral command is that if the earth falls into endless war and chaos, then it is our responsibility to kill the Sage of Six Paths, destroy the old world, and open a new one, the branch family leader said coldly. Stubborn and ignorant, the main family leader snorted coldly, his expression stern. Since you refuse to realize your mistake, then today the main family will clean house on behalf of our ancestors. On the other side, the branch family members were already tense and ready, their battle intent boiling. Descendants of Hamura, follow me into battle. First destroy the main family, then counterattack Earth. The branch family leader waved his hand through the air, and the silent giant Tensigan slowly moved with it. Buzz. The giant Tensigan, which had just been dull and lifeless like a stubborn rock, suddenly burst out with dazzling, brilliant light. The Tensigan activated. Layer upon layer of golden-white halos spread out like tides, and a vast pressure instantly swept across the entire moon. Even the broken stones on the surface trembled slightly. The air was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. Even the murderous tension between the two armies seemed to freeze under this power. Seeing this, the main family leader's expression instantly tightened and his pupils shrank sharply. That power far exceeded his worst expectations. What kind of power is this? The main family leader staggered back several steps, his face filled with shock. In contrast, the branch family leader curled his lips into a sinister smile, his eyes filled with long-planned satisfaction. From the very beginning, he had deliberately hidden the Tensigan until the moment before battle in order to catch the main family completely off guard. If it had been activated beforehand, the dazzling light and overwhelming pressure would have been noticed by the main family from far away. How could they have dared to come here? Ha. This power is enough to destroy the entire world, the branch family leader laughed wildly. Branch family. Stop. This power is not something you can control at all. If you lose control even slightly, it will bring about a world-ending disaster, the main family leader roared angrily. At this moment, he had already thrown aside his own safety. His entire mind was focused on the world that was on the brink of disaster. This power was far too terrifying. Even the slightest mistake could turn the entire world into nothing. Ha. That's exactly what we want, rivers of blood and countless dead. At worst, we'll just sink the moon. The branch family leader laughed even more crazily and directly activated the Tensigan's attack. The Tensigan suddenly trembled violently, its golden white light surging to the extreme, so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. The main family members fell to one knee on the ground, their faces ashen. Was everything over? Just as the main family members were preparing to calmly go meet Hamura, a cold voice suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Sink the moon. What arrogant words. The voice came from the sky. The voice carried a pressure that stood above all things. Who is there? Both the main family leader and branch family leader had their expressions changed drastically. Their previously tense faces instantly filled with shock and anger. The two of them searched around for a long time before finally locking their gazes high into the sky. Under the vast heavens, a figure floated calmly in the air. It was an elderly man with the bearing of an immortal. His robes fluttered, his posture extraordinary. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation of chakra around him, as if he had merged with heaven and earth itself. If one didn't look carefully, they might completely overlook his presence. Yet it was precisely this seemingly unreal figure that made the hearts of the two clan leaders below suddenly tighten. An extreme sense of danger from the depths of their souls swept wildly through their bodies. Who are you? The branch family leader shouted sharply, his eyes filled with extreme vigilance and fear. Even the glow of the Tensigan he was controlling paused for a moment. So there's still another expert. The main family leader's expression became even more cautious. But in his aged eyes, a faint glimmer of hope quietly flashed. The aura of this old man was clear and pure, definitely not someone bloodthirsty and murderous. Perhaps he was the turning point that could break this deadlock. Arisu lowered his eyes and glanced calmly at the two opposing groups below. Just this plain and simple glance. It instantly made the two clan leaders feel as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. Cold sweat poured down their backs as if every secret they held and every calculation in their hearts had been completely seen through by that single glance, leaving nothing hidden. And it wasn't only the two clan leaders. Every member of the Otsutsuki main and branch families on the moon, even those the old man wasn't directly looking at, felt a sense of being completely locked onto and seen through. Even their breathing seemed to freeze. Arisu silently looked at the people below. "Who are you?" the branch family leader asked again in a deep voice. Arisu calmly said a single word, "Immortal." The moment this word was spoken, everyone instantly felt an invisible pressure. Even stronger than the pressure that had just erupted from the Tensigen. "You." The branch family leader was completely enraged by this indifferent attitude, and unwillingness filled his heart. His eyes suddenly turned cold as he immediately decided to test him. This was the perfect opportunity to test the true power of the Tensigen. The next second, he violently mobilized all his strength and controlled the giant Tensigen, aiming it at Arisu in the sky and firing an extremely brilliant beam of destruction. Die. The golden white beam tore through space, carrying world-destroying power as it shot toward Arisu with lightning speed. How rude. Arisu's figure did not move at all. At the very instant that beam of destruction reached in front of him, it was suddenly stopped by an invisible and formless terrifying force, then slowly dissolved and absorbed without even causing the slightest ripple. What? The branch family leader's pupils shrank sharply, his expression changing drastically in shock, his face filled with disbelief. The full power strike of the Tensigen had been resolved so casually. Arisu simply waved his sleeve lightly. His Rinnegan suddenly opened, his gaze sharp as it instantly locked onto the branch family leader. Rinnegan. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from the sky, and when he appeared again, he was already standing right beside the giant Tensigen, within arm's reach. The Tensigen truly is extremely mysterious. Arisu stared at the brilliantly shining Tensigen before him, a trace of faint interest appearing in his Rinnegan. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, let me see if you can control the Tensigen. You. How do you know about the Tensigen? The branch family leader's pupils suddenly shrank. Extreme shock filled his aged face as he stared fixedly at Arisu standing calmly before him. Even his voice trembled with astonishment. Wait. Your eyes, could it be? The branch family leader's gaze suddenly locked onto Arisu's eyes. That is. The main family leader beside him also changed expression drastically. The two elders of the clans held their breath at the same time. Their chests rose and fell violently, and even their breathing became unsteady. Could it be? The Rinnegan, the main family leader's voice trembled, and his fingertips shook uncontrollably. Both of them were the oldest elders of their clans. Over half their lives had been spent reading the ancient remnants of books left behind by their ancestors. On those broken bamboo slips, only one original sentence carved personally by Hamura had been deeply engraved in their minds: "My elder brother's eyes are called the Rinnegan." They only knew the name of this eye. They knew nothing about its abilities or secrets. But the identity of Hamura's elder brother alone was enough to make their souls nearly leave their bodies. He was the closest relative of the ancestor who was the source of their bloodline. Someone possessing such eyes, how terrifying must their identity be? Thinking of this, both the branch family leader and the main family leader sucked in a cold breath. A storm surged in their hearts. The Sage of Six Paths might exist, but wasn't that a mythical figure? But the next moment they felt it was extremely absurd. Hamura had passed away so many years ago. Time had changed countless times, seas had turned into fields. How could this man in front of them possibly be related to that legendary figure? Arisu simply raised his eyes slightly. The purple ripple pattern of the Rinnegan was calm and unmoving as his indifferent voice slowly sounded. You two came from the same root, why be so eager to destroy each other? When these words entered their ears, a sinister glint flashed in the branch family leader's eyes, while the main family leader showed a complicated expression. Each of them reacted differently. Arisu did not wait for their response. His gaze turned directly toward the branch family leader, his tone calm and sincere. Branch family, this Tensigen consumed the countless efforts of your entire clan. It truly is a treasure of the world. Unfortunately, you cannot control this power at all. You cannot handle it. Rather than letting it lead you down the wrong path, it would be better to let this man keep it for safekeeping, so that such a divine object does not fall into the hands of villains and bring disaster to the world. When Arisu said these words, his eyes were clear and calm. There was not the slightest greed for the Tensigen's power. Only calm responsibility and concern for all living beings. Hearing this, the branch family leader's face instantly turned cold like iron. In an instant he saw through Arisu's intention. Simply put, he wanted his Tensigen. All that talk about caring for the world was just high-sounding nonsense. This world had already long been filled with war and rivers of blood. Yet he had never seen this man step in to help. Now he had set his sights on his Tensigen instead, truly ridiculous. I can't control it, the branch family leader sneered coldly, and his aura suddenly became sharp. I know you are extremely powerful. Whether it's the methods you used earlier or those Rinnegan eyes of yours, they both make me wary. But I will never hand over the Tensigen. You say I can't control it. I've lived nearly 100 years and studied power for decades. Controlling this Tensigen is nothing but an easy task. The branch family leader spoke fiercely. Even though he knew Arisu was unfathomable, the Tensigen was the foundation of his coup and his rule over the entire clan. It was equivalent to his life itself. Even if he had to fight to the death, he absolutely could not back down. Hee. Arisu was not surprised at all. He had already known the Tensigen was the branch family leader's lifeline and the core support of his rebellion. Even knowing he might lose, the man would still defend it with his life. Oh. How many years have you even lived? Arisu smiled faintly, his tone filled with indifference. You say you can control it. Then try. Before the words had even finished, Arisu moved slightly and walked directly beside the floating giant Tensigen, reaching out his hand toward the dazzling eye. Seeing this, the branch family leader's pupil suddenly shrank and his face filled with shock. He immediately shouted and rushed forward to stop him. But the next second, the Tensigen the size of a millstone, radiating terrifying pressure, rapidly shrank the moment Arisu's fingers touched it. It turned into a smooth, shining eye bead that quietly lay in his palm, gentle and without the slightest trace of violence. Just one single bead, yet it still contained power capable of shaking heaven and earth. Then Arisu slowly extended his palm and held the Tensigen out before the branch family leader, speaking calmly, "Come. Let me see whether you can control it." Seeing this scene, both the main family leader and the branch family leader widened their eyes as they stared at Arisu. The main family leader looked confused. The branch family leader looked at Arisu with an expression that seemed almost impossible to believe. He even wondered whether this person had replaced his Tensigen with an explosive tag. If he put it in his eye, would it explode? The branch family leader frowned tightly. He was hesitating inside. He clearly understood that he couldn't defeat the men in front of him. He had no initiative. Arisu looked calmly at the branch family leader. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Arisu frowned slightly and shouted coldly, "Take it." Ah. The branch family leader was immediately startled. The main family leader's expression became somewhat awkward. The branch family leader hardened his gaze, directly took the Tensigen, and placed it into his eye. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted directly from the branch family leader's body. Well, Arisu asked calmly. He had done this to see whether this Tensigen would produce some effect when someone else installed it. After all, this Tensigen had been formed by gathering the power of many different eyes. And it was only a single one. In the original story, no one had actually installed it into an eye to test it. Arisu was uncertain about the safety of this Tensigen. He also didn't know what abilities this single Tensigen had. At the moment it seemed that it could only fire a terrifying chakra beam. Rather than finding someone else as a test subject, he might as well use the branch family leader standing before him. Amazing. I feel like I've become decades younger. Right now, I'm unbelievably powerful, the branch family leader looked excited. Not bad, not bad. Arisu nodded with interest. He had already used the Rinnegan to observe the branch family leader's body. Although it was only a single Tensigen, the amount of chakra was enormous. With enough practice, it should still be possible to enter Tensigen chakra mode. If he used it himself, he might even be able to enter a Sage Art Tensigen chakra mode. I've controlled it. You can leave now, the branch family leader looked at Arisu, his tone turning colder. If he could use the Tensigen, he now had some confidence. But Arisu smiled and shook his head. My young friend, that statement is incorrect. You still haven't controlled it. Next, let me see whether you can truly control your Tensigen, Arisu said with a smile. Hearing this, the branch family leader suddenly widened his eyes. Something was wrong. From the sound of this man's words, he intended to take it. The branch family leader's hair stood on end. Looking at Arisu, this old monster was clearly smiling gently, yet he gave off an extremely cold feeling. It seemed that in his younger days, he must have been someone who killed without blinking. Next, let me experience the arts of the Tensigen. Arisu smiled warmly and cupped his hands in greeting. In the next instant, he suddenly made his move. Chapter 78, Taking Control of the Moon. What? The branch family leader's pupils suddenly shrank. His blood and energy stalled for a moment. He tried to pull away and retreat quickly, but it was already too late. Arisu made his move in that instant. Arisu's speed was unbelievably fast, as if he had directly crossed space itself. The people present didn't even have time to blink, and no one reacted at all. The main family leader didn't even have time to change the expression on his face to shock before a miserable scream tore through the air. Ah! Pucci! In less than the blink of an eye, the branch family leader clutched his right eye in agony and dropped heavily to one knee. Blood poured wildly through the gaps of his fingers, and his entire body trembled violently. Meanwhile, Arisu still stood in the same spot, his expression as calm as ever. Only in his palm, a tensigan radiating brilliant light quietly floated, its glow dazzling. Looks like you couldn't hold onto it. Arisu slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his tone calm. The branch family leader stared fiercely at Arisu with his remaining eye. Hatred and pain intertwined, yet he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Clan leader. The other branch family experts saw their leader seriously injured and their eyes instantly filled with rage. Ignoring the other side's unfathomable strength, they all leapt forward at once, powerful palm strikes crashing toward Arisu like a storm. You'd better not come here just to die, Arisu said it lightly. Arisu had lived for so long that he had long since lost the desire to kill. After living through endless years, he had already lost interest in constant fighting and slaughter. Besides, these people were innocent to begin with. His goal this time was only the Tensigan. They all carried Hamura's bloodline. Naturally, he would spare their lives. Sage Art, 8-foot illusion technique. After casting the technique, the moment it descended, the purple light of the Rinnegan in Arisu's eyes suddenly burst forth, and sage-powered ocular force swept across the surroundings. This was a large-scale genjutsu created by combining Sage Art and the Rinnegan. An invisible force instantly covered the entire area. The branch family members who had attacked fiercely just a second ago all froze in place. The next second, their eyes lost focus. Like puppets with broken strings, they collapsed one after another, all falling into the genjutsu. In the huge area, only the members of the main family remained standing there in shock, their faces pale, not daring to even breathe loudly. Seeing that the situation was settled, Arisu slowly turned his head and looked at the main family leader. Main family leader. May I ask, immortal? The main family leader hurriedly bowed. His tone was extremely respectful, and only fear and doubt remained in his eyes. He no longer dared to act recklessly in the slightest. Arisu clasped his hands behind his back and directly announced, from now on, the moon will be managed by Mount Myaboku. Your main family and branch family will merge immediately. The clan system can remain, but you must accept the administration of Mount Myaboku. Hearing this, the main family leader's expression changed drastically. He quickly shook his head. Forgive this old man for being unable to obey. I was ordered by our ancestors to guard the moon. Inside the moon's core lies a great terror. We absolutely cannot allow outsiders to control us. You don't need to worry about that. Arisu naturally knew that what they were guarding was nothing more than the demonic statue of the outer path deep within the moon. You will continue guarding what lies inside the moon. You only need to accept the management of Mount Myaboku. The main family leader still looked heavy with concern and hesitated. But, the other elders of the main family probably won't agree. Arisu slightly raised his brow and swept his gaze across the main family members. You don't accept the rule of Mount Myaboku. As soon as the words fell, several main family elders stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. We agree. We agree. We agree. Their voices responded one after another, clean and decisive. Why would you? The main family leader suddenly turned his head and looked at the elders who had spoken up one after another. His face was full of confusion and shock, completely unable to understand. But Arisu was not surprised at all. Among the main family elders, there were already spies planted by Mount Myaboku, lying in wait for a long time, only waiting for the right moment. Looking at the stunned main family leader, Arisu smiled faintly, not bad. From now on, you will continue living as usual. You will still remain the clan leader and properly manage the clan affairs. As he spoke, Arisu raised his hand and lightly patted the main family leader's shoulder. A look of struggle appeared on the main family leader's face. But after thinking about it, his power had not been taken away. He was still the clan leader. There was only an additional authority above him now. It seemed, not entirely unacceptable. The main family leader took a deep breath and bowed. As you command. May I ask the immortal's name? How should we address you? Arisu restrained the aura around him. His aged presence sharpened, and his appearance instantly returned to how it looked in his youth. His voice was steady and authoritative. Sage of Six Paths. The moment the main family leader clearly saw that his face was exactly the same as the ancestral portrait passed down within the clan, his entire body trembled violently. His face turned extremely pale, and his legs went weak as he fell to his knees. You are a god. We pay respects to the Sage of Six Paths. All the main family members and elders knelt down in unison. Their respectful voices echoed across the moon. Seeing this scene, Arisu couldn't help but laugh silently in his heart. If he had known, he would have just revealed his identity the moment he arrived. Deep inside the Senju clan territory, Senju Mio suddenly clenched her fists. Her bright eyes widened as anger shot directly toward the father standing in front of her. What? You want me to represent the Senju and marry into the Uzumaki clan for an alliance? Senju Mio spoke with shocked fury. Because of her surging emotions, faint chakra fluctuations spread from her body. Senju Ryu stood across from her. His face was stiff and dark, his expression serious with no room for negotiation. He nodded heavily. Yes. Who decided this? I don't agree. I would rather die than agree. Senju Mio stepped forward, her chest rising and falling violently. It was decided by the clan leader and all the clan elders together. Senju Ryu's voice became heavier, his gaze complicated. The Uzumaki clan and our Senju clan are originally old friends of the same bloodline. Our families have been close for generations. With you going as a direct Senju descendant for this marriage alliance, it represents the greatest sincerity our clan can offer. How could he not feel heartache for his daughter? Mio had outstanding talent and was one of the best among the younger generation of the Senju clan. But the decision of the clan leader and elders represented the will of the entire clan. As a clan elder himself, when it came to the interests of the clan and the personal feelings of his daughter, he had never had the freedom to choose. He could only harden his heart and say the words. Impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime, Senju Mio shouted sharply in refusal. In her heart, a figure appeared. Uchiha Katsu, the person she had secretly filled her heart with. She and the Uchiha clan were already enemies by position. Their relationship was destined to have no result. But even so, she absolutely would not settle for less. She also did not want to marry some Uzumaki clan member she had never met before. In this world, aside from Uchiha Katsu, she could not look at anyone else and did not want to marry anyone else. Seeing this, Senju Ryu's tone suddenly turned harsh. This matter is not something you can refuse with stubbornness, Senju Ryu scolded sternly. You were born as a child of the Senju clan. From the moment you were born, you must consider the clan. At critical moments, you must make sacrifices. Besides, the Uzumaki clan is famous and their bloodline is powerful. Marrying them does not wrong you at all. Sacrifice for the clan. Hearing these words, Senju Mio's body suddenly stiffened. The anger filling her chest was instantly extinguished by a wave of helplessness. The fury on her beautiful face slowly faded, replaced by endless struggle and bitterness. Yes, the Senju clan. The interests of the clan would always be greater than everything else. Greater than her feelings, greater than her happiness, greater than all her unwillingness. From the moment she was born into the Senju family, this rule had been carved into her bones and blood. She could not escape it, and she could not avoid it. Chapter 79, Uchiha Katsu awakens his eyes. The forest was lush with dense branches and leaves. Specks of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the foliage and scattered across the ground, spreading patches of warm light. Uchiha Katsu walked slowly through the woods. Behind his back he had a bundle of freshly picked flowers still carrying morning dew. A gentle smile rested on his lips, his heart full of anticipation. There was no battle today. No smoke of war, no killing. Katsu had deliberately come to this mountain forest and picked the most vivid flowers, just to give them to Senju Mio. When she sees these flowers, she'll definitely be happy, Uchiha Katsu murmured silently to himself. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew even softer as he quickened his steps toward the old place where the two of them met every day. But just as he approached the ancient tree they had agreed upon, a suppressed, faint sound of sobbing suddenly drifted into his ears. What is this? The smile on Uchiha Katsu's face instantly froze. His steps halted abruptly, his expression full of shock. He lightened his footsteps and quickly moved closer. At a glance, he saw Senju Mio curled up against the tree trunk, her shoulders trembling non-stop. Her head was lowered as she sobbed quietly. The bright and bold appearance she usually carried was gone, leaving only grievance and pain filling her heart. Mio. What's wrong with you? Uchiha Katsu's heart tightened. He immediately stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency and concern. Hearing his voice, Senju Mio lifted her head. Her tearful eyes crashed straight into his sight. Her eye sockets were red, and tears kept sliding down her cheeks. The moment she saw Uchiha Katsu, the emotions she had been holding back for so long finally collapsed completely, and she cried even harder. Katsu, my father, and the head of the Senju clan, they've already decided. They're going to marry me off far away to the Uzumaki clan for a political alliance, Mio spoke while choking on her sobs. What? These words exploded like thunder. Uchiha Katsu, who had always been calm and steady and never revealed his emotions, suddenly had an extremely ugly expression on his face. The aura around him instantly turned cold. The next second, his pupils shrank violently. A surge of wild chakra rushed straight into his eyes. A burning pain swept through them, and the originally pure black pupils suddenly turned a strange, crimson red. The outline of Tomo slowly formed in his eyes. First a single Tomo rotated, but in the blink of an eye it split and expanded, transforming directly into two smooth Tomo that quietly spun within the crimson pupils. The moment his eyes awakened, they were already the two Tomo Sharingan. Katsu. Your eyes. Senju Mio instantly stopped crying and stared at his eyes with a face full of shock. Those were the Sharingan, the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. He had actually awakened them at this moment, and directly to the two Tomo stage. My eyes. Uchiha Katsu froze for a moment. Subconsciously, he raised his hand and touched his eyes. It wasn't that he felt no joy from awakening them, but that joy was completely crushed by the news that Senju Mio was going to be married far away. No. That's not important. Katsu slowly lowered his hand. The crimson Sharingan continued to rotate in his eyes, but his expression was as dark as a freezing pool. His voice was low and solemn. Mio, what do you plan to do? I can only. Endless struggle flashed across Senju Mio's face. Her teeth bit hard into her lower lip, and her fingertips dug deeply into her palms. After a long time, she raised her reddened eyes. They were filled with bitterness and helplessness, yet also with a determination carved into her bones. For the sake of the Senju clan, I can only do this. No. I have a way. Wait for me. Uchiha Katsu suddenly stood up, stuffed the flowers into Senju Mio's arms, and then left decisively. Senju Mio watched Uchiha Katsu's departing figure and sighed softly in her heart. Perhaps, this was also good. At least it would prevent them from making an even bigger mistake in the future. The predetermined wedding day arrived as scheduled. The day Senju Mio was to be married had finally come. The Senju clan prepared for this alliance with great seriousness. The wedding procession set out fully arranged. The clan had specially sent 5 battle-hardened Senju elites to escort the journey. All 5 were Mio's uncles, her father's brothers and elder relatives. Their strength was formidable, and they were pillars of the clan. The procession traveled along a remote ancient road through the forest. The surrounding vegetation was bleak and silent, leaving only the sounds of horses and wheels moving forward. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The trap Uchiha Katsu had set in advance was triggered instantly. Countless kunai gleaming with cold light shot out from both sides of the dense forest like a rainstorm, flying toward the procession. Immediately after, several deafening explosions roared one after another. Explosive tags ignited blazing flames. The shockwaves made the carriages and horses shake violently, and smoke and dust instantly filled the entire ancient road. Not good. It's an ambush. The expressions of the 5 Senju experts changed drastically, their reactions as fast as lightning. 2 of them immediately flashed beside Mio's carriage. Thick chakra gathered explosively and formed a solid protective barrier, guarding Senju Mio inside the carriage. The remaining 3 shot outward like arrows, their eyes scanning the surroundings like hawks as they sternly searched for the enemy behind the trap. Third uncle, fourth uncle, what's going on? Senju Mio spoke up and asked. Don't be afraid. It's probably an ambush by the Uchiha or the Hagoromo clan. The smoke gradually dispersed, and a black-robed figure slowly stepped out from the forest. The man wore a dark cloak that tightly wrapped his body. In his hand he held a cold, gleaming katana. A chilling and intimidating aura spread from his entire body. Which reckless fool dares to block the Senju wedding procession? Mio's uncles shouted angrily. Seeing that the newcomer clearly had ill intentions, they no longer hesitated. They simultaneously activated their chakra and charged toward the black-robed men with the powerful physical strength of the Senju clan. Uchiha Katsu's eyes turned cold. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The katana in his hand left its sheath, its sharp sound slicing through the air. In an instant, blade light and fist shadows collided violently. The surging sounds of chakra and the clashing of weapons rang out one after another. The few of them instantly tangled together as an intense battle erupted in the forest. So it's an Uchiha. Damn Uchiha. You actually dared to come alone. After discovering Uchiha Katsu's Sharingan, the Senju expert's attacks became even more ferocious. Senju Mio sensed the surging chakra outside, and her expression changed at the same time. She had sensed a familiar chakra. It was Uchiha Katsu. How could he? Senju Mio no longer hesitated and immediately made a move. In an instant she drew out a kunai and clashed with Uchiha Katsu. Is it you, Katsu? Senju Mio asked aloud. Mio, come with me. I'll take you away, Uchiha Katsu said urgently. You're being ridiculous. Do you know this could cause hostility between the Senju and the Uzumaki? Senju Mio said angrily. Uchiha Katsu didn't care. He glanced calmly at the others. If we silence them, won't that solve it? They're my family. You can't do that, Senju Mio said. Miss, do you know this Uchiha? One of the Senju experts asked. Senju Mio's expression struggled. She said nothing but looked at Uchiha Katsu. The meaning in her eyes was very clear. Leave quickly. Uchiha Katsu's Sharingan glowed crimson, his gaze dark. Mio, come with me. We'll leave all of this behind. I won't take you back to the Uchiha. I can abandon the Uchiha, and you can abandon the Senju. These clans aren't worth us sacrificing ourselves for. We'll find a town and live properly. We'll go far away. Chapter 80, Kill. Senju Mio suddenly tightened her grip on the kunai in her hand. Her knuckles turned pale from the force. Facing Uchiha Katsu's burning gaze, she shook her head fiercely and spoke with absolute resolve, word by word, I can't go with you, Katsu. It was only a light sentence, yet it exploded beside Uchiha Katsu's ears like thunder. What did you say? Uchiha Katsu's arm holding the katana suddenly stiffened. The chakra surging around his body instantly froze, and his crimson two-tomo Sharingan widened abruptly. The heat and expectation in his eyes froze bit by bit, leaving only shock. He even forgot to breathe. He simply stared blankly at Senju Mio, as if he were meeting for the first time the person he had been so happy to protect. After a long while. Why? Uchiha Katsu asked in a hoarse voice. He staggered a step forward. The fierce killing intent around him completely dissipated, leaving only confusion and helplessness in his heart. I'll take you away. We'll go to a town where no one knows us and live ordinary lives. Why won't you agree? You don't understand, Senju Mio closed her eyes. When she opened them again, only heavy responsibility remained in them. She looked at him and said, because I belong to the Senju. Katsu, the survival of the clan is far more important than my personal love. This marriage alliance is the foundation of the alliance between the Senju and the Uzumaki. I can't let the entire clan fall into danger just for myself. Personal interests will always be beneath the interests of the entire clan. A clan. Uchiha Katsu repeated these two words in a low voice. His expression darkened at a visible speed, sinking like deep ice in a cold pool. The crimson Sharingan in his eyes spun even more violently, and the aura around him turned cold and piercing again. Katsu truly could not understand what was worth such sacrifice in that so-called clan, that she would give up everything like this, even willingly sacrificing her entire life. He could not understand because from beginning to end, the two of them had lived in completely different worlds. He was an orphan of the Uchiha clan. Since childhood he had no father or mother, growing up under the cold eyes, exclusion, and bullying of his clansmen. To him, the Uchiha clan had never been a harbor. It was only a cold cage, shackles carved into his body. That was why he could abandon everything without hesitation just to grasp the light in front of him. But Senju Mio was the direct daughter of a Senju elder. Since childhood she had been cherished in the palms of the clan. The Senju clan was her root, her home, the sense of belonging and responsibility carved into her bones. To her, the safety of the clan would always outweigh romantic love. Heh. Uchiha Katsu stared fixedly at Senju Mio. He gripped the katana tightly, his knuckles turning white. His voice carried anger suppressed to the extreme as he demanded harshly, just because of the Senju clan. For you, I can even abandon the Uchiha. I can give up my surname, give up my identity, leave that clan that brought me nothing but suffering. But what about you? You cling to your Senju clan so tightly that you won't even take one step for me. No. You don't understand. Senju Mio's expression became even more solemn, without the slightest retreat. She raised her eyes and stared directly into Uchiha Katsu's crimson Sharingan. Her tone was cold and certain, each word stabbing into his heart like an ice spike. You will never understand, Katsu. I am the daughter of a Senju elder. From the moment I was born, I carried the responsibility and expectations of the clan. My life has always belonged only to the Senju clan. And you're just an Uchiha orphan with no father or mother, with nothing tying you down. Of course you can throw everything away as you please, but I can't. Buzz. Those words were like the sharpest blade, stabbing straight through the most hidden and fragile scar in Uchiha Katsu's heart. Katsu's defenses shattered. Yes. He was an orphan. Katsu's heart trembled violently. A sharp pain instantly swept through his entire body, and even breathing became difficult. The past of being bullied by clansmen and growing up alone and helpless had just been dragged out by Senju Mio and placed nakedly between them as the gulf dividing them. Senju Mio, Uchiha Katsu shouted hoarsely. His voice carried broken pain and extreme disbelief. The two-tomo Sharingan trembling violently in his eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling crimson light under the extreme heartbreak and emotional explosion. The two-tomo spun rapidly and split apart. A third pitch-black tomo appeared out of nowhere. The three tomo rotated quietly in a triangular formation within the crimson pupil, strange and cold. The 2-Tomo Sharingan evolved directly into the 3-Tomo Sharingan. 3-Tomo Sharingan. This kid actually evolved. What exactly is the relationship between Miss and this kid? The nearby Senju experts' expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with fear and shock. Feeling the explosive surge of chakra and the cold killing intent erupting from Uchiha Katsu, they did not dare hesitate for even a moment. With an angry roar, they carried fierce chakra and charged forward again, prepared to die, Uchiha brat. But Uchiha Katsu did not even glance at the Senju expert attacking him. He simply slowly turned his head and used his newly evolved 3-Tomo Sharingan to look coldly and deeply at Senju Mio one last time. In that gaze, there was no longer the gentleness from before, no longer the burning love. There was only frozen silence and a light that had completely gone out. The next second, Katsu's body suddenly shifted to the side, easily dodging the heavy attack from the Senju expert. A white smoke bomb quickly formed in his palm and he smashed it hard onto the ground. Boom. Thick white smoke instantly exploded outward, filling the entire ancient road and blocking everyone's vision. By the time the smoke slowly dispersed, Uchiha Katsu was already gone from where he stood. Only chaos remained on the ground, along with the cold, piercing chakra lingering in the air. When the dust settled, the forest road returned to deathly silence. Senju Mio looked toward the direction where Uchiha Katsu had disappeared. Her fingers clenched tightly, her knuckles pale, her expression extremely complicated. Guilt churned in her heart. Helplessness. And a trace of panic she herself did not want to admit. The moment those words that struck his deepest wound had left her mouth, she had already begun to regret them. Was it too cruel to say something like that? Miss Mio, are you all right? What exactly is your relationship with that Uchiha brat? The conversation between the two of you just now truly left us confused. Several Senju experts immediately gathered around her, their expressions serious as they questioned her repeatedly. They were all her uncles. That confrontation just now had been full of strange details, and they simply could not feel at ease. Senju Mio's hand hanging at her side trembled slightly. She slowly withdrew her gaze. There was no emotion left on her face. She simply shook her head faintly, her voice calm and flat. I'm fine. Just an argument between old acquaintances. It's nothing serious. With that light and casual reply, she tried to brush away all suspicion. The uncles exchanged glances with one another. Each could see the doubt in the other's eyes. Old acquaintances with an Uchiha. However, they also knew Mio's temperament. No matter how much they asked, they would not get an answer. Right now, escorting the marriage alliance procession was the top priority, and it was not suitable to cause further trouble. The few of them immediately made up their minds to report this matter urgently to Mio's father, the Senju clan elder, once they arrived at the Uzumaki clan. Senju Mio said nothing more. She turned and silently walked back into the carriage. The moment the curtain fell, all her emotions finally dared to surface quietly, leaving only an unresolvable heaviness in her eyes. p@trian.com/xenosx. Partying face. Joining p@trian keeps me motivated and eager to work diligently, so please consider joining. Smiling face with hearts. Chapter 81, Open an eye on the forehead. On the other side, within the dense mountain forest, Uchiha Katsu was like a ferocious beast out of control, crazily darting between the branches. The chakra around his body roared violently, stirring the surrounding grass and trees until they rustled loudly. The pain in his chest was still spreading, but along with it came an even stronger surge of hatred and viciousness. The Senju clan's restraint, the Uzumaki clan's arranged marriage, and Mio's piercing words echoed again and again in his mind. Katsu clenched his fists tightly. His knuckles cracked, and the scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan spun wildly in his eyes. A decisive thought suddenly rose in his heart. Kill. Kill everyone who stands in my way. Kill the Senju. Kill the Uzumaki. Rushing all the way, Uchiha Katsu returned straight to the Uchiha clan territory and headed directly toward the wooden house where the clan elders were located. Inside the hall, the white-haired, long-bearded Uchiha elder saw him return alone and immediately frowned deeply, questioning him sternly. Uchiha Katsu. Why did you abandon your post and return to the clan on your own? Uchiha Katsu offered not a single word of explanation. He suddenly raised his eyes. The scarlet 3-Tomo Sharingan opened abruptly. The 3-Tomo quietly rotated in a triangular formation, and the eerie glow of the pupils instantly shocked everyone present. On my way back, I encountered the Senju clan's marriage escort. I personally confirmed that the Senju clan is sending their direct daughter to the Uzumaki clan for a political marriage. Uchiha Katsu's voice was cold and without warmth, reporting each word clearly. Just now I fought fiercely with the Senju expert. This 3-Tomo Sharingan completely awakened during that battle. You're saying your eyes awakened? The elder was stunned for a moment. Then intense joy burst into his eyes. The clan had suddenly gained another combatant with the 3-Tomo Sharingan. For the Uchiha, this was tremendous good news. Although they knew Uchiha Katsu might have hidden the true process of how his eyes awakened, they only cared about the result. The rest was trivial. When they heard that the Senju and Uzumaki clans were about to form a marriage alliance, the joy on the elders' face faded, replaced by serious contemplation. If the Senju and Uzumaki formed an alliance, it would certainly pose a huge threat to the Uchiha. But looking at Uchiha Katsu, who had just awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, the elder still nodded with satisfaction, his tone carrying praise. Well done. Uchiha Katsu, not only did you uncover important intelligence for the clan, you also awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. From today onward, you are promoted to captain of a Uchiha squad and will command a team of clan members. The turbulent changes of the human world did not escape the eyes of Mount Myaboku. The messenger toads that Shima Sage had placed throughout the human world had already sent back the entire sequence of events to Mount Myaboku at the fastest speed, Uchiha Katsu attempting to snatch the bride, the awakening of his three-tomo Sharingan, and Senjumio's firm decision to proceed with the marriage alliance, along with the complete breakdown between the two of them. At the summit of Mount Myaboku, shrouded in immortal mist, Arisu sat cross-legged on a stone platform. After listening to the messenger toad's report, a trace of surprise appeared on his previously calm face. Arisu lightly tapped the stone platform with his fingers. A hint of amusement flashed through his eyes as he muttered softly to himself. The reincarnations of Indra and Asura. In this life they've actually become a man and a woman, and even stirred up such a tangle of love and hatred. It's almost like those romantic soap operas in the human world. Quite interesting. Since the creation of the ninja world, the reincarnations of Indra and Asura had always been mortal enemies, fighting endlessly. There had never been such entanglements of romance between them. After speaking, Arisu gently shook his head again. Forget it. The path of fate has always been unpredictable. The variables in this life are unprecedented. I'll just watch quietly and see how this pair of special reincarnations will ultimately end. The immortal mist slowly rolled, enveloping Arisu's figure within it. Arisu shook his head again and completely gave up the thought of interfering with the fate of the human world. A trace of understanding flashed in his eyes. He calmed his mind and withdrew his gaze from the direction of the human world. Instead, he turned his thoughts inward to reflect on his own cultivation. A faint seriousness appeared between his brows. Over the years, Arisu had already completely mastered the 5 great sage arts, Mount Myaboku, Ryuchi Cave, Shikatsu Forest, the Monkey Demon, and Yata. The natural chakra around his body flowed in perfect harmony without obstruction. Yet there was an invisible barrier blocking his realm of power, and he had never been able to break through it. Arisu felt as if a massive invisible hand was pressing down on him, holding him firmly in place. Even the yin-yang release technique remained beyond his grasp. He could not activate it at all. It could only be said that the invisible hand of the system was simply too terrifying. It was precisely this restraint that made Arisu obsessively pursue the Tenseigan of the Otsutsuki lineage, hoping to use that eye technique to achieve a breakthrough. Sigh. What exactly counts as a top-tier opportunity? The Rinnegan, the Tenseigan, the 5 great sage arts, do none of these count as top-tier opportunities? A soft sigh escaped Arisu's mouth and dissipated into the surrounding immortal mist. Thinking of this, Arisu could not help but recall the chakra fruit from long ago. Damn Kaguya. If you hadn't stabbed me in the back then, I would have broken through to the 6 paths level already. Arisu frowned deeply. This had almost become the unresolved grievance of his 1,000 years. Actually, even if I had eaten it back then, it would have been awkward if I still couldn't break through. Arisu suddenly chuckled twice. He thought of another possible outcome. He had assumed that after eating the chakra fruit, he would be able to break through to the 6 paths level. But the system had never explicitly said that the chakra fruit would allow him to reach the 6 paths. What if he had eaten it and still couldn't break through? However, there was no way to reverse it now, unless he could one day obtain the means to reverse time. To return himself to the moment when he had been stabbed in the back. But I don't regret it. Arisu smiled faintly. If that betrayal had not happened back then, most of the things that exist today would probably not have happened. He would not have had those disciples. Don't try to beautify the road you never walked. The road beneath my feet now is the best road. Arisu felt that the betrayal was actually a good thing. Kaguya's betrayal, for Arisu, was like giving a great banner to a raging wind, or handing a treasured sword to its sheath. Without Kaguya's betrayal, his life might not have been as exciting as it is now. Kaguya, hey. So Arisu should actually be thanking me. Forget it, there's still plenty of time. Next, I should first study how to use the Tenseigan. After that, I'll go investigate the land of the Dragon Vein. Perhaps the power there can help me break through this barrier. Before he finished speaking, Arisu slightly raised his palm. A smooth, clear Tenseigan glowing with a pale silver-white light suddenly floated into the air. Its pupil power was vast like a sea of stars. Arisu stared at the Tenseigan. His fingers gently rubbed it as he fell into thought. His own eyes had already been replaced with the Rinnegan. There were no extra eye sockets left to hold the Tensegan. Unless, he opened a third eye on his forehead and embedded the Tensegan at the center of his brow. When the thought crossed his mind, even Arisu himself paused for a moment. Then he looked at the Tensegan in his palm and laughed helplessly. If I really did that, wouldn't I look exactly the same as Otsutsuki Shirbai? Speaking of Shirbai, I still don't know where that guy's corpse is. Arisu frowned slightly. According to the setting in Boruto, the ability of Otsutsuki Shirbai's lost corpse had been transplanted by Yamato Sanzu into Ida and Demon. The story never explained how it was obtained. Most likely, Otsutsuki Isshiki found a way to get it. I should probably develop some spatial abilities and find a way to reach Otsutsuki Ishiki's alternate dimension, then locate the little Ten Tails or Otsutsuki Shirbai's corpse. Arisu stroked his chin thoughtfully.